Game 3 was close, but decisive late-game teamfighting gave Lotus the edge they needed as they took the ace with Kraken bearing down on their Vein Crystal turrets, giving them just enough time to race Kraken and end the game.
Hell's Devils and Agony ends up falling, and now Agno's in the 1v1 and Luer takes it, Rising Lotus.
Up 2-1, going into Game 4, Rising Lotus pulled out the CP Ringo, countering the Vox from Mr. K-Cool. However, even with this counter pick, it took 34 minutes before the final fight was won by Lotus to secure them the game, the series, and their place in the Vainglory 8.
Series, if they can just end the game, and I think they can, they've only need to kill 3 turrets, and they've got the ace buff. Tasty.
The second series for the European Challenge Battles was Denial Esports vs Fluffy Chickens, a true barn burner, going the full distance and pushing both teams to their limits. Game 1, Fluffy Chickens came out strong, showcasing their past competitive experience as Ponchik, Aeon, and Ryu Rin utilized an Ozo Lance Vox composition to full effect.
Aeon, he's going to find another mark as well. Tesfaye did fall in the back.
Game 2, Fluffy Chickens drafted a Celeste for Ponchik, which he used to bully Tesfaye's Vox, punishing Vox's short range and eventually securing the win with incredibly clean teamfighting.
To just snare them up, Bashin's in a lot of trouble, but he's not the man they want to go for. Tesfaye is going to get chased down, he's going to get hacked down. Aeon is looking for Bashin here, Bashin is going to fall as well.
Game 3 of the series was flipped on its head as Ozo was picked again, but this time went to Denial Esports. Paired with Fortress and Blackfeather, there was no hope for Ponchik's Ringo, as Rio Rin's Flicker could not provide enough defensive capability.
For Denial, can Aeon do it? Can he pull through for the likes of, oh my goodness.
Game 4 was a back-and-forth battle that eventually went the way of Denial, with their mass-sustained composition of Adagio, Petal, and a life-stealing Vox build.
Two members alone and stranded is Aeon right now, and I think that's going to be game. You're right, Tasty. There's no way Aeon.
Going into Game 5, everything was on the line. With high stakes and incredible pressure, Fluffy Chicken stepped up, knocking Denial Esports out of the Vainglory 8, and claiming not only their place in the Vainglory 8, but also the 3 points that Denial were sitting on.
Crucible off.
The Doom is going to be the next target. He just melts.
Our third Challenge Battles matchup of the day was Mouse Sports vs Late Cobras. Going into this series, it felt hard to predict who would come out on top. By the end of the series, I would feel quite silly for doubting the legends that are Great Khali and Emmer King.
Ends up starting that one. Scorpion Bro picks up one, he picks up the second, and Mouse Sports really taking off now. Greymaker activates his Termination Protocol, does get Githy and Morty's going to jump onto Scorpion Bro, but no damage is there to follow up. Scorpion Bro will probably secure this triple kill for himself.
It's hard to say if it was the threat of being knocked out of the Vainglory 8 or Mouse's sub Scorpy Bro stepping up, but Game 2 was a similar story, as Scorpy Bro got Blackfeather for the second time and his second win.
Is he going to fall? He has to at some point. He ends up going down, tried to reposition, just did not work. Great Khali in the back line as well, single-handedly taking care of Lane King.
Up 2-0 going into Game 3, Mouse put on a clinic, drafting Adagio, Rona, Arden, and punishing the aggressive tendencies out of Late Cobra's composition, ultimately taking the win without losing a single turret, securing the series 3-0 and defending their place in the Vainglory 8.
Absolutely definitive series.
The most clear-cut series we've had in the challenge battles for Europe.
At the end of the day, the final results were Rising Lotus defending their place in the Vainglory 8, beating Lemon and Lime 3-1. Denial Esports dropping their Vainglory 8 place in an epic series as Fluffy Chickens rose to the occasion to take the win 3-2, as well as the 3 points that Denial earned in Split 1 of Vainglory 8. And lastly, a reinvigorated Mouse Sports reminded us of why they are in the Vainglory 8, as they knocked off Late Cobras 3-0, potentially building some momentum for themselves heading into Split 2. So welcome Fluffy Chickens to Vainglory 8 and prepare yourselves as these players are coming in with massive experience and the ability to take down top teams. This has been your Challenge Battles review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Chains were too hard to bear. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away. If only it were true. now that I've been long gone. Have you missed me at all? The road home shatters and I feel the pressure of direction taking over me. If I'm moving through space in an endless night, it's you that set me free. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away. If only it were true. I believe that the waves won't take me down when I'm not alone. I cannot come back this time. I'm not coming
And welcome to the European Challenge Battles review. In this video, we're going to have a look at the Split 1 Challenge Battles to see how things shook out and see what this means moving forward. The three Challenger Series teams were Lemon and Lime, Fluffy Chickens, and Late Cobras. The three Vainglory 8 teams were Rising Lotus, Denial Esports, and Mouse Sports. Our first series of the day was Rising Lotus versus first place Challenger Series team Lemon and Lime. Lemon and Lime chose Rising Lotus as their opponent in the hopes of acquiring the delicious 8 points that Lotus were sitting on at the end of Split 1. Game 1 was solidly Lemon and Lime as they picked Rising Lotus apart.
Strong, and NFL just takes them off the face of the fold.
Lemon and Lime took Game 1, but woke a sleeping giant, as in Game 2, Rising Lotus came back with incredible gameplay, utilizing a Crystal Power Sky to punish Apfel's Rona.
Double kill comes through. We're just doing an absolute ton of work right now. Rose offensive over the wall. He is going to be able to chase down Apfel. He's doing a lot of damage back though, but he is going to get taken out eventually.
Game 3 was close, but decisive late-game teamfighting gave Lotus the edge they needed, as they took the ace with Kraken bearing down on their Vein Crystal turrets, giving them just enough time to race Kraken and end the game.
Hell's Devils and Agony ends up falling, and now Apfel's in the 1v1, and Luer takes it. Rising
Up 2-1, going into Game 4, Rising Lotus pulled out the CP Ringo, countering the Vox from Mr. K-Cool. However, even with this counter pick, it took 34 minutes before the final fight was won by Lotus to secure them the game, the series, and their place in the Vainglory 8.
series, if they can just end the game, and I think they can. They've only need to kill 3 turrets, and they've got the ace buff. Tasty.
The second series for the European Challenge Battles was Denial Esports vs Fluffy Chickens, a true barn burner, going the full distance and pushing both teams to their limits. Game 1, Fluffy Chickens came out strong, showcasing their past competitive experience as Ponchik, Aeon, and Ryu Rin utilized an Ozo Lance Vox composition to full effect.
Aeon, he's going to find another mark as well. Tesfaye did fall in the back.
Game 2, Fluffy Chickens drafted a Celeste for Ponchik, which he used to bully Tesfaye's Vox, punishing Vox's short range and eventually securing the win with incredibly clean team fighting.
To just snare them up, Bastion's in a lot of trouble, but he's not the man they want to go for. Tesfaye is going to get chased down, he's going to get hacked down. Aeon is looking for Bastion here, Bastion is going to fall as well.
Game 3 of the series was flipped on its head as Ozo was picked again, but this time went to Denial Esports. Paired with Fortress and Blackfeather, there was no hope for Ponchik's Ringo, as Rio Rin's Flicker could not provide enough defensive capability.
For Denial, can Aeon do it? Can he pull through for the likes of, oh my goodness.
Game 4 was a back-and-forth battle that eventually went the way of Denial, with their mass-sustained composition of Adagio, Petal, and a life-stealing Vox build.
Members alone and stranded is Aeon right now, and I think that's going to be game. You're right, Tasty. There's no way.
Going into Game 5, everything was on the line. With high stakes and incredible pressure, Fluffy Chicken stepped up, knocking Denial Esports out of the Vainglory 8, and claiming not only their place in the Vainglory 8, but also the 3 points that Denial were sitting on.
Crucible off.
I'm the Doom is going to be the next target. He just melts.
Our third Challenge Battles matchup of the day was Mouse Sports vs Late Cobras. Going into this series, it felt hard to predict who would come out on top. By the end of the series, I would feel quite silly for doubting the legends that are Great Khali and Emmer King.
Ends up starting that one. Scorpion Bro picks up one, he picks up the second, and Mouse Sports really taking off now. Greymaker activates his Termination Protocol, does get the immortal, he's going to jump onto Scorpion Bro, but no damage is there to follow up. Scorpion Bro will probably secure this triple kill for himself.
It's hard to say if it was the threat of being knocked out of the Vainglory 8 or Mouse's sub Scorpy Bro stepping up, but Game 2 was a similar story, as Scorpy Bro got Black Feather for the second time and his second win.
Greymaker, is he going to fall? He has to at some point. He ends up going down, tried to reposition, just did not work. Great Khali in the back line as well, single-handedly taking care of Lane King.
Up 2-0 going into Game 3, Mouse put on a clinic, drafting Adagio Rona Arden and punishing the aggressive tendencies out of Late Cobra's composition, ultimately taking the win without losing a single turret, securing the series 3-0 and defending their place in the Vainglory 8.
Absolutely definitive series.
The most clear-cut series we've had in the challenge battles for Europe.
At the end of the day, the final results were Rising Lotus defending their place in the Vainglory 8, beating Lemon and Lime 3-1, Denial Esports dropping their Vainglory 8 place in an epic series as Fluffy Chickens rose to the occasion to take the win 3-2, as well as the 3 points that Denial earned in Split 1 of Vainglory 8. And lastly, a reinvigorated Mouse Sports reminded us of why they are in the Vainglory 8, as they knocked off Late Cobra's 3-0, potentially building some momentum for themselves heading into Split 2. So welcome Fluffy Chickens to Vainglory 8 and prepare yourselves as these players are coming in with massive experience and the ability to take down top teams. This has been your Challenge Battles review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
It's a fire in love. It's a fire in love.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first week of Split 2 of the Vainglory 8 spring season. My name is Action Jackson, and I'm here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We have some more great games coming up for you guys. We've got new teams in the Vainglory 8 in both regions. It is going to be a very, very exciting split as the teams get ready for the Unified Championships. Let's actually have a look at how the schedule of the season is panning out, in case you guys missed it or are just joining us. We have 7 weeks total of Vainglory 8 play now. If you've been paying attention, we've already had 4 of those. We've got 3 more in this second split, and we've also had the first of our 2 challenge battles as well. There's more Challenger Series going on during the week currently to figure out who's going to be playing in the next challenge battles, but this is all building up to the one Unified Live Championship happening at the end of this split. And in fact, it is going to be happening in London between May 19th and 21st. A very cool event. We're looking forward to being there. It's going to be hosted by Fnatic at the O2 in London. Really awesome venue as well.
I'm looking forward to getting there. I've heard so much about the O2. I've seen so many other events happening at the O2. Not even just esports, just music, concerts, plays, all sorts of stuff. Can't wait to be there.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool. And of course, Sweet J, you're going to be joining us too. You excited?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I love London, as I said. I've been there a few times, and I'm super excited to see, everyone again and friends and etc.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool. All right, let's refocus on what's happening in the second split of the Vainglory 8 by looking at the points that the teams have already gathered for themselves. In case you guys, again, missed what's been going on so far, a big difference between this year and last year is that points carry over between splits. So these point standings do matter because only the top 6 teams from either region will actually make it to the Unified Live Championship.
Yeah, the new teams coming in through the Challengers definitely going to have a bit of a rough go trying to earn enough points to get to those live championships, but that's where everyone wants to be. That's the goal for all these teams from the start.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And in terms of the schedule that we have for today, we have some great games coming up. Let's go ahead and break those down for you. First up, Fnatic versus Cyclone. Then Rising Lotus versus Team Secret. We've got Fluffy Chickens, a team who just came up through the challenge battles against SK Gaming. And off stream, we're going to have Mouse Sports versus G2 Esports. Sweet J, which match are you looking most forward to from Europe today?
Yeah, I'm excited for the SK versus Fluffy Chickens, because Fluffy Chickens is a challenger team. But actually, the most match I'm excited for is Fnatic versus Cyclone, because both these teams are consistently inconsistent. Fnatic can be inconsistent match to match, and Cyclone can be inconsistent minute to minute within the match. So it'll be very interesting to see these two teams play it out and see who's going to come on top.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting bunch of games. And let's have a look at the brackets. This is the last thing we got to show you before we really kick things off here. You can see in Group A this week, we have Team Secret, Rising Lotus, SK Gaming, and Fluffy Chickens. In Group B, Fnatic, Cyclone, Mouse Sports, and G2 Esports. Bacon, these brackets could have big implications later on down the line.
Absolutely. There are 4 teams in both regions that could potentially punch their ticket to the live championships this week alone, depending on how they do and how other teams in the region do as well. So things are definitely heating up as we come down the stretch.
Absolutely, and our first matchup of the day, as we mentioned just a second ago, is going to be Cyclone versus Fnatic. Now, as Sweet J was saying, both of these teams have had somewhat inconsistent performances, but the big difference has got to be that Cyclone has been more consistent week to week. They did finish tied for first place in Europe. Let's have a look at their roster now. We've got PT Lamb, Waldemar, Radha with the sub Bastion and Red Action. Bastion, of course, the notable addition here.
Yeah, and Passion coming over from Denial after they were dropped out of the Vainglory 8. And this is a team that they've been so inconsistent in terms of their roster. Like, every week we don't know who's actually going to be starting for them. Now you add Bastion to the mix. That's another potential starter. It's going to be really interesting to see where they decide to go.
Very true. Let's have a look at the opponents for Cyclone. It is Fnatic, Net Toilette, Tetno JJ, Palmatoro, and Carl.
Yeah, Fnatic has been inconsistent, but week to week they've gotten so much better with draft especially. And I think that once they get the right draft and they execute their composition, they can be a team that can beat Cyclone.
All right, so we're going to have draft coming up fairly soon. Before we get into draft, we got to talk about the fact that we're on a new update. That means we should be expecting to see different things from these teams. Cyclone, especially, a team that is very experimental. They brought out the Jewel at the beginning of spring season, which no one else was playing yet. What can we maybe expect to see different heading into this tournament?
Yeah, Cyclone especially, I think they're going to bring out some different things here. They played CP Fortress against Team Secret and actually won that matchup last time they faced. So it'd be very interesting to see what Cyclone's going to pull out. But I think Grumpjaw, I would love to see Grumpjaw in this meta come out. Some Gwen potentially with the Tension Bow build with Tension Bow's buff. So very interesting to see how EU meta is going to play out here.
Yeah, for me, on the new patch, whenever we switch patches, the first week or so is usually very similar to the end of the previous patch. You know, teams aren't really necessarily willing to go full-on experimental just yet. But, you know, so I still expect to see a lot of Adagio and Lyra, at least here in week number 1, but you never know. Teams could decide, hey, you know what, we're up in the top of the standings right now. Let's try and just pull something out.
Yeah, and I think for EU, Adagio, Fort are usually the top bans on each side. Lyra and Lance getting a lot of attention, either being banned or picked first. And each team has a separate preference. Some teams prefer Lyra, like Fnatic does. And some teams prefer Lance, like Cyclone does, because PT Lamb loves to be on his Lance. So
especially with Bastion. Bastion loves Lance as well. Bringing him in could also be a big Lance pickup.
By the way, guys, if you're watching that bonus time tick down and wondering what was going on, we did have to restart the draft real quick. And a notable difference from last split, which we got to talk about, the time per pick has been reduced to 20 seconds, and the bonus time has been reduced to 60. Now, we were experiencing really long drafts on the last tournament, so we figured we'd try something a bit different, lower it a little bit. This is more like what maybe you'll eventually see in-game, you know, because obviously if you're just playing a solo queue game, you don't want 90 seconds of bonus time. So we want to make sure there's some parity here. Cyclone are still using some of that bonus time already, though.
Yeah, and those changes, just to add on to that, are also, you know, the pro players are involved in that discussion when these changes are made. So it's using their feedback as well as the feedback from just what we've seen in terms of, like, the viewers. And, you know, we've seen you guys aren't necessarily happy with having the full 90 seconds of bonus time. So looks like there are some issues still.
Yeah, we're going to come back to the desk, talk about the draft a little bit more before we kick things off as the teams get ready to go in this first game of the split. Let's talk about the meta a little bit more. We were talking about some of the picks we might say.
Yeah, I want to see if Kestra's going to be a top priority. She is strong into certain composition. Is Samuel also going to be a top mid pick that they like to draft in the second phase of the draft? And is Fnatic going to be able to play Taka and into Cyclone's picks here? So let's see what's going to play. Oh, as expected, Fortress will be a ban. It's going to be a Adagio or Lyra on this B side here because both those compositions are pretty strong with the flexibility that Adagio and Lyra give. So I think Fnatic will probably ban Lyra or Adagio, but I'm thinking they'll ban Lyra because they prefer Lyra or keep it open for them to draft it. Okay, so they ban Lance to Cyclone because Cyclone has played a lot of Lance actually, PT Lamb and Bastion on that Lance. So I think Cyclone will take Adagio and Fnatic will take Lyra because Fnatic prefers the Lyra pedal combination pretty often.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Vox.
And Vox is actually interesting because it was Fnatic. I was looking at who these teams had played the most. Vox was one of Fnatic's most popular picks. And so Cyclone maybe taking this away from Fnatic a bit. It's also going to be really fun to see what the build path is. Because with this new patch, the weapon item changes, the attack speed changes. It's no longer necessarily going to be that breaking point double monocle we always saw.
Yeah, the pedal ban is interesting because Fnatic likes to play pedal, but I guess into a Vox might be tougher because the Vox can go CP, and I'm just waiting for somebody to play CP Vox and pedal because it works so well. I think the Vox in this situation makes sense because he actually excels on the Serpent Shiv breaking point build, which is actually really popular in EU and sometimes in NA, because I've seen it in the challenger battles in EU. So let's see what Cyclone's gonna ban. I think they might look at a glaive ban here potentially, or Cruel ban. Okay.
Kroll is a hero that I've been really keeping my eye on heading into this update, given the fact that Shiv was nerfed less to accommodate for the bug that was previously in with weapon speed. It seemed like it was going to be strong. It has worked out that way to an extent. Fnatic, they actually pick up a Samuel for their second pick here.
Yeah, so again, this is what Sweet was expecting to see. Samuel is still very strong. It doesn't have the best win rate, but that was on patch 2.2. We'll see if it's a little bit better for him on 2.3. Glaive gonna come through, and I'm actually interested in the Glaive pick because this is a pick that Cyclone banned 12 times last split and only played 3 times. So they did not really put much priority on playing this pick. Maybe now that they've switched things up, they want it more.
Yeah, great call, Tasty. And I think Fnatic here probably going to take Gwen potentially, because Gwen is actually decent into Vox or Ringo here. Will probably be their best options. But I'm feeling that they might try the Gwen if they are update on the meta. So let's see how this draft is going to play out. I like the Adagio with Glaive, because that's going to be a weapon Glaive, I'm assuming, with an Adagio support, which will allow Glaive to jump in, put someone out of position, and get
So
the
are you
heal
then
and et cetera.
expecting it to be a Crystal Vox?
No.
You'd expect like Aftershock Glaive or something?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So talking about Fnatic again for a second, though, and sort of forecasting their pick, if they went for, well, they do go for the Gwen, how is this composition going to pan out as a whole? What's the game plan here for them?
Yeah, so Fnatic, they once they get Tension Bow on Gwen, they're gonna push the early game advantage. Samuel gets Frostburn. Once their two carriers get T3 items, Lyra has the Fountain. Then they're gonna push that early game advantage. Cyclone needs to get picks in lane, needs to gank Gwen, but it might be a little hard since she's very mobile with this Kadado, so she can actually avoid an afterburn if timed correctly. So it'd be very interesting to see how they're gonna be able to gank and minimize Gwen's power spike once she gets that Tension Bow.
Yeah, that's a good point. And regarding the composition from Cyclone Bacon, I mean, Adagio, this is a hero that was nerfed a little bit coming into the update. It had a very ridiculously strong appearance rate, actually, on the previous
100%.
update. So now, I mean, we're kicking things off into style for Adagio.
100%
He's still
still.
100%. Do you think that it makes sense here? Do you think, even given the nerfs?
I think it definitely still makes sense, you know, especially if your opponent has Lyra and you can get Adagio. Just having the healer available is still such a strong aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. And healing compositions are still very good, but Shiv is better now. Do you think that over the course of this update we might see heal comps reduce in popularity a little bit because of the availability of Mortal Wounds?
It depends on who's going to be playing it. Like, if you're going to ban away the Kroll, ban away Blackfeather, that severely limits the options of heroes that can pick up a Poison Shiv effectively.
That's a good point. So, knowing these two teams, and by the way, I'm having a look across, it is going to be Bashan, one of the substitute players for Cyclone, playing in the captain position. Do you think that Cyclone or Fnatic has the edge heading into game number 1 here?
Compositionally, I'm going to lean towards Fnatic because they have such a strong early game, and if they can just poke and harass and just win that early game, they should be able to carry it through the end of the game.
Yeah, I'm also rooting for Fnatic. And when they draft, they actually counter-draft their specific opponents, so their draft strategy changes depending on the teams they face against. And I like their composition here because of Gwen's Tension Bow burst. They can overcome a Vox that builds Serpent Shiv early.
Oh, so like he won't be able to actually sustain through the fights because of the amount of bursts that Gwen has?
Exactly.
Got ya. Okay. Well, it's going to be interesting to see which one of these teams comes out on top. Sweet J, this was your match of the day, your pick to watch. So we're going to be starting with an important one. Both these teams need the points quite badly as the Unified Championships are just around the corner. We're on to the Halcyon Fold, ladies and gentlemen. So let's hand it on over to our shoutcasters. We've got Dalcy and Excoundrel.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Vainglory 8. It's Split 2 and I'm excited Excoundrel 2.3 and 2 teams to kick it off who are fighting for that first spot.
And Palmatoro back to his 2.2 roots, obviously one of the biggest players of Samuel in the European scene. The brawl going down around this Elder trio in the middle, but it's a very strong composition for Fnatic early on. Samuel actually pretty strong at level 1. So I think Cyclone going to have to potentially be a bit careful.
They want to go for this. Radhar's gone straight on in, but can he sustain? No, he's just going to get taken on down. First blood straight over to Fnatic, and they're not done yet as Techno JJ going to lead the charge on this Gwen. Looking for more. He's got that buckshot available in 4 seconds, but right now they're just trying to steal away the creep, steal away the jungle, and they will do so successfully. There's the slow. Fnatic diving in forward. They got the speed from the Imperial Sigil, but here comes Radhar. He's back on up. The death timers, they are non-existent at this time. Can Fnatic correct? They've got a great composition to do so. Waldemar will be taken on down. Another kill goes Fnatic's way. Radhar in trouble. He's going to have to look to afterburn away. Doesn't have it available, unfortunately. But wow, what a strong start for Fnatic.
Yeah, but they had a really good level 1 composition. You've got Gwen, excellent at level 1 with the buckshot and her heroic perk. Palmatorio on Samuel, one of the best early game junglers due to the corrupted genius and how much damage you can put out with Malice and Verdict. And the problem with a glaive is, well, no. There you go. It's once the afterburn's down, it's like 20 seconds cooldown, although JJ could be caught up.
He's not. He's got his team to back up, and actually they're just going to turn straight onto Radhar here. Unfortunately, it's only net 2 left, but one more auto attack would secure the kill, and Palmatoro, he's just knocking down Bastion, the new player for Cyclone, or he's going to be taken on down as well. A solid 3-0 start. Everyone from Cyclone sharing the brunt of the deaths there, and Fnatic, wow. They could have been hoped for a better start. 1,500 gold! No, just 1,000 at level 1. Techno JJ, though, it's not done yet, Scoundrel. You're not going to get a word in today, but Waldemar, you might just fit on more you can chew. This new Cyclone roster, it's savage, but Fnatic are just eating it up.
Yeah, and you say funny thing about Bastion, it actually feels like this is a return for Bastion, because the origins of the Cyclone roster kind of come from Snow Avalanche, and that's where Bastion and Voldemar obviously both have spent time on the Snow organizations, so this is kind of almost, for me, it feels like a return for Bastion. But for Fnatic, I mean, for me, why would Cyclone try and fight consistently like that? You know, you have a very low HP glaive, the afterburn cooldown is so high. If you don't get an afterburn into a Gift of Fire, which is kind of the combo I guess you're looking for, you actually just have to kind of disengage. But Fnatic, they had a great level 1, they pushed the issue. Lyra's heal, obviously very strong, and the early game for both the movement speed and the amount of heal that it gives you. So, I don't know, I think Fnatic used their advantage. They had that very strong early composition. I just think Cyclone may be overstepped. I don't think they could beat them at this stage in the game, and they've given themselves a bit of a hill to climb to get back in.
Speak of a hill, it's a 2,000 gold deficit at this 3-minute mark for Fnatic. You know, these guys have been in London, they've been boot camping as a team at the Fnatic bunker, which, you know, you guys can go check out if you want on the 6th of May. Halcyon gatherings going on in London. Should be a lot of fun. But, you know, these guys have been boot camping in a house together and just playing with each other. And you can see it's starting to reflect these guys. They seem to be on the same page. The early game, well, they just nailed it. Now they've got this huge gold swing in their advantage. And really, Cyclone, they're going to be desperate to try and bring themselves back in.
Yeah, I think Fnatic played this well just because, you know, they abused the fact that realistically, at this early point in the game, there's very little that Cyclone could do to duel them. Realistically, the combo that Cyclone had is afterburn into range of Gift of Fire, land those big basic attacks, and actually burn someone down. But Fnatic had the range advantage, they had the power advantage, and they had that healing advantage. You know, realistically, you'd say that maybe Lyra's heal at level 1 is a little bit more versatile than Adagio's heal because of the movement speed bonus and sort of, you know, applying it to multiple members. So I think Fnatic just abused the fact that they had a very strong early jungle in the form of this Samuel. And actually, Cyclone, I think, just took a bad fight, and Fnatic are really capitalizing on it right now, putting pressure onto this turret. They've sieged almost half HP at 4 minutes 30 into the game. You can see the work that Palmatoro is doing. He's not even going back to his own jungle to farm right now, Dalsy. He is far more interested in landing Malice and Verdicts and Corrupted Genius and giving them time to take this structure down.
Yeah, you're going to see Techno JJ build towards that tension bow. Has been popularized here in 2.3 as a great starting item for Gwen because it gives you so much early game presence. And currently Fnatic, well, they've got the early game wrapped up. Radhar has to walk away. He doesn't even get the chance. Sent back to base in a swift motion there by Palmatoro. It looks like this turret's going to go down any second as Fnatic take the killing blow. Netolet's tanking it up. Will go very low for his efforts, but he survives just about. At 5 minutes, Fnatic with a 3,000 gold lead.
This has been a 3-man lane for the last 2.5 minutes, and Fnatic had one very clear goal in mind, and that was utilize that range advantage that they had and siege onto that structure, siege onto that turret with that Malice and Verdict, and obviously with the buckshot wherever they could. And like you said, Tension Bow coming out on Gwen. A lot of people might be thinking, why Tension Bow? Well, it got a slight buff in the last update. The flat armor PS kind of went up, and like you said, Dowsy is very good combining with her passive, which scales off weapon power, to just have a big, hard-hitting blow right at the start. Very good at bursting squishy targets, very good at dealing with something like a Vox as well. So don't be surprised to see her now follow this up with a Sorrow Blade. And often you might actually see her then go Breaking Point as her last item, which is something a little bit interesting. But realistically with Gwen, you want to get a lot of big damage down with your first basic attack, and that's what she can do with this Tension Bow going into a Sorrow Blade.
I've been really impressed by Palmatoro so far at Scoundrel. You know, he has spent so much time in the lane here, but look at the CS, double that of Radha at 30 to 15. And Techno JJ, well, he may just be even with Oldemar, a slight lead. But the Fnatic guys are just continuously putting the pressure on. At 6.5, they're going to look to take this Crystal Sentry away. Radha, he's trying to rotate to give it a bit of presence, but it's going to be either Cyclone looking for a flank, looking for a fight. Yeah, they are. They're going to go straight on in. This is risky, but they're onto Palmatoro. He's going very low. Oblivion going to stop them from charging forward. Fnatic, they have the space, but they're not going to continue the fight. They just decide to disengage. Cyclone, they saw a window of opportunity, but they weren't able to execute.
The problem is you've got kind of confronting or sort of a polar opposite ideas. You want to have this Glaive setting up fights, but you don't want to set up fights against this Fnatic squad right now. They are going to potentially lose out on this gold mine because the Storm Crown is there for Radha that will allow him to take it very quickly. They did try to get a steal there, but it was a decent pickup of payout. But then you have this this Vox who, Vox takes a little while to hit a big, hard-hitting weapon power build. Just going with the Sorrow Blade first, obviously we're seeing the stray away from the Breaking Point build with the double Tyrant's monocle that we often used to see, but this kind of gives him a little bit more early game, but because of Vox's range, he needs to get those points in his A ability to be able to kite. The Breaking Point that you build into the build often gives him the ability to stack up during a team fight and then turn around when he needs to, so the problem with Vox is just a regular weapon power carry with just a Sorrow Blade is that range disadvantages makes him pretty hard to make work in the early game.
Yeah, no, they are just storming ahead, mentioned that they've been boot camping, but Fnatic, they look like an entirely new roster. They were already fairly strong up there in the rosters, have made their deep runs, but right now, they're just executing so well. They need to keep the presence up, because Cyclone, they would love to come back into this matchup. But even if they do Scoundrel, yes, Fox has great late game, but so does Samuel. I would be very surprised if Cyclone could claw themselves into this game.
Yeah, Samuel's got a decent late game. It will potentially struggle against the cooldown Glaive if it gets that far, because obviously with cooldown Glaive, particularly good against fairly mobile targets because he can consistently afterburn in a team fight. You would always pick CP Glaive sometimes into things like Vox because obviously they're going to be using this Sonic Zoom to dash around and kite, but then Glaive every 6 seconds or so is going to afterburn, and reposition you over and over again. So it's a good way of repositioning highly mobile targets, and you would often consider Samuel as a fairly highly mobile target because of the sort of the weird burst of movement speed that he gets from his Malice and Verdict, and obviously pretty good against Gwen as well. Once you stop that first one from the skedaddle, you can then follow it up again, and she obviously won't have that on cooldown. So it's about getting to that position in the game right now for Cyclone, but Fnatic are starving them. They are literally wringing out every ounce of gold on that Cyclone side of the map. And you talked about the CS. Now it's almost 3 times for Palmatoro. It's very difficult, I think, for Radha right now.
Yeah, not only that, Fnatic, they're investing gold into infusion, so if a fight do break out, not only are they ahead with their power, but they'll be even more so. And they've found Bastion, they're going to look for the kill here as the Aces High hits onto Radha. Bright Bulwark to make sure he can't re-engage. That's going to be them charging on down the lane. They don't find a kill, but what they do here at Scoundrel, yes, I said do, they're going to look to try and find a turret for themselves.
Yeah, they are going to try and push on to this next structure. They have the minions there. The shield has dropped. This should be an easy siege for Fnatic, and their game plan has worked out really well. A lot of people sometimes struggle with making a tension bow work for the Gwen, finding the right opportunity. It looks like Cyclone are going to try and go for a fight, but oh my word, Radha.
So much damage is coming straight on out of Techno JJ Palmatoro as they group up, start laying down the hurt. They have to be careful here, Fnatic. You can see them kind of making a bit of a dance in this corridor because this is exactly where Vox wants to fight. This is exactly where the Glaive wants to fight so he can stun you into a wall. But Fnatic will fall back. They're going to get more vision for themselves. 5 scout traps invested there from net to let. They're going to start laying down the hurt. Even Harvest here for Palmatoro. He's going to heal straight on up, especially with the Drifting Dark. And Cyclone, well, they're going to get caught in a triple buckshot. There's the Oblivion. That's going to put Radha asleep. And Cyclone are just going to get annihilated. Bastion tries to buy the space, but he's going to lose his life. 10, 50, and another Crystal Sentry for Fnatic. They are up by so much gold right now. 6,000, and they can take this gold miner to increase it even more.
Look at the damage Techno JJ does with this build. Obviously now picking up the attack speed at the end, probably working towards a breaking point with that. It's insane how much the heroic perk from Gwen can do when she hits a squishy target. And look, you know, if you get one basic attack on Voldemar, he has got no investment into armor. And there's only a light armor on Radha. That is going to be hurting right now. Techno JJ will be doing some serious work on this Gwen. As well as the fact, because, you know, the rest of the Cyclone roster is so starved of gold right now, they are finding it very difficult to even know where to itemize defensively. You know, are they worried about Palmatoro, who has now got almost 3 CP items? Or are they more worried about Techno JJ? It's such a difficult decision-making process for them. And it's all because Fnatic have starved them from that gold to be even able to make that decision. Waldemar's saying, I need more damage. He's going to go for an infusion here. And I think I kind of agree with him. Like, I think that the ethos here should be try and burst quicker than you can get burst. But you're going up against people who have invested in defense. There's a coat of plates for Techno JJ who gets knocked out.
Yeah, that's going to be Techno JJ knocked straight into Waldemar. Waldemar's trying to find the kill. Ace's high lands onto Radha. The Oblivion going to buy space as Radha has to disengage without using his Afterburn. The Aftershock just completed there. It was a bit of a spike in damage for Cyclone, but once more, Fnatic, they just play their game so well. They go, right, well, you got us caught out. You got us with a bit of an item power spike for you, so we just disengage. We got a Lyra. We're going to heal on up, and next time you try and fight us, we'll be ready.
So we are just finding out as we go on a little bit more about the Cyclone roster, and you know, they've had Bashin come in as a sub here. I think PT Lamb is unavailable to play this particular week, so I don't think it's a direct sub out for PT Lamb, but obviously I think the Cyclone roster have had experience with Bashin. They know what kind of skill level that he's got, and they've said actually we think that it was worth the risk to put him in the roster because of the raw skill that we think that he has as a player. Hasn't worked out for them so far, Dalsy, though. Definitely struggled. They're going to try and go in again, Radha, but to no avail right now. Even though he's got that 2-item spike, they're taking so much damage.
Yeah, Radha, he only has tier 1 armor, tier 1 shielding, and so Fnatic, they're just able to just poop all over him. It's just so much damage coming out, and Waldemar, he's trying to be aggressive here, but what can he do?
I'll remember that one forever. I'm just going to... Did you say poop all over him?
I may have done. I said doo-doo and poop. There's a bit of a theme. Bit of a theme appearing here at Scoundrel.
I'm going to remember that descriptive language for when I'm doing Vainglory, and I'm beating someone, which doesn't happen very often, and I'm going to say I'm pooping.
It's because you have me on your team.
You're a good Idris.
I appreciate
Not a good
it.
CP
It's going to be
job, but a good Idris.
We won't talk about our Castle Trio games at Scoundrel. Not yet. Not until we're in the VGO and fighting for that challenge battles at the end of the split. Well, Radha, he's trying his best to get some farm for himself. He will successfully take away that Treant, but this turret is also going to be taken away by Fnatic. Ace is high, it connects onto Radha. They're looking for a fight here, Cyclone, and they may have just found the damage. No, Waldemar gets bursted. That's going to be Bashin falling as well, as Nectalet aggresses onto Radha. Won't be able to stop him from afterburning, but they got themselves 2 kills there at Scoundrel. Once more, they've broken the base at 14 minutes, and 9-0 standing right now, and almost that 10,000 gold lead as well.
Absolutely steamrollering Cyclone right now. Fnatic have found their mojo. When this roster came together, for the start of the split, last split, we said, oh, this is going to be a good roster. And I'll be honest, it was disappointing from time to time. Some of the plays, some of the games were slightly disappointing, I think, given the hype that we generated for them. But Fnatic have said, split 2, starting, obviously the live championships are on our home turf. There is absolutely no way we are not making it to those live finals, and they are playing like they mean it.
Certainly are. You know, they're currently sitting in 5th position on the standings, but with a win over Cyclone, they progress over into day 2. Cyclone, who's sitting 1st in the standings, will absolutely lose their place in 1st. They may even drop down to 3rd, even 4th, depending on how the games plays out. So a huge game for Cyclone, as they're going to be losing so much positional advantage. And Fnatic, well, they're going to just start jumping, leapfrogging their way up, especially if they can make it to the finals. So great play so far from Fnatic. You can see that this boot camp has done wonders for them. And Cyclone bringing Bashin into the roster, well, Maybe it's just cold feet. Maybe it's just because it's new. They haven't been able to scrim properly. You know, I did hear some rumblings about perhaps Bastion not having the ability to voice comm during games, but maybe that's been fixed now. We'll have to see as this Kraken's starting to up, but Fnatic going to disengage it. Cyclone are here, a huge spike of damage, but that's going to be Techno JJ knocked straight into the fight. He gets away, Aces High disengages, and a pause during the middle of the team fight,
Oh,
Scoundrel.
God, no. Oh, that's tough.
That is tough.
I mean, let's look at this from a team fight standpoint for both teams right now. What is it that Cyclone need to do, and what is it that Fnatic are doing that makes it, you know, them do so well? Obviously, they've got a lot of burst in the form of this Gwen build. It's all centered around Heroic Perk. You get that big hitting basic attack, and you kind of follow on from there. You combo that with the slow of the Samuel and the kind of the damage that comes out from him from the Malice and Verdict. You've got the perfect combination to deal with the likes of an Adagio or a Vox if they overstep or even get into range of you. So you can see how Fnatic are trying to brew this. And they stop the afterburn, obviously, for the most part, with their Crucibles, their Reflex Blocks, and also the Bright Bulwark from Lyra. So they've got great protection for this double range, double squishy, by the way, composition coming out from Fnatic. And you can kind of see what Cyclone are trying to achieve, right? If they can reposition one of their targets with the build that Voldemar has gone. He's not gone the Serpent's Mask build that we've seen a lot of Voxes do over the last week during Update 2.3. They're trying to get one of those squishies into position to burst with this Vox, and then they worry about the rest of them afterwards. But I think Radha's having a really difficult time right now, Dowsey, trying to find a good afterburn. He's going in, not really getting the positioning, or even when he does get it, there isn't actually the burst there available. And then they all rush in and they walk straight into those big Malice and Verdicts and the damage coming out from Techno JG as well. So you can see what they're trying to achieve, Dowsey. They're just not quite getting there.
You know, this team composition, it reminds me of something that I've seen the Invincible Armada running. You know, I've been scouting them out on vgpro.gg, and, you know, they've just been doing so much work with this. Currently, Druid is, like, on a huge win streak without dying in the three-man queue that he's playing in. So this is like a composition that Invincible Armada are constantly bringing. This Samuel, this Gwen, perhaps the Lyra. Sometimes they go with an Adagio or an Arden, depending on what they're feeling like. But Fnatic, they've brought it here into EU, and we can see it on our screens. I don't think the viewers, unfortunately, can see it on their screens right now. But Cyclone, they've got a fountain about to hit them, but everyone is so low so far. Radha has like 200 HP. Waldemar has just over 200 HP. Pretty insane.
We're actually into the game, I believe, on my screen, and it looks like Fnatic have just taken down a Vein Crystal turret. So they've just taken that first turret from the Vein Crystal, and Kraken is available for them. They absolutely wiped the floor with Cyclone once they came back in. Bastion and Radha went down, and they chased Voldemar into the base. But it's just a burst. I mean, Gwen's doing like 400, 500 damage with her heroic perk basic attacks. And obviously then Palmatoro is providing this element of control to allow Gwen to consistently find her targets and reset those basic attacks. Obviously there is a cooldown for her big hitting basic attack. And what Palmatoro is providing is this big team fight control element where he slows the entire team down with Malice and Verdicts, and then Techno JJ basically for free is landing basic attacks on the targets that he needs to. But it looks like Cyclone want to fight, Dowsey. Are you in?
I am, and this is going to be huge for Cyclone, but they've lost Waldemar straight off the back, and Techno JJ still alive. 805, make that 905 as he finds another. Bastion, will he go down? He will for the triple kill. A solid 10-0-5, 4-0-10, 1-0-13. It's perfect, Scoundrel, out of Fnatic, as they're going to take this victory, this first game over Cyclone, with a huge 15-0, a huge 10k gold lead, a solid pre-18 match.
You see the charms coming through from Fnatic. Very happy with the win there, and I gotta be honest, I love these additions of charms to Vainglory. Definitely makes winning that much easier when you do it, and obviously makes losing that much saltier when your opponent does. But I mean, let's look at exactly what went wrong for Cyclone here, and I think it all happened at level 1. You had a composition that doesn't particularly duel well at level 1 compared to what Fnatic have brought to the table. Yet you still try to go offensive with the afterburn. Once you fail your afterburn as a glaive at level 1, you back out. That you have an almost 20-second cooldown on that ability. At level 1, there is absolutely nothing really that you can do against the double range composition, especially with a slow from the Lyra and a slow from the Gwen. You should just run away. Just go to your backs, be grateful if you can even get those, or just head to lane and try and rotate to the enemy's backs. they made the mistake of trying to fight early here, and I just don't think they had the composition that was designed to do that. They needed to hit certain item spikes, the 2-item spike on the Glaive, and obviously the 3-item spike on Voldemar. But they needed to hit those before I think they considered a proper team fight. But I think they just lost the snowball at level 1, and sometimes that happens.
Well, Suijay said that this was going to be his match of the week. I hope it lived up to the hype. Back over to the desk to break down that first game.
Wow, what a game one. We were talking about Cyclone being a little bit inconsistent. They were consistently 0-5-0, every member on that team. Solidarity, baby. But a struggle for them, for sure. Fnatic looking really good with their boot camp in London, paying dividends.
Absolutely. Come out of the gate swinging and never let up. That was just domination from the moment go. And we heard Excoundrel talking about it a bit here. We're going to focus on it a little bit as well. The early game. That was where this game was decided.
Yeah, let's actually just jump into a replay right now because you can see at level 1, the thing's already falling apart for Cyclone.
And this is where, again, that Glaive Afterburn didn't work out. You give up first blood. That's not that bad. Just start retreating. But then Fnatic just sticking around and Cyclone trying to make something happen into this level 1 composition.
Yeah, I mean, the real question here for me, Suijay, is why would you not want to do this to the extent that Cyclone didn't want to do this?
Yeah, because you're going against a Gwen with Tension Bow. It's going to rush Tension Bow. You gave up 4 kills in the first 3 minutes of the game, and then it's going to snowball from there. So what Cyclone needed to do is they need to recover from this mistake. And in a lot of the fights, if you guys watch, Vox always frontline. Glaive never went in there. Someone needs the support, or Glaive needs to take that Tension Bow proc, because Vox will get hit by the Buckshot Bonanza, which does a good amount of damage with Sword Blade and Tension Bow, then get hit by a Tension Bow shot, and he's already less than half health. And that happened multiple times in the fight, and then Fnatic would then engage really hard. And I felt like Cyclone needed to position better. Vox is outranged, so he needs to basically let his team go in, and then he should go in. So it's very interesting to see how Cyclone just played into Fnatic's win conditions and basically set themselves up for failure.
And the other thing is, from the way that early game went, it set Glaive so far behind. We were looking at 11.5 minutes in. Glaive had 20 CS and didn't have the aftershock completed. At the end of the game, like just for an idea of how far behind Cyclone got and how far ahead Fnatic was, that was at 11.5 minutes. The game went 18 minutes, and Glaive finished with 28 CS. He had 20 at 11.5.
Yeah, wow. And on top of that, Fnatic just played their power spike so well, getting an early turret, pressuring lane really well, rotating into jungle, denying jungle, going for the sentry when they knew they were strong enough. Once they got their tier 3 item power spike with Fountain, they did exactly what was expected, and you can tell bootcamp is really paying off.
You can, and maybe it's going to keep paying off in the series, but we have talked about Cyclone, how they kind of have these moments where they show up suddenly, so maybe they will in game number 2. We are off the marks here with the first ban, Fnatic taking away Fortress. What's Cyclone going to answer?
Yeah, Fortress pretty much, I would be very surprised if we get to see Fortress played at all here today. It's such a strong pick. And I mean, one of the I can't for life of me remember who it was that said it on Twitter, but the issue with Fortress is you get so much damage for so little actual skill being needed to play the hero. Like there's so little mechanics involved with Fortress, but you still get so much out of the pick. So I think that's one of the main reasons we're not going to be seeing it.
Yeah, this is interesting. The Adagio ban by Cyclone. Fnatic has been so successful with Lyra, so I don't know why they don't just take that Lyra away. Fnatic is extremely comfortable with Lyra. They played that so many times in the last match, the weeks prior. It was interesting that Cyclone has given Fnatic Lyra. I think they should definitely take Lance and ban Gwen here and not give them that Gwen composition, or take Gwen away, hopefully.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do. It's going to be the Kroll ban. Kroll, I think, is going to be... A lot of people may be surprised by how much emphasis we're going to have on Kroll.
I'm not surprised. I saw it coming.
Well, that's because you have to listen to me talk about Kroll all the time and how much I love this pick, especially on this patch with the Poison Shiv. It's so, so strong. Hopefully someone won't ban it, so we'll get to see just how strong and dominant the pick can be. But especially when you got Palmatoro sitting on the other side, you do not want to let that Kroll go through.
Yeah, I understand how strong Crow is very strong, like I said last week and etc. But however, you have Lance, and Lance counters Crow pretty well, so why even ban Crow is my opinion. And they are not taking the Gwen here. Gwen counters Kestro, so they're basically picking comfort picks here. Fnatic is probably going to pick Gwen and then Samuel again, potentially, and then they're going to have a really strong composition into Cyclone here.
Absolutely going for the comfort picks. The Kestrel, it was Cyclone's most picked hero in split number 1, but they're not going to be able to get their Samuel, which was it was literally their 3 most picked were Kestrel, Lance, and Samuel in that order. So
Kestrel really struggles into Gwen too. So is there much of a thought that needs to be placed on this last pick from Fnatic,
Not at
or is there
No.
something they're scared of if they pick it?
The thing with Tenchibo Gwen is like Kestra has one of the pretty low base health, early level and late game when she's level 12. So Tenchibo is very good against Kestrel. It'll force Kestra to buy defense, and Kestra is a hero that has to hypercarry and buy lots of offense. So this is a perfect pick into a Kestrel. So now Cyclone needs to pick probably something like a Glaive potentially to lock down and get someone out of position. But with Glaive, how they've been playing Glaive hasn't been the most consistent. So I don't know what they would want to pick here in this situation.
Skedaddle can really ruin a lot of this, plan that Cyclone kind of needs to put to play anyway.
not only that, we typically expect a weapon Kestrel, but with the Vox pickup, it could very well be a Crystal Kestrel. And I think that's an even bigger mistake going into a Gwen, because your whole strength is being invisible, and Gwen just doesn't care about that.
This is an interesting draft. I mean, what is the game plan for Cyclone? How do they execute on Kestrel, Vox, and Lance?
It looks to me like they're just trying to outdamage Fnatic. Like, that's the only thing I can really think of with the Kestrel, Vox, and Lance. Like, yeah, the Lance can be tanky, but it's all about the damage of the other two. And, I mean, it's going to be tough, but it is definitely doable. You just have to not give up 4 kills in the first 3 minutes, and then maybe you have a chance.
Yeah, I would like Vox to build straight burst, Sword Blade crit, breaking point, or even tornado trigger, and just burst down the people that Kestrel gets low. I don't think Poison Shift's the best in this situation, because if you get outbursted, your Poison Shift isn't going to do much.
And I guess Fnatic, I mean, this is deja vu. We just saw their comp. They're going to do the same kinds of
If it ain't
things.
broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, who do you guys think is going to take game number 2?
I can't vote against Fnatic after seeing the way they performed.
They're getting the exact same composition, and this is a very strong meta composition, not only in NA, but EU. I mean, not EU, but EA, actually. So I think Fnatic's going to take this away.
All right, let's find out who's going to take home game number 2. Fnatic making some big plays in game number 1. They've got the same composition this time. Let's pass it on over to Dalcianic Scoundrel.
Man, that's a ballsy move coming out of Cyclone to just allow Fnatic to have the exact same team composition as they did and dominated game 1 with Scoundrel. Cyclone, they've drafted a bit more range into their composition, but can it deal with it?
They got a better early game, that's for sure. CP Kestrel level 1 very strongly. You can see Fnatic not looking to push the boundaries this time, knowing that a Lance and CP Kestrel together early on can be devastating. But they're kind of playing an awkward game composition, in my opinion. You kind of want to peel for the Vox, but realistically with the CP Kestrel, you're playing a ranged game against a ranged composition from Fnatic, so it's all going to be about who can actually land their poke better. And then if Cyclone can land their poke, which obviously CP Kestrel could be devastating if she does, you're then playing around the Lance and the Vox to try and find those burst kills. Like Suijay was saying, Radha's going to do the work from ranged, and then it will be up to Bastion and Voldemar to be able to single out targets and actually find the kills. And it was also a good ranged siege composition with the CP Kestrel as well. So I actually think Fnatic won't be able to play the same level of game plan they did last time. They'll have to play it a little bit slower, which I think favors the Cyclone roster, because obviously CP Kestrel, you give her time to scale up, she becomes a bit of a monster.
Certainly does. Bastion, I think, is the big talking point on the Cyclone roster right now. Cyclone, they kind of worked out what was the huge, the winning formula. Rantha in the jungle, get PT Lamb into that roaming position. But at the moment, with PT Lamb not able to play this week, they have to bring in Bastion for it. And it's a bit of a concern for them. Are they able to have the same results with Bastion that they've been able to with PT Lamb in the previous weeks? Well, Bastion, he's on his Lance. He definitely favored it when he was playing for Denial. So, for Cyclone, a bit of a more stronger composition, definitely a composition that can deal with Fnatic, and without Fnatic getting that huge spike of gold at the beginning of the game, well, things are certainly on even footing.
Amatoro doing some good work here, though. I want to sort of touch on that Bastion point that you mentioned there. He is a very strong Lance player. I think out of all of the heroes that I've seen him play across his career, definitely been very impressed with his Lance. Taking a lot of punishment here now. The Fnatic range is really starting to come into play. I do worry that Fnatic, apart from maybe Palmatoro, they don't have too many ways specifically to deal with a Kestrel at a very long range. That's the only thing I'm worried about, potentially. Yes, obviously Gwen can bring her out of her stealth. That is a given, but that's from Buckshot, which is Buckshot range. If you can keep, as you would on Radha, especially as you scale up, consistently moving around your active cam and making the Gwen guess where to throw the Buckshot, it might be difficult for them to actually be able to focus down Radha. I would like to see Netwellite potentially pick up a contraption here, because obviously one of the major weaknesses of a CP Kestrel is scout traps and flares and all that kind of stuff. Anything that can keep her revealed and stop her from finding flank positions is a very, very strong way of approaching a CP Kestrel game. So I think Netwellite, maybe after a Fountain, you might see a contraption come out.
Yeah, certainly a viable situation. We've actually seen it a lot in Challenger Series at Scoundrel. People opting for Contraption second item purely just for the cooldown reduction as well that comes from it. So, especially on a healer like Lyra, getting that Imperial Sigil off cooldown can certainly be good. But here comes Cyclone looking for perhaps an engage. No, they're going to get disengaged immediately by Fnatic. Netwellite just speeds on out of there like Flash. Now, for Cyclone a chance to clear the wave. A bit of damage onto Techno JJ as well. Actually going to force him to use his boots quite early on.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what a CP Kestrel will do when she is kind of unchecked. She will appear next to you, she'll slam massive hitting glimmer shots into you. And it's just so much damage in the early game. This is exactly what Cyclone needed to contest with Fnatic. And actually, like I said, I don't know, especially at this point in the game, how easy it will be for Fnatic to actually deal with this Kestrel. You know, she can probably sit there spamming glimmer shots from range for a large portion of this game and feel fairly untouched. And especially when she gets her Void Battery on board, you know, she'll give that energy regeneration over to herself. She'll be able to be even more consistent in terms of how much damage she can put out in these kind of situations. I am slightly worried for Fnatic, but then I'm also worried for Cyclone, right? To actually win the game, you either rely on Radha to do all the work for you, or Bastion and Voldemar have to start to find an aggressive position at some point. Obviously, one of the best combos in the game is landing an Impale and then just spamming glimmer shots on that impaled target. So we'll have to see whether Bastion and Voldemar actually find these kinds of team fights and these kinds of positions that they want. Because right now it's kind of Radha versus Fnatic. He's doing most of the work. You can see Voldemar and Bastion really struggling because they do have that big range disadvantage versus what Fnatic are bringing to the table.
Yeah, no, Bastion hasn't been able to go back and shop yet, so he's not near that point where Fountain comes online for Cyclone, and so much sustain is there for Fnatic to continue this siege. Radha will come up level 6 to try and put down a bit of poke, try and get someone. Might go for his ultimate, but there it is. Will not connect, unfortunately, onto Netwellite for Cyclone. And a much more solid game, I feel, out of Cyclone. I'm really interested to see how Waldemar itemizes on this Vox, because I think that's like the coolest thing about 2.3, especially for me at Scoundrel, is the 1,000,001 builds I've seen on Vox, and all of them seem so viable.
Yeah, I think, actually, I'm going to rephrase that. There are plenty of viable builds on every weapon power carrier. I think actually things have become a lot more situational, and people have varied their builds quite frequently. I mean, obviously Gwen has got this tension bow build, but you can still build her that classic Sorrow Blade, Breaking Point, whatever else you'd like to after that build. Ringo has been seeing a lot of variation as well. We've seen huge amounts of variation on the likes of the weapon power carries that are melee as well, you know, like Blackfeather and Glaive. So I think there's a lot of sort of overall variety for weapon power carries right now. But you're right, Vox definitely is the most varied. I mean, he's got plenty of options, and it looks like Voldemar is working towards a poison shift potentially.
Yeah, very possible. There's a great engage. That's going to be a lot of damage put onto Palmatoro. He takes that, wait for it to the face, silences him right up. Oblivion will come out. It's going to catch Radha, not the best target for Cyclone to be losing early on, but they're going to lose Bastion through the fountain. First blood goes Fnatic's way into Palmatoro's hands, and Cyclone, well, they're forced to fall back for now. Radha trying to lay down the damage. There's so much range available to Fnatic to throw it straight on back. It's a bit of a ballet trying to dodge out these skill shots. Currently, Fnatic just going to rotate down. Or not, they're going to actually pressure the wave here. Very interesting move from them.
Well, I think this is kind of what we saw Fnatic do last time. They took a small advantage, and now they're going to use their siege. They've got the Frostburn on Palmatoro, so obviously if he starts to slow somebody, they're going to take a lot of damage. And Radha being low on energy might be a good time for Fnatic to start put pressure down. You can see they are trying to put a lot of work into Radha here, who has now finished his Shatterglass, by the way. An interesting note, often you'll see CP Kestrels build up a lot of crystal bits before actually investing in a tier 3 item. Radha felt pretty comfortable to go straight for that Shattered Glass without having to invest in a huge amount of low sort of gold, I guess, investment crystal bits. So he's hit a pretty big spike early on here, and I'll probably head towards a Void Battery, and they'll work towards either another Shattered Glass, like we see some EU pros do, or he'll move towards something a little bit more conventional, maybe like a Broken Myth. We'll have to see.
Well, that's that poison shift coming through for Waldemar, like you mentioned, Scoundrel, and that's going to cut down the healing that Netolet can dish out if Waldemar can apply the Mortal Wounds to the entire roster of Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm a bit sort of in line with where Suijay was with this, by the way, as we have to be careful because it looks like they are trying to catch up Kestrel, but she will just get out of the way. It was a good scout trap locking up that stealth. We've got a fight, total fight here though.
Yeah, this is a 2 versus 3, but it looks like Cyclone have the damage. Here's a one-shot from behind. Palmatora can't hide. That's going to be the first kill. Techno JJ's running straight towards Radha. A second for Radha, and Waldemar looking for the third, but Netolet, he has his passage available. A 2 for none goes Cyclone's way, and actually what seemed like an impossible fight for Cyclone to make work based on how split they were, well, it actually played out in their advantage.
Perfect time to use your charms, and they didn't. Perfect time, Dalsy. That's
disappointed.
That's a misplay. That's a misplay. But I think actually that was great from. I'd say Fnatic went a little bit too hard on trying to single out the Kestrel. They didn't manage to land that over the wall ace, which I think would have been very difficult to land regardless, right? I think that was a big risk to take. And then they walked straight in to where they knew Bastion and Voldemar were. And you walk and you disrespect a Lance's ability to land a very easy single vector impale. I mean, I bet Suijay is shaking his head right now, because the one thing you hear Suijay say about Lance is never fight him in corridors, because he will decimate you. And he decimated Fnatic right there. And it was a perfect flank position for Radha as well. You know, the one-shot, one-kill came out, picked off Palmatoro. And then what does Kestrel love more than firing glimmer shots down, you know, like a singular corridor, just like Lance likes it? It was a perfect situation for Cyclone to turn things around, and they did an incredible job at capitalizing on it.
They're going to look for more, as that's a huge impale onto Netolet. He gets silenced on up, and there's no way to escape. One shot connecting onto Palmatoro as Bastion's just trying to put the pressure down. But without their healer here, Cyclone going to feel very comfortable that Fnatic can't really do much to stop them from taking this gold miner.
This is my worry, I think, for the Fnatic lineup. When I saw it going to the Kestrel, I was saying, well, how do you actually kill the Kestrel? It's not like you've got something like a glaive, or it's not like he's got something like a black feather that can stick to her. You actually have to get through a Lance and a Vox, who will be an annoying presence as well, to actually start to then kill the Kestrel. How do you actually do that? And with a double squishy composition, Radha has made the right decision and has gone for 2 Shattered Glasses, which will be massive damage against Fnatic. You really only tend to see 2 Shattered Glasses come out when there is 2 targets that will just blow up. And Lyra isn't exactly tanky in her own right either, despite obviously having the tanky items there with the health. But this was what I was worried about. And they're gifting Cyclone these fights, because they're allowing Bastion to get great impales. They're fighting next to walls. And obviously then they're just sort of allowing this Kestrel from the backline to do nothing. Just, you know, spam these glimmer shots, spam the one-shot, one-kills, and they can't actually touch her.
It's very interesting, Scoundrel. You know, Cyclone, they go, well, okay, you had a very strong composition, but we know how to play against this one. They pick some picks. The Kestrel, of course, and the Lance, and, well, it's seemingly working for now. It's a small gold lead, 3,000 at this 11-minute mark. But we may see it increase if another fight goes Cyclone's way. Everyone in the mid area here, that's going to be the impale blocked up by Techno JJ Skedaddle.
So it is going to be the contraption coming out second for Netwilight. It is what we expected, Dal, so we talked about that at the start of the game. And now it's going to be up to Netwilight to be able to spam scout traps, keep tabs on Cyclone's Radha, and if they can, land any kind of CC or damage onto her. That's going to be Voldemar going frontline, my word.
Wow, Voldemar takes huge damage. Techno JJ trying to secure the kill. Oblivion will connect onto Bastion as he pops the fountain to keep himself alive, and he does keep himself alive. What great play from Bastion. Knew he was going to get put to sleep, but he did not care. Cyclone stay alive for now, but they have to defend this turret against 3 as Bastion has been forced back to base. Fnatic, they're getting ready for another siege here. Waldemar diving away from these Malice and Verdicts. Radha not quite having the same fate. Fnatic, they're going to heal up. Bastion says, it's my turn. Sub on out, guys. That's going to be the flare going out. Fnatic know that this turret is only occupied by Bastion right now. They're going to try and hard push this wave. They're going to try and take it on down, and take it on down they will. One shot will connect onto Techno JJ. The Impale! Whoa! Coming out of this Kestrel. Double Shatter Glass doesn't work. And that's going to be Cyclone finding one for themselves. Another route straight onto Netolet. Up against the wall. Radha trying to find the damage, but he cannot quite get onto Netolet there. That's going to be them trading a turret for Techno JJ's life.
That is the double shatter glass, and why you go double shatter glass into a double squishy composition. Techno JJ has now said, I think I need some shielding, because that was, I think, close to 900 damage almost coming out from that one shot, one kill right there. Oh, perfect. That's exactly what you want to see. Almost one-shotting a carry with just one ability. That's the power of CP Kestrel. Looks like we could potentially be seeing a Clockwork coming out for Radha, so if you're going to be building a Clockwork, obviously you want to be able to make the most use out of that 25% increase in CP passive. And what's the best way to make use of that is by spamming the highest CP item in the game, which is that Shatterglass. There is no penetration being thought of right now for Radha, not thinking about a broken myth or anything like that. Just saying my flat damage is working right now. They haven't really invested in defense. And Netolet, I mean, look at this. I mean, really, even against the tankiest member of Fnatic, Radha is doing work.
But he's about to get himself a Clockwork soon as well, so we can spam these skill shots even more. The shielding, well, it's kind of exists for Fnatic, but not in a level 2 sense. So Radha feeling fairly comfortable that he can go Clockwork before even a broken myth is required. There's the infusion coming forward. Waldemar has a little bit left on his own, but Fnatic, they're struggling right now here at Scoundrel. They cannot get on top of this Kestrel. Like you mentioned, it seems to be their downfall in these team fights.
And the problem is when you build a contraption against a CP Kestrel and you're behind, if you can't keep map control of where you're putting your scout traps down, there's almost no point having them. Because if you're just going to allow their lance to waltz over a scout trap and take it off the map, it's very difficult for you to be able to then catch a Kestrel out, because all of your scout traps are just getting cleared because you've got no way of punishing the enemy team when they walk in and take them away. So again, Fnatic, they had a definitely a more level early composition against this Cyclone roster. Cyclone knew that the CP Kestrel would probably play quite well into it, and I've got to say, Bastion's had a great game of finding the right impales, setting up great team fights too. This is another situation where I think Fnatic need to be careful. One shot.
Oh my gosh, what was that? Damage onto Techno. Wait for it, flies out. Silencers on up too. That's going to be this Kestrel looking for the execute. Can't quite find it, but the Kraken, she's spawned. We do see an Atlas Pauldron coming forward for Netolet, which says to me that Fnatic are going to look for an engage with an Arcane Passage some point, try and slow down the attack speed on Waldemar. They are coming forward, but there's active camo and a double stun does come forward. It looks like Fnatic aren't done. They want to try and catch out this Kestrel, and they're going to take Radha very low. They've taken him on down, but they trade Netolet. Oblivion doesn't block up. Bastion and Waldemar's able to do the work. A triple kill, and the Kraken happy feet come out of Waldemar, and Cyclone, they are pulling ahead.
Oh my word, Waldemar, they had to spend so many resources to take out Radha, who got a great early start to the team fight with that active camo burst. And if you leave a Vox with a breaking point untouched, and when he gets those breaking point stacks working, he will decimate you. Even with this burst build coming up from Techno JJ, Waldemar had so much damage, and again was untouched for the entire time that the team was focusing Radha. And then he was just able to clean up those squishy targets who, again, you know, we talked about them investing to shielding. They have invested in no armor, almost. It's only Netolet with the armor, and he's basically relying on getting an Atlas Pauldron on to stop Waldemar's damage output. The rest of the members, both Palmatora and Techno JJ, have had no time or money to invest in armor. In fact, they've had no need, because realistically, for the most part, Waldemar hasn't really been doing anything. And it looks like Cyclone are going in.
Yeah, they're looking for the fight here at Scoundrel, trying to get that Kraken onto the turrets, and it's going to take down one as we speak. This is Cyclone going back in. Waldemar dives straight on top, does lose his life. Perhaps a little bit too aggressive, but they're just buying time for the Kraken to do her work. Radha going to fire those Glimmer shots, try and take down Palmatora, but the Malice and Verdicts, they are stacking up. One shot will not connect onto Techno JJ, tries to snipe him off the staircase, and that Kraken, well, it actually took down one turret, but Cyclone in total got 3, as Radha, Bastion, and Waldemar were able to charge down, take down 2 before the Kraken even entered the base.
And now they're going to have to start putting vision in their own base for the fear of potentially Radha going in with those glimmer shots, getting some damage down and trying to backdoor that Vein Crystal. This is a really tough situation for Fnatic right now. Definitely think Cyclone knew how to approach the way that Fnatic drafted. I definitely think that we talked about the issues they were going to have, and look at these scout traps. You can see that they are just trying to bring Cyclone into their territory where they have that vision advantage. And I think that's what Fnatic have to do. But the problem is that if you're Cyclone, aren't you just going to wait until Kraken respawns? You're just going to say, we don't need to fight you, we don't need to take risks. If we just get Kraken, we can push with Kraken and probably win the game regardless. So, unfortunately, the pressure is on Fnatic to make the move. But if Fnatic make the move, they move out of their area of bliss, which is that big area that they've got covered by scout traps. And you move into that central area where they have no vision, where Radha is going to have a field day with his active camos and a field day with positioning. So it's tough for Fnatic right now, Dalsy, really tough.
Yeah, extremely, and that's going to be Nettolet in the active camo. Gets bursted down to half HP, just one glimmer shot, one active camo trap, and that's going to be a one-shot, not quite finding its target from Radha. A bit adventurous, but hey, he's got Clockwork. It's a 20-second cooldown. He can throw it out again very shortly. Glimmer shots fire out, Nettolet goes down even lower, and Cyclone, they're just trying to do the pre-work on this team fight onto Fnatic's roster, waiting for this Kraken to spawn, and here she is, back onto the Halcyon Foldic Scoundrel, and this is do or die for Fnatic.
Again, you know, they have to go out of their comfort zone right now. You could see they are trying to creep their vision up. Oh, Techno JJ out of position, potentially.
Waldemar's trying to find the kill, but Waldemar gets taken on down. It's a 1 for none, as Techno JJ going to go straight out of the fight. Bastion trying to find the target, but he cannot. Bastion, he will not lose his life just yet, I do not believe. As Fnatic, they're trying to chase down this Kestrel, but they cannot find her. And currently, Nettolet laying down vision does make things difficult. Fnatic, I feel like they need to take this Kraken. They need to make an attempt. But even if they do, there's chances for this Kestrel to steal it.
Where was that one-shot, one-kill going? Maybe trying to snipe anyone at the shop if they were low, but that was maybe the theory there for Radha. They're going to back off. They might actually just have to let this go. It'll be a stray glimmer shot that will win this. Maybe Bastion and Radha can do this, because Lance is great into these kind of situations. He kind of lets the Kraken do the work for him. Fnatic have to be very careful. It doesn't look like they've got the tankiness to be able to do this. And now Valdemar is back up. This is great for Cyclone. Fnatic have to back off.
Yeah, Nettolet, look how low he is. Gonna be able to heal himself up at least. But it does mean that this Kraken is disengaged. The one shot onto Palmatora, he's going to be feeling the hurt. The pain train, even through an Aegis there, Scoundrel, able to do that much damage onto the Samuel. And look, Cyclone, they just immediately start up the Kraken. Fnatic, they're pulled straight back into the pit of doom on the Halcyon Fold, and currently Cyclone just going to take this one away. They're going to try and steal it. Fnatic, and they are able to steal it. It's stolen for Fnatic, but now the fight going to break out. Waldemar going low. He's inside that Oblivion, putting Bastion to sleep, and he loses his life. Fnatic, this could be the turnaround that they needed to get back into this game.
Oh, that was devastating for Cyclone. Oh, it's really a 50-50 in those situations, Dalsy, when you have, you know, two teams fighting over Kraken and it's very, very low HP. It is a 50-50 situation who can actually get the snipe out. One shot, one kill is often used to secure Kraken, but I think it had been used previously, so it wasn't available. And now Cyclone are in a really tough spot. They're having to defend a massive, massive active camo. Oh, it forces out the fountain already. That's a great start for Cyclone here. They're going in though.
They've jumped straight into an active camo, and they're going to lose their lives for it. Scoundrel, what a mistake. That's going to be Techno JJ falling. Nettolet, he's going to get chased down, but he's able to find a kill. A triple for Waldemar. Screw the Kraken, Scoundrel. Let's go finish the game.
Oh, they're going to run straight down the lane, straight to the Vein Crystal, and Cyclone will level up this series. It was a good idea, but like you said, it was an arcane passage right into an active camo set up by Radha. Gotta say, Cyclone, they had some blunders in teamfights. They definitely could have secured this a little bit more easily, but the win is all that counts, Dalsy. They're going to level up this series, and Fnatic, they might have to go back to the drawing board. They might have to think about their bans. They might even have to think about their composition, because Cyclone had it covered, and they did an incredible job. Radha, even at just 3, 2, and 5, I felt he was so hugely influential this game. And I did really think that Fnatic were going to struggle to deal with the CP Kestrel. There isn't anyone to pressure her, so she has free reign of positioning. And you either have to jump in through that portal straight onto the CP Kestrel, or you don't. And that's very difficult because then you have to go into a Lance, you have to go into a Vox, all of which will just stun you and kite you and deal the damage. Definitely think Cyclone had the upper hand in the draft here.
Wow, what an incredible series to kick off Split 2 here in the spring season of 2017. Cyclone and Fnatic, they're battling it out here at Scoundrel, head to head for sure, and we're going to a Game 3. I can't wait to see what the analysts have to say about that one, so let's throw it back to them to break down that second game.
And what a game it was. Very stark contrast to
Night
game
and
number
day.
one.
Consistently inconsistent.
I mean, you can really see what you guys were talking about crystallized here, to be honest. It has been an up and down road for Cyclone all season long. The series is no different. We're going to be going to a Game 3, but before we do, let's break this one down a little bit, because I think Scoundrel said it best when he said SweeJ is going to be talking about these corridors and Lance and all that kind of jazz. Let's have a look at a replay from around 8:20.
Yeah, here in this replay, you can see that they're fighting in a very choke point against a Lance. Kestrel also can land her ult very easily here, so they get 2 kills, which then turns the game around. And from this point on forward, Kestrel gets a second Shatter Glass within the 12-minute mark, and none of the team members on Fnatic have shield except for Sam for a tier 1. And like I said before, you buy a tier 1, you reduce damage by 29%. You buy a tier 2, which is only 800 gold, reduces damage by almost 50%. So they didn't itemize against Kestrel. Again, Fnatic's just constantly playing into the win condition of their enemy team.
And for me, the big difference in this game was the early game. You know, we saw Cyclone completely change up the way they played in the early game. They didn't go for the incredibly aggressive play against a strong level 1 composition, and because of that, they didn't fall ridiculously far behind in the first couple minutes. Rado was able to actually farm up this game, and that was a key factor. Is the fact that they were just actually able to be on par with Fnatic throughout most of the game until they took the lead.
And let's talk about the end of the game real quick, because obviously for a second there, it looked like, okay, Fnatic's come back. They're going to take this one home. But then, as you'll see in this replay, an engage gone awry really punishes Fnatic.
Yeah, that active camo getting put down early, just turning point.
Bye-bye.
That saves the game. That one active camo just being put down at random under the turret is like seemingly. If the Arcane Passage doesn't come through, it feels like just a completely random active camo put down just for the sake of getting it down. But then the Arcane Passage comes through, perfect positioning for the Kestrel, blows up Fnatic, and wins the game.
Honestly, when you're playing Crystal Kestrel, I think you treat those active camos a little bit more as if they're like scout traps or something.
Exactly.
You know, like you've got to lay down
That's what you
more.
should be doing.
Yeah.
Is just using it seemingly at random at times, because you never know when you'll have the opportunity
Especially
to use
against Lyra.
Yeah, and Fnatic had a chance. I mean, CB Kestrel, Cyclone, you guys played super well, so congratulations on the win. But Fnatic could have taken it away, because when Gwen hits level 8 and she has a Sora Blade and a Tension Bow, if you combo all of her abilities, Tension Bow Burst with the Buckshot Bonanza with her Boomstick heroic perk, she does close to 1,080 damage. Level 8. So, and Kestrel has, what, 1,400, 1,300 HP? They needed to basically Buckshot Bonanza Kestrel, portal onto her, she's reviewed for 2 seconds and blow her up. But multiple times they would land the Buckshot Bonanza, but Fnatic would not engage. So Kestrel would just play, okay, cool, I'm free, I'm going to keep poking you guys. So it's very interesting that Fnatic didn't really play into their win conditions and constantly played into Cyclone's win conditions.
Especially after seeing them play the exact same composition the game before. You know, I actually think that their success in Game 1 was a bad thing for their mentality Game 2. Because they wanted to be aggressive in game number 1, obviously, because they were miles ahead, so they played exactly the way that you're saying they should have. Game number 2, they're like, well, compared to last game, we're not really that strong. I guess we should, like, hold back a little bit. But we're in draft game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Cyclone versus Fnatic. Who's going to move forward to day 2 on day number 1 of Split 2? Dodge, you're going to be the first man.
Yeah, and so Lance going to get taken away once more. And, I mean, it's smart to take away the Lance, but at the same time, you're giving Fortress over. Cyclone, oh, okay.
Flicker coming out here,
You're
I like
first
that.
pick.
The first time Flicker has been seen in the draft in European Vainglory 8.
Wow.
I liked it, because Flicker actually does counter Fortress, because basically how both these supports work is whoever's going to burst down the other carry first is basically how it's gonna win the team fights here. So I like the Flicker first pick. Let's see what they ban. I think they'll probably ban Kestrel, I would say. Don't give Cyclone Kestrel potentially. So let's see what Fnatic wants to do here.
Yeah, that Kestrel was very impactful before. The question is, does Fnatic have any more meta considerations they want to make? I think, for example, that Kroll has been taken away a lot. We've seen
They shouldn't
Lyra
ban
be very
it, though.
impactful.
Fnatic should not ban the Kroll because they want Kroll.
Do they? Okay, so I mean, I can see why it would go really nicely with a Flicker for sure.
Oh.
Okay, or they're going to ban the Kroll.
Yeah, I would like a
You only
Pedo.
have one of the best Kroll players out there in Palmatoro, but
I would prefer like a Pedo or Glaive ban because Pedo and Glaive are mobile. They can jump out of Flicker's B and escape the slow. So it's very interesting that they decide to ban Cruel.
I think the only reason that they're not looking to play Kroll themselves is because Fortress is on the other side. And Fortress, with the Mortal Wounds already built into the kit, can do well against Kroll. Kashka going to get banned. That's another one that we haven't seen much focus on in Europe.
But Palma is one of the few that does play Koshka, and he has done for a while, even in other seasons. So I can see why they might go for that one. Vox going to be the pick on Fnatic, another one that Cyclone has been going for. But as Bacon, you mentioned earlier on, one of the top picks for Fnatic in Split 1.
Yeah, and we've seen Cyclone play it twice now, going for those Poison Shiv builds with the Vox. I think that's a really smart build for Vox. There's multiple different paths, but getting that little bit of extra sustain seems to really work wonders. Cyclone, I would love to see them grab something like a Black Feather and just double down on this anti-healing, make sure that Fnatic don't take this Lyra even as a carry, even though it's very likely not to be the case given the fact that they've already drafted Vox and Flicker.
Yeah, and also Black Feather can escape from the Flicker slow, so you need to pick heroes that are mobile because if you pick like a Kestrel into a Flicker or like a Ringo, they can't really escape out of that B. So you have to kind of fight where you're standing and kind of stand your ground. Vox is an interesting picker for Fnatic because it looks like they're denying Waldemar Vox because they preferred Vox in the past 2 games. So Fnatic is actually adjusting their draft strategy and completely drafting different this game, which is what I like coming from them. Oh, the Alpha comes out. I like Alpha. However, she does not have an escape from the Flicker slow, so they would have to focus on out-damaging in fights here.
If she stays in fights, though, she does get that second life. She does have very high DPS in that situation, depending on if she gets Weapon or Crystal, though. But Cyclone, they got one more pick here. 10 seconds to do it. What are we going to see, Bacon? You're on the spot. Pick!
Gwen. Yeah.
And
I said it as it showed up. As it showed. We can play that back in slow-mo.
Instant
and
replay.
I'm pretty sure it would be like as it was coming through.
All right. Well, in any case, Cyclone, they're going for the Gwen. Fnatic has been playing that one a lot in this series, obviously. So maybe they can make it work. Now they have a chance to pick their last pick. Probably going to be their jungler.
Yeah, Rona or Glaive will work really well here. They're very strong together. Rona actually counters Alpha because of her ult. She can just ult on top of Alpha, let her blow up, and jump away. So I think Rona or Glaive would work here. Oh, Taka. This is very interesting into a Fortress because when Fortress ults, Taka is kind
Into
of
a Fortress and a Gwen.
He's got the puppies on him. When
And
he's
an
when
Alpha.
he's
Like,
running
Alpha.
away.
Like all 3 of those do pretty well against Taka, but I mean, if it's played well, Taka can overcome just about anything. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, interesting pick on the Taka. That's kind of my most curious thing in that draft almost. It just came out of nowhere at the end there for Fnatic. Palmator is a great player of that, though.
I think it's largely going to be just used to try and shut down Gwen and try and just outburst the Gwen in the early to mid game. That's really the only spot I can see the Taka kind of excelling is just trying to just 100% stick on Gwen.
Yeah, as long as Taka can burst onto Gwen, right? And if Flicker slow, actually, Gwen can't get out of it with her skedaddle. The slow actually reapply after the skedaddle wears off. So she will stay under that slow. As long as they can focus Gwen and get onto her first, I think Fnatic can win with this composition. But if they spot Taka out first and jump on him, right, and he's revealed, then they're in trouble.
Yeah, I'm also curious, though, like, if, let's say you get on top of the Gwen with the slow, does that work out for you? Like, does Gwen not just burst the Flicker very, very quickly?
She does, but if you're getting jumped on by Taka and Flicker at the same time, you're not going to be able to outburst that burst.
All right, so we have an instant replay of you trying to say what the pick's going to be. Let's bring it up on your screens. I'm curious. I don't actually know. I'm pretty sure you were too slow. To do it. What are we going to see, Bacon? You're on the spot. Pick.
Gwen.
It was after!
That is
That was
as.
after! That was after!
I did not even have enough time to process that the Gwen had shown up. That is like the same time.
Hey, if you called me, I would have called
All
Gwen
right,
right away.
all right, chat. Chat. You can take what you will from that, but we did it for you. We got the replay. I also want your predictions, and I want your predictions for sure. Who's going to win this game?
Fnatic.
Fnatic needs to snowball early game to win. If they let Fortress get late game, they will lose. So I think Fnatic can do this.
All right, I had to get these before the game because I know what you're like, Bacon. Sometimes you go for those picks afterwards. We are into the House Unfold, though,
I think
ladies
the team
and
that
gentlemen.
already has a win is going to close this one out.
Oh, for goodness sakes, no way. All right, so this is Sweejay's game of the day, and you can really see it starting to pan out here. 1-1 between Cyclone and Fnatic. Let's pass it on over to Dalcy and Scoundrel.
Man, I hope you don't have any embarrassing replays of me saying things that I don't want to be relived once more, AJ. A harsh world this desk is, but wow, what a game and series we've had so far at Scoundrel, down to Game 3 between Cyclone and Fnatic.
And this crazy draft that comes out as well. I mean, we've got the Alpha on Radha, Voldemar running with the Gwen. Add that Fortress into the mix, you've got a very aggressive composition, the burst heavy with the Fortress, the Gwen build likely going with that tension bow. So this could be pretty devastating to the likes of Techno JJ if he's kind of out of position, and already Bastion looking to be a little bit of pressure here. They're coming into lane, just going to start shoving things through. But I agree with the desk. You know, the Palmatoro's Taka, we know he's a fantastic Taka player. He is definitely going to be a thorn in the side of Voldemar on that Gwen. My worry is for Fnatic. They kind of have to snowball. If you get to a late game team fight and you're trying to burst Gwen, and you're trying to bring the rest of your team through past this Fortress and Alpha, I think Techno JJ is going to really struggle, and I think Net Toilette is going to struggle to have an impact as well. So they definitely want to try and snowball things. They definitely want to get Taka in that lane with the Flicker, trying to put pressure on Voldemar as early as possible. Abuse the fact that he's likely going to go Tension Bow first. That's probably going to be his first item buy, although he could go that more classic build. And then try and put him behind from that offset, because if you have Tension Bow and it's delayed, you kind of lose some of the efficacy of it. So I'm going to see if they can put pressure down here.
And this is really exciting for me because this is the first Flicker we've seen here in the VG Europe. You know, it's been played a couple times over in NA and certainly had a lot of success when it fits into the right composition, but we haven't quite seen Europe bring it to the table. So perhaps this is something that Fnatic have been prepping during their boot camp. Currently we're going to see a bit of aggression onto Techno JJ, but here comes the rest, the stealth gang, as they jump straight onto Waldemar. He didn't see it coming, and he goes down straight on down to just above 100 HP. What a great first start there in the lane.
Yeah, they didn't quite manage to get that first kill, but it's pressure, and pressure will result in kills eventually if you can maintain that level. And you're right, this is the first Flicker that we've seen coming out in Europe. Obviously played a couple of times in NA. We've seen TSM play it quite a lot. They are very practiced with it. I think they said that, you know, especially in their scrims, they had a very high win rate with Flicker specifically. But again, it is a risky pick. You know, you have to know what you're doing. You have to know how to pilot this hero in order to sort of take the advantages that it brings you. You're basically perma-stealth, and so it's like free ganks in lane. That's kind of what you have to abuse. You have to be able to consistently pressure in lane. You have to be ahead so that if a contraption does come out, it's you clearing contraption as quickly as they can put the scout traps down, so you can continue your pressure on that Flicker. But right now, I think that, you know, that first gank is good, but, you know, it's going to be backing now. He's probably going to pick up, you know, a lot of items. He's going to pick up boots that will give him extra safety here as well. As well as the Skedaddle, it's quite hard to lock a Gwen down, so you have to have the burst there available. And especially if you're going to go Stormcrown first on Taka, do lose some of your burst. You know, you obviously have a little bit of extra damage, but it's not quite the same as going like an Aftershock first, for instance, which is usually his second item. So I think Fnatic got a bit of a challenge on their hands here, Dalcy.
Yeah, certainly. You know, we see Net Toilette, he pulls out the double contract, hasn't quite found any success with it just yet, the Protector and that Dragon Blood. But if they are able to get on top of someone in a fight, well, it's certainly going to bring a lot of utility to Flicker's kit, who already has, you know, so many ways to slow and also, you know, root people up. Just makes it even easier to connect those abilities.
Because of that double contract start now, the Fountain has already been finished with Bastion, and actually you're still waiting for Net Toilette to be able to combine it. We'll be able to do that very soon, but again, if you get locked into a 3v3 team fight here, even if you think you have the advantage having that Flicker, they have a Fountain, you don't. That's a really difficult situation to be in. So already Fnatic could have had a lead by now, but it's been difficult because Cyclone have played defensively. They haven't overextended. Obviously, Voldemar had Skedaddle level 2 early on. Think of, you know, like I said, I think Fnatic are going to be looking or trying to force an issue, and Cyclone are quite happy to stay back and say, actually, we're not so fussed. And look at this, Voldemar not even going for a tension bow build, not trying to abuse his early game, realizing that actually if they make it to the late game, they've got a strong chance of winning regardless. And he's going for End Sorrowblade first, so we could see a more classic variant of a Gwen build come out here.
Certainly could, as you do see that fountain completed now for Net2Let, so I expect Fnatic going to be feeling slightly better about their chances if a teamfight breaks out. They already have level 6 on Palmatoro, ultimate unlocked, and Radhart, well, he is just a second away from unlocking that termination protocol as well, which is when you start to see the alpha become so strong. He's going to go straight onto Palmatoro, trying to defend up Waldemar on this Gwen. A bit of damage traded back and forth, but ultimately it's going to be Waldemar looking to try and get some health back. He's getting called down to the jungle, perhaps going to get a healing camp for himself. Palmatoro, though, playing a risky game as he does push forward.
I like what Palmatoro has done here, by the way. You go Stormguard banner, obviously, for the ability to take structures and neutral objectives and farm in the jungle a bit better, but he's realized that the burst is going to be so important. He's forgone going for... Oh, wow, I'm going to talk about this afterwards.
Wow, yeah. Cyclone's going to get dropped right down. Radha using that termination protocol defensively. You know, we criticize the Fortress pick a lot when it goes wrong, because when it goes wrong, it's so hard to make work because of the fact that you are kind of trapped into this cycle of having to engage, but if you're behind, you can't engage.
Yeah.
And Fnatic are currently trying to do their best to pressure this early game, to try and force the issue, to try and get themselves a turret down as quick as possible.
Well, the one thing that Fortress is also good at is obviously single target bursts. So if you are, as Cyclone, kiting backwards and focusing on a single target like Attacker or focusing on the Flicker or Vox, you can do that in a kiting perspective as long as you are focusing all of you on the same target. So, you know, once Fortress builds those stacks, you do get that Crystal Power burst that can be super influential. But Fnatic, the pressure has mounted. They have managed to pick up their first turret of the game. And now they're going to be going around spamming Vision where they can. Maybe looking to pressure even more now that that turret is gone, because that will allow them to expand the map a little more. It does look like Bastion is going for a contraption, by the way, so that will be his second item choice here versus the Flicker. And if Fnatic aren't careful, suddenly you'll find that even though you've opened the map up for yourselves, you've opened up some of the enemy side jungle to try and find picks and ganks. Once this contraption is finished, you might find it very difficult, because it's likely that the entire side of the Cyclone jungle is going to be covered in scout traps, so you'll never really get that element of surprise that Flicker brings.
Yep, we'll have to see if that is able to make the difference against this Flicker, you know. Certainly, the contraption can help reveal the Mooncloak as well. They've got a Tucker to deal with, so there's so much stealthing ability from Fnatic that I can certainly understand why Cyclone want to try and shut that down with Vision. But it does mean that Net2Let, he's building towards, you know, a bit of armor first. Atlas to try and slow down this attack speed that Waldemar can put out. And currently Fnatic, they're going to use the fact that they have that Stormguard banner on their side and just take away a gold mine so easily.
Is TennoJJ going second item Bonesaw? Yeah, he is. TennoJJ has gone Sorrowblade, second item Bonesaw.
There's no armor.
Yeah. So, it's maybe a preemptive buy, saying that I'm expecting armor to be built up, but I've personally done a lot of maths on this, Dalsy. I can definitely talk about when Bonesaw is good, and Bonesaw is only better, especially in a 3-item build. I don't know about 2 items builds, but it's probably going to be worse, even more so when you get to 150 armor. They're going to go in though.
Mooncloak is going in, and this is going to be Fnatic looking for the engage. That's a lot of damage onto this Gwen, and Waldemar going to find the kill. First blood at 8 minutes. They're looking for a second. Radhart does not pop his termination protocol, and he will get bursted in the prime directive there. Not prime directive, what am I talking about? His passive. So, great start for Fnatic. They are able to make it work, but you know, talk to me, Scoundrel, because I can personally testament that you have spent a long time considering Bonesaw.
It worked out there, but I think that was more than Mooncloak from the Flicker, that big element of surprise that they managed to achieve, and they, you know, all jumped straight onto Waldemar. Once Waldemar is dead, especially since Radhar is kind of sitting on low defensive items, he was an easy picking target. But you're right, I've done a lot of maths on Bonesaw, and it's only good at armor values of 150 plus. So what I would say for TennoJJ is that he's likely investing in this for later in the game, so that he wants to be able to shred through any armor that is picked up. And he thinks that they're in a position so much so now that, especially with Palmatoro having a lot of melee hits, obviously he wants to keep those key stacks up. He's probably going to be doing a lot of melee hits too. It will increase ever so slightly the basic attack damage that both Net2Let and Palmatoro do two specific targets. So that might be more of an item to say, well, if I get the stacks onto one singular target, combine that with Palmatoro getting those basic attacks down and Nettoilette getting those basic attacks down, this is more of a single target build for Fnatic. So it's literally shred all defense from one target, then we focus that target. So this is maybe the theory behind a second item Bonesaw here coming out from TechnoJJ.
Definitely makes sense if they're having to deal with the Fortress on the front line, or perhaps the Alpha on the front line as well of Cyclone. We'll have to see how it does pay out, if it pays dividends to say. As Fnatic, they do have a 4,000 gold lead. They've got, you know, plenty of objective control. Already taken down one of those sentry lives as well. Cyclone, they're playing from behind, but their late game is nothing to laugh at. And so we'll have to see how they are able to play. That's going to be a infusion popped there by Waldemar as Cyclone, well, they just prep in case the fight does break out. But realistically, I think they want to scale up more.
Yeah, I'm wondering where Fnatic go with this Bonesaw build. If they're looking to go towards something like a Tornado Trigger afterwards, because it's more burst orientated. That all of the maths that were done, one of the Reddit users, I believe it was Feking, did math and actually found that the Bonesaw Tornado Trigger Sora Blade build had some of the most consistent DPS out of any build in the game right now. Obviously, Breaking Point stacks overtook that, but for immediate impact and shredding armor and actually dealing a specific amount of damage, that particular build is actually pretty good, even at the high armor values. So I'm wondering if that's where TechnoJJ might look to go. Obviously, we're now seeing the Atlas Pauldrons completed on Nettoilette and Palmatoro, so with this more, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Conventional build coming out on Voldemar, this is definitely going to be more effective. These double Atlas Pauldrons on Nettoilette and Palmatoro will be doing a little bit more work to Voldemar had he gone something like the Tension Bow Sora Blade build. So obviously the attack speed getting majorly affected by these Atlas Pauldrons. It's good itemization by Fnatic, and it looks like Nettoilette is going for the ultimate counter to a contraption, which is your own contraption.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit late in the sense that it's 12 minutes, but because of the absolute map control that Fnatic have had, well, Nettoilette, he's been able to invest Palmatoro as well in a couple of scout traps and just place them around the map and actually protect them, which is so huge for the ability to have vision. Now, once he gets his own contraption, then scouting out the opponent's scout traps and clearing them off the map will become an even easier task. Fnatic, they've taken down 2 of these Crystal Sentry lives. The third is making its way. You can see the minion candy has been popped to give it a bit of oomph and a bit of, you know, defensive stats as well. So Fnatic will not look to clear it just yet, but it could wear out, and that's when Fnatic may look to say goodbye to the Crystal Sentry.
I actually think that's an important point to touch on, because I was about to talk about it. The fact that Bastion has started investing into minion candies as well, like, he's really looking to retain control of their side of the jungle, especially because minion candying your Crystal Sentry will allow them to get more vision down with that contraption. Obviously, if he chooses to minion candy the wave, then that'll allow them to push, put pressure onto Fnatic to have to respond. It's buying time. These minion candies are buying time for Cyclone, and time is kind of what they need, because obviously they have a composition that could scale up and deal with Fnatic if they get the items that they needed to. Radha's going in. Here we go.
Breaking out over this Crystal Sentry. It goes down, and that's going to be this Gwen going very low as well, being targeted down. Palmatoro to find the killing blow with a single auto attack, and now they're turning on. Nettoilette loses his life, but it's a second kill going the way of Fnatic. Radha dives in. He knows he has to make the play, but he's going to get bursted. And now he can just be taken down so easily. An ace and a double kill comes forward for TechnoJJ as they finally execute a fight.
Look how much damage TechnoJJ was doing with Palmatoro once that Bonesaw had shred the armor. Even Palmatoro was hitting hard with his basic attacks, and they weren't even necessarily Aftershock empowered basic attacks. That is insane how much damage that was doing. It actually looks like he's maybe going towards that Breaking Point build. The Breaking Point Sora Blade Bonesaw is the best 3-item build for late game damage output against high armor targets. So this will make TechnoJJ very scary against the Alpha with the Atlas Pauldrons. Very scary against Bastion, who looks like he's going towards his own set of Atlas Pauldrons, but he'll be slightly less effective against Voldemar. But Voldemar's picked up the Aegis, so he's almost at that 150 armor threshold, and again they're going in.
there. They're looking for another fight, and that's just going to be Waldemar taken down so low. He's still alive for now, but he does eventually fall. They are able to trade the fight straight back onto Techno JJ. What can this Alpha do? Nothing. She doesn't have a passive available, and that's going to be Palmatoro just cleaning on up. Bashin, unfortunately, well, there's not much he can do. Tries to find the kill onto Nettolet, but he's not able to. Another ace comes forward here for Fnatic, and they're just going to look to try and put as much pressure on. Not as much to get this time Scoundrel, but their composition seems to be working.
Very, very close, though. You could see Fnatic have that game plan. Every single team fight, everybody runs at Voldemar. Bonesaw stack start to stack. Then obviously both Palmatoro and Nettoilette start hitting hard as well because the armor's getting shred. And Voldemar's actually resigned to the fact that I'm not going to make his Bonesaw any more effective. I'm just going to start going for my own armor shredding. Picks up his own Bonesaw here. But actually that was a little bit closer than you potentially would have liked. Had Alpha had her ultimate available, it could maybe have been a different story. So I think Fnatic are going to have to start picking their fights and making sure that they sort of time this to absolute perfection, because it looks like Cyclone are finding some resurgence here. But I do like the game plan that Fnatic are employing. It's basically all barrel in onto Voldemar. Once Voldemar's dead, we'll deal with the rest of the team later.
Yeah, no, it certainly seems to be working out. Get rid of that Gwen, and then the Alpha struggles to find the burst as the sustained damage is not there. Fnatic, they're going to start up this Kraken here, look to try and take it away. This Storm, a Crown going to make things very quickly, and actually, really, Cyclone don't have anything in the tanks to stop it, so now they have to defend against this big beast as she's going to make her way down the lane towards that choke point turret.
Fnatic now, again, trying to get some vision, push into this Cyclone jungle. They haven't quite played Flicker to the absolute domination levels that we've seen North American teams do, but it has certainly been a pick that has worked out for Nettoilette here. I think in the combination with what Fnatic have brought, seems to have found an edge against the competition. Oh, wow, actually, well, Palmatoro, I'm not quite sure that's what you want to do.
Yeah, no, he gets bursted right down. Radhar's diving forward. There's the aces high onto Nettoilette, and he's just going to get a Nomina destroyed from this fight. Techno JJ able to dodge that Prime Directive, but he's struggling. He might be able to take down Waldemar, but can he escape? No, Radhar will find the killing blow, and that's going to be a triple kill for this Alpha as well. They defend their base. They have to take down this Kraken. She's going to find one turret for sure, Scoundrel, but Cyclone, they find a fight.
I'm not sure that Palmatoro wanted to do that. I think as soon as he jumped in, he must have immediately regretted his decision, because that was a lot of damage. And the follow-up from an Alpha, especially when she started to stack those core overload stacks, can be pretty devastating. You saw how much damage she managed to get on a team-wide basis with just one Prime Directive. That's definitely scary territory for Fnatic now, because you feel like their composition is starting to wear out, and Voldemar himself is going for a fourth damage item. It looks like Techno JJ is considering a full metal jacket, but Voldemar is going for... Okay, no, he sold it and gone for armor. Well, scrap that. Both Bone Swords going to be starting to be effective here. Everybody pretty much over the armor threshold, apart from Techno JJ, who actually did just sell his armor and go for a poison shiv here. So he is at the 4 damage item. I'm going to swatch my entire point, and it's now Techno JJ who said, okay, stop the healing from the fountain with the poison shiv. I get a little bit sustained myself. Extra attack speed helps me build breaking point stacks and the bone saw stacks. Single target focus. We need more damage to make this happen.
Okay, well, this is very interesting stuff here at Scoundrel. Gonna see how these, these item builds work out. Waldemar with the 3 damage output, Techno JJ with the 4, but no armor available. Waldemar has got that Bone Saw, will be effective towards Palmatoro and Nettoilette, perhaps not as much Techno JJ, but you've taken down that front line, then taking down the Vox could be an easier task. Fnatic, they're just starting to set up, try and clear the vision, make sure they have the ability to Mooncloak on in, such an important ability to get off in a fight so that you can get that element of surprise, but the contraption from Bashin is making things a little bit more difficult.
Look at the vision that Fnatic's got. They don't actually need to risk going into the enemy jungle to look for a Mooncloak. They should allow Cyclone to come to them, because they've got all of this vision. They can spot out every move, and if they control the Kraken pit and control the central area, that could be good for them, because if Fnatic or Cyclone are forced to make the decision around Kraken that they kind of regret, then it might be hard for them to kind of get a winning position in these team fights. It looks like Cyclone have been winning when they've been kiting backwards. If they are the ones that have to go offensive, that might play into Fnatic's court, you never know. But for the most part, we've seen Fnatic be a very aggressive style of team fight. And now that Kraken has respawned, we're going to see these teams potentially butt heads for the last time. Cyclone maybe have got another couple of team fights to win.
Ooh,
They're going to
they
go in
found a
onto
bit of a-
Voldemort.
Wow, Waldemar gets bursted right down at the beginning of the fight, and this Fox is just allowed to do the damage. That's going to be the prime directive connecting. Can Radhar take Techno JJ down, or will it be too late, too little? Looks like it may be the latter of this option, as that's going to be Radhar taken. Bastion trying to find Techno JJ, but Techno JJ with the double dances around, and Fnatic, they're not even looking for the Kraken right now, Scoundrel. They want to finish this game right here.
Fnatic slipped through the cracks with an amazing Mooncloak. They found that vision line that allowed them to sneak up onto Voldemar. And even with the contraption, Bastion just had no idea. Neither did Voldemar. They thought they were safe around their Crystal Sentry area, but Fnatic found that line to get to their target, and their single target focus game plan ended up working out. It looked like it was on shaky ground, Dowsey. It looked like they were potentially out of the running, but they found it in the end. A 2-1 victory over Cyclone. What a way to start the week here. What a way to start the split. Looking forward to their position they are trying to fight for to make it to those combined live championships.
Incredible stuff from Fnatic. Boot camp seems to work out. They take down Cyclone in a 2-1. As far as the standings are concerned, and I'm sure we can get a bit more confirmation on that, that means that Cyclone are almost certainly going to lose their first place. Oh no, they definitely lose their first place. But not even that, that top 4 pack is separated by 3 points in the top 4. Europe is so close right now at Scoundrel. The people who get that buy-in to the day 2, the top 2 teams, well, that's what everyone's fighting over right now. And what a fight we have for it. Fnatic 2-1, incredible series. Can't wait to see what the analysts have to say about it.
All right, so all things being said, Fnatic take home series number 1 of the day. They move forward to the semifinals tomorrow. Cyclone not able to make it all the way through. Big storyline for me out of that last game alone is Flicker, right? Like Flicker, we saw none of him last split. Suddenly he comes in and does some serious work. We've actually got a replay from around 8:20 where you can start to see that in action.
Yeah, here in this replay, Flicker has a huge power spike at level 6. They ult, and then they immediately focus on Gwen, which is their win condition. So Fnatic does such a good job here, taking down the Gwen immediately and winning this key decisive fight that allows them to basically snowball the game from there. So awesome job in terms of focusing on that Gwen.
Yeah, and focusing on the Gwen ended up being the key. We talked about it a little bit before the game. If you can focus and burst down the Gwen before she has a chance to do her burst to you, that's how you can win the fights. That ended up being the key to the entire game for Fnatic.
And another thing, if you don't have map pressure and vision to know where the Flicker is and when they're going to engage with the ult, having Buckshot Bonanza, unless you're just firing it like a crazed mad and like panicking, you know, where's the enemy, you're not actually going to be able to spot out the Flicker coming in. Let's have a look at another replay. This is actually from the last fight of the game. You can see just how well it works.
Yeah, and again, they don't have vision of this, and Gwen just deleted immediately. This whole thing just starts. Gwen is dead before the Fortress Wolves actually even get to attack. They had no clue where Fnatic was, and once Gwen is done, it's a 2v3. They get the Vox low, but nice body blocking there to prevent the Termination Protocol from being able to hit anyone other than who they wanted it to. It was just really well played down the stretch, and vision was key.
Yeah, this is a great example where, guys, draft is not everything. A lot of people say alpha counters Taka. Not necessarily, like I said 2 weeks ago. It's how it's played. And Fnatic engaged every time. They played to their win condition, right? And they won. If Cyclone engaged first, maybe these fights might have been different. If Fortress got that out off sooner and then they engage onto a Fnatic, it might have been different case with this game. But this is an example of strategy and synergy over draft.
All right, well, that wraps up our first series. It proved to be a very good one. I think maybe some people were a little bit worried after game number 1 that it wouldn't be, but this is Cyclone we're talking about. Let's have a look at the brackets. You can see here Fnatic moving forward to day 2. Cyclone did get 1 point from this series, though.
Stand alone in first place now, temporarily, as that is not going to be holding up for too much longer, as Dowsey had mentioned. But for right now, at least, they get to be the sole holder of first place.
All right, and up next, after a quick break, guys, we're going to have Rising Lotus and Team Secret. Before we go to that break, though, let's do a giveaway. If you want to win some epic keys, go ahead into the Twitch chat and type the name of the team who won in all lowercase, all one word. When we're back, we're going to have game number 2, so don't go anywhere.
clouds reflect overhead. Whisper something sweet over the city to counter the bitter air. I will be listening for you. The chains were too hard to bear. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away. If only it were true. I believe that the waves won't take me down when I'm not alone. I cannot come back this time. No, I'm not coming now that I've been long gone. Have you missed me at all? The road home shatters and I feel the pressure of direction taking over me. If I'm moving through space in an endless night, it's you that set me free. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away. If only it were true. I believe that the waves won't take me down when I'm not alone. I cannot come back this time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory 8. My name's Action Jackson, here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We've got our second series coming right up. It is Team Secret versus Rising Lotus. Rising Lotus managing to survive those challenge battles after being picked by the number 1 seed, Lemon and Lime. There's a lot of points at stake, but for them staying in, obviously this is big. It means they have the opportunity to keep building those points towards the live championship. Let's have a look at their roster now. We've got Hell's Devil, Lure, Agony, Flobby, and Rom Gemsword on their lineup. This team actually performed quite well in their challenge battles.
Yeah, it was a incredibly intense series, going the distance, full 5 games, but in the end, Rising Lotus was able to survive against a team that almost everyone, I think, had pegged to make it into the Vainglory 8 off the challenge battles, regardless of who they faced. Lemon and Lime were looking that strong.
That's what happens when you pick the team with the most points. They have the most points for a reason. But speaking of most points, in this series, the most points belong to Team Secret. We've got Justman 00, Tricky, I'm the Doom, a new import from Denial, formerly, and we've got Mowgli and Leon as their subs.
Yeah, be interesting to see how I Am Doom is going to perform here as a jungler. But Team Secret has greatly improved their draft week after week, and they looked really strong 2 weeks ago. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to dominate Rising Lotus, because I do think Team Secret will take this series away. But looking forward to see, you know, what are they going to pull out with I Am the Doomed here on their roster.
And speaking of their roster, I think the other massive storyline here has got to be Leon sitting down there on the sub bench. What's going on there?
Well, they brought in I'm the Doom because I was actually talking to Team Secret, and they legitimately feel I'm the Doom is a better jungler than Leon. He just hasn't had the chance to prove it. And so now they're just going to be, toying around with their roster a little bit, tooling who they want to be in the lane, if it's going to be Tricky, if it's going to be Leon. Obviously, Leon has the pedigree, has the talent. We all know how skilled he is. But they really trust in Tricky. They want to grow Tricky and allow him the opportunity to, become this next star player. And so I really like the fact that they're giving him the chance to shine.
And we were talking about this at the end of the last week of Split 1. Tricky seemed like he had started to really make strides in the right direction. We're into draft for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Rising Lotus versus Team Secret. Having a look over at the lobby, we can see that Leon is going to be starting this week, though. Even though he's a sub, he is starting this week in the lane position.
Yeah, it was actually a little bit surprising to me to see that they had him listed as the sub, because I kind of expected Leon would be the starter.
And actually, for the side of Rising Lotus, they are also using a substitute player. They're using Flobby.
I don't think we've actually seen Flobby thus far. I might be mistaken on that, but I don't recall Flobby playing.
I don't recall Flobby playing either, so I'm interested to see how he's going to do. Obviously, this is an important matchup for Rising Lotus, so they've got some faith in him.
Yeah, I was looking at challenge battles, and Rising Lotus, like, they had a really nice CP Ringo, which we don't see a lot of, and they actually won with the CP Ringo and played it really well by Lore. Hell's Devil on Lance looks really, really impressive. And Agony, amazing Sky. So they actually played a Sky Feather comp with Lyra and won against their Lemon and Lime. So that was a very interesting draft and meta composition that they drafted from Rising Lotus. So really interesting to see what Rising Lotus is going to pull out here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be intriguing to see if Rising Lotus pulls something like that out again, because a lot of the times, especially when it comes back to the point where you're not, like, do or die in the challenge battles, you say, all right, let's play more meta things, let's just do comfortable stuff, let's work on that. Sometimes those glass cannon strategies, as I like to call them, not because they have glass cannon characters on the lineup necessarily, but because you fire them once and then everyone knows you're going to get countered. Sometimes those don't work in the long run. The draft has been restarted a couple of times here, guys. We will be getting it underway momentarily. Rising Lotus is on side A. I believe that they have had to submit their ban earlier on. It's going to be a Kestrel ban coming in from Rising Lotus.
All right, so Kestrel taken right off the board. We saw how effective the Kestrel can be if left unchecked in our first series, so not going to be letting... you have to assume it would have gone to I'm the Doom if it was let through, but Fortress going to be taken off the board as well.
Rising Lotus will probably take Lyra here. Yep, Lyra as expected. Team Secret is going to take the Adagio away, potentially banning or picking that Cruel. So I think Cruel will be... Oh, the Lance is actually taken, not Adagio.
So they're going to maybe see if they can get the Adagio to come back to them, but banning with a Samuel Smart, oftentimes when we do see the Samuel, it's paired with a Lyra.
Right.
So it's a nice ban there. It's going to be Vox taken off the board, so Adagio is still available. See if they decide to grab that.
I feel like Leon in lane on that Adagio could do some serious work, but a big question I think moving into this update needs to be like, where is Adagio going to be played? The things that were hit were like his range, which affects his trading in lane. It is going to be picked up here.
Yeah, we've seen him played much more as a captain on this patch because of that range hit. It wasn't a large hit to the range, but it was enough that a lot of players aren't quite as comfortable. But Scarf going to be coming out.
I love the Scarf pick. Mages are back this patch, guys, and mages work. They're really strong once they build up, and with Lyra offering that early game power, with Scarf getting to late game, I really like this composition. I think for the last pick, they probably might pick Glaive here potentially to help Scarf keep Lance off Scarf. So let's see what Rising Lotus will choose to pick. Or they might even pick Blackfeather with Lyra, which since that's a pretty strong combination as well, and he's very mobile to dodge the Lance. So let's see what... Oh, Glaive.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see the Glaive. Not only does it help to protect the Scarf, but it also helps Scarf get through that early game where he can struggle. You can set up kills. It doesn't matter who you have with the Glaive. You can set up kills early on and try and just really propel your carry that much further.
I would love Team Secret to take Grumpjaw here. Grumpjaw is going to be key to eating the Glaive or the Lyra and just jumping onto Scarf with Adagio Lance being free and open. So Grumpjaw would be an amazing pick here if they play it. Or they can even go Flicker with a Weapon Lance. That could potentially work as well. There's a lot of options. Taka wouldn't be too bad in this situation, and he picked Taka.
All right, so you didn't have a chance to explain why Taka would be good in this situation. What makes him work?
Yeah, because Lyra, you have to bait out the B, but he can get onto Scarf, force Glaive to do a defensive afterburn, so they can engage, and then Lance and the Dodger basically just pile onto the Scarf and kill Scarf.
Guy, that makes a lot of sense. And Lyra, the right bulwark's going to be pretty critical here, right? You really need to make sure you're landing that, giving Scarf the maximum amount of time to become strong in these fights.
Yeah, this is going to be all about ramping up on the side of Rising Lotus. If they can get to that 18-minute mark without being too far behind, I think the Scarf just starts to take over the game.
You got to think heading into this series as well, Rising Lotus just went through the crucible, right? Like, they fought in the challenge battles, they managed to stay in. They probably are feeling very well practiced. The difference comes in the Flobby pickup, right? Like, they're using one of their subs. How much has he practiced with the team? That's what I'm going to be looking for as we head into game number.
I'm going to be mostly focusing on Leon in the lane. We said a couple times in Split 1 that we kind of wanted to see Team Secret make this adaptation because just the way the meta is, having Leon in the lane, he can really shine and carry a game from there.
All right, well, we're on to the fold for game number 1. Guys, predictions real fast.
Team Secret, I think Leon takes over.
Every time Team Secret got Taka, they won. So let's not jinx him, but I think Team Secret got this.
All right, we're on to the House Fold, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 of Rising Lotus versus Team Secret, passing it on over to Dalsy and Scoundrel.
Well, let us not forget that this Taka is on I'm the Doom, not quite Leon here. But perhaps for Team Secret, it is just a pick that enables their competition to work here. You know, I saw a cool photo just the other day, Scoundrel, from Leon, who posted, you know, just man, I'm the Doom. Leon, we've all got that 3,000 elo, and they're looking to put that 3,000 elo right on where their mouth is. I'm trying to find this first blood. Where onto Agony, it looks like it's not going to go through. Not quite got the damage just yet, but they might be able to steal away some camps. The problem is, Lobby on this Lyra can heal them all back.
Absolutely, with the healing coming out in the roam position, it makes it a lot more difficult for Team Secret to get the win here. Agony, big hit. There's the Impale.
Ooh. This is going to be very close down to the wire. They push I'm the Doom out. There's no way he comes back. First blood going to go the way of Rising Lotus. Flobby keeps Agony alive, and they're able to take that one away.
Yeah, and Leon getting punished in lane here as well against Hell's Devil on this Scarf, which we have seen a lot more of, by the way. We've seen huge amounts of Scarf in Update 2.3. Saw him a little bit in the challenge battles, like he said. Fuji prioritizing that for Echo Fox, and saw a lot of it in VIS as well this week when we did the VIS casting. We saw quite a lot of Scarf prioritized, so he's got great wave clear, can protect his turrets really easily. And for a lot of games, we do tend to see them scale up towards the late game, which Scarf becomes monstrous in. So keep your eyes on this Scarf pick. I think it's definitely got value, especially with the glaive allowing him to go weapon power. And that's something that we haven't seen a lot of recently, Dalsy. If you want to put pressure on attacker early on, a weapon power glaive is a good place to start because it has a lot of early jungle pressure.
Right, this is just a complete flip-flop of the norm that we've seen in 2.2. CP laners are back, weapon-powered junglers are viable and can be played very easily. So we're going to see that coming out in full force here. Rising Lotus, they made their way through their challenge battles. They played against Lemon and Lime. They would take it. Ooh, Hell's Devil walks straight into a trap. He's going to get bursted right down. I don't think he survives this. That's going to be I'm the Doom taking the kill. Bit of a misstep there. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk about for Rising Lotus, is the fact that Hell's Devil, he's been pushed up from the lane into the lane from the roam into the lane position based on the fact that they do not have Loer this week. Flobby's coming in as a substitute into that captain position, and that's just so much pressure on Rising Lotus up against Team Secret as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You've got some pressure here. Actually going to start to put pressure on Leon. The heal trying to slow him down, but Just Man saves the day with that Githian wall. And Agony, when you have that one afterburners weapon power glaive early on, that's kind of all you have left in the tank. And you kind of have to back out if you don't manage to get the kill from there, but I agree. I think Hell's Devil got a lot of pressure on his shoulders here and kind of face-checked, had no vision, got punished for it, and Team Secret gifted a little bit of a grace in this early game. They had a bit struggled early on. They had been struggling, obviously, with the Taka in the jungle, which, by the way, is also weapon-powered Taka. We hadn't touched on that, but this is actually likely going to be a weapon-powered Taka, which is something we don't see too often either. Weapon-powered Taka, I think, a lot more sustained in teamfights than a lot of you will be used to. Kind of there more for his basic attacks and sustained damage, but I think it's arguably the weaker of the two build paths for him, although definitely has its merits.
Yeah, no, I think I would agree with you there that CP Taka definitely has a lot of merit to it, and a lot of people will run it wherever possible because of that. But it does not mean that I'm the Doom on this weapon power Taka cannot make things work. We're going to see the fountains be completed here for Flobby. Just Man, though, has prioritized a bit of shielding and some vision as well. So we'll be delaying that fountain purchase for Team Secret.
Well, obviously that builds into the fountain. It's basically got the items to combine. It just didn't have the gold to combine the fountain together. So he probably just prioritized a little bit more in scout traps. Didn't quite have the gold required, and so he says, "Oh well, I'm going to have the gold required in roughly a minute maybe, and then I can think about team fighting." So he just wants to prioritize vision so they get to that point, and then he'll combine for the fountain as soon as he physically can, which I think's very close around the corner. I think it's 700, I believe. So he should be able to pick it up very soon.
Yeah, you can see they rotate down to the shop, and there is the fountain coming forward onto your screens as well. Back up to the lane as a 3. Team Secret going to look to try and find some aggression, but the flare goes down immediately from Flobby, meaning that they are going to recognize that I'm the Doom is here in the lane, going to prevent that gank coming forward. Team Secret, possibly now one of the most stacked lineups in Europe with the talent that is available to them. I'm really excited to see how they make this work for themselves.
Absolutely, and Leon piloting the CP Adagio, by the way, which is one of his best heroes. I think classically, a lot of people have said that Leon's ability to play CP Adagio is almost unparalleled. But obviously Adagio took some hits. We actually got a... Oh, wow, I think they actually just took out the glaive there. Maybe
Wow.
glaive overstepped.
Yeah, no, didn't even spot it. So quick coming forward. Justman must have rooted him down, and I'm the Doom was able to finish him off. It's going to be them in the lane, a bit of damage going straight down onto this Taka, but they're going to look for an engage. Flobby with the bright bulwark prevents it. They're burning in the goop there. Leon taking huge damage. Justman as well. Holding onto the fountain though, not wanting to burst that ability just yet. And here comes Agony, going to come straight on in and put pressure on I'm the Doom. He's going to pay him back the favor, and he could find Justman as well. The movement speed's there. He's going to knock him into the wall, but can he execute? There's going to be a 15-second on that cooldown. That's the thing about this weapon power glaive, not as many afterburns. And Leon, he wants to fight. This is a brave for Leon, looking to try and find the kill as Agony trying to turn on to Justman. Leon able to heal him up for now, but there's the afterburn. That's going to be Justman falling, and aggression from Team Secret. It's being punished by Rising Lotus.
Yeah, again, that's the power of weapon power glaive. A lot of people kind of forgotten what weapon power glaive can do because we've seen so much CP glaive over the last few weeks, but weapon power glaive is scary, dude. That is, very hard hitting, especially with the guaranteed critical strike. Gonna have to burn to get away here. Will I'm the Doom have what it takes to take him down? Yes, he will.
Yeah, that's going to be fairly easy. A really back and forth game here as Flobby in trouble, but Hell's Devil comes in to try and provide the support. That's going to be Flobby falling a double kill here for this Taka. And Hell's Devil, well, he's trying to land the abilities, but he's not going to be able to find the Taka in return. In fact, going to run into Justman. Bit precarious, has to be careful. There's the Impale. That's going to be the burn effect coming forward from Leon as well. The agent of Wrath can stack up on that Gift of Fire so much. But at the moment, Team Secret just fighting on back. There's an Impale. They're going for this Fortified Health to try and keep him forward, but it does not come through. You could see the attempt there from Hell's Devil to try and keep himself alive with the Dragon's Breath, but it wasn't to any avail.
Close, but it was a great Githian wall from Justman to stop the Dragon's Breath coming out as well. And by the way, Hell's Devil going for the Frostburn, probably likely moving towards the Eve of Harvest next, because I think he's going to really need that sustain versus the Taka. I want to just highlight, while we're in this pause, the difference in play style that you see between a weapon power and a CP Taka. CP Taka, I've always called it like guerrilla warfare. You're going to jump in, do your damage, stealth out, wait for your cooldowns, do it again in a different time and a different place. Weapon power Taka can play like that, but realistically plays a little bit more differently. It plays a lot more sustained damage, jumps in, consistently looks to land basic attacks, kind of sticks to his target, uses Kaku to reposition to get more basic attacks down. And it can be quite tricky to get away from him because of those movement speed bonuses, because of his ability to stick to you. But obviously doesn't have the burst associated, so does need to be able to kind of capitalize in the early game, really, because once armor starts to come down, unless we see a Bonesaw, which could very well be the case, by the way, I'm not ruling out a Bonesaw potentially second item or third item for this Taka. You will then eventually start to struggle against the power of armor, which can be a real pain in the butt for you.
Well, we will find out very shortly, Scoundrel, what this pause is in relation to. Assume it's going to be a player experiencing major difficulties as we're very tight on the rules. When it comes to a pause, you have to be facing a fairly substantial crisis, a midlife crisis essentially at Scoundrel. You've gone out and bought
If
yourself
any of
a
these
Ferrari.
players are having midlife crises, I don't know what I'm doing with my life because they're all younger than me.
It's certainly true. I've had the pleasure of talking with a lot of these players over the last week at Scoundrel, especially European players. And I'm just surprised at the stark talent that these youngsters have. So many people aged between 13 and 16 playing at the highest level of Vainglory.
I think the medical way of looking at it has always been generally your reflexes and things are higher. But what I always find impressive is their ability to analyze and break down the game at that level, because I don't know if I'd have been able to do that at that age. I think having that kind of tactical mindset, I think I always look to, I think I was most impressed when I first turned up to a live event. It was last July in America. I think it was the North American Spring Live Championships. And I remember looking at some video content that had been done for a player called Dienzio. A lot of you might know him, obviously, being a big American star. And he was, I think he was 13 at the time, and I was listening to Dienzio talk, and I was like, this guy is, like, especially in interviews and things, seems like he approaches the game in a way that I never did, or ever could have approached a game at that level when I was 13. I mean, I was just thoroughly impressed with the sort of tactical minds that these players develop at such a young age at this game. It's actually just outright impressive. I mean, I'm 20. How old am I now, Darcy? 25? Yeah, I think I'm 25.
25 or 26?
Yeah, I think I'm.
Essentially,
25.
you're an old man.
Yeah, exactly.
Well into your life.
Exactly. So, and I struggle sometimes to break down the game. So I'm just very impressed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would have to say the same. We are going to get out of this pause very quickly here as Team Secret, they rotate down from the lane back towards the shop. Leon going to take some of these creeps away as well, get himself an infusion ready for a fight. You know, a lot of the North American players, when I talk to them, they criticize European players for their lack of infusions early on, and I've seen a great shift over the last couple of weeks for everyone. This gold mine is going to be a point of contention. Can they steal it away? Rising Lotus able to steal it away! And now they're looking to try and escape as well. This stun comes forward. That's going to be Agony losing his life. The man who stole it for Rising Lotus, but they're going to lose Flobby by the looks of it in the process as well. No! Gets out alive! Hell's Devil, maybe not the same fate, is going to block out that Impale, but misses the Spitfire, is able to trade his life. Wow, what a split fight. A 2-for-1 in the end across the board. Gold Miner goes in favor of Rising Lotus, but Team Secret looking for a turret.
Blobby might be able to clear this with his sigil, but I don't know if he's got it up and available because he healed himself. Trying with all of his might, but this should be the turret going over to Leon. Agony's coming through here. Rising Lotus maybe looking to punish this. They do have that afterburn available.
Yeah, they're going to try and get straight onto Leon. Agony holding it. Oh, knocks him into the turret, but able to secure the kill in the end. Can he escape, though? This is Leon laying down so much damage. He puts down the fire, but he's not able to get the burn. Leon going to burn in this goop as the Spitfire comes down. Hell's Devil burns him alive, and now I'm the Dooms trying to find a return kill. Is able to as Agony hides in the bush, but here comes the Tucker straight on forward. Can he find the kill? There's the fountain coming forward. That is so crucial for Rising Lotus. They're going to be able to try and chase down I Know Dune. He's not this CP Tugger, does not have his cooldowns available every second, but he is able to go stealth for now. Going to get spotted, I believe? No, he's not. Able to escape just in time. Very messy stuff, but the net gold income of it is a gold miner to Rising Lotus and a turret to Team Secret.
So it basically equaled out, as I believe that was almost a fully stacked gold mine. Wow. Back and forth, but let's keep an eye on what we're looking at in terms of item spikes, Dalsy, because remember, Scarf, he's heading towards 3 items. Big, hard-hitting late game. Leon will also have a similar output, but, you know, Scarf has got a great long-range advantage with that Spitfire. Obviously, Goop is a great zoning tool as well. Once he hits that Eve of Harvest, he might go towards a Broken Myth, and that's when he'll start to really become scary. Got the Breaking Point and the Sorrow Blade for the glaive, and that's an interesting one. He's playing for the elongated team fights, which makes sense with the Scarf. They've just taken another 133 gold payout. Now they're going to go for a fight.
Yeah, they're looking straight for the fight here, and Hell's Devil does not want it. He's calling for the disengage, but Agony will go down through the fire. Hell's Devil, wow, he's going to go very low. Gets bursted on down a double for the Doom, and Flobby just about to escape that Impale. Does root him, but he gets out alive, is the key of it. Team Secret, I guess they just wanted the 400 gold, I guess it was in the end, to try and push their lead forward. Very interesting plays nonetheless. They get the 2 kills.
Absolutely, but they also get that flank play and find a position to essentially deliver everybody straight to Hell's Devil, which is definitely the key. They are going to defeat the sentry. I'm the Doom, working up towards what looks to be a poison shiv next, Dalsy. That looks to be his next item choice. So reducing healing on a key target like Scarf is incredibly important. And obviously also giving him some sustain in these fights too, but actually prioritizing the Aegis over any more offensive items. I guess believing that Leon brings all the damage that they need right now with the Broken Myth and the alternating current spike that he's got.
And you can certainly see he's bringing a lot of damage when this Adagio gets on top of you. Then he really gets on top of you. Look at Leon, prioritized Journey Boots here very, very early so he can stick to his targets. We saw this earlier at Scoundrel during one of our disastrous solo queue experiences.
We actually won that game, though.
We did win that game. We brought it back. But hey, that Adagio, he hurt. And you can see Leon is just looking to stick to his targets and lay down a lot of damage.
Especially against a key backline target. Having an Adagio with Journey Boots, you might think this is great for Adagio kiting, but it's not actually necessarily used for that. It's used to get right next to your target. If you can't have your teammates deliver Gift of Fire, you can chase your target down, deliver Gift of Fire yourself, and start to really deal that incredible damage. So, you know, keep an eye out on how Leon attempts to use these Journey Boots. It's something that we have seen develop for Adagios, especially because of the range nerf. And I think it could be because of that slight range nerf. This just allows them to be more aggressive and get into range more easily.
Ooh, Engage comes forward, but it's turned around. That's going to be Hell's Devil
look
through
at
the
the
fire.
damage!
But wow, Leon just takes him down, looking for a second onto Hell's Devil, and he's going to find it as well. Agony rooted up next to the Crystal Sentry. Here comes Leon to try and find the kill. Agony does find one through it all, but that Crystal Sentry, it goes onto Leon, and Justman says, thanks, mate, I'll finish the job. Ace comes forward for Team Secret. The burst so huge from them, and they're going to take a turret as well.
Leon single-handedly kept that fight in the running. That massive, massive verse of judgment. It zoned out Flobby at the back line. Hell's Devil took the entire damage despite blocking the stun. And you saw exactly what we mentioned just before that fight broke out. It was a Journey Boots, Gift of Fire on yourself, take out the key target. That's exactly what Leon wanted to achieve with these boot pickups early on. It allows, even post-range nerf, Adagios to be super aggressive and find those kills where they can and where it's necessary to be so aggressive. I think that's an incredible, you know, sensible item choice for him. It's actually Justman and Leon now trying to 2 versus 3. Is I'm the Doom going to back them up now? Look at the damage coming out from Leon. That's insane.
Absolutely insane. Look, he's going to pop the Journey Boots and get straight on into the action. Here comes Doom, straight onto Hell's Devil, and Pale lands on Agony. The fountain is there, but that's going to be Agony falling as Hell's Devil falls as well. It's an annihilation coming out of Team Secret as they're looking to find the third and the ace for themselves. This is all pre-15, so there's no Kraken to take, but a choke point turret is definitely a welcome victory prize for them.
Well, who needs Attacker or a Lance to deliver Gift of Fire when you can Journey Boots into the middle of the enemy team and do it yourself? I think that's a good way of phrasing it. That was essentially Leon running in, getting a massive Gift of Fire application, started wailing that damage down, and again, his ultimate, key to pick off Hell's Devil in the back line, who hasn't really got any shielding, because you don't really build shielding on a Scarf, right? This is a little bit like a CP Kestrel. You rely on your range to be your defense. And he's only got the reflex block, so he's not really reducing any of the damage apart from the base shielding coming out from Adagio's ultimate right now. So he has to be very careful that he's able to get out of the range of it, otherwise he's going to be dead dragon every single time. And yeah, I gotta say that the entire Team Secret roster playing well. Hell's Devil's dead, probably dead again.
Yeah, no, Justman finds the flank. Wow, where did Hell's Devil go? Dead Dragon indeed. Leon, very low, but gets the sustain from that fountain. Agony's doing a bit of work here. The Crystal Sentry acting as that third member. They might just be able to take down Doom. They do. They're looking for Leon. They're going to take him down as well. Double kill for Agony. A mistake from Team Secret. Fighting next to that Crystal Sentry does so much work. Looking for Justman, but such a hard target to lock down. The Kraken, she's spawned. They can find the kill onto Justman. Well, it definitely makes taking that Kraken easier, but Justman, he combat rolls all across the fold and will be able to escape just now.
Yeah, call it a mistake from Team Secret, but also a great play from Rising Lotus to prioritize fighting around that Crystal Sentry, prioritize that as a area of combat, knowing that it would do a lot of work. It acts as that third man that they lost in the form of Scarf. Also Leon, I think he was so scared of that afterburn, I think he gave it too much respect. He basically exited the fight for the entire time, so that when he actually re-entered, Afterburn was up anyway. I think if he just stuck around, and tried to allow Just Man or I'm the Doom to tank that Crystal Sentry turret, and then been there as just landing a couple of basic attacks from time to time, they might have actually found a win in that team fight. But wasn't able to take the Kraken, and now it's Team Secret that are asking the questions. Team Secret are the ones now trying to take this beast from the map, and I don't know if Rising Lotus can fight this. They might be able to go for a steal. This is going to be super close.
Ooh, double impales onto Flobby, onto Hell's Devil. They're looking for the steal here. This Kraken has been disengaged by Team Secret, looking for the fight. Leon's gonna burst! Look at that damage coming out of Leon! Agony tries to steal the Kraken, but she's reset, and the Flobby's not in a great position either. He gets taken on down. What is that damage from Leon? Looking for Agony to finish off, get the ace, the heal onto himself, and the auto attack's going down. I'm the Doom, disengage the Kraken to hit the kill as well. Team Secret, when they get a fight in their own terms, well, they just destroy this Rising Lotus.
And that is a fully channeled Versa Judgment against a Scarf with little to no shielding. He has got some tier 1 shielding now, the light shield being picked up. But
oh no,
that is pretty insane damage coming out from Leon. And actually, what's really interesting is that he is always positioning himself and using that when he knows that he's going to land the majority of the damage onto Scarf. Actually, looks like it's going to be Glaive going down. I kind of expected that earlier, and they're going to get the last life on this Crystal Sentry as well, so that's been fully eliminated. But whenever Scarf channels the Dragon's Breath, Leon then channels the Versa Judgment, realizing that Scarf has to be in range to use that Dragon's Breath, and that's usually going to keep him in the range of that area of effect of the Versa Judgment. Really clever timing and use and positioning of the Versa Judgment there, because it basically forces Hell's Devil to waste his ultimate or take the brunt of the damage. And obviously, the brunt of the damage is around 800 right now, Dalsy, basically one-shotting him.
yeah, huge stuff. They do not have Agony here to defend, but I'm the Doom's not here yet. Agony will spawn. There's the Dragon's Breath going out. Justman taking a huge chunk of damage, going to get taken very low here. Fountain comes out and he's able to walk away. Impales, double roots, and Leon's just going to start doing work. The Kraken, she's almost taken the turret. Team Secret with Doom back into the base. Going to look to finish the game right here. Versa Judgment goes out. It bursts people down. That's going to be this base falling as Doom finishes the game. Team Secret, super roster of EU coming together, going to take game 1.
Insane early presence from them on this split 2, putting pressure on Rising Lotus, a team that I think, you know, have performed well in some occasions, and when they play their best, you know, can probably take on anybody. But they do have subs in their roster. They have had to switch things around. Like you said, Hell's Devil has got the pressure on his head, and obviously you see was really focused down by Team Secret during this game. But I gotta say, I think Team Secret played this incredibly well. Leon, again, clever use of that Versa Judgment from time to time. I'm the Doom doing exactly what he needed to do. Stick to the target, consistently put pressure on Hell's Devil, force him into awkward situations. Team Secret look good this game, Dalsy. Hope they continue to look good this series.
That's definitely the story, is that Team Secret, this is now their time to shine here in EU once more. They're going to have to continue putting the pressure down. A good game 1, but I want to see what they're capable of even further. Let's throw it back to the desk to see what they have to think about this all.
Well, Leon making his way back to the lane, something that you guys have been talking about for a while. It certainly seemed to pan out in this game. He is just a sub for Team Secret, that is accurate, but this week he is starting. What was it about his Adagio that made it work so well?
He was very aggressive with it, and that was one of the big keys. You know, constantly we saw him using his boots to get in and apply the Gift of Fire onto his opponents instead of relying on putting it on allies. It keeps him involved, keeps him being able to put the damage out throughout the entire fight. Then the Versa Judgments. The Versa Judgments were just absolutely game-changing.
Speaking of the Versa Judgments, let's go ahead and have a look at some replays here. You can see Leon being massively impactful again and again.
Yeah, Leon lands such clutch Versa Judgments here, and he's doing it with at least 3 or more BM stacks. And he does a good job of actually aggroing early to get those stacks. And he has 7, 8 stacks here, guys. And it's 9 stacks Versa Judgment and that just secures 3 critical team fights. And you can see here again, he's stacking 2, 3, gets the verse down with 4 stacks. Amazing plays by Leon. Those ultimates really change a lot of those key fights. And you guys look at it, Versa Judgment, guys, has a range of 9. It does 1300 base damage. If you have 9 stacks of Broken Myth with an alternating current, that's 130 crystal power. and you multiply the amplified damage, he does 1885 damage, and Scarf has no shield. So that's gonna melt Scarf, and it did every single time.
Yeah, that was what I was going to point out was Scarf's health, especially, in the previous ones, it did like, 700 to 800 health because that was just what Scarf had left and it outright killed him. But in that last fight, Scarf had 1400 health when Verse of Judgment went down, plus had fortified health thanks to his own ult, and it dropped him from 1400 with fortified health to 200 health. Like, that is just disgusting, the amount of damage coming out from that ultimate. They weren't able to shut it down. Leon makes it happen, and I'm the Doom as well on this Taka was also able to set up some really nice plays for Team Secret.
I think I'm the Doom is another player on the lineup we need to speak about because obviously he actually went ahead and joined Team Secret after split number 1 being on denial, not doing so well, actually getting eliminated from the Vainglory 8. Bacon, you were saying Team Secret spoke to you. They said they really believe in this guy. After those games, you can see he looks like a different player than when he was on denial.
Yeah, Team Secret was very confident. The exact word was, we feel he is one of the best junglers in the game. He just didn't have a chance to prove it because of the team he was on previously. And now with Team Secret, they're giving him a lot more free reign to do what he wants. And his playstyle also fits so well with Leon's. And it's going to be interesting to see how it works with Tricky coming in later, because that was always one of our big things, was Tricky and Leon never really seemed to be on the same page. Will that continue with I'm the Doom, or will they mesh?
They're not even going to be on the same book. They're always going to be playing when the other one isn't, because they're both laners. But we're into the draft for game number 2, Team Secret Rising Lotus.
I meant will Tricky be on that same situation with I'm the Doom?
I got you. Okay.
We do want to note the Rising Lotus, their manager is playing Roam, and their support, Hell's Devil, normally their captain, is playing lane. So that's very interesting that Laurier is not able to play, unfortunately, today for Rising Lotus. So that might affect a few gameplay results here. So the Lyra is picked against the Lance, which is interesting because Lance actually is good into Lyra as long as the Lance comp engages first. And there comes a Vox ban.
All right, Team Secret now, they have a chance to ban something. Is a Kroll maybe a good option? You mentioned earlier, Suijay, you don't like banning the Kroll when you already have the Lance.
Right.
But with Lyra, you can get around that Lance pretty easily with the Kroll. Just jump in with the Arcane passive.
Yeah, that could work. So I think that they'll probably ban Glaive here because Glaive Lyra is pretty strong. Oh, actually, Samuel Lyra is a strong composition, so they decided to ban the Samuel out. So with this, I think Rising will take a laner, so they'll probably go with either Gwen, because Gwen is actually good into the Lance. So they might go with Gwen here, if they can play it, or a Mage, if Hellsdale wants to play a Mage in lane again.
And so the Samuel bans, we're seeing it a lot. We're seeing a lot of priority on Samuel here in Europe. I'm still not 100% sold on it. It had such a low win rate in the first split, and wasn't really changed much coming into split number 2. And with the Poison Shiv becoming so strong, Mortal Wounds being very prevalent, I'm almost wondering if maybe teams are putting a little bit too much stock into Samuel right now. But we'll have to see. Obviously, they don't want to deal with it. But Glaive going to come through. Glaive's a really strong pick, especially with a Lyra. It's going to make life difficult for whoever Team Secret takes, but there's our first petal.
Oh, and a Rona. Okay, so Suijay, break down this Team Secret.
Yeah, Petal and Lance counters Glaive hard. Rona is better than Glaive. Rona can beat Glaive 1v1 because of her ultimate. So Rising Lotus is put in a really tough spot because their jungler is completely countered by all 3 picks here. So they need to pick someone that would make sense with Glaive, that can handle Petal. So potentially they might go with Scarf again, or Celeste, or Mage here because if they play a CP Glaive, they need to play. They actually need to play CP Glaive, and they need to pick a weapon power laner because a weapon Glaive will not work into this comp that they have here. Okay, so they decided to go with the Baron.
Okay.
Interesting.
I was going to say I would have actually liked to have seen a Ringo come through. I think Ringo could have worked really well into this composition, but Baron, it's another very, very late game focused, and Team Secret, we just saw them not allow Rising Lotus to get to that late game.
It was close, though. I mean, they got to like 17 and a half minutes.
They started to get there, but
borderline.
But I mean, you have to get to 18 minutes just to turn it around, and then the game has to go to like 24 minutes for you to win. So lasting till just before you might be able to turn a game around doesn't give you a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Bacon, because Baron is not a really burst hero until he stacks up.
Yeah.
And CP Glaive is very bursty, so if they had Ringo, it probably would have been a better combination. Just afterburn someone into Ringo, Ringo burst down a Rona or Petal, would have worked better, because Baron needs to scale up. He's not going to burst someone right away.
All right, so how do they win this game then? Like, is it just about getting to the late game? What are the ways they need to play the fights? How do they utilize the glaive?
They need to try and avoid fights for
Right.
a long time. They need to be using glaive just very defensively, which is unfortunate. Unless they can find a pick in the lane, they need to be looking to play very defensive and just try and get to that point where Baron can come online.
All right, who's going to take this game number 2 home?
I have too much faith in I'm the Doom and Leon. I think that Team Secret takes it.
Yeah, I think Team Secret's going to take this one.
All right, well, you've heard it from our analysts. Let's find out who's actually going to take it home as we head on to Halcyon Fold for game number 2, Team Secret versus Rising Lotus. Dalcy and Excalibur have the call.
This is pretty exciting stuff here for Hell's Devil and Rising Lotus. You know, they're kind of going down a slight gambit here. Get the Baron to the late game, do lots of work. Well, they're going to have to face up against I'm the Doom's Petal. Not only that, Leon in the lane with Rona. A lot of aggression Team Secret can bring.
Absolutely, this is definitely a competition that Team Secret can look to run away with. Again, you've got a long time before a Baron comes online, before he gets the 3 or 4 items needed to make him a real damage threat. And actually, you know, like they talked about with the glaive, this is going to be a glaive that's focused on peeling, I think, for the most part. Obviously, when Baron gets super strong, you can be a little bit more aggressive, but in the majority of this early to mid game, this will be afterburn to peel for Baron, afterburn to get the Rona away from Baron, afterburn to get Petal away, or even Petal into a killing position. So I think we'll have to keep an eye on this. This is definitely going to be very defensive from Rising Lotus. They've got essentially a long way to go before they get to a strong team fight position, whereas Team Secret can look to be a little bit more aggressive with this Lance, Rona, and Petal combination.
Ooh, Rising Lotus wanted to back away, but did they want to fight? Miscommunications from Flobby there as he turned around straight into the Impale. Now they're on the run. Do have that Imperial Sigil to speed boost away, so they should be fairly safe. But right now, as these backs are at risk, as Agony is going to get knocked up against wall. In fact, I say he's safe, but is he? He has to use the Afterburn defensively. He's actually rushing straight up towards Leon to try and take him down, as he is very low in the lane. But that does mean that the backs do go in favor. Agony will be spotted, trying to steal some camps away here in Team Secret's jungle. We'll have to see if that is punished.
Well, look at Lance. He backed immediately, knowing that might actually be the case here for Agony, trying to steal away these backs. He's very low HP. Agony's been essentially...
Ooh.
Oh, what a Githian wall.
Wow.
Knocks him out the
Just
afterburn.
Man.
Agony deservedly dies, I think, Dalcy. Deservedly. That was great from Just Man.
You know, a lot of people are like, why? And in the lane, we we glaze over. I'm the Doom comes up to Hell's Devil and kills him as well. You know, a lot of people criticize Mowgli for putting Just Man in the roam position over himself. Everyone's like, Mowgli's such a great captain, but Mowgli himself says he has huge faith and huge belief in Just Man's abilities. Believe that he can play this role better than Mowgli can. And I have only good things to say about him so far. That Githian's War predicts the Afterburn incredibly, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead so far for Team Secret.
Yeah, absolutely. The Githian wall, I think, was preemptively to stop him actually from escaping regardless, but it timed up with the afterburn. It looked so slick. That was great. Actually, interestingly enough, I have to harp on with what you said there. I agree with you. After this, maybe this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be Team Secret just laying down the hurt. Hell's Devil on this Baron does not have early game presence whatsoever, and that's what Team Secret are looking to punish.
No, absolutely. He's actually gone for a Blazing Salvo and triple Weapon Blade here early on. Just remedy some of that slow attack speed that the Baron has, funnel on some weapon power, and I guess maybe work towards a breaking point. Although Floppy has to be careful.
He gets bursted right on down. Hell's Devil also in trouble here. Team Secret, they're laying down the campaign train. Agony will come up to provide a bit of solace for the team, but what can he actually do? Everyone's so low, and this Baron doesn't really pack a punch just yet, so it's more just a scary face. Brave, but that's going to be Flobby rooted on down. Will he get taken on down? Yes, the Minions finally find the kill, but they traded on back. That's going to be a 1-for-1, and Agony's looking for a 1-for-2. Doom's trying to run away, but he cannot. A double kill for Doom, and the ace comes through as Hell's Devil finds Leon as well. What was that from Rising Lotus?
You mean, yeah, I mean, Rising Lotus capitalized, but what was that from Team Secret? I think they went a little bit tunneling too hard onto Flobby. And this is a Glaive who's already picked up his Stormguard banner. He will be hitting a little bit harder. Goes a bit greedy. Does get taken out again by Just Man in the backs, but has finished his Storm Crown now. And again, they weren't respecting the fact that this has got a triple weapon blade Baron. This is a Baron who's tried to remedy some of his early game by picking up a lot of cheap weapon power items to start hitting a little bit harder than he would have done having just gone down a normal, I guess, a heavy steel route here. So they just kind of disrespected. They went all in on the Lyra, disrespected the damage that Agony could do early on, disrespected Hell's Devil's damage, and unfortunately just took a little bit too much across the board. But I think Team Secret probably okay, can steady the ship here. But that's a good little bit of remedy for Rising Lotus, because you felt like they were potentially losing this from the outset, and now they've found themselves a little bit of a breathing space against this Team Secret roster.
That's all it is a bit of breath, a bit of fresh air into the lungs here at Scoundrel, because they are still under pressure. Yes, they do have some advantages as far as finding some kills, but actually they're still down by 1,000 gold. That turret will go down very shortly if they get onto it, but Hell's Devil, the pressure put onto him is immense. Well, just one impale and he's down to less than 150 HP, is forced to recall once more. That is going to be another buy-in for Team Secret if they want to try and capitalize. But Leon will be knocked into the turret range, just a bit of poke more than anything from Agony to try and say, hey, you know what, actually, you cannot take this turret.
I think actually they need to be aggressive in the lane though, because of the fact that Team Secret have almost lost their tier 1 turret off the back of that ace. They need to be aggressive here. They need to be looking to put pressure down, because if they give Rising Lotus any time and space in this lane, their turret might go down. They might lose a lot of this early advantage that they try to build up for themselves, and this could be allowing Rising Lotus to get towards the late game that much more readily. But Team Secret going in.
Yeah, they are going in. Rising Lotus maybe overstayed here. That's going to be the spontaneous combustions onto Floppy, but the Fountain is able to sustain this Lyra through it, the Imperial Sigil there as well. All this time, Hell's Devil has got himself the Sorrow Blade, farms the jungle, gets the Sorrow Blade, Ion Cannon going to come on down, but it is not going to really find anything, as Hell's Devil was kind of caught a little bit in rotation. Now Rising Lotus, they're trying to keep Team Secret off this turret. Hell's Devil was away, is coming into the fight very shortly to lay down a bit of damage for the team. But without a Fountain, Rising Lotus are very unlikely to want to fight.
The siege from Team Secret is fairly weak, because your weapon power is coming from the Lee laner, and unfortunately, to get into range of turret, you have to be right next to it, which can be difficult against things like Lyra, can be difficult against things like the Glaive as well. So Team Secret really have to get a massive advantage in a team fight to be able to pressure a turret. Whereas, you know, with Rising Lotus, they've got the range of the Baron. You know, if you're able to shove that minion wave in, your weapon power laner has got a massive range. They need to sort of get a couple of hits in there, here and there, and their siege actually becomes far more valuable. Actually going to be Leon backing out here. Hasn't hit level 6, doesn't feel like he's super confident in a team fight situation. Wait until he's level 6, then he'll have more success against the likes of the Glaive. But will get kited against that Rona easily, so again, it's a composition which I think Rising Lotus can actually make work here if Team Secret aren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, that's it. And the window of opportunity for Team Secret is closing, I believe, Scoundrel, with every minute. Every minute that this Baron gets closer and closer, he is going to get rooted up onto the turret, but that Agony just flies immediately in. There's the Protector's contract as well. Hell's Devil is going aggressive, trying to find the do, but maybe too aggressive, as Leon is able to find a bit of damage back and forth. Iron Cannon won't find its mark, but Agony may be able to find Leon. Yes, he will. That's going to be Lyra finding the kill. The reflex block, not enough from Leon to keep himself alive. And now Team Secret under fire. This turret is only a breeze away from falling, so Team Secret trying desperately to clear the way, but it's not enough. Agony dives on in. Turret destroyed, and the gold, well, it swings in Rising Lotus's favor. Yeah,
exactly. That's a really important point, that this is a Baron composition that is now ahead at 8 minutes 30. That's not good for Team Secret. You definitely felt the desperation in their plays, Dalsy. I don't know about you, but it felt like they were really desperate to make that tower dive work. Leon even jumped in past his teammates, started tanking turret, probably looking for a 3-man red fist, but weren't able to make it happen. The defensive, really sort of turtle-like play from Rising Lotus is playing off, but also the fact that Team Secret gifted them that 3 early kills, that ace, which allowed them to get all that damage done to tower. That might have been enough to get Rising Lotus to a position where they're going to get this Baron to late game. 2 items already, Dalsy. That's a big deal.
Yeah, Breaking Point and Sorrow Blade, and whilst we're talking about items, bit of an unconventional build for the Rona as well. Leon's gone down a Sorrow Blade first, not going for the Serpent's Mask, got that Book of Eulogies still and the Blazing Salvo, so likely going to build a Poison Shiv, I believe, straight afterwards, but it's a little bit unconventional, not what we normally see on the lane Rona, or in Rona in general.
We might actually see her go Breaking Point next, but it really depends on what they're trying to achieve, and The reason you'd go Sword Blade on Rona is because you want the flat weapon power. Why would you want flat weapon power, Doughty? Is kind of gets fairly self-explanatory when you say it like that. You want to burst someone. It's not about sustaining with a Serpent's Mask anymore. This is about doing as much damage in a short period of time to the one target that you actually care about, which is the Baron. So that's why you would pick up a Sword Blade in this certain situation over potentially the Serpent's Mask, because you realise that you're not playing a sustain game here. If you're playing a sustain game, you probably lose to the Baron. You're playing a we need to kill Baron as quickly as possible game, and that's maybe even why you're seeing I'm the Doom go for a broken myth next as well, as over something like an Eve of Harvest, for instance. He's basically saying I need to get as much damage out as possible here.
A lot of people were saying that Baron in 2.3, due to the attack speed changes, would come out in force as a fairly consistent laner. We are going to now see that poison shift completed for Leon. However, Rising Lotus, they have the kind of power spike that Glaive hits now. The Aftershock into the Storm Crown. Hell's Devil, well, he's not too far off his third item. Only a couple minutes, realistically. And Team Secret are slipping away from this game. Yes, the gold is close, but the gold is close. That is such a huge win for Rising Lotus. Close, or even ahead for Rising Lotus, is a massive, massive lead.
And not only just the gold and getting items, the more levels you give Barrow, the harder it is to take him down. Remember, every point in his ultimate increases his basic attack range, and he's very close to getting 2 points in his ultimate, which he has got now. So his basic attack range has gone up even further, but here goes Team Secret.
Ooh, huge Impale. Mortal Wound is doing work to keep Rising Lotus low, but here comes the re-engage from them. Leon just about gets away. Gonna pop that reflex block to try and survive Flobby, but Just Man will not have the same fate. Agony looking for a second. He's gonna run onto Leon. He finds the kill as well. Leon doesn't able to complete his recall. 2 kills go Rising Lotus's way. A huge wave in the mid, and a gold miner looking so juicy. Wow, Doom. Okay, Ace. Agony just finds it all by himself. This is a complete turnaround for Rising Lotus.
Yeah, and you could see Leon now realizes that there's no point getting defense anymore. Baron is well on his way to being that scary monster that you know him into the late game. Another heavy steal added to the backpack. The name of the game remains the same. Team Secret need to burst Hell's Devil, and they got very close there, but the healing and the fountain from Lyra made it so difficult. There's nearly the Tyrant's Monocle. Looks like a build path for Baron remains fairly similar here to that we saw on update 2.2. Hell's Devil going to stick to the Breaking Point, Tyrant's Monocle, Sorrow Blade. Maybe we might see a Bonesaw come out last. We'll have to see. Could just be another Tyrant's Monocle to add to the mix. But right now, that's not the problem for Team Secret. At this point, they don't really care how many items Baron's got. It's not about that anymore. It's about, can we actually kill Baron? And right now, Team Secret, I think they're struggling. They need to find an amazing Miracle Impale stun to allow Leon to go full damage onto his target. Otherwise, I think they're going to be in, well, a really, really tricky spot.
Yep, going to see those infusions. Justman, though, is looking to escape. I'm the Doom. On the other side of a wall here, Rising Lotus looking for the engage for themselves. Leon does dive on in, but Hell's Devil gets out for now. Huge damage. Hell's Devil low. Can he sustain? The heals are there, and he's laying down the damage as well. Hell's Devil in trouble, though. Here comes Leon, and he's going to take him down. The burst comes forward, and Leon is able to find the damage. That's going to be a 1 for none, but Flobby likely to fall very shortly as well. He's trying to escape, and in fact, he just about does, because everyone on Team Secret is low. They do not want to test Agony's Aftershock. So, just a singular kill, but at least we know right now, Scoundrel, that the Baron can bleed.
Absolutely, even when he managed to get out of the Impale with his jump jets. Still managed to get all their movement speed and their gap closing abilities, and I've got to say, massive credit to Justman. He bought the time that Leon needed to get in there and deal with Hell's Devil, get in there and deal the damage necessary. But it wasn't a convincing teamfight win for Team Secret. We've got to keep on top of that. It was still a scrappy affair. Leon, wonder where he might build towards a breaking point now. That could be a heavy steal that goes towards a breaking point. So we could see him go either that or maybe a Serpent's Mask to get extra sustain. But realistically, I think he's going to go along the build path of get as much weapon power in as possible. Even if a team fight goes a little bit longer, I can build a little bit more weapon power. And more weapon power means I'm more likely to burst Hell's Devil. We saw that they've got it in them now, but that was a very good team fight for Team Secret. They have to find something exactly like that again to beat Rising Lotus in these 3v3 situations.
Yeah, absolutely. With Leon completing that breaking point now, the damage ramp up for the Rona will get even more so. Disengage comes forward. Leon flies through the passage. Currently, Rising Lotus just trying to disengage. There's the ultimate coming forward, and look at the damage that Hell's Devil's able to dish back onto them. His breaking point's starting to stack up now, but they drop so quickly. The fight is disengaged, something that teams are going to be wary of. They want to continuously fight. Leon dives straight onto this Baron, but he's able to escape the Impale once more. The continuous combustions are coming out, but Team Secret have not been able to find their target just yet, and they're looking for Leon. That's going to be him knocked back with a Afterburn. Hell's Devil jumps backwards, but now he's looking for revenge onto Justman as they're going to get the speed boost here. There's the Afterburn, knocking Justman against the wall. Hell's Devil, with his jump jets forward, will look to try and find the final kill, and that's going to be Agony finish things off. As this all happens, Excoundrel, the Kraken, she spawns, and the death time as well. They're 11 on Leon, 24 on Justman. I'm going to see Rising Lotus take this Kraken.
Yeah, they got Stormcrown on Glaive as well, Dalsy. This is going to be mince meat for the Rising Lotus squad. We said when they play their game, when they play to the best of their ability, they can beat practically anyone in the league. I'm going to say, good scalp to take in the best of 3 series, at least half the scalp, by getting a game off Team Secret here. They are going to get the Kraken. It's not over just yet, but the way it's going, especially with Baron now, very close to a 4-item spike. You can't really see many ways Team Secret find their way back in here. There is the breaking point, obviously, like we said, for Leon. That could be a saving grace if they get another excellent engage. But I gotta say, the disengage potential and the peeling of Agony has been really good so far.
Makes you wonder what Team Secret will prioritize in the next game if Rising Lotus are able to take this game, push it to an even series. Leon dives forward, but the Bright Bulwark going to disengage. Leon just getting bursted on down. The Iron Cannon means Team Secret have to bounce. Justman will get taken very low, half HP, and Hell's Devil dives forward. There's the Afterburn. They're going to look to find Justman, and Justman will fall. All this time, the Kraken's on the turret, and that turret lasts nothing. 566 damage to auto attack. Why not for Hell's Devil? And the Kraken, she's going to hit the base now. This is the last hurrah for Team Secret. They need to take down Hell's Devil, but it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to here. Diving forward, looking for the damage. Hell's Devil taken very low. They do burst him. What was that coming out of Team Secret? Agony's trying to finish the game though. This is going to be Rising Lotus True going all for nothing. Kraken still half HP. Stormcrown on the Glaive as well. This is going to be very close, but Team Secret trying to mount the defense. They find the ace. Now they have to try and take down this Kraken. One more auto attack, another, but it's going to be taken on down. Team Secret just about saved their base.
One final blow from Kraken would have got the game for Rising Lotus. Are Team Secret going to be able to do anything with this gift? It's an almost 4-item Baron at this point in time. You saw the damage that Leon was able to put out. And the Doom also picked up a bit of extra damage on this petal, not relying on just 2 outright damage items. Can Team Secret make this a comeback? Can Team Secret find their way back into this game? And it's just 1,000 gold that separates these 2 teams. And Team Secret might even get their first turret. They're not even going to get their first turret of the game here. They managed to keep the gold almost even, and they haven't got any turrets at all. Pretty insane, if you ask me. They're going to have to look for a very big team fight going forward here, though. It's going to have to be huge. Leon's going to have to do the same thing. They're going to have to catch Baron off guard. And I think Baron used his jump jets offensively there, Dalsy, so he had no way of getting out either.
Yeah, no, it was just half a second till the cooldown came back up. Does look like Team Secret will commit hard for their first turret here. At 18 minutes, they do secure it. Kind of that line of turrets standing between Team Secret and the end game does give Rising Lotus a lot of security, because every time one of those turrets is destroyed, death timers are reduced, which means that Rising Lotus can respawn a little bit quicker if they do get aced. But currently Rising Lotus, they're just looking for one more fight. That's going to be Leon diving forward. He's able to stick, but a good knockback comes forward. He's rooted. He's stuck. That's huge from Justman. Can they find Hell's Devil? No, they cannot. Hell's Devil's still alive. He's looking for Justman. He will get taken down, but Leon, he's currently battling Agony, and that's going to be Flobby coming to try and support this Glaive. That's going to be a 2 for none. Justman will recall, but Rising Lotus, they want to finish the game.
And the Doom, unfortunately, stuck in the middle. So much damage coming out from Hell's Devil there as well. Like you said, it's this point in the game where Lance is insane. Justman, I think, is trying to block them outside the base. Agony's going to probably afterburn over the wall here. I don't know if there's anything that Team Secret can do right now. This should be game to Rising Lotus.
10 seconds on Iron the Doom. Justman trying to get into the base, but Floppy just providing a bit of a war in this Lyra. That Vein Crystal is falling, but Doom has respawned. Can they blow up this glaive, or will it just be too late? There it is! The Vein Crystal destroyed, and Rising Lotus equalized the series.
Well, I was not expecting that when I came into this game, to be honest, Dalsy, given the way that Team Secret played in the previous game. But I guess the way you look at this is, when you play against the Baron, there is always this timer that hovers over your head. There's always this sort of air of I guess, doom. I want to avoid the pun. This sort of air of doom that sort of hovers over you that says, okay, if you don't win the game early, we're going to get to the point where we'll basically two-shot you. Baron will get to a point with his, insane range where he will just crush you. And you need to have a team composition that can consistently look to punish a Baron in lane. Don't think they really capitalized on that. They had a Rona and a Lance, and I feel like there was a lot of Petal and Lance roaming going on. But I think Lance being in lane a little bit more, putting more pressure onto this Baron might have been effective. But then again, there was the Lyra they had to get through. Very, very good hero to have to defend a squishy target like Baron that needs to make it to the late game.
I feel like it was perfect drafting from Rising Lotus. They hit the Baron till the last pick on red side. It means that there was nothing really that Team Secret could do to adapt to the fact that Baron would be pulled. It's the first time Rising Lotus have picked it, and of course Hell's Devil has moved from the captain position into the carry position in space of Luer not being able to play this weekend. So this time we do not have Rising Lotus on A side. They are now on A side, so they cannot hide their picks till last minute. And that's going to be very interesting to see how they combat this draft. We're going to throw it back to the analysts. They can talk more about this, so take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Rising Lotus take game number 2. It's going to be another game 3 already here in Europe. And I saw you guys getting kind of irate over there a second ago. I actually don't know what it was about, so I just want to give you a chance to talk about it because it seems like something you're passionate about.
Yeah, Team Secret needed to play to their win conditions. Every time they fought in lane, they lost. Got aced twice in lane. When they fought in jungle, they won that fight. And Leon's build and I'm Doom's build, it's not a burst build. They need to go burst. Leon already applies Mortal Wound with Rona's B, so she doesn't need Poison Shave. He should go straight crit because Baron had no armor. So he should have just went straight damage and crit or something to burst Baron down. They didn't have the damage to do that.
Yeah, and I don't often disagree with our casters. I think they usually bring up the very good points. Usually we end up mirroring what they say at the end, but if I was getting a little... my facial expressions were because I didn't agree at all with saying that Rising Lotus had a perfect draft there. I think their draft was definitely good, but a lot of this came down to Team Secret not playing well into Rising Lotus, and Rising Lotus playing the gameplay was exactly what they had to do when they won those fights. It wasn't necessarily just a perfect draft for them.
Let's have a look at a replay, actually, because I think you can see Rising Lotus playing their comp properly in this fight. They fight in the lane. Lance, as Sweet J always talks about, much better in the jungle.
Those jump jets from Baron were so good.
The jump jets from Baron gets him out of trouble. Lyra's Borg also gives him more sustain. So if they can't burst down Baron in that first engage, they're in trouble. And they don't have the damage. I mean, Poison Shiv and Sorrow doesn't do enough damage when Leon could have went a better build. And Petal too. So I felt like every time they try to do that engage, if they don't kill Baron against a Lyra comp and Baron jumps out, gets healed up, etc., you're going to lose the fight. And plus, you're not fighting in jungle on top of that. So Lance is not going to be able to do much.
And all of this stemmed from that first ace that Rising Lotus was able to pick up. It was in the lane once again, but they also were able to poke so much damage. There were so many attacks Baron got off onto Leon, onto Justman before Team Secret tried to engage, that by the time they engaged, they were already missing about a quarter of their health to begin with. And even though Baron is not strong early on, shouldn't be able to win those fights, they took too much damage before looking to engage. And so, again, that was just Rising Lotus playing the composition very well in being patient, waiting for Team Secret to have to make the move to try and engage if they wanted to engage, and just constantly getting that harassment damage down beforehand.
And one quick note, I loved what Hell's Devil did on Baron. He maxes B first. When you max B, you are immune to debuffs. So he jumped out of roots and was immune to that because he maxes B first. So amazing skill utilization by Hell's Devil there.
We've talked about that historically a lot. I really don't think there is any reason, unless you maybe if you're Crystal or something, you might overdrive the A. But really, it's all about those jumps. You need to be able to get away from the crowd control. it gives you such a huge
That's what
distance
won them that
advantage.
fight that we saw the replay of.
Exactly.
He jumped out of an impale. Like, that's period. That wins the fight. If he gets impaled there, that completely goes the other way.
All right, so thinking now about the draft of Game 3, I definitely think we've talked about Rising Lotus and their skill in the draft before, and the fact that they are a team that on any day could beat anyone. They just never quite finish up the series normally, right? Is this the series for them? Can they make it all the way? Do they have the draft they need for game number 3?
Well, that's what we're going to have to find out.
I'm asking a prediction.
I think
I
it's
can't
more.
predict if their draft is going to be good until they make a good draft.
That is a wussy answer. I want you to predict
I mean, I can
it.
say, yeah, sure. I mean, they can draft perfectly here, but it's a matter of if they're
I
going
have to ask you far ahead of time. We know what happens when I leave it to the last minute.
All right, so I think it's Team Secret's game to win or lose here. If they don't play to their win conditions and they don't build properly and they don't engage properly, then they will lose against Riding Lotus.
All right, well, we're into the draft number 3 here. Rising Lotus now on A side. Ban away Kestrel, the same ban they did on A side in game number 1. Team Secret has a chance to answer.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they ban away the Fortress once again here. Again, just kind of mirroring game number 1 a bit.
It might be the Fortress or Lyra, since Rising Lotus is very comfortable with that Lyra pick. And maybe Team Secret may want to switch things up and ban the Lyra away from them. But I think it should most likely will be Fortress here.
Yep.
Nice call, Tasty Bacon.
It's a pretty easy one to make.
All right, well, Rising Lotus make another easy call. They pick up a Lyra, very strong hero. Still seeing that 100% draft appearance.
Nope.
Oh, she didn't get picked in one of the games at the end of Split 1. I forgot about it. I remember you being really upset that you missed it.
Yep.
All right, and then Lance going to be first pick for Team Secret. Samuel, Vox, banned away. We're starting to see the patterns already, at least for Europe. Adagio.
Yeah, they're doing the exact same draft as game 1, so Rising Lotus needs to change something up here because they're giving Adagio Lance is extremely strong of a combination, and they're giving Leon Adagio again. Why would you? I would rather play into a Vox than a carry Adagio, to be honest. So this is a very interesting draft by Rising Lotus, and they might have drafted themselves in the corner if they don't switch it up. Here, I think Pedo would be a good pick because Pedo is good with Lyra since Samuel's not open. They decided to go with Sky.
Okay.
So that's actually not bad into carry Adagio, but Lance is good into Sky.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that's the concern? It's hit or miss, both literally and figuratively. If Lance hits the impales onto Sky, then Lance just destroys Sky. If he misses the impales, then all of a sudden Sky is able to dance circles around him. So we'll have to see how that pick works out, how those interactions happen, and there's another Baron.
I was about to ask about this pick because I figured, okay, you know, you've seen what you can do into a Lance as a Baron. You can just
Taka's
maybe get
open.
out. So that was my concern. Is there a silver bullet pick for Team Secret if Rising Lotus try and replicate game 2?
Especially because of the fact that with the Baron pick, that almost guarantees Sky is going to be Crystal. Taka is so good into Crystal Sky. Weapon Sky, she can, do a little bit to deal with the Taka, but Crystal Sky has some trouble.
Is there a world in which we see the roles reversed here and we see the Weapon Sky and a Crystal Baron? Crystal Baron, I mean, we've like never
There's
seen
a
it.
world where that happens, but not in this timeline.
Highly unlikely. Crystal Baron has OP range, but it's to skill shot a Taka, it's going to be almost impossible. You'd have to focus Adagio and just go all in, while Taka and Lance is going to CC you or kill you.
The damage of Crystal Baron is some of the highest damage in the game, but it's some of the most inconsistent damage in the game because it's so difficult to hit those mortar shots repeatedly.
So knowing then that it's very likely to be the Crystal Sky and the Weapon Baron, as you mentioned, the Taka is an excellent pick into those two things. My question is, did Rising Lotus do this knowing the Taka was coming and still feel confident? Or did they maybe overlook it? If they still feel confident, you gotta expect maybe there's a reason for that. They think they can just outplay. How does the composition actually win games with that Lyra, Sky, and Baron?
Essentially the same thing they did in Game 2. They have to be very patient with their fighting. They have to force Team Secret to have to try and, take the initiative and force fights to happen. And for Team Secret, it's essentially, again, the same thing. They have to be a little bit more aggressive than they were in Game number 2.
It's interesting, right? Like both teams replicating the games that they were successful already in
Yeah.
the series. All right, quickly the predictions for game number 3 and the series.
I think the Taka ends up being a little bit too strong for the Sky to deal with. They're going to be able to get onto Baron. They're going to be able to shut it down. I think Team Secret takes it.
Team Secret fights in jungle, pressures lane, snowballs early, they will take it.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Team Secret or Rising Lotus moving forward to day number 2. We've got Dowsey and Excoundrel.
What happens when winning compositions, Excoundrel, go up against each other? Well, the answer is one of them loses. Team Secret or Rising Lotus is going to be either one of them, Excoundrel. The obvious
Didn't realize
statements
that.
are
I
obvious.
actually just thought that both teams won at the end of this, Dowsey. I thought it was going to be a complete draw, to be honest.
Draws in EU, man. Hey, it's happened before.
Memes. Anyway, let's get on. This is an interesting one because, again, you are running a similar kind of composition for Rising Lotus here. You've subbed out that CP Glaive for the Sky, who can peel with her Death from Above, but is not quite as effective. That's one of the only issues here. There's not as much to stop Team Secret finding their targets this time round, apart from that Lyra. And again, a lot of this is going to be about whether Flobby can have his perfectly timed Bright Bulwarks and whether they'll be effective at stopping Justman and I'm the Doom. I'm the Doom on this weapon power.
Leon's in trouble in the lane.
Whoa.
Like, there was so much damage. They gotta find the kill. Agony's going for it, but the heal's too much. Agony's gonna lose his life. First blood goes the way of Leon. I was gonna say Leon's playing an aggressive lane and he seems to be winning it out, but then this game comes forward. Now Hell's Devil in trouble as Justman lays down the pain, and that is a devastating error for Agony.
Yeah, but I don't blame him for doing it. That's the worst thing. Like, it was so close that it was very difficult to predict whether you would actually get the kill there or not. Remember, if you get first blood and then you end up dying, it's probably worth it for your team because of first blood. There we go. Going on to Hell's Devil. Here we go.
Yeah, Hell's Devil going to be taken on down here. Leon able to find the kill credit. Doom doesn't even get an assist, unfortunately. Too late into the fight. But wow, what a great start for Team Secret. Leon, straight in the lane. First thing he did was go aggressive onto Hell's Devil, knocked him right down to just like 100 HP, and it's been such a pain for him. Agony's coming in, looking for a return, looking for Justman. Leon trying to body block it on up, but it's just the auto attacks right now. Agony not going to make the same mistake twice, though. Respects Leon's damage and falls back.
Gotta say, I like the way that Team Secret have come out and approached this game. They realize that they can't be resting on their laurels. They can't give Rising Lotus that kind of space that they gave them in the last game. I expect Leon early journey boots again. I expect him to, once he's got that alternating current, to go super aggressive on his targets. Yeah, you definitely cannot give that level of space to Rising Lotus this time again when they have the Baron. And actually, Team Secret look like they know that. They are putting so much pressure onto this lane, and I think I'm the Doom will continue to return there looking for kills. Kind of what we expected to see in the last game, but they are making it happen in the game that counts. They have to continue this pressure, though. The problem is if they don't continue this pressure, Baron is always going to scale up. It's always difficult playing against the Baron because you know that you're on a timer, and the timer will tick over your head and always sort of keep you thinking, keep you guessing about how to approach the game. So it's all up to Team Secret. They need to do all their work and make sure that they put pressure on Hell's Devil, not allow him to get to that late game spike that he got to last time.
Right, and this is the point I was making just before we threw to the analyst, is that Rising Lotus, they hid the Baron right till last, which meant that Team Secret couldn't draft into it. They couldn't really adjust what they wanted. This time, they had the opportunity to. They could choose how they were going to play against the Baron with their last pick, just diversify their draft as much as possible. Bit of charming going back and forth as Justman and Flobby exchange kisses in this jungle bush. Quite cute to see, but currently I wouldn't be taunting anything right now. Team Secret, they have your number in the lane, and Leon is on this Adagio that we saw him run away with in the game 1.
Yeah, and with that journey boots, he'll be able to keep his tabs on Baron even when Baron uses those jump jets. Justman tries to predict, doesn't work.
Doesn't work, but Hell's Devil's still stuck in the middle of the fight. He's not moving. That's going to be him falling. Just nowhere to run. As soon as he committed, he didn't even attempt to escape. Rising Lotus, they lose him. Now another engage straight onto Flobby here up against the turret. He's burning down, and another kill goes Leon's way. I'm the Doom, about to escape. Very sick stuff from this Tucker. Agony's trying his best to find a kill, but he gets rooted. Either Dude comes in, and it's a double kill for Leon. Unbeatable at the moment on his Adagio, 5-0, and Team Secret looking to see if they can't get a turret as well.
Yeah, might not be able to get the turret just yet because Hell's Devil has returned, but this is what we expected to see from Team Secret against this Baron from Rising Lotus. Again, I agree with you, Dowsey, what you said. I think, Rising Lotus picked the Baron in the end of their last draft. It wasn't a perfect draft. Absolutely agree with Tasty Bacon.
It was
not a perfect
a
draft,
good
but,
move is what I mean by that.
But it was a good move in the draft to use Baron as a last pick, knowing that they felt pretty safe picking it into the composition. They took the risk this time. They took the risk with Baron, saying maybe Team Secret don't know how to deal with it. But Team Secret have brought I'm the Doom back onto this Taka that was so successful with him. They repeat the composition from game 1. Leon's on that Adagio, big, hard-hitting Adagio, especially when he picks up that alternating current. So they felt like they knew how to go against what Rising Lotus brought to the table in game 2, and it's what exactly they brought in game 1. And we'll have to see whether that results in a win for them and that series closure that they so desperately need. Remember, Team Secret, they want to make sure they solidify their place here in Europe. They want to solidify their position at the Unified Live Championships, and they're going to do that with a fight.
Yeah, Flobby's going to go very low. I'm the Doom, able to find the execute and take him down as well. Now Rising Lotus trying to defend the turret. Where is Hell's Devil going? Is able to dodge away from the Impale Just Man, but this turret is under fire. Leon can just fire away at it. I am the Doom going to take it down very quickly as well. You know, CP Adagio, he can siege turrets fairly well. And when you got that weapon power up close, well, it just eats it away. And that's going to be an engage onto Hell's Devil as well. They're going to take the turret. They're going to take Hell's Devil's life as well. Agony doing his best to try and find some return fire. But against 3, it's a risky maneuver. Will this guy be able to find it is the question. There's the death from above, but it misses. And that's going to be Rising Lotus losing their lives. First it's Flobby, then it's Agony as he burns away. No! He gets taken down by the Impale. Does find one for his own, but it's just a steamroll at this point, Scoundrel. 9-1, a 3,000 gold lead. Team Secret setting themselves up nicely.
A Sky doesn't quite have the same ring of protection than a CP Glaive does. They're going in onto Hell's Devil again. One basic attack, that's a kill. That is a kill. And what a way to start a game against a Baron than taking him to 0-4 at 7 minutes. Team Secret said, I'm not letting this go the same way the last game went. We are better than to let a Baron get to a serious late game threat potential. And, well, they're certainly putting their money where their mouth is, because that is a 0-4 Baron, a 0-3 Lyra, and a 1-3 Sky. This is Team Secret dominating from the outset.
Absolutely insane stuff here so far, and they're looking to put even more pressure on to Agony as they go into his jungle, stow away some of the camps. Now, of course, Scoundrel, the ticking time bomb that is Baron exists, right? Rising Lotus, they certainly have late game, but they're not even making it there. Agony goes very low, is able to dodge away for now. There's the Iron Cannon straight onto I'm the Doom. He may lose his life, no dodges away, and that's going to be him picking up the kill onto Hell's Devil as well. Death from above doesn't connect. So much mobility in this composition here for Team Secret with the Taka and Leon. Well, he hasn't quite got his journey boots yet. We've not quite seen him build into them just yet. But if he does, even more mobility.
He's at tier 2 though. I mean, he's getting there.
Certainly is. Yeah, no, absolutely. I expect him to go for Broken Myth first, but we'll have to see. There's going to be a immense gold payout coming out. 291 gold for everyone. Leon, with 900 gold, does upgrade to those tier 2 boots, even before he finishes his second item. Just prioritizing the ability to get onto Hell's Devil and chase him down.
So Leon, again, shoving lane in. Let's look at the CS advantages as well. Almost 30 for Leon at this point in time. Well, it's one way to kill the Baron, but also a way to starve his farm too, and that's a really important aspect of playing into this particular hero too. As this gets to the late game, Floppy actually looking aggressively for a move here.
He is looking aggressive. There's a death from above. Tucker just trying to hide on out currently. Rising Lotus, they've started this fight off well. Really, that's as much as they can hope for now. Agony's trying to find a target. The forward barrage won't connect with anyone. Damage though, here's an Impale. That's going to be a root onto Agony. Look at the damage traded immediately onto him. And I'm the Doom survives through it all. Hell's Devil's trying to do his work onto Leon as he dives forward, baits him in, but Leon just bursts him on down and he's looking for a kill onto Flobby. He gets it, a double and an ace. Team Secret gonna take this turret away. They could even look to pressure the second one.
Again, you got to start looking and pointing fingers towards Rising Lotus's draft this time round. The Sky and the Baron, they open themselves up to the same kind of counters, which is a very easy, pick off for the attacker here, as well as picking it into a Lance, which, as both Tasty Bacon and Sweet Generous alluded to, if you're Lance, you can actually do very well against the Sky. And again, you see here, not much happening for this Sky right now, just getting decimated by this Team Secret lineup. You got to question whether, especially when you pick a Baron, right? often I like to say Baron is like a basket of eggs, as in you put them all in there. It's like Baron is your basket of eggs, and you kind of build a composition around him. When you pick a Sky, it's not really building a composition around Baron. It doesn't provide the level of protection I think you need to make him work. And yeah, I was just a little bit surprised to see that at the end of the draft from Rising Lotus here. Just my personal opinion, I'm not a big fan of running 2 late game damage threats with a Baron. I think it's always better to have a Baron and then maybe have a sort of off-tank damage threat that could do peeling, and then you have your peeling captain as well. That's my personal opinion about how to run a Baron composition. But Team Secret knew exactly how to counter draft this and have done it incredibly well.
Right, that's the thing, you know, it's not like the glaive was banned. Rising Lotus could have picked it up if they wanted to, paired it on out with the Lyra from the previous game, had a complete rematch of winning compositions, but you know, they opt in for this Sky, and the Samuel's been prioritized a ban from Team Secret this entire drafting stage, and it's because Agony has played Samuel so often throughout his series. Yes, his win rate may not be super amazing with it. It's kind of 50-50, but at the same time, it's a very comfort pick for him. And so banning it away, Rising Lotus are already in an uncomfortable position, having to put Hell's Devil into the carry position instead of captain, and it just makes things difficult for them right off the beginning.
Absolutely. They're going to go for an aggressive move here, Flobby, over the wall, and here goes Team Secret.
Yeah, no, it's going to be Flobby into the wall, and that's going to be him trying to get away, but he cannot, and impale onto Hell's Devil. He flies out. Will be able to survive there, Scoundrel. A 1 for none currently as Agony tries to set up some damage, push Team Secret out of the base here. They've got this ticking time bomb of a Baron. We are going to see a pause come out just now, so we'll have to see what that's all about, but you know, I want to ask you about this. Baron, is there any chance for Rising Lotus really to get back into this game?
I mean, obviously, there's always a chance when you have a Baron, right? But the Team Secret has already done the work. They've already dug the quarry. They've already opened the mine. They're just looking to strike gold. This is a 10k gold lead that they've accrued against the Baron. So even if Baron gets to the late game, he's still got to get through this massive barrier that is an extra 2 items, whilst being a huge threat, or hugely under threat from Leon and Nine the Doom in all of these teamfight situations. So yes, there is a chance, Dalsy. Is it a big chance? Hell no. It's a tiny chance. And I think Team Secret probably closed the game out from here. One of the things I did want to touch on was maybe we were talking about, oh, you could have picked the glaive. The problem is you have to go CP glaive. You've got a weak early jungle, and that might have opened up a Koshka pick coming out from Team Secret, which would have been good into both Baron and the glaive. So maybe the Sky pick was there to say, well, actually Sky's got an okay early jungle clear. She can kite quite well against things of like Koshka. So maybe that was the thought process there. But I'm still unsure that it's the best way to build a composition when you have a Baron, because it just opens you up to the early game too much, you know? It just makes it too easy to exploit, too easy to find fights, not enough peel, especially pre-6. You know, you didn't have those defensive afterburns for Baron in the lane because no one could do it apart from the Bright Bulwark on Lyra, which is a hard ability to hit in the early levels. So yeah, I think Team Secret picked very well here, and I think they've actually played to their win conditions. And you saw how different it was this game, Dalsy, when they sent their Lance and their attacker to the lane, consistently looking for fights, consistently looking to pressure Baron and take that turret early. It was a whole different story.
Yeah, no, certainly is. And, you know, we're at this 12-minute mark. The pause does come forward. Hell's Devil looking to try and get out here, and will be able to walk away from Team Secret as everyone just disengages Scoundrel. But at this moment, at this 12-minute mark, things are just looking a little bit scary. This Baron, well, it's not quite hit a damage point yet where it's a considerable damage threat. Currently sitting at that breaking point Sorrow Blade, looking for a Monocle's next item. Whereas Leon, he's just finished a Shadow Glass.
Yeah, Leon finished Shadow Glass and he's gone for it because he knows that the burst damage is very important in this kind of situation. Burst out that Baron, put even more pressure on him and the Sky in these teamfights. Against the double squishy, I always say that sort of the rule of thumb for going Shatterglass on a CP carry is generally against double squishy compositions, because the flat scaling means you'll deal more damage to them, obviously. So yeah, I think this is a perfectly acceptable buy. That's going to be Sentry defeated, 1 life remaining. Team Secret kind of pulling off the gas a little bit. I guess they're just sort of pondering as and where to apply pressure, but most of it is just going to be starving the map of objectives and gold for the Rising Lotus lineup.
Right, and you can see they've got infusions ticking. Just in case the fight breaks out, it gives them even more damage potential. Whereas Rising Lotus, they just cannot afford them right now, trying to get towards those late game items. And Eve of Harvest, a Frostburn there for Agony. Almost got that Monica. Oh no, Agony's going to walk into a Death Bush, and a Death Bush will result in death for Agony. And a crucial kill goes over to Team Secret. Let's see what they try to do here. They're going to push straight on into the base, right around the minion wave, try and find Flobby out, but the Impale is dodged away. They're just going to take this turret down, tank it on up. It's a risky maneuver. Hell's Devil's certainly going to try and punish them for it, but that turret is just falling. There's nothing that Rising Lotus can do. A turret secured for Agony's death, and now they're going in for more. Hell's Devil gets taken on down. Flobby, he's trying to escape, and he will just about get it out, as well as Agony respawns and tries to lay down the pain. Team Secret will disengage for now. I'm the Doom, the last man out, and actually is forced to get onto the other side of a forward barrage. He's just going to take Flobby down, though. As a result, said, hey, you want to kill me? Well, nah, man, that's not the way it goes. And Team Secret, they walk away even further. More gold in their pocket, a 11,000 gold lead, and Agony rooted on down. That's just going to be Agony dying here as well. Hell's Devil, he respawns. It's just stuttered deaths here, you know, staggered deaths, Scoundrel, and really, that's exactly what Team Secret want.
Well, any deaths at all is great for Team Secret. They're going to take the Sentry eliminated. That opens up the entire Rising Lotus side of the map. Not that they didn't have control of that side of the map anyway. Now that they do, it makes it even easier for them to find the kills necessary. 10 seconds until Kraken spawns. About to say 1 second, that's not true. 10 seconds until Kraken spawns. That'll likely be the key target here for Team Secret. It absolutely guarantees them a win in this situation. And Rising Lotus, they realize that they actually might even have to try and contest this. And that's going to be risky for them. Either way, it feels like a lose-lose situation for these guys. Justman maybe looking to go in here. There he goes.
Now it's going to be him right onto Hell's Devil, rooted on up. Hell's Devil is laying down a bit of damage. He dives straight onto Leon. That's a ballsy move from Hell's Devil, and a ballsy move that will not result in any kills. Agony trying to run away. That's the route on to Flobby, and now it looks like it might just be over right here as Agony loses his life. Leon and Justman going to try and take down these turrets. A decisive lead right now for Team Secret as they look to finish the game. Hell's Devil just moments away from respawning, and Justman is very low at this point, but the turret goes down. The Vein Crystal exposed. Hell's Devil respawning will not be enough to stop this onslaught onto the Vein Crystal, and Hell's Devil knows it. That's going to be Team Secret taking the series here at Scoundrel 2-1 in a very decisive third match.
Super close series, but in the end, Team Secret find that decisive win. They realize that Baron strategy. They know how to play into it. They put a lot of pressure in the early lane, Hell's Devil down to 0-4 in 8 minutes. I mean, he had no farm. He was sort of 30 farm under Leon. They'd lost a lot of turrets as well. And that Taka pick allowed them to consistently apply pressure without the threat of getting peeled by Afterburn or, you know, the threat of even Bright Bulwark, because it's very difficult to Bright Bulwark something like an X-Retsu. Great stuff from Team Secret. And do you know what? I'm not even going to touch on it more. I think the analysts can do that, Darcy.
Yeah, certainly. Amazing stuff. They managed to take that very decisively. That's going to be them progressing to day 2. Over to you, AJ.
Team Secret with another win under their belt move forward to day 2 and the semifinals that will be played on day 2. Guys, that was a very dominant performance from Team Secret. Yeah. Leon, he had 100% kill participation, and the kills per minute was over 1 for the team.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Leon on Adagio. Adagio in general is still super strong. That's why I was so surprised throughout these first, 6 games that we've seen that there hasn't been a huge priority on the Adagio, because it is still an incredibly powerful pick.
All right, let's have a look at some replays. Sweet J, I know you really wanted to talk about Justman, actually.
Yeah, Justman is the MVP of these matches. He lands such great Githian walls and impales here, and just his timing and patience here, waiting for a right opportunity to land a root here, get another kill when Sky is trying to poke and get a kill here. And then he does it again in another fight. I mean, it's just amazing. Just watch how Justman kind of patiently waits the root out. And then as soon as he roots, Leon follows up immediately, and they combo their ability. He heals Justman, gets the burn on them, buffs himself, and then just deletes and gets... This is a good time here. Watch. gets through, gets a heal, gets a buff, and then boom, Sky's deleted in the 2 shots along with Taka following up. I mean, amazing. And the team is actually low that fight too. So their execution with this comp is amazing. And I was surprising that Rising Lotus gave Team Secret this comp that they seem so comfortable with.
And we talked about in game number 2, playing against the Baron, Team Secret were playing a little bit more passively. Rising Lotus did a great job of waiting for the fights to happen and just poking. They tried to do the same thing here in game 3, which is what they had to do, but Team Secret was just so much more aggressive and had much more tools to get themselves into those fights and make sure that they didn't have to just sit there and let their health bars be abused before trying to fight.
Yeah, and I mean, all of this was talked about even before we get to I'm the Doom, who stepped up massively in this series.
Oh, yeah.
I think we can all say maybe they were right for picking him up from Denial. He really is that good.
You look at the leaderboards, you go to like some of the websites out there for tracking stuff like this and using the API. I'm the Doom is right up there with Justman and Leon. They have all three of them are in the top 4 of Europe in terms of their rankings. So definitely very, very strong players.
Yeah, if only Rising Lotus didn't pick Sky into Lance, picked the Pedo instead, and then Taka would not be good into Pedo, then maybe the game might be a little different. Who knows?
Who knows? But let's have a look at the bracket. You can see here Fnatic and Team Secret are the 2 teams so far to move forward to day number 2. We're going to be finding out their opponents now in our next 2 series. The next of which is going to be featuring a team that you guys might not be familiar with if you haven't been watching the Challenger Series, or if you didn't catch the Challenge Battles. It's Fluffy Chickens.
Best name in Vainglory
Gaming. Definitely one of the best. I gotta give it to him. I gotta give it to him. It's going to be a very exciting game. Before we go to a break, let's do another giveaway. Go ahead and type the name of the team who won our last series in all lowercase, all one word, for your chance to win some epic keys. When we're back, Fluffy Chickens make their Vainglory 8 debut. Don't go anywhere.
It's a fire in love. It's a fire in love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory 8. My name's Action Jackson, here with Sweet J and Tasty Bacon. It's time for our third matchup for Europe. We have the new team in the Vainglory 8, Fluffy Chickens, up against SK Gaming. For those of you who missed it, Fluffy Chickens were able to promote themselves by beating Denial in the challenge battles to the Vainglory 8. This is their first week in the Vainglory 8. It's going to be interesting to see how they do, whether their performance in the Challenger Series, the challenge battles, translates to them being able to make their mark here. You got to remember, heading into the Unified Championships, only the top 6 teams can actually go all the way and qualify for that, so they need to start getting points right now. Let's have a look at their roster so you can familiarize yourself with the new players. We've got Ryu, Ren, Ponchik, Aeon, Slaints, and Entrance to Hades.
And this is a team that they've looked very strong. They were a 3rd seed in the Challengers after having lost to the Lemon and Lime squad coming through those. But in the challenge battles, they got the number 7 seed and were able to take them down. The only team to be successful, coming in with 3 points. As you mentioned, they do have their work cut out for them.
They do indeed. They're going to be playing SK Gaming for their first match in the Vainglory 8. This is not a team you can slouch on. We got Jetpacks, Kavalifar, Tyrus, Raph, and Bayou.
Yeah, all versatile players. Kavalfar on that weapon power melee hero, just dominating. And they're really good at drafting. They can draft so many different compositions, so it would be very interesting to see what Fluffy Chicken's going to come up with to counter SK Gaming.
It's also going to be interesting for me to see how SK has adapted to the new update, because we were talking about those melee weapon power heroes for Kavalifar. Well, suddenly mages are back in the meta, and it could be better or worse for them, depending on how they've adapted, whether the comps they like are on strong heroes in this update.
I mean, the comps that they used to run are still very strong. Rona's still very strong. Blackfeather is incredible right now. You build them just slightly differently. You go for the Serpent's Mask and Poison Shiv and just become this undying monster of a melee hero as a result. So it's going to be interesting to see if they go for stuff like they used to always run Lyra, Rona, and stuff like that. Lyra, Blackfeather, both of those are still incredibly strong compositions. I think SK will be fine.
So when you're saying they become that unkillable monster, do you mean that Blackfeather is actually Kroll, just earlier?
Essentially. I mean, they essentially do the same thing in terms of late game team fights. You know, Kroll obviously is going to be weakening someone in the process, but Blackfeather is a little bit more team utility in terms of the movement speed.
I like how you took that joke and you're like, I'm going to analyze this.
Yeah.
I'm going to be I'm going to do my job.
Yeah, I am.
But you notice, SK though, they either ban the Way of the Crew or they take it and play Roam Crew so that they can get these really strong melee weapon carries. But does Fluffy Chicken plays like a mage like Scarf? Scarf would be really good into a melee weapon power hero.
All right, well, it's time for draft number 1. Let's find out exactly what Fluffy Chickens is bringing with them to the Vainglory 8. Maybe they've been inspired by some of the games down there in the Challenger Series. We're going to be banning away Adagio first. The lack of this ban was something that surprised you earlier, Sweet, so I'm sure you're happy to hear it. SK Gaming now with the answer.
I'm assuming they're going to go for... Actually, they could leave the Lyra open just because, again, Poison Shiv works so well on so many heroes that they like to play that you can deal with the Lyra. So yeah, they're going to go ahead and ban the Vox, leave the Lyra available.
Yeah, I think Fluffy is probably going to take either Fortress or Flicker, because Lyra is actually risky since Fortress is open. They play Flicker,
we've only
actually.
seen Europe play Flicker once. You know, Fluffy Chickens is one of the few teams that does play it, but it just hasn't really made it into... Just one pickup does not make it a European pick.
So they did opt for the Lyra here, and let's see what SK is going to take. Fortress is open, so they can potentially take Fortress or take a lane carry and secure that carry right away. Okay, they will take the Fortress here. I think what makes sense for SK here is they'll most likely ban what counters Fortress, like Petal. Lyra Petal is very strong, so SK can either ban the Petal or take it with Fortress.
Or ban the Samuel, one of the two.
Yeah.
All right, well, SK Gaming, they're going to ban away the Glaive. Okay. That's the choice they decide to go for here.
Yeah, I don't really agree with that choice because Fortress Glaive is so strong together. You want the Glaive open with your Fortress because of that speed buff that he gives Glaive and that afterburn to outposition and basically bleed that person to death. So that's interesting ban from SK here. And then they're going to go ahead and ban Koshka. Nice. I like seeing Koshka banned or picked here.
All right, what does SK Gaming go for as their complementary pick to that Fortress, though? Lots of options here.
They need to take Petal. If they give Petal to Fluffy, they're going to be in big trouble because Petal is a very good counter into Fortress.
I mean, I don't know if they really have to take Petal here. They're going to take Samuel. I'm, again, still not sold on Samuel. We'll see how it does here for SK. But
Samuel won't proc bleed. He has to basic attack to help proc the bleed along with the other carry that they're going to pick here. So Fluffy Chickens, if they want to play meta, they can take Gwen with Petal, will be pretty strong. There's a lot of options. Okay, so they do take the Gwen, and if they get Petal here, they will be in a pretty good spot because Petal with Lyra is going to shut down Fortress and Samuel early for sure. But Samuel will win late game if they allow Samuel to get to his late game power spike.
Fluffy Chickens has one more pick to lock in here. Their jungler, obviously the most likely thing that they're going to be looking for. 50 seconds of bonus time gives them a lot to work with. What would you go for here, Bacon?
The Petal would work here. It is very strong. I would love to see them try and pick something that can displace the Samuel a little bit. Just something that can really deal with that and keep him from being able to hang around in his Drifting Dark. It's just a matter of where they actually want to go with it.
Yeah, Taka could work. That's a really good point. So Taka or Petal would probably be the best options here for Fluffy.
Yeah, you want to be able to just change up the team fight, like just shake up the positioning. You don't want to let SK Gaming be able to keep things moving in one direction, because that's obviously exactly what Samuel wants to be doing.
They do play Ozo too, so if they are really good with Ozo, Ozo is not bad here too, but they are going to go with the Taka.
Nice call, Bacon. That was plenty of time ahead of the pick. SK Gaming now are going to be locking in their final choice. What are they going to go for here? What do you think, Sweet Jack?
I'm going to pull a Flash X. I don't want that much credit. I never actually said Taka.
You implied Taka and Sweet J.
They will probably
I'm trying to be humble.
They'll probably go Ringo here or potentially Jewel, but Jewel won't really synergize with Fortress that well as Samuel, but they might go, even Kestrel might be a good option too. So they could go with Kestrel, Rona, or even Blackfeather if they want to dive. So Blackfeather would be very smart with Samuel here. So it depends what Kavlar feels like he's playing. Ringo is going to be risky because Tension Bow with a Crystal Taka is going to blow him up. So he might need to play someone that's a little more tanky, and Blackfeather, there it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, it should be either Rona or Blackfeather up in the lane. It works really well. You want to be able to dive onto that Gwen. Blackfeather does it perfectly.
Talk to me a little bit about Blackfeather's builds as we move into the new update, because formerly, very frequently you'd see that Serpent's Mask really fast. Now with Poison Shiv being a bit more cost-effective, does it make sense to go for that first?
A lot of times you still end up seeing the Serpent's Mask be first. One of the builds that I've seen a lot of, actually, is Serpent's Mask, Breaking Point, Poison Shiv. It makes...
Shiv's third.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not, it's not a guarantee. It's not a, that's not like the best thing. It's not, 100% you do this or you're wrong. But it's just what I have seen a lot of teams do, and it's super, super strong. It makes it so difficult to kill Blackfeather because he's constantly sustaining and building up his damage and preventing you from healing. It's just a whole, conglomerate of awesome effects.
Yeah, SK, don't do what Team Secret did. Don't build Poison Shiv. Your comp has Mortar Wound. Rona has Mortar Wound. Taka has Mortar Wound. And Fortress has Mortar Wound. Just go damage. Blackfeather has great weapon power ratios that if the higher ratio you have, the more execute damage you do. So if you can blow up Gwen with the execute damage, you'll get ahead. If you build Serpent, Poison Shiv, you're probably going to lose.
Interesting. Okay. Well, curious to see what happens here. Guys, who do you predict to win game number 1?
I think SK can win it, but I think they do go Serpent's Poison Shiv.
I think SK is going to take it away because Fortress counters that composition very well, and they need to execute once he hits that power spiker level 6.
All right. Well, let's find out what build the Blackfeather goes for as we head on to the Halcyon Fold. We've got Dalcianic Scoundrel bringing the action.
It's the new kids on the block here at Scoundrel, Fluffy Chickens, but some recognizable names. A big fight starting off right here in the middle, and Eon's going to go very, very low here as Ponchik is in a bit of trouble. Has to back away on this Gwen, but it looks like SK want him. A bit of rivalry between Ponchik and SK. We'll get to it in a bit. But Ponchik will be able to escape for now. SK a very dominant start right off the back.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, again, you choose to be aggressive when you have a composition that goes up against the likes of a Blackfeather, Samuel, and Fortress. That's a very strong level 1 composition. I know you've got a Gwen, but Taka's not great at level 1. You've only got your Chitin available. Obviously, Rear End has his heal, but I don't know, wasn't so totally sold on that particular line of invade. But they get away with it because they actually get towards their backs. So SK only going to get a little bit off this invade. I think they take the forward healing camps and that central Elder Triumph. And actually, Fluffy Chickens now, are they looking to go aggressive and look to get towards the back? So I think they'll just back off here. Won't count their chances out. Gotta say, I'm leaning towards Serpent's Mask, personally. I think Cavalify are likely to go Serpent's Mask. I actually still think that classic build of Serpent's Mask Breaking Point works perfectly fine on Blackfeather. I think Sweet Generous is right. You don't need to overkill on the Mortal Wounds. You really don't. You've got jetpacks there. He's got Mortal Wounds. Got a lot of poke damage coming out from Samuel and Tyra's as well. So I think the classic build of Serpent's Mask Breaking Point probably perfectly acceptable here for Cavalify.
Sure, and you know, once we've got a bit of a lull, let's talk about Fluffy Chickens. Let's talk about these new guys. They came up through the Challenger Series, the VGL Challenger Series, and are now here playing in the VG8 after knocking down their opponents of Denial in a 3-2 series. Now, some of these guys, they've been here before. In fact, all these guys have been here before. Ponchik, who is the name that no one can pronounce, but I tried with him. It is Ponchik in Russian, means donut, and the spelling of it, it's meant to look like Russian Cyrillic script. So if you take the Russian spelling for Ponchik in its mother language and put it up next to his name, it looks very similar. He showed it to me, and I could see it. So that's Ponchik.
I saw this information as well, Darcy. It was on the wiki. I wonder who updated that.
That may have been me. May have been me writing down some of these biographs. But yeah, you know, these guys have all been here. Aeon here obviously played for Gangstars Cerberus. Ryun, he's played for Rising Lotus in the, and of course Snow Avalanche as well. So these are a bunch of veterans in the EU scene now looking to make a team, and they're looking for jetpacks as well. Aeon's gonna go forward, he's gonna find the kill. First blood goes Fluffy Chicken's way, and now Tyra's, he's stuck in a 1 versus 3, but he's taken down one. That's the first. Here comes Cavalify. Aeon going deep, looking for Tyra's, but he can't quite get there. Malice and Vertex will do the trick. Tyra's the man, will find his third. Not quite. It's going to be a double and one for Cavalify. SK regroup, SK dominate.
That is the Tyra's that is kind of, in my mind, put him as Rookie of the Split. I don't even know if we have an award for that in Vainglory, but there should darn well be one, because he has been absolutely ridiculous from the jungle for SK. I talked to the guy, had some conversations with him over the last few days. He just said, I'm just so honored to be playing with the likes of Cavalify and Jetpacks. These are guys that I watched when I was hoping to get into competitive Vainglory, and now I'm on their team. And I've got to say, he's been one of the best performing members of SK as well. I've been thoroughly impressed with this guy from the jungle. What a great little snipe out, fade out snipe onto rear end as well. And this Fluffy Chickens lineup, you're right, this is not your regular run-of-the-mill VGL challenger team getting lucky to make it into the Vainglory. This is a very experienced challenger team. This is the kind of challenger team who have had years of competitive experience in Vainglory. Like I said, Eon used to play for Gangstars Cerberus. He actually went to a live championships in place of Leon, because obviously Leon couldn't travel at that point, and so Aeon actually turned up to the live championships in place of Leon, and so he's had live competitive experience as well. This has got loads and loads of fantastic players on Fluffy Chickens. So again, like you said, Dalcy, it's not a team to be sniffed at, and SK should, treat them with the respect that they deserve. And so far, it looks like they have been.
Right, Ponchik, he used to play for SK Gaming, so it's a bit of a rivalry here to say, you know what, I can play against my former team and I can perform. Talking to all the guys from Fluffy Chickens, they felt very unsure about this game. They kind of felt like it came down to the drafting more than anything. They knew that SK could draft well, and so for Fluffy Chickens, they felt if they could somehow get priority picks or even outdraft SK, then they could certainly take the series off of them. But this is a very strong draft from SK. We've seen Fortress have so much dominance in all regions, in all tiers of play. Just so much power comes out from this Fortress captain, as you can kind of be a third damage dealer whilst building a lot of utility and tank for your team.
Absolutely. You've got a lot of single target burst as well, and that combines really nicely with the Black Feather. Samuel can put the footwork in, then Black Feather and Fortress can go for those executing blows. And we know that Cavalify is a fantastic Black Feather player too. I mean, he's one of the main laners in Europe that kind of pulls out these dueling type melee carries. He plays a lot of Rona, plays a lot of Black Feather from the lane, and he's made them work so effectively. SK probably been one of the most consistent teams think it's the best way to phrase it. They haven't yet won, I don't believe, but they've definitely been in the top 3 or thereabouts, top 4 or thereabouts pretty much every week. I don't believe they've lost on day 1 at all yet. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, Dalsy, but SK have been so consistent in the European scene so far.
Yeah, no, certainly have, and that's why they're sitting right up there at the top of the leaderboard. That's going to be Ponchik, though, caught out of position. Aeon trying to do his work, the mortal wounds ticking away, but the Fountain is able to heal him back up, and now Aeon has to disengage. It's a very dominant start here from SK. Completely expected as well. Kings of taking over a game with good macro rotation, I believe. And now for Fluffy Chickens, this is their opener to the VG8. You know, this is their debut match as a team, possibly the funniest team names currently that we have to date, and now looking to try and take one of SK Gaming. It's not the dream sentence that Fluffy Chickens were looking for.
I believe that if anyone's wondering how Fluffy Chickens came about, I believe there's a point where SEMC actually renamed teams. If they had like an offensive name or slightly questionable team name, and they were playing in a competition, I believe that SEMC forced a name change or just changed the team name on the client. So I think it might have been like a team name in game, and SEMC just used to change the team name to something that was like kind of magical or funny or whatever. And just so happened that Fluffy Chickens was the team name that they got gifted, and they never changed it. They just left it at that.
There you go. That's quite an entertaining story as well, and I love it. Tyra's though, and the rest of the gang going to find a kill onto Aeon in the jungle as SK continue to take over. This Gwen just not having the impact that Ponchik was looking for, and currently in trouble as Jetpacks jumps over the turret. Kalavalava was a little bit risky there, but is able to get away. And that's going to be another kill going SK's way.
I'm just laughing at the animation. It was like this crazy flying dog that kind of like disappeared over the turret. Oh, that was hilarious.
Air Buddy, man. Air Buddy coming to
the animation
to the
on that jump from Fortress was just so good.
Only thing that would have made it better was the winter skin for Fortress. I think he would have bounded over like gleefully. But wow, 6-1, a 2,000, almost 1,500 gold lead here for SK. A lot of kills have gone their way, and that's certainly feeding into the item builds. Kavalava with a Serpent's Mask and a Breaking Point, 2 items already, whilst Ponchik has only got that Sorrow Blade and Blazing Salvo. Tyra's, he's very close to completing a second item, has got himself some sustain on the Void Battery as well as the Piercing Shard, whereas Aeon hasn't quite... Well, actually, his build is very cheap, so he has completed his second item, the Storm Crown, and the Aftershock.
That's one of the nice things about heroes that make use of that particular build path. It is quite cheap to complete, so you can hit the item spike pretty early and then look to abuse it, because Aftershock pretty good in the early game, and then obviously scales up if the enemy buys a lot of health and have tanky oppositions. So it's a really good build to sort of push your advantage with, but it's at 9 minutes, 10 minutes now. You're kind of getting past the point where it has that massive early impact, and here comes SK. They are looking to be super aggressive.
Yeah, looking to get straight onto rear end, but they're going to dive onto Ponchik immediately. Jetpacks, well, he is going to charge forward with the fortified health, but Fluffy Chickens use that fountain heal on up. Bit of a scary fort now, because the fight really hasn't broken out yet for SK. It's just early aggression, and they've already use their fountain. SK could look for even more here. This turret is starting to go down. Those Malice and Verdicts. There's Kavalava diving forward. The Oblivion doesn't connect. Kavalava takes a huge chunk of damage. Fountain held onto by Jetpacks. Not going to use it just yet. In fact, Kavalava's going to go back here. So that's going to be the siege thwarted by Fluffy Chickens.
Yeah, maybe a little bit over-aggressive by Kavalafar there. Maybe not even a little bit. Definitely over-aggressive from Kavalafar. And he is going to go with the build that I thought he's potentially going to run with. That classic Serpent's Mask Breaking Point build. It is just a lot of damage, gives you some sustain in fights, and obviously that builds up throughout the course of a fight in terms of your damage output. I mean, not much changed for Kavalafar with this particular build on Black Feather, so it's perfectly fine to go into it, especially when you're going up against squishies as well. They have the sort of the mortal wounds coming out from Jetpacks. They're fairly happy to rely on that to be their main source of mortal wounds, and they're going to be happy to just run with that, especially when they're all focusing one target. Because remember, Poison Shiv, the likelihood is that SK's Kavalafar and Jetpacks are going to focus the same target anyway. So mortal wounds is going to be applied from Fortress regardless, and they're quite happy to run it like that.
Yeah, no, it is. It's just going to be rinse and repeat, reruns, Bright Bulwarks may be able to stop Kavalafar from blowing up a target. It certainly did the previous engagement. But that turret, it's down to half HP, and SK haven't had to commit anything really to get it to that stage. They're just chipping away at the block here like water in a river, just chipping down stones. And the stones, well, they are chickens and they are fluffy, Scoundrel, as the analogy is completed. SK, they are going to move over to the gold miner.
Analogy I've ever heard in my life.
It's not as bad as the Titanic one, I think, of earlier this week, Scoundrel.
Maybe
but,
not as bad as the castle one that I did during VIS.
Yeah, that's true. Oh man, Fluffy Chickens, they're trying to take a turret in return for this gold miner. SK are going to immediately disengage, but the turret does go down, and Aeon, he has a chance to get away here. Nope, he's going to get turned on. These wolves mean that there's no escape, nowhere to hide. They can chase him on down, but he does take them down. Ooh, a bit of a risky play. Aeon about to escape, gonna run into Tyra's, gonna jump on his face, but Jetpacks is there to support. He tries to dive away. He's trying to go stealth. He is able to go stealth, but he's popped immediately out, and that's gonna be him falling to Jetpacks there. So turret for 1 kill. Not a bad trade for Fluffy Chickens.
No, I think they'll happily take the turret for a kill there. Just exploited SK on a poor rotational play. Looks like there's a load of scout traps to defend this turret, by the way, trying to get as much damage down onto advancing minion waves as possible. They're trying to capitalize here, but the wave clear from both Ria Ren and Ponchik is very good. Kavalafar, whoa, they are going in!
Yeah, they're going straight onto Ponchik, and that's going to be him falling down. Riaren now the main target as Kavalafar dives forward, but a good passage to escape. That's going to be Aeon trading on back. A shutdown onto Kavalafar, a bit of extra gold towards this Tucker as well. Not only that, the turret once more, it is survived. So whilst SK have a huge lead in kills, 8-2, actually the gold is even due to the fact that Fluffy Chickens have got objectives.
And they got some shutdowns as well, Darcy. That's incredibly important to keep in this level 2. With the Storm Crown, they can also look to go for Goldmine if they see fit. It looks like SK are here and ready and waiting to potentially try and combat this. Jetpacks on the sideline will make Aeon know and aware that he is there. But look how quickly this is going down. They're going to have to go for a steal, potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be Aeon trying to secure it, but it still comes forward for Jetpacks. A mistake from Fluffy Chickens, as now Aeon's in trouble. They're charging forward. They're going to find the kill, and Ponchik's the next target here as Kavalafar will eat him alive. That's going to be Riaren now just popping the minion candy onto the Crystal Sentry, saying no to SK for taking that one. But SK, they don't care about that. They've got a minion wave to deal with and a turret to take down as well. They're going to take the gold miner, take the turret. The gold lead swings hugely in their favor. And now they're going to just go clear that minion wave that's at the end of the lane.
Actually, it's interesting that we don't see a tension bow on the Gwen, by the way. Because classically, you often build Gwen because in that way because you know she's not going to scale potentially as hard. And she doesn't scale this the same way that other weapon power carries would scale. It's going for a more elongated fight build path, which I think kind of walks into the favor of SK because they've got Kavalafar running a similar thing. With a tension bow, they could have potentially put pressure on Tyras in these fights. They could have burst him out with Taka very quickly. I would have maybe opted to go towards a more burst-heavy build coming out from Ponchik to combo with what Aeon is bringing. But what he has brought, and I guess, let's explain why he's potentially built this, is because he thinks that with Lyra, they might be able to kite against Kavalafar, build those stacks up, and then actually turn around when possible and start hitting really, really hard. So I guess that's the reason that you're seeing this. They're really kind of relying on rear end to kite for Ponchik and then allow Ponchik to build stacks and turn around when he's got enough to be a massive influence in these team fights.
We'll have to see how it goes out. Aeon, he dives forward. That's going to be the Wolves pop to attack of the pack. And Aeon, he's getting bursted on down. Ponchik comes forward. That's going to be the Atlas slowing down his attack speed. But actually, nothing really gained here by SK, apart from a bit of damage onto Aeon and Riaren, which can be healed up in a heartbeat with these Imperial Sigils. The Fountain's still there. SK were trying their best to find at least one kill Scoundrel, because then the Kraken's so much easier to take for themselves. But they don't succeed, so they have to fall back to the shop.
Yeah, fall back to the shop they will, but they have a lot of vision here. Riaren's going to walk straight into it, and now SK go again.
Yeah, that's going to be a re-engage. They're trying to take down Kavalafar here. Ponchik trying to sustain through it all, but he's going very low, and he will be taken down by Tyros. That's going to be Aeon dipping and diving, spotted by the scout traps as Riaren gets chased on down by Kavalafar. Aeon, he is going to get bursted on down. Tyros will find a second in the team fight with 2 kills onto the main priority targets. That's going to be a fairly easy Kraken for SK.
Yeah, Kraken sewn up. SK going to take that one. Kavalafar's actually going to shove lane in the meantime too. I think he might have to rotate back down and help this Kraken out. This is not going down super quickly right now for SK, and actually they're struggling to tank it too. But if Cavalifar can keep Fluffy Chickens busy, he might not actually need to. And I think now he realizes it's actually important for him to head towards this Kraken. They should be able to secure it. It's just going to be Cavalifar turning up and getting right at the end here. But that is an easy Kraken for them, like you said, taking out the 2 main damage threats. And I am starting to worry about the game plan here for Fluffy Chickens. They look like they're trying to play a longer team fight. They look like they're trying to play the sort of the sustained team fight. But against a Samuel and a Blackfeather, that's a very difficult thing to achieve. And you're seeing it here, even with the Skedaddle. Ponchik is really starting to struggle against that double Rose offensive and the execute potential from Jetpacks and Cavalifar.
You know, for Fluffy Chickens, if they want to make it to the Unified Live Championships, well, they're going to have to start getting points on the board. Currently sitting second to last after acquiring Denial Esports' spot. And a hard task ahead of them as SK their first target. That's going to be the first turret going down. Oblivion will be blocked up, but it's going to be Cavalifar diving straight onto Ponchik here. Ponchik trying to escape, but Tyras will be able to lay down the hurt, and Cavalifar finds the kill. They're going for more here at Scoundrel, not happy with just the single kill. They want it all SK. They're going to take this choke point turret down. The Kraken's still at half HP, so they could continue and look for a second Bane Crystal turret. Even a third turret if they wanted to. We'll just have to see how much they can execute. But diving onto these turrets, it should be fairly easy for one at least.
Yeah, it looks like it's a last-ditch attempt to defend here for Fluffy Chickens. With the respawn of Ponchik, this could be SK sacrificing the potential final push here with that 1 turret remaining. Looks like they are trying to force a fight, though. This could be in favor of Fluffy Chickens. This might be a problem for SK.
Cavalifar's in a lot of trouble as he goes very low. Aeon is able to find the kill. Tyra's now kiting on up. 9 broken myth stacks. That's going to hurt a lot, those Malice and Verdicts, but Aeon, he's dodging them up, diving back in, using his cooldowns to perfection. Will he be able to get away? No, he cannot. He snipes him, and now he's turning straight onto Ponchik. Ponchik's diving. The turret is taking the beat of it. Riren wasn't able to grab the focus, and so that's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Fluffy Chickens, but they might be able to find a turret for themselves as long as Ponchik doesn't lose his life in the process. A bit of gold into Fluffy Chicken's pockets is definitely a well-needed sight.
And that is the real deal right there, Tyras. Like, even when his back is against the ropes, he finds those blows necessary to scrape something back for SK. It was a teamfight loss for SK, but it could have been a lot worse. The ace could have come through. They could have ended up losing that choke point turret as well, Dalsy. But they didn't, because Tyras managed to pick off that Taka on the sidelines, kept his team afloat. It's just 1 more turret for SK, and then they can take that Vein Crystal. And you think that Kraken, with it respawning in a fairly timely manner, might be where this next big fight is going to occur. Definitely.
Yeah, you would... Sorry, you would expect that a Kraken take for SK is just game over at this point.
Yeah, no, it is. I think you're right. I don't think that Fluffy Chickens have what it takes to, unless they start attacking the Kraken straight away and get a team fight win against SK. Don't even think they have what it takes to defend against the Kraken just on that singular final turret. SK are looking. They know what's up here. They know that could be very risky if they start it without knowing exactly where Fluffy Chickens are. And it looks like actually everybody from Fluffy Chickens is going to back off as Cavalifar looks to push lane. Still a risky proposition for SK to go for Kraken, even seeing Fluffy Chickens appear in lane here. This is still going to be team fight dependent, I'd say, Dalsy.
100%. It all comes down to one team fight, but this is it starting on off, and that's going to be Ponchik taking a bit of poke damage there, as well as Ryu and as well SK. They're going to get themselves some infusions. That's just Jetpacks who needed it, and he is going to pop it now. Riren may be caught out here as he gets dived upon. There's the Bright Bulwark. It's going to stop another engage, but Riren, he goes very low. Ponchik in the middle of it. He's getting bursted down and taken on out by Cavalifar. A double for Cavalifar, looking for his triple onto Aeon, and he will just about be able to find it. That's Tyra's taking the ace away. They don't need no Kraken. A clean ace comes forward here for SK. They're going to take game 1.
Oh, it was a perfect area of the map to fight in for SK. A bunched and grouped up group up roster from Fluffy Chickens meant that those Malice and Verdicts, especially with the Drifting Dark, blasted them. And then Cavalifar with a Rose offensive across the entire team as well. They absolutely decimated that lineup. Gotta say, Ponchik and Eon really had a tough game, but again, you would expect it against this sort of single target burst of the Fortress and the Blackfeather. Then obviously you have Tyras bringing up that massive hard-hitting Malice and Verdict from the backline. Got to, again, wind it back to those early levels where Tyrus managed to pull himself into the lead. It did look like Fluffy Chickens brought themselves almost back into the game, but SK steadied that ship, found those item spikes, and again, I think they were right. They played the right build paths. They had the burst-orientated damage builds. Really, really good. Good, solid game from SK.
And there's two people you do not give Samuel to. One of them is Sibs in NA, the other is Tyraz. GG to SK as they take game 1 here, but there's still chance for Fluffy Chickens to come back over to the desk to break down that game.
Thank you very much, guys. And I got to agree with that Samuel point to an extent. I mean, it's just Tyrus' hero all over. He was dominating with this last split. He was the rookie of the split for us up here on the desk, and maybe he will continue to be the rookie of the split. That's definitely possible. Breaking that game down, though, Blackfeather, he went for the build you went for, Bacon.
Yeah, and it was the same order and everything. It's just something that I've been seeing a lot of these teams running. It's been super effective. Having that extra mortal wounds to apply, especially when you already have a hero that applies mortal wounds, makes it so strong because you're essentially guaranteeing that when, especially when there's a healer, but when Fountain comes out, someone is going to have mortal wounds on them and it's not going to get full effect.
All right, let's have a look at a replay. Suijay, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about this fight.
Yeah, the team was already behind, and Fluffy Chicken tries to get the gold mine here, loses it, and gives up 2 additional kills when they're already down 6 deaths. So this is a pretty critical turning point for them. From here, the game kind of snowballs. You see the gold advantage go from 27, and then it's going to hit 30k for them. So I think when it comes to taking objectives, if you're down deaths and you're kind of slightly behind, you shouldn't make a risky gold mine play like that, because if you lose that play and you give up the death and the objective, you're going to put yourself in a really tough spot.
Just play devil's advocate here, though. If they succeed on that, if they get the gold miner and get out of there, they're all of a sudden right back in the game. So
go big or go home, right?
It's kind of one of those situations where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's a really risky call to make, but if it works out, you become a hero.
All right, so by the way, off stream, guys, we are playing G2 Esports versus Mouse, and a quick update on that, G2 Esports is leading 1-0. They still have at least one more game to win if they want to move forward to day 2. We'll have to see if they can make that one happen.
Tied for first now.
Tied for first? Yeah, I mean, G2, they had a very strong split 1, as did many teams, actually. But they're going to be looking, of course, to lock down split 2, make their way to that unified championship. Talking about this game, though, returning to that, we're going to have a draft for game number 2 up shortly. Which team do you think is going to be able to get the better draft here? Because I have to admit, SK just looked so strong, even though Fluffy Chickens came in with like a knowledge disparity, right? Like, SK can't possibly know as much about Fluffy Chickens.
I mean, they can. They still got to see a whole bunch of Fluffy Chickens play throughout Challengers if they watched those during the week and things like that. But it's I think SK just has a lot more versatility in what they can do and what they can play at such a high level.
Yeah, I agree. And SK is banning Vox because Vox actually is better than Blackfeather late game, so they might want to ban Vox so they have the option to play and put Cavalifar on that Blackfeather. And Samuel is banned. I think that's a smart ban by Fluffy Chicken. That's something that Tyrus is so strong on. He's really good on Samuel. It was interesting last game that they didn't dive to Samuel because Samuel had no armor. Like Fluffy Chickens kept getting engaged on, and that's why they lost a lot of the fights. It's not really the draft. It's really their team fighting and their decisiveness here.
Another Fortress coming through for SK, and that was actually one thing I did want to still touch on from Game 1 was the skill priority of the Fortress, and the fact that Jetpacks actually overdrove his A as opposed to the B. Normally, whenever you see a Fortress, the B is getting overdriven, but they already had the slow coming out of Samuel with the Frostburn onto the entire team, so they didn't need the slow, the extra slow from the Fortress, and the A gave the extra duration of the movement speed and extra lifesteal. It was a really smart decision to make, so keep your eyes on the skill order this time.
Is Flicker an EU pick? Yeah.
Yes, Flicker is good into Fortress. Like I said, it comes down to team fight. Whoever is going to burst down the other carry first will win the fight. So if Flicker engaged onto a Fortress comp, that comp will win. If Fortress engaged onto a Flicker comp, then that comp will win. I don't know why they're banning Adagio. I can
this
sense
happened a
and
lot in
feel
the challenge battles as well, and it's so frustrating because that is one of the strongest duos in Vainglory right now, is to put Adagio in the lane with a Flicker, and taking it away from yourself just doesn't, like, force your opponents to ban it.
Rona is very smart. Rona and Flicker are probably one of the best jungle duo combos right now because of Flicker's slow and Rona's ability to ult on top that slow. So SK here will need to decide what type of carry they want to play into Rona, because Black Feather is going to be risky, especially with Flicker slowing him down. However, he is mobile enough to get out of that. But Rona does beat Black Feather in a 1v1 if they are at the same item parity and level parity.
All right, SK Gaming, I mean, they probably anticipated the Rona, right? They must have, given how strong it is, like Suijay was saying, given the fact that it picks it away from SK Gaming. It picks it away from Kvalifar. So, if there's anyone who knows how to deal with it, it's got to be Kvalifar, right? Like, SK should have a plan here.
I would love to see them grab a Krull here. Krull is actually really good into Rona because when she starts using the red mist, you get a couple of weakness stacks on her. All of a sudden, she's not getting as much. She's A, not dealing as much damage. B, not getting as much fortified health. And you're just healing up off her. It works really well. It is a little bit risky because you do need to have a very strong early game as a result. They're going to go for the Scarf. That's an interesting one. Maybe just trying to keep Rona off of the carries by slows.
Yeah, I mean, Scarf is good at counter to Rona, but not with Flicker on Rona's side here. But they also, they do double support. So Lance is actually perfect because he counters the Flicker directly because he can just beat Flicker away and then Scarf can get out.
There's a big question mark around where the members of SK Gaming are going, though, right? Like, is
really.
it obvious that Lance is jungle or Fortress is jungle? One of those two.
I think it's pretty obvious that Lance is going to be jungle
Okay.
because you have Scarf already. And I highly doubt they're going to run the double crystal.
Right. I mean, the main reason why I'm wondering is just because Kvalifar, I mean, he saw that lane Lance. And just,
I mean, it could be a lane Lance,
knows?
but it would still be a weapon Lance at that point. So
yeah.
point stands.
Fluffy can probably pick Celeste here. That would be a good combination to counter the range of Scarf. There's a lot of crystal heroes they can pick. I mean, they can also try CP Ringo. That would be fine too, but that would be double attack speed. So Celeste would probably be the best option. However, she is susceptible to Lance Impales along with Fortress hopping on her. But SK's composition doesn't really synergize with Fortress. Lance has a slow attack speed already. So they won't be able to proc bleed as fast. Sky is okay. She makes sense, but again, Lance is good into Sky, so we'll see how with the Impale with a Goop burn, Sky can get pretty deleted pretty quickly.
I think a lot of it's going to be trying to use the Sky to get the Death from Above onto Scarf once he starts his ultimate up, which obviously Reflex Block is going to be really important for him, but the great thing about Scarf with the composition that was drafted against it is that he only needs the one. There's only one stun that can come out from the side of Fluffy Chickens, and that could be trouble.
All right, so these compositions are kind of interesting. We didn't see a lot of Scarf last split. Now we're starting to see it a bit more as mages come back into the meta. Do you think that there's enough space in this game for it to work, or will Flicker kind of set the pace? Because this is a very early game potential hero. Is he going to set the pace to the point where that Scarf doesn't ramp up?
Yeah, it will work in this meta or in this composition because Sky has to land a Death from Above to stun Scarf. If he maxes his ult and has 9 BM stacks, Scarf is going to delete this entire team. Easy. And lifesteal with the Eve. So Scarf is actually very dangerous. If they let Scarf get to late game with Frostburn and the slows and that ultimate, they're going to be in real big trouble.
All right, predictions.
I just saw who's playing what. I'm going to go with SK.
I'm going to go with SK here as well.
All right, well, I did not see who's playing what, so I cannot wait to find out. I do know who's playing our casters for this game. We got Dowski and Scoundrel.
Player 1 reporting in here, and you know what? This is SK Gaming we're talking about. This is Kvalifar we are talking about. The guy who made Lane Lance a thing. So where would the Lance go? Well, it's obviously going on to Kvalifar. We're going to have a Scarf in the jungle for Tyrus. There is a Sky in the jungle as well for Aeon. And Jetpack's going to be rocking this Fortress roam once more. Bit of an invade coming out of Fluffy Chickens. They're looking for blood onto Tyrus. And blood, they're finding this dragon. It bleeds, and first blood goes to Aeon.
Yeah, and it doesn't even look like Kvalifar can respond by going to the backs. That was a super aggressive move by Fluffy Chickens. They knew as soon as they saw Lance in lane that it was a very weak early jungle for SK. I think they even get one of those back camps. They get the healing camp for their toils. That kill does go over to Sky as well, gives her a bit of an early advantage. I'm going to be interested to see where Kvalifar goes with this particular build. Are they going to be going more defensive? Is this going to be maybe sort of an off-tank Kvalifar, everybody sort of making sure that they get scarred in the late game? Or is this going to be full-on hit, you know, the tension bow, the aftershock, the kind of stuff that we saw him make popular last year? I'm really looking forward to seeing where he runs with it. I expect it's going to be straight-up weapon power. because then you'll have like the tension bow, then the sorrow blade, and that's kind of where you're at with your damage. But I mean, we have seen him do full-on hit Lance. He kind of made it popular at the Spring Live Championships for Europe last year. Look at this though, another roaming gank squad from Fluffy Chickens.
The Scarf is so vulnerable in the early game, and Fluffy Chickens are trying to exploit the fact that they can just bully it. There's going to be jetpacks going down here most likely. Tyra's trying to get into position to... Oh wow, no one goes down. Not able to find the killing blow.
I think SK got most of those back camps as well, Dalsy. Like,
yeah, they did. They walked away with pretty much everything. So that was very unsuccessful from Fluffy Chickens. Not only that, Cavalifar is in the backs of Fluffy Chickens, taking away the healing camp. Currently going to look to try and take down these doubles as well. The recalls have come forward. Aeon's going to be in position to try and counter. He's going to spot that that's there. Series strike straight over the wall, but not able to catch on to Cavalifar. Maybe Ponchik can? Yeah, he's going to try to at least. Cavalifar going to use his Impale to try and escape. Does have jetpacks to support him. So Fluffy Chickens, aggressive moves don't really warrant any success.
I like that timing though. I mean, that's what I think I was impressed by most from Fluffy Chickens. They exactly knew when Scarf was going to be at his backs and then coordinated a gank effort to go and put pressure on him. Because it's a little bit like Baron, right? You want to put pressure on a late game scaling hero like Scarf, and the roaming 3-man death squad from Fluffy Chickens going to those back camps to punish Scarf every time. Frostburn, and once that's finished, that'll be really strong for him because that'll allow him to more like self-peel against this Rona and this Sky. So look forward to Tyra's getting that Frostburn, because that's going to be a huge item spike for him.
You know what? I remember back to week 4, Cavalifar picking up the lance against this G2 spot. I'm just trying to remember what he itemized, because it was the breaking point that really did the work for Cavalifar back then, because he was actually able to get 25 stacks on the breaking point, and with the stacks not dropping very quickly, he could keep them going. Yeah, he kind of went Sorrow Blade into breaking point, and then was going towards a bit more defensive there. But in 2.3, I really fear that Cavalifar can make that work. Breaking Points drops its stacks way quicker than it used to in 2.2, and not only that, it's limited to 20.
Yeah, what a lot of people forget to think about is that it's not just about attack speed with Breaking Point. Actually, we'll talk about this in a second.
Yeah, it's going to be Cavalifar getting rooted on up, taken on down. Very smooth play there from the team of Fluffy Chickens to take him out.
Yeah, again, they utilized that flicker well. Cavalifar over-aggressive in lane, and they punish him for that move with the Impale. But this should be enough wave clear from Tyra's to stop any potential pushes onto this turret. And they will just back off. Maybe look for some forward camps just to try and punish SK just a little bit here. You're going to see Eon. He will be spotted out by a flare, but the rest of the team should come up and help them capitalize by taking this away.
Eon's burning down. This is very risky stuff from Fluffy Chickens, as Cavalifar is going to root on up. Donut, there's the fountain popped. Eon's just trying to lay down suppressive fire, and that's going to be Ponchik going in onto them, but to his death as well. Not a turn from SK as they're looking for more. There's the forward barrage, but SK going to find the kill as well. Everyone's so low. Eon's going to find one. He's looking for the forward barrage, but he's stuck in goop, and that's going to be an ace coming forward for this Scarf on Tyros.
Oh, that was all Cavalifar right there. Wonderful impales that give the able to knock off the forward barrage right at the end, get him out of risk of getting down straight away. That was excellent, and now they're even going to get a lot of damage down onto this turret with the Goop. Look at that, Goop with just one Ignite, already half HP'd that turret. Insane turnaround for SK in the jungle. What an excellent piece of play. Now, you were talking about Breaking Point. I guess we have a little bit of time to chat about that now. It's not just about the attack speed and applying basic attacks with Breaking Point. It's any weapon power damage that you deal. And if you get a Sorrow Blade on Lance, and then obviously land an Impale and a Githian Wall, those deal high amounts of weapon power damage. So Githian Wall has weapon power scaling, as does the Impale. So if you land those, you actually get stacks outright. So you start off with a lot of stacks just from engaging a fight. So I think that's one of the things that people overlook sometimes when you look to build a breaking point on something like a lance. Even though it may maybe not ideal, it can be rewarding if you land your abilities.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can maintain the stacks. That's the biggest issue for me. Just remembering back to that fight from.
Just keep spamming it.
Right, yeah. Remembering back from that fight from Kabalafar, he maintained a lot of stacks over a long period of time. And you know, I just we'll have to see how it works out because I was really interested when I saw that change. I immediately fought to that game from Fnatic versus SK and Kavalafar's breaking point on Lance and thought, will he be able to do the same? Is this going to be the death of Kavalafar's Lance? Well, we get to find out today. Currently, it's pretty even. That's Ponchik going very aggressive. Will disengage though with the into the fray, or out of the fray as it should be renamed for times like these. But Fluffy Chickens, they have a very hard task of defending this turret. A Goop will secure the kill onto the turret very surely as it burns down. Ooh, very close. But now Kavalafar in trouble as Aeon's looking for the killing blow. Fountain to keep himself alive. Aeon gets engaged on by jetpacks. Fluffy Chicken's just in a position really to fight, but they also have to be so careful as well of a re-engage potential from SK.
Yeah, I think they're just going to back off here as well. And that's a fountain use, and they have their fountain left available for rear end. So whilst it could have been a good situation, remember just one impale can really turn your day around and really put you on the back burner if SK manage to land that onto the right target. And I think they're very careful about knowing that. But one more Spitfire should actually take this turret down. Actually, the minions get it, so that's just a free bit of global gold going over to SK. Puts them about 600 in the lead, so that means that actually a lot of the lead is already there for Fluffy Chickens. And SK have managed to sort of equal things out here.
Yeah, no, certainly have. Now they're going to look for more. This is a long lane now for Fluffy Chickens. It makes fighting in this mid area a little bit more dangerous. Tyra's, well, he's got himself that Broken Myth first item. Is fairly close to finishing off a Broken Myth, maybe about a minute away. Sorry, not a Broken Myth, a Frostburn, I would believe he would go next. Unless they feel like the Shadow Glass would work, but against this composition from Fluffy Chickens, I feel like a Frostburn's going to be the priority. Fighting in corridors, Sweet J double root. Ooh, that's good damage. And Ponchik's going to dive forward, but can he sustain with the Serpent's Mask? Aeon's trying to lay down the damage, but that's going to be Tyra's picking up the kill. What an impale from Kavalafar, and he has it coming back off cooldown in just a second as well. Aeon with the Crystal Sentry to defend him will be trying his best to maintain possession, but SK, they want this turret, and they can take it down so quickly, already down to half HP, and by the time I finish this sentence, it will be taken on out as well. Aeon into the lane, will try and find some return damage, but rear end just going very low. There's the Fountain to keep this Scarf alive, an impale and another kill. No, he's still
so
alive.
Aeon,
He's taking it up. But there it is, Jetpacks will find the kill, rear end's in trouble as well, but Ponchik should be able to find a double for himself. 2 turrets, but 2 kills go Fluffy Chicken's way. It's not a trade that they're looking for, but they're going to have to take it.
I think that's the silver lining in the cloud there for Fluffy Chickens is they do pick up some return gold in their favor after being dominated. And you talk about not fighting in corridors versus a Captain Lance. How much do you think that applies to a weapon power Lance who's got a Sora Blade and a Heavy Steel? Probably tenfold. Definitely do not fight in corridors against this guy. And again, you know, they set up that team fight really nicely from SK. It was really fantastic to be able to see them just sort of line it all up. And Kavalafar's, for me, has been one of the most consistent, aggressive Lance players that I have seen in Europe. I very rarely see this guy actually miss an Impale or a really key Githian wall. And that's so important for the build that he has decided to go for. Actually picking up some armor here. They are starting to respect Ponchik's Rona at this point in time. And that is even there for Tyra's as well. Tyra is actually prioritizing a light armor, so not so worried about what Eon can do, but definitely worried about how devastating Ponchik could be on this Rona right now. But the damage items are starting to stack up here for Fluffy Chickens. You know, you're almost at 2 damage items for the Sky, and you're obviously at 2 right now already for Ponchik. I have to see if SK can keep up that same level of aggression with their item builds as well.
Right, you know, at this 10-minute mark, it's 5-5. The gold lead is only 1,500 for SK. It's nowhere near as big as the previous game here at Scoundrel, and there is still return available for Fluffy Chickens to get into it. This Sky will obviously scale up. The Rona perhaps unkillable if she can get to a state. Of course, the Mortal Wounds from Fortress helps with that, but at this point, SK, they're going to have to start finding some massive team fights for themselves to take down Fluffy Chickens and secure some major objectives as well.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think they do have that late game Obviously, SK, a worry for Fluffy Chickens. You know, Tyra's on this Scarf is going to be incredibly powerful as this game progresses. He's working towards his Eve of Harvest as well. That'll make him a really formidable foe. Looks like Kavalafar, yeah, he's going for the breaking point. It is going to be that breaking point Lance build that you saw from him last split, and we're going to see from him again in this particular situation. This guy is so innovative in terms of what he builds. It's very rare that you'd see many other aggressive Lance players go this type of build, but Kavalafar is a guy that will make it work for him, and he has been so innovative with his particular plays, and they've always been, you know, really impactful when he's brought them to the table. So I'm looking forward to seeing how easily he can maintain these stacks. It looks like the Mooncloak's coming in though. This is aggressive from Fluffy Chickens.
Yeah, they outspotted out, and you can see SK trying to disengage. The Wolves come out, and Fluffy Chickens, they're going to fight inside the Wolves. That's going to be rear end bursted down, but he is able to escape for now. Ponchik gets rooted, and the Dragon's Fire will burn him to a crisp. Rona for dinner, yes please. And now Aeon is in trouble as well. He will try and get away, but get away he will not. Another Giffian's War, and Aeon will drop. That's going to be SK taking a 2-0, and looking to find a turret as well.
Yeah, they have a little bit of time here to get that work done. There's the goop going down. Large damage coming out from Kavalafar as well. Excellent response. And actually, you saw there, Tyrus didn't panic. Backed off, used the boots to get into position, then used the goop and set it on fire to try and build him some time. Then he was out on the outside of the fight. Dragon's Breath came back in as a re-engage. But again, a lot of that work was done by Kavalafar. Like you said, fighting in the wolves as well. Really hard for Fluffy Chickens to actually come out on top there. I like the idea from Fluffy Chickens. You know, Mooncloak in, deliver Rona and Sky directly to the Scarf, try and blow him up as quickly as possible, but they didn't quite achieve that. Didn't have the burst damage necessary, and unfortunately it went awry for them. And now they're staring down a 4,000 gold disadvantage and a very, very stacked SK Gaming.
Yeah, and Kavalavar's just completed that breaking point up to 4 stacks off 1 Impale, and a Giffian's War. Going to be very troublesome, but Ponchik, he is onto Tyra's. There's the Fountain. Ponchik doing work. Kavalavar in trouble, and the breaking point stacks have dropped for Kavalafar as well. Dragon's Breath, it's burning him alive. That's another dead bunny rabbit, and that's going to be this Scarf just taking on over. Rieren in trouble as Aeon tries to lay down the suppressive fire, but it will not happen. Forward Barrage will fight one though. Good series strike in the Crystal Sentry. It has a minion candy on it. It is looking to try and recall itself back to base, but you know, the flames are burning it alive as we speak. That wasn't a terrible fight from Fluffy Chickens. They certainly were threatening the backline here, but it just looks like SK are too strong.
Yeah, it definitely feels like SK are in complete commanding lead, even in a team fight where it looked like they were almost destined to lose. The Fluffy Chickens seemed that they found the winning remedy. They managed to get a lot of damage onto Kavalafar. They kind of turned their focus to him, forced him out of the fight, and once he was gone, that gave space to both Aeon and Rieren, and space is kind of what a Sky needs. But unfortunately, that Dragon's Breath turnaround just punished Illick. Wait a second. Is that a steal for Jetpack?
No, it was very much... No, well, he stole it from himself, if that's what you're saying.
Right.
Rieren very much nearly stole it as Tyra just kind of walked away to allow Jetpack to take it by himself. The sneaky flicker is almost still on the way. It was very close.
Kraken has now awakened Dalcy. SK, 5k in the lead right now, looking like they are itching for yet another fight. Items are starting to stack up for the Sky though. That is also a worry. You do have to keep your eye on Sky when she's built that CP route. She can be just as scary as the Scarf. And SK, they're not waiting around.
No, they've split down Fluffy Chickens. Rieren's not with a team. Ponchik's trying to get in onto the backline, but cannot. And Aeon has just taken so much damage. Ponchik gets the heal from the Fountain, but he cannot sustain it. Mortal Wounds does too much. And here comes the Dragon Breath. It's Tyra's. It's all Tyra's. And he will find an ace for SK, and they're going to march straight into the base.
Talk about stacking. That was 9 broken mid stacks and 17 breaking point stacks for Kavalafar. Did you see how hard those impales were hitting when he had all those stacks on top? That was insane how quickly he burst through the Sky and the flicker. This is SK Gaming cleaning this series up 2-0. No messing around. This team is here to fight for their position at the Unified Live Championships, and fight they shall. They look so strong.
Yeah, Ponchik not able to get one up on his previous roster here. The debut for Fluffy Chickens in the VG8 will be a sad 0-2 against SK Gaming, a formidable opponent as they take the pole position currently on the standings. The Scoundrel take first place for themselves. They will be progressing into day 2 as well. A very strong performance from SK.
Absolutely, they looked just as clean as we remembered them from the last split. Again, making these kind of unique picks for Kvalifar work in their favor. The breaking point lance, I believe, one of the only lances I've seen in competitive play ever build breaking point, because a lot of people stray away from attack speed given how it doesn't really function very well with Lance's kit, because obviously he doesn't scale. Lance's attack speed doesn't scale at all with levels. But he's not playing it like that. He plays it purely for the weapon power. Plays it because he just wants to get insane levels of weapon power and then just blow people up with those impales. And obviously the attack speed gives him a little bit extra on top of that. That was, again, I think that was really impactful. And again, like you said, Tyra's on the scarf, late game orientated, managed to get away in the early game. They gave him the space needed, Dalsy, and they just dominated.
Pyro's on his majors and Kvalifar on his lands. Incredible stuff from SK Gaming, a clean 2-0 for them. And that is about it, I believe, for EU. Let's throw it over to the desk to close down EU.
All right, thank you very much for your casting today, guys. Wow. SK Gaming looking very strong. Tyra's got to be making some serious fans from his performances recently. What was so good about that comp that came out from SK? Because they did end up picking that lane lance that I was joking about.
I mean, you can't really joke about it when Kvalifar is involved, because he does play it. He plays extremely well, and they just built the entire comp around Lance being able to just add to the distractions for Tyrus to be able to just farm up, get his scaling, and just burn through everybody.
Yeah, and also Jetpack's used the Fortress A to help his carries get onto the enemy carries if they're out of position. So, like, just how they use their composition and how Lance was able to keep Rona off Scarf was very... I mean, they played their comp very well and just knew what the win conditions were for their composition.
All right, well, let's have a look at a replay from around 8:30 in that game. There was a few things about this which really tickled me, but that's the biggest one.
Beautiful impale. I mean, it looks like he was trying to get over the wall, ends up connecting with 2, instant kill onto the Rona, and they just sort of, take the turret, but then the re-engage here.
Things devolve a little bit past that initial play. I think you're right, though. I think Kvalifar was like, I'm going to get over the wall. Oh, no, I'm bad. I didn't get over the wall. Oh, wait, I'm great. And I landed an amazing impale. It was all part of the plan.
Yeah, and like the Impale, it just does so much damage. I don't know if you guys know, but it's one of the highest ability damage in terms of single damage. It does 560 base damage with 140% weapon ratio. So with the Sword Blade, it dishes out 770 damage on one Impale. And you saw like Sky lost like, what, 600 something health? That was a lot of damage. And, it was just great to see him getting double impales, which really just synergized so well.
And then, of course, the vision when you're up against the Flicker, always so important. SK were able to get really strong vision and used that to their benefit.
Yeah, you can see in this replay here, Bacon talking about vision makes a lot of sense because this ultimate did nothing, basically.
Yeah, I mean, they use the ultimate. They see them the entire way thanks to these scout traps. And the positioning from SK, this was so smart. They saw that ult come out. They knew exactly where they were. They kited the fight all the way back to this turret so that they could have that target there for the Githian walls. Of course, I was talking about how smart it was for them to do that. It didn't actually hit a Githian wall into the turret, but it also still, just having the opportunity for it to be there, but also just using that turret to buy time again for Tyrus. They had to just constantly try and path around that turret repeatedly. It was just super, super smart to bring the fight back there before looking to engage.
And Suijay, you always talk about fighting not in lane as a Lance, but if you're going to kite them back into that little jungle path up effectively, past that turret in the wall, it's going to work pretty well. Let's have a look at the bracket, though, as we wrap up Europe for the day. You can see our Day 2 matchups. Our semifinals will be Team Secret versus SK Gaming and Fnatic versus G2 Esports. These matches, you can't say one is going to be better than the other.
I mean, Fnatic, G2, these two teams always seem to be matching up against each other at some point in this tournament. Every week, it feels like it's been, I think this is now the 3rd or 4th time we're getting to see that specific matchup, and it's going to be a really exciting one to watch.
All right, and we have the point standings updated for you as well. Right now, in top position is SK Gaming. They are followed by Cyclone, although Cyclone cannot earn more points this week, and G2 Esports with Team Secret a little bit behind that. Fluffy Chicken's not able to make the impact in week 1 they might have been looking for, only sitting at 3 points. Don't forget, guys, the top 6 will be going to the Unified Live Championships at the end of this split. It's going to be held in London between May 19th and 21st at the O2, hosted by Fnatic. As you can see at the bottom there, tickets are available on Eventbrite, and if you want a discount code all throughout this weekend, you can use VG8 on Eventbrite for a 30% discount.
It's a
Wow,
pretty
that's-
hefty discount.
It's a nice
That's what you
discount.
get when you watch our show. I'm just want to help you guys out. But today, Europe was awesome. We do have more games coming up after our break in the North American region, so make sure you don't miss it. We'll see you then.
Cyclone just going to take this one away. They're going to try and steal it.
No,
Fnatic,
no,
and they
stolen.
are able to steal it. It's stolen for Fnatic, but now the fight going to break out. Waldemar going low. He's inside that Oblivion, putting Bastion to sleep, and he loses his life.
Team fights to win. They're going to go in
found a
onto
bit of a...
Waldemar.
Wow, Waldemar gets bursted right down at the beginning of the fight, and this Fox is just allowed to do the damage. That's going to be the prime directive connecting. Can Radhar take Techno JJ down, or will it be too late, too little? Looks like it may be the latter of this option, as that's going to be Radhar taken. Bastion trying to find Techno JJ, but Techno JJ with the double. So, Nail has to do little to act. Look at the damage train immediately onto him. Can't do survive through it all. Dive forward, takes him in, but Leon bursts him on down, and he's looking for a kill onto Flobby. He gets it. That's going to be Team Secret taking the series here at Scoundrel 2-1 in a very decisive game. He is going to pop it now. Rear maybe caught out here to get sniped upon. There's the bright bulwark is going to stop him in the game, but Rear he goes very low. Ponchik in the middle of it. He's getting bursted down and taken on out by Kabalaba. A double for Kabalaba, looking for his triple onto Aeon, and he will just about be able to find it. That's
Okay, they're not waiting around.
so they split down Fluffy Chicken. Rearran's not with a team. Ponchik trying to get in onto the backline, but cannot. And Aeon has just taken so much damage. Ponchik gets the heal from the fountain, but he cannot sustain it. Mortal Wounds does too much. And here comes the Dragon Breath. It's Tyrus. It's all Tyrus. And he will find another. An ace for SK, and they're going to march straight into the base.
Hey guys, and welcome to the North American Challenge Battles review. In this video, we're going to look at the Split 1 Challenge Battles to see how things shook out. The three Challenger Series teams were Necrolite, 101, and Liberation X. The three Vainglory 8 teams were Rogue, Misfits, and Echo Fox. Our first series of the day was Rogue vs Necrolite, the only series with Vainglory 8 points on the line, and a matchup that Necrolite backdoored into. Game 1, Rogue drafted a Celeste for Hammy, outranging Junie's Vox and giving him no chance to close the gap with Sibs on Lance and Evil on Finn.
They find Junie, they find Riesgo, it's only standing left alive. Now they're feeling confident here. They're going to attempt to go for this Kraken, but they have to take down Standing. Standing, he has his afterburn. No, he doesn't. It's not up for another 2 seconds. Can he escape? He cannot. The ace.
Game 2 was hard fought as Necrolite traded evenly for a good portion of the game. In the end, it was a solid shot call from Rogue that would turn things in their favor.
Necrolites, they're just looking to end the game underneath their noses, and the Kraken is going to help do it. Sibs will fall, but so does the Vayne Crystal. Rogue take game 2.
Going into Game 3, Rogue was up 2-0, and Necrolite's life was on the line. Necrolite drafted a Scarf Finn Kestrel composition, and although down in net worth, found ways to win fights and take objectives, ultimately taking Game 3.
Scarf will find it with some auto attacks. Hammy coming forward, but what can Hammy do? Fountain keeps him alive. Riesgo looking to lock down this Vox, and the Quibble finds the shot. Can they get the final kill? Yes, they can. Rogue.
In Game 4, Rogue decided to base race against Necrolite's Kraken, committing to the Vayne Crystal. But Stan and Solo had other plans as he jumped in 1 vs 3 in a godly defense to secure Necrolite the win.
This is not as clear-cut as it looks! Evil's running away! The Kraken is still on the turrets! Let us not forget the Beast is still taking the base here!
With the series tied up 2-2 and their Vainglory 8 life on the line, Rogue stepped up to the plate and hit a home run out of the park. Utilizing a Carry Adagio, Captain Flicker, and Jungle Glaive, Rogue decisively took Game 5, the series, and defended their place in the Vainglory 8.
Hammy comes in, Riesgo going to be knocked up, stunned, and a kill goes Sib's way. Junie, the last man alive, and they're looking for the ace here, Dragon. They're looking to finish this one up. Junie will go down, a double for Sibs. And
our second series of the day was Misfits vs 101. 101 has been the talk of the town for weeks now, and for good reason. Coming in as the #1 Challenger Series team and with a stacked roster. Everyone predicted this would be a tough series for Misfits, but the way 101 played it, it was more than tough.
As well, Lost Boy Toff will fall, Eco as well, but the ace once more for...
Game 1 was well fought by Misfits, but a loss nonetheless. Game 2, 101 brought out the Grumpjaw Jungle.
That is something we don't get to see every day.
Crystal Power Utility Grumpjaw proved to be more than Misfits could handle, as they would drop Game 2 as well.
His life in the process, and Illis, he's looking very low as well. They found 1 kill, Selena Gomez.
Due to scheduling, Game 3 was played off-stream. 101 took Game 3, winning their Challenge Battle series and claiming their place in the Vainglory 8.
Gomez in the process, but now Monkey...
The most intense series throughout the entire day was definitely Echo Fox vs Liberation X. Liberation X came into the series bloodthirsty for Echo Fox's Vainglory 8 spot. Game 1 Status did work on his pedal, ultimately taking advantage of a few small mistakes late game from Echo Fox.
Almost is not enough in this game. That leaves Kolomik once more left alone, and he will fall. An ace comes out for Liberation X, and...
Game 2 was a big surprise as Fuji subbed in for Lone Delphi in an attempt to shake things up against Libex. However, Status made the perfect play in the perfect moment to swing the game into Libex's favor, stealing Kraken, winning the team fight, and winning the game.
He's gonna fall down very shortly to Status.
Game 3, Echo Fox had their backs against the wall, but Kolomik flipped the script with epic lance play, setting up Fuji and Mixi to knock their targets down.
For Mixi, as they time it so well, wait for it goes out, and that's a lot of damage. Upon the original, looking for a kill onto Fuji. The gloop goes down, but there's no fire to keep it. Ace is high, 2 kills.
Echo Fox had baited the pedal out of Status and countered with a Scarf in perfect form.
And it comes on forward. That's going to be one. They're looking for the turret. They're looking to finish the game.
Game 4, Liberation X took Pedal, and Echo Fox took Scarf once again, countering out Status and tying up the series 2-2.
And he's gonna find 1, 2 goes down. It's just Status, but the ace for Echo Fox. Ladies and gentlemen, strap your seatbelts in. Get the popcorn going. It's game 5 time. time.
33 and a half minutes.
Libex may have been fooled twice with the Scarf, but in a best of 5, they wouldn't be fooled a third time, banning out Fuji's Scarf and putting status on his patented glaive.
Done! He's dead! Impressive stuff upon the original. He finds his 5th kill. And Liberation X, they're turning head. They're going for the victory! They're looking to finish it now! They're looking to knock Echo Fox out of the Vainglory 8, and with one turret down, just the Vein Crystal to go. Liberation X makes their way into the Vainglory 8 with that victory.
Oh, wow. What a series. What a game. What a day of challenge battles. So many phenomenal series. This one it's a little bit bittersweet. It's so good to see Liberation back.
At the end of the day, it was Rogue beating Necrolite in a full series 3-2 and defending their 4 points and place in the Vainglory 8. 101 took down Misfits in style, winning their series 3-0 and moving up into the Vainglory 8. In one of the best series in recent history, Liberation X clawed their way past Echo Fox with a 3-2 series victory and claimed their place in the Vainglory 8 as well. So welcome 101 and Liberation X to the Vainglory 8. Split 2 is a brave new world as some of the most talented and experienced players in Vainglory history are now back at the top. This has been your Challenge Battles review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
to the bitter air. I will be listening for you. The chains were too hard to bear. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away.
Hey guys, and welcome to the North American Challenge Battles review. In this video, we're going to look at the Split 1 Challenge Battles to see how things shook out. The three Challenger Series teams were Necrolite, 101, and Liberation X. The three Vainglory 8 teams were Rogue, Misfits, and Echo Fox. Our first series of the day was Rogue vs Necrolite, the only series with Vainglory 8 points on the line, and a matchup that Necrolite backdoored into. Game 1, Rogue drafted a Celeste for Hammy, outranging Junie's Vox and giving him no chance to close the gap with Sibs on Lance and Evil on Finn.
They find Junie, they find Riesgo, it's only standing left alive. Now they're feeling confident here. They're going to attempt to go for this Kraken, but they have to take down Standing. Standing, he has his afterburn. No, he doesn't. It's not up for another 2 seconds. Can he escape? He cannot. The ace.
Game 2 was hard fought as Necrolite traded evenly for a good portion of the game. In the end, it was a solid shot call from Rogue that would turn things in their favor.
Necrolites, they're just looking to win the game underneath their noses, and the Kraken is going to help do it. Sibs will fall, but so does the Vayne Crystal. Rogue take game 2.
Going into Game 3, Rogue was up 2-0, and Necrolite's life was on the line. Necrolite drafted a Scarf Finn Kestrel composition, and although down in net worth, found ways to win fights and take objectives, ultimately taking Game 3.
Scarf will find it with some mortal attacks. Hammy coming forward, but what can Hammy do? Fountain keeps him alive. Riesgo looking to lock down this Fox, and the Quibble finds the shot. Can they get the final kill? Yes, they can. Rogue.
In Game 4, Rogue decided to base race against Necrolite's Kraken, committing to the Vayne Crystal. But Stan and Solo had other plans as he jumped in 1 vs 3 in a godly defense to secure Necrolite the win.
This is not as clear-cut as it looks. Evil's running away. The Kraken is still on the turrets. Let us not forget the Beast is still taking the base here.
With the series tied up 2-2 and their Vainglory 8 life on the line, Rogue stepped up to the plate and hit a home run out of the park. Utilizing a Carry Adagio, Captain Flicker, and Jungle Glaive, Rogue decisively took Game 5, the series, and defended their place in the Vainglory 8.
Hammy comes in, Riesgo going to be knocked up, stunned, and a kill goes Sib's way. Junie, the last man alive, and they're looking for the ace here, Dragon. They're looking to finish this one up. Junie will go down, a double for Sibs. And
our second series of the day was Misfits vs 101. 101 has been the talk of the town for weeks now, and for good reason. Coming in as the #1 Challenger Series team and with a stacked roster. Everyone predicted this would be a tough series for Misfits, but the way 101 played it, it was more than tough.
as well, Lost Boy Toff will fall, Eco as well, but the ace once more for...
Game 1 was well fought by Misfits, but a loss nonetheless. Game 2, 101 brought out the Grumpjaw Jungle.
That is something we don't get to see every day.
Crystal Power utility Grumpjaw proved to be more than Misfits could handle, as they would drop Game 2 as well.
His life in the process, and Illis, he's looking very low as well. They found 1 kill, Selena Gomez, he just...
Due to scheduling, Game 3 was played off-stream. 101 took Game 3, winning their Challenge Battle series and claiming their place in the Vainglory 8.
Gomez in the process, but now Monkey...
The most intense series throughout the entire day was definitely Echo Fox vs Liberation X. Liberation X came into the series bloodthirsty for Echo Fox's Vainglory 8 spot. Game 1 Status did work on his pedal, ultimately taking advantage of a few small mistakes late game from Echo Fox.
Almost is not enough in this game. That leaves Kolomik once more left alone, and he will fall. An ace comes out for Liberation X, and...
Game 2 was a big surprise as Fuji subbed in for Lone Delphi in an attempt to shake things up against Libex. However, Status made the perfect play in the perfect moment to swing the game into Libex's favor, stealing Kraken, winning the team fight, and winning the game.
He's going to fall down very shortly to Status.
Game 3, Echo Fox had their backs against the wall, but Cole the Meek flipped the script with epic lance play, setting up Fuji and Mixi to knock their targets down.
For Mixi, as they time it so well, wait for it goes out, that's a lot of damage. Upon the original, looking for a kill onto Fuji. The gloop goes down, but there's no fire to keep it. Ace is high, 2 kills.
Echo Fox had baited the pedal out of Status and countered with a Scarf in perfect form.
And it comes on forward. That's going to be one. They're looking for the turret. They're looking to finish the game.
Game 4, Liberation X took Petal, and Echo Fox took Scarf once again, countering out Status and tying up the series 2-2.
And he's gonna find one, two goes down, it's just Status, but the ace for Echo Fox. Ladies and gentlemen, strap your seatbelts in, get the popcorn going, it's game 5 time.
33 and a half minutes.
Libex may have been fooled twice with the Scarf, but in a best of 5, they wouldn't be fooled a third time, banning out Fuji's Scarf and putting Status on his patented glaive.
Done! He's dead! Impressive stuff upon the original. He finds his 5th kill. And Liberation X, they're turning head. They're going for the victory. They're looking to finish it now. They're looking to knock Echo Fox out of the Vainglory 8, and with one turret down, just the Vein Crystal to go. Liberation X makes their way into the Vainglory 8 with that victory.
Oh, wow. What a series. What a game. What a day of challenge battles. So many phenomenal series. This one it's a little bit bittersweet. It's so good to see Liberation back.
At the end of the day, it was Rogue beating Necrolite in a full series 3-2 and defending their 4 points and place in the Vainglory 8. 101 took down Misfits in style, winning their series 3-0 and moving up into the Vainglory 8. In one of the best series in recent history, Liberation X clawed their way past Echo Fox with a 3-2 series victory and claimed their place in the Vainglory 8 as well. So welcome 101 and Liberation X to the Vainglory 8. Split 2 is a brave new world as some of the most talented and experienced players in Vainglory history are now back at the top. This has been your Challenge Battles review. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the North American Vainglory 8. My name is Action Jackson, here with Tasty Bacon and Sweej, and this is the first week of Split number 2. We've already had some games in Split 2 now from Europe earlier on today. They were very exciting games, very interesting ones with some new picks that came through, but North America always picks differently than Europe anyway, so I'm sure we're going to be seeing some interesting stuff today. Let's actually have a quick look at the seasonal schedule, because those of you who are just tuning in, or perhaps who didn't see the beginning of Split 1, won't necessarily know all of the details. Now, we have 7 weeks total of Vainglory 8 play in spring. This is the last 3. The second split is a little bit shorter. There are 2 challenge battles. We've already had 1, and some teams have made their way into Vainglory 8 as a result, as well as some teams, unfortunately for them, getting knocked down into the Challenger Series, which runs for 6 weeks during the season, and it all builds up to the one unified live championship this year. It's going to be happening at the O2 in London between May 19th and 21st, hosted by Fnatic, one of our teams from the European Vainglory 8. It's a very, very exciting venue. The event is going to be crazy. I cannot wait to go. I'm sure you guys, you can't wait to go either, right?
Absolutely looking forward to it. Went to London once for a previous championship in Europe, and now we get to have the first ever unified. It's going to be a great time.
It really is. And by the way, guys, if you want a discount on your tickets, if you're able to go to London, you can go to the Eventbrite page and use the code VG8 for a discount. Now, before we get underway with the rest of today's broadcast, we've got to announce the acquisition of one of our teams. Tribe Gaming has acquired Liberation X. Liberation X, of course, a historic name in Vainglory.
Yeah, Liberation X is the first ever North American champions. They kind of took a break after that and haven't really been seen too much, but all of a sudden made this run back through the challengers, took down their opponent in the challenge battles to gain themselves into the Vainglory 8, and now this big acquisition, brand new organization, exciting things on the future.
And Sweej, I know you've played with some of these players before. They're very skilled, right?
Yeah, I love Pawn the Original. He's uber competitive. This guy wants to be the best no matter what. Great shot caller, great strategist, status, dominant in the jungle. He always likes calling his jungle his territory. And E36, lots of competitive experience. He's competed on stage before. Him and Status are brothers, so that makes it very interesting. And they're like bros. All 3 of them are like bros, along with Marto as well. So I think the team is a very good family that can do pretty well.
And Tribe, of course, owned and ran by Chief Pat. Big YouTube name. They got a lot of backing behind them. So very excited to see how they can do. Let's have a look at the standings, though, because admittedly they are coming in right down at the bottom of 0 points. They're starting with nothing in Split 2. They really need to build themselves back up a little bit. On the plus side, though, there is 3 teams sort of in that area that they're competing with, but then there's a lot of teams up at the top. You only need to be at the top 6 to go to the Unified Live Championships. So Tribe, 101, Rogue, Immortals, they can all make it from down there at the bottom of the standings. It's going to be a really interesting split.
And going to be really interesting indeed. And this week alone is huge for these two teams, as we'll get into a little bit with the matchups later on. But there's a lot on the line this week in particular.
Absolutely, and having a look at the schedule for today, we can see the games coming up. We start with Team Solo Mid versus Rogue, then Gangstars versus Immortals, Tribe versus 101. Both the teams
That's
coming
the
up
one.
in the challenge battles fight in round 1, and then we've got Cloud9 versus Hammers Esports.
And that's what I was talking about. Those two teams with 0 points matching up here today. Only one of them can get a chance at climbing up into the spot where you can qualify. One of them is going to be stuck down there with at most 1 point. Not a great spot to be in.
Suijay, what's your game to watch? Is it the Immortals one?
It'll be Immortals. It's going to be a very critical game versus Gangstars, but I think Tribe and 101 is going to show a lot. I mean, all 8 of these teams are amazing teams. I mean, I'm super proud of NA. I mean, they're very competitive, but I think Tribe and 101, because we're going to find out which of these challenger teams are going to be able to qualify.
All right, and having a look at the brackets, you can see Team Solo Mid, Rogue, Tribe, and 101 are all on one side of the bracket. It's a scary place to be if you're the challenge team, knowing no matter what, you're fighting either Team Solo Mid or Rogue in the semifinals. Then Immortals, Gangstars, Cloud9, and Hammers are on the other side of the bracket. Again, lots of very strong competition down there. Our first matchup is going to be a telling one, though, for how maybe some of these teams have developed since the end of the last split. We've got Team Solo Mid versus Rogue. Rogue, one of the teams definitely needing to get some points as we head into the beginning of Split 2. Team Solo Mid, on the other hand, guaranteed their championship spot.
Yeah,
They already know what's going on.
They already know they're going to be at the Live Championships. What they want to get is the ability to be in the first or second seed from North America, because top 2 seeds from each region get a first-round bye. And that is crucial. That is a lot of playing you don't have to do. You don't have to worry about. You're automatically into the second day of the event.
All right, well, let's have a look at Team Solo Mid's roster right now. We've got Flash X, Best Chuck NA, Von C, Starboy, and Bladeheart 92.
Not much to say about these guys that hasn't already been said. Incredibly consistent, always performing. I mean, you can see it just in the point standings. They're just always up at the top. Rarely ever have to use those substitutes. So it's just always consistent play.
Absolutely, and their opponents for today are going to be Rogue. We've got Evol, Hammy, Sibs, and Grasskun.
Yeah, don't sleep on this team, guys. They have been practicing all last week or this past week, 9 hours a day, because Sibs is on spring break. So they should come out in full form and pretty strong. I mean, you can see them run a lot of early game comps now, and they've adapted so well, and they're very versatile.
So do you think we might see a very different Rogue today then? Because obviously, historically, they've been a good team. Maybe not one of the teams that are just breakout performers. But if they have more time, obviously Sibs is a young guy, for example, that could be what they need.
It could be. It's still a tough matchup against Team Solo Mid. This is a team that has a lot of experience with these players as well. You know, I know in the past they've been scrim partners. Not sure if that's the case leading into this week because of the matchup right here on week 5, but still a lot of knowledge between these two teams on each other, which can be lead to some pretty interesting drafts.
All right, well, speaking of drafts, we've got draft number 1 for you guys. Kicking off, it is Team Solo Mid versus Rogue. TSM on A side, banning away Lyra, with Rogue answering Adagio.
Well, that was awfully quick to get those two out of the way. The 2 healers taken off the board. Lance going to be the priority, and Finn, actually, from Rogue.
Yeah, I love the Finn pick, because Finn actually is pretty good into Lance, especially late game, because Lance can't move him, he's immovable, etc. So that's a really good pick from Rogue. However, they are opting for a more late game comp, so they need to ban away early game aggression, like Koshka, etc., away from TSM. So Grumpjaw is actually really strong with Lance. He's very strong early. So let's see if TSM's going to ban Glaive. So Rogue here, I think they need to, if they're going to give TSM Koshka, they need to pick something that's going to counter it very well.
Or take Koshka themselves.
That could work too. But Koshka's not that good into Lance
Yeah.
when a team knows how to leverage Lance.
That was really something that was a big lesson learned in the final week of Vainglory 8 Split 1, right? We saw a lot of
the
Lance,
downfall of Koshka.
Yeah, beating Koshka's out. So got to be careful of that one. Oh, okay, so we were talking about mages coming back into the meta a little bit. I know that some of the members on Rogue do really like that Celeste.
Yeah, Celeste is good pick here. However, Taka is open, and with Lance Taka or even Koshka here, they can snowball Celeste pretty hard. She is very strong in the late game, so if Rogue can make it to late game, they'll be fine. So TSM might opt for an assassin here to get onto Celeste. Yep, the Tasha will pick it, and I think they'll go for Gwen. Because Tension Ball Gwen with Koshka and Lance is extremely strong early, and they're going to shut down Rogue in early game.
This is a very strong early game composition. It's one that you have to have a little bit of concern, because if Team Solomid doesn't destroy Rogue in the early game, this is one that Rogue can very easily just kind of stall out and get to the late game. With the Kestrel coming through, though, this is going to be interesting as to where they're going to put each hero, because you have to assume it's going to be Celeste out of the jungle.
We haven't seen a tremendous amount of Kestrel being super successful against Gwen. How's it going to do against the Koshka Lance?
Yeah, they have to basically get a good pull with a Kestrel stun and then a Celeste stun. This is an old comp that used to be really strong back in spring of last year. The Celeste Kestrel Finn was dominating because late game was so strong. So as long as they can make it to late game, they might have a chance.
Yeah, I was just going to mirror that sentiment. There's not much else to say to it. It's all about the late game. It's all about setting up those combos. And for Team Solo Mid, the reflex blocks are going to be crucial and just winning early. So look for a lot of early aggression.
Just how key is it that Team Solo Mid win the early game? If they're kind of like even early and then they start getting an advantage mid, is that okay? Or do they not have enough time then to actually close things out before those power spikes?
Generally, they won't have enough time. If it goes to like the mid game and they just have a small lead or are just fairly close to even, like Rogue late game, the damage from the Koshka and Lance being the captain, his damage as well is going to fall off. The Gwen can scale up pretty well, but like I said, by the time the late game comes around, the damage ramp up from the Kestrel, from the Celeste is just going to be immense.
And how did Rogue actually get there then? Like, how do they do well in the early game when they have such a weak early game in comparison?
Yeah, they cannot give a turret before the 8-minute mark. They have to be played very safe when Koshka hits level 6 power spike. When Gwen gets a tension ball at 3 minutes, which Chuck will probably get a tension ball at 3-minute mark, they need to play very cautious. Celeste cannot overextend in lane. Kestrel needs to be able to rotate and get her jungle quicker than Koshka can rotate down and take her jungle. So they need to play very reactive in the early game and just counter exactly what TSM wants to do, is get a kill in lane or catch Kestrel in jungle and then shove the lane to get a turret early. So they need to shut that down.
Is there anything build-wise that we might see interesting here? Obviously on the new update, we did see some interesting builds over in Europe.
I don't think there's going to be anything too out of the ordinary. I think it's going to be pretty straightforward.
If Lance plays this, Flash might do this. He might rush a tension ball on Lance and just push the early game even harder.
Oh, okay.
So that'd be very interesting if he decides to do that.
All right, well, give me your predictions for game number 1 here.
Team Solo Mid, unfortunately for Rogue.
Yeah, TSM, they're so good at the early game, and there's Monty and Koshka, he's just dominating, so TSM.
All right, well, let's see if they can make this one happen. For your casters today, it's the return of Humanist and Jingyi.
All right, thank you very much, Jackson and the boys. I'll take that one from Dowsy and Jaws. We are into the game. This is going to be pretty lit right here. I'm joined with Xingyi. We heard the analysts talk about this. Do you agree with what they said, how this game's going to play out?
Yes, I am going to agree with them. TSM are looking very strong. We're seeing a lot of the comfort picks coming out from them. Gwen, Best Chuck NA, and then Koshka and Von C. You know, he made that Koshka famous during Worlds, and he's been playing a lot in the past split. I have every inch of confidence in him.
Oh my lord. I am happy to be in here. And to have TSM Rogue, what a matchup to hop back into the casting schedule. So very excited. Right off the bat, though, we can see that Rogue really not looking to do anything aggressive. They're going to hang back, just get that defensive farm rotation out of the jungle. Von C happy to take that Elder Treant and maybe even try to take the mid away from Rogue as well, though Sibs gets that scout trap down. He knows what's happening. Should see Von C moving in over here. Although he's going to get jumped on. Von C getting some damage down. Flash with a wild impale. I don't know about that one. Sibs trading the damage. Should he get it? Oh, he gets the first blood right there. Happy to do so. Now it's going to be Flash chased out of the jungle here. Rogue with the first blood.
That's exactly what they need to be doing. We need to be seeing strong rotations coming out from Rogue. Just stay in the early game. They're playing very much a late game composition with that Celeste. and with that Finn as well. So if they can like prevent Von C from invading as he was doing, then it just keeps him in for a little bit longer. And I actually wasn't expecting Sibs to survive that.
I wasn't either, and it looked like Flash just completely misread the situation. I don't know if that's your perspective as well. Is that impale? I called it a wild impale, but it seemed like he was just kind of reading where he thought Sibs might move and just completely misread it.
Well, Sibs was doing a really good job of dodging Von C, and actually it looked quite funny for a bit because a lot of the glimmer shots were actually missing Von C for a little bit, but he was doing a really good job of like dodging Flash X and dodging Von C that he was able to pick up the kill, and especially a Koshka going to Kestro, that should be an easy match over Von C there, and it just didn't work that time.
I really like what Sibs is doing. We can see right now he's just getting straight into weapon damage. There's no boots, nothing else coming out on his build here, and he's not trying to be very mobile in these fights, right? He's just trying to farm as quickly as possible, and if they do engage, he has that damage to put down.
Yeah, well, 15 to Von C's 19. We're not seeing any more invasions coming from Von C. Like you said, it's all about just trying to clear that farm as quickly as possible, go up to lane, give Hammy a hand, because I think the analysts touched on this for Europe, that we are seeing the return of the Crystal Mages. We haven't really seen much of them before. It's very much weapon dependent before, and it's good seeing Celeste having a comeback. But heroes that are always really good against these Crystal Mages were assassins, like Koshka, like Taka. We don't see a Taka this game. And once she gets that lockdown, it is going to make things difficult for Hammy.
All right, well, Sibs getting threatened again here as Flash and Von C making the rotation. Oh, he jumps in front over the wall. Hammy's down. Best Chuck getting some pretty good damage out. They can't trade back. Sibs, you are in a bad place. 2 kills for Team Solo Mid. A little bit cleaner of a fight for them there.
It was very nicely done, though. We just saw them jump, just the over-the-wall jump, just completely took them by surprise. I think Hammy tried to land the core collapse, didn't really work. Partly, you have to look at the mobility coming up from Von C, but also if you look at TSM, all 3 of them were in super close range. I just don't think they really knew how to cope, because if you're right in Rogue's faces, that is not a place where you want to be if you're a Rogue.
Caught me off guard. I mean, of course, you know, the Koshka has that ability. I thought maybe they were just kind of like reading the situation a little bit, but it was really smart. I liked what Von C did there. So they strike back and up 2 kills to 1 here. 4.5 minutes into this game. Net worth pretty even. Von C making a rotation up here. Yummy Cat and Frenzy. Why does he have this already? That's not right. Hammy. Oh, he used to be alive. Now gone. This is going to be a little pressure here up in the lane. Sibs was back to base, so he's going to have to go ahead and run out here. Just phenomenal rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. And Evil's stuck in a bit of a tough place. He was about to go home, pick up that fountain, but he's stuck there with 1,800 gold until someone gets to that lane. We do see Sibs sneaking up there. But that was what we want to be seeing from Von C. There is no... Well, there's a reflex block on Sibs, but there's nothing on Hammy there, and you do have to be careful, especially with so much lockdown in the hands of TSM. And they were playing so much for the early game. We're seeing Best Chuck NA picking up that tension bow. We've seen quite a few Gwens today. Not all of them went for the tension bow, some of them went for the Sorrow Blade. If you're going for the tension bow, you want to be able to apply that pressure, which some of the European teams weren't able to do with that tension bow.
Yeah. And I also, you know, he's going against a very squishy jungler, a very squishy laner. If you get on target, you should be able to blow him up pretty well. I think we're seeing that happening right now. Von C, Flash making the rotation up in the lane one more time. One shot's going to connect onto Von C. Doesn't look like we're going to see a full engage here, as both teams pretty aware of what's happening, although Sibs is just kind of a dangerous place. It's going to be boots activated. Core collapse was down defensively just in case. Best Chuck continues to poke onto this turret here. Now, this is going to be a Rogue just trying to buy a little bit of time. Von C just jumping back again, completely zoning Sibs out for making any sort of sneaky rotations around the bottom side of this fight. Again, he jumps forward. Sibs is down below. Yeah, he's below 50% health just off this harassment here. Now, Hammy's stunned up. You got to get back. A lot of action happening. They just dive right in. Look at that damage coming out of Best Chuck. And that's another kill. 4-1. Team Solo Mid know what they're doing here. Von C gets it on the backside. Come on, have some mercy, guys.
I feel like I shouldn't be laughing.
No, let me do the laughing. You do the analyzing.
Okay, thanks. Well, they dead. They dead.
They dead.
I was just thinking, well, that's what they were. You know, Flash X, he's the roam, went in with the impale, and he just took so much health of Hammy. I mean, they're the same level. There is a major level discrepancy between the two teams now. And Actually, the gold, there's a little bit of a small gold difference. It's only 1.4k. Maths. I don't know why I did that, but
Well,
there's a,
Shingy, our analyst talked about the scaling of both of these compositions, right? And getting into the late game, Rogue are going to be pretty insane with what they can accomplish. Oh, they have very obvious like wombo combo potential. Besides that, how do these fights really play out for them?
well, we kind of pointed at the start when we saw Vonsi going for the early invasion onto Sibs. That was actually a really good move from Rogue, but unfortunately, it looks like TSM have really gotten to the swing of things. What they need to be doing is just play super defensively, just rely on Hammies, core collapse, supernovas, have Sibs just poke out the glimmer shots. Right now, I just don't think they can do too much. They just need to lose that turret and just pull back and defend. And if they can make it to the late game, once Hammy reaches level 8 and just gets a little bit more items, and I think that's when they can start picking their fights. But for now, they just need to let TSM aggress onto them.
Well, TSM is aggressing, and that's going to be turret down, so net worth starting to build up. Gold Miner will be going their way as well. Although it was pretty clear, Rogue knew exactly, I mean, it's exactly what you said. We're not going to go ahead and try to defend this turret with our lives. We can't stop it. We just have to continue to try and get some levels, get some gold, and when they get the level 8, maybe on Finn, the level 8 coming out of Celeste, maybe they look to try and make a stand. Hopefully, at that point, they're not too far behind in the network.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is, if you were looking at the roams, Finn, he's actually not seen that much gameplay, and I think part of the reason is mobility-wise, it seems super obvious, but if you compare it to Lance, where you have so much just ability to gap close, to stun people, and you look at that Finn and the Koshka matchup, and you're just like, I just don't see that working, and you look at Best Truck NA going to that Finn as well, and you're like, if he gets pulled in, you can just skedaddle it, you can block it, it's quite difficult for Evil to try and just catch them out, which is what this composition is about. It's about Evil just taking advantage of any missteps that TSM are doing and capitalizing on that.
I mean, there's certain heroes in the game that, personally, when I'm playing Finn, I don't really want to pull. Gwen and Lance, definitely a couple of those heroes. It's just, the escape mechanics are very strong. Best Chuck, he's in a bad place. Sib's lighting him up, but he misses a couple glimmers there at the end. One shot. Well, that's going to connect on the Flash, but after their Sentry is defeated, 2 lives remaining on that. But another successful rotation out of TSM.
Very successful. They're just sticking it so well as a team right now. If you're looking at the CS, Chuck NA 102 to Hammy's 79. That's quite a big difference, and we're actually seeing Hammy stick up in lane quite a lot, so we'd be expecting it to be a bit higher than it actually is. So he's got the Frostburn. I really like that. Always see a Celeste going for a Frostburn first, by variation. But I think when you're going against a very mobile composition that TSM have picked together, you need that Frostburn to help slow it down. You can use it defensively, offensively. But right now, we're just not really seeing the Helios have that much effect. The core collapses aren't really landing again because of the mobility. And Solar Storm is not going to be hitting too much right now. Oh, there they go!
Oh, yeah, their boots forward. Impale's going to be off the mark here. Kobo comes through. Not too much damage, even with that turret going out on a TSM. Sibs your stealth up just enough stealth to get him out of harm's way there as Von C was looking for a kill. And one shot's gonna come through, lands on the Best Chuck. Evol's trying to stand forward for his team. You can see when Sibs does connect with those glimmer shots, it's pretty good damage. They're gonna pull Flash back. He activates that Crucible, trying to get back there, holding the found self down. They get him. Rogue making the plays here.
Oh, they're looking so healthy. Evo's 3/4. Hammy and Sibs haven't lost anything. They just lost a bit of energy, and I think they're in a really good position to try and take this gold mine back. Just balance that gold discrepancy a little bit. They're about 5k behind, which should help just equalize it a little bit. And this is, I think, where we're beginning to see them in terms of composition coming into their power spikes. But I think a lot of it does come down to gameplay. I think their movements as a team aren't as good as TSM's. Sibs, what are you doing, Sibs?
Sibs knows what he's doing, all right? This man, I never question him. Actually, I do. But don't tell him.
He knows.
Sibs, no, he's gonna go ahead and get that mid there. Von C trying to steal it again. Sibs says, I don't think so, mate. Looks like he'll be able to get his backs as well. So very good for the Kestrel here. Like you said, power spikes, they're starting to come online here. Net worth is not in their favor, but they're not so far behind where they can't really execute. So I think, once again, we're going to be looking for a nice force to cord, something to set this up here. Although I don't think Flash is going to be getting caught again very easily. One shot does land onto Flash. Full adrenaline stacks for Kestrel as he looks for a target moving forward here. No, this is just kind of a poke game right now, right?
Yeah, it is. I think my issue is right now is that TSM, they had a really strong early game. They took the first turret very quickly, just very quickly accrued that massive gold lead. But it's beginning to drop off a little bit, and I feel like that they should be doing more to take control of Rogue's jungle. Because we're seeing Sibs picking up his backs every single time. I feel like that shouldn't be happening. And you're just letting Rogue back into the game very slowly. They just need to be a little bit more aggressive. I can't believe I'm saying this, but if they just take control of the jungle, it makes it so much more difficult for Hammy and Sibs because they have to decide on how they want to split the gold at that point.
Well, Shingy, one of the things I've been watching here in the last few minutes, Best Chuck did grab an infusion that was timed out. I'm not sure what level, it was like a level 8 infusion. And now we see Flash halfway through his infusion. They really haven't made much happen. Once he just pops his own infusion. So, I mean, what's this mean for them if they're not able to capitalize on this?
Well, they tried to capitalize. There was a brief moment where they did go for a fight. It just wasn't very successful. I think that's one where Flash X was forced to back off. So what they just need to do is they're trying to bait Rogue into the jungle. I don't think Rogue's taking it. They're just staying very firmly in their lane, only going to the jungle if they know there's no one there. I think Sibs is the only one that we're seeing venturing down into his own jungle. Because he's got that stealth, he is able to creep away, whereas Hammy and Evo don't have that privilege of being able to do so. So I feel like we've come to a bit of an impasse between the two teams, not much is happening, and that's just playing right into Rogue's hands. If they just keep going on like this, we're seeing, oh, Best Chuck.
I'm not sure Sibs has landed the one shot onto his target every time, but he hasn't missed with it. So he continues to just throw these out. It's very Von C, or reminiscent of Von C Kestrel playstyle, the way he's throwing those one shots out. But we do see the level 9 infusion onto Hammy. Evil stepping forward. Koshko getting pretty good damage. It looks like Rogue gonna try and back up here. Yummy kind of frenzy is gonna be blocked off. Hammy kiting backwards. Stealth Sibs, but that's not long enough. Sibs is down. And that was the Atlas Pauldron out by Evil, but not slowing down TSM enough. Force to Cord pulls him back. Hammy trying to make some damage happen. I don't think they need like 2 Hammies at this point to make it happen. Prove me wrong, Hammy. He's rooted up here. Chop down, double kill for Best Chuck. Ace for Team Solo Mid.
Ace for Team Solo Mid, and actually it was a very good fight at the start, dare I say, for Rogue, because we saw Von C, he was sitting at the tree ants position, just jumping over the wall into Hammy with the Yummy kind of frenzy, and it got blocked. But it did leave Von C in a terrible positioning, and actually it was a really good opportunity for TSM to turn that around, sorry, for Rogue to turn that around. However, that's where I'm pointing Sib's positioning is that he was actually right beside Chuck NA the whole time, just getting a lot of damage taken down. He wasn't able to do much, he was just trying to run away. And it was a good opportunity, I just don't think Rogue completely capitalized on it. It was a nice response that they had to the attack that Von C just put out, but didn't retaliate the way I wanted them to.
It felt like, for me, when they walked into that tri-brush, that they didn't have full knowledge of where Team Solo Mid was, and they couldn't really react. Like, the moment TSM was on top of Evil, it was just like a full retreat from them, of which they couldn't set up with an active camo, or, you know, get a really nice clean engage that they would be hoping for, but it does show that Rogue's feeling a little more confident about their movement across the map.
Yeah, they are, and well, we're seeing Evil just picking up 4 flares then. I think in terms of scout traps, we've been seeing some put out, but they're being put on quite the obvious places, so it's been quite easy for for Flash X just to set them off every single time. And we're just seeing that those scout traps being placed down by him, and he's got quite good vision across the whole map. Well, certainly surrounding the Kraken pit anyway. Oh, Best Chuck every single time.
Every time right here, right? Sibs slapping Flash with some of those glimmer shots. Force the Cord is going to come out, blocked off there, so no harm, no foul. And Von C jumps forward. He's going to be missing that active camo. Oh no, Sibs, I saw what you wanted to do. It just didn't come through for him.
You gonna question him this time? Are you gonna question him?
No, there's no question. We knew what he was trying to do. It's just Von C was quite slippery.
I'm gonna question it.
Uh-oh.
He was in stealth and he went back to try and land the active camo stun. Not a good idea, especially if we've got Koshka who's able to dance around it every single time. So that's why I'm going to be questioning here.
Oh, the real questions.
Real questions.
I
Easy
get it.
questions.
I get what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying, but you don't want to question him, so...
But it's like, it's like he was going, it felt like he was going to die, no matter what happened. So, like, he was basically, you know what, I'm going to activate this camera right here. We're going to make the play.
You're a glass empty kind of person, aren't you, Humanist? I can tell.
That's right.
That's right.
You know what?
Well,
All right.
It's 9-2. It's 9-2.
Let's see this. Let's see this active camo into the Force to Cord, into the core collapse, into the ultimate combo here. I just want to see someone get shredded.
And the quibble as well. You said this at the very start. There's a really obvious wombo combo that we can see coming out from Rogue. I haven't actually seen even the slightest glimmer of that wombo combo.
Not even a glimmer
Best
shot of
Chuck
the
NA,
wombo
position.
combo. Yeah, Force Courts come out, blocked off again. Kraken taking pretty good damage. TSM trying to think what they want to do, and they're right back in. That's going to be the Impale landing.
Oh,
Sips
Sips.
standing his ground, but it is not enough here. Hammy's trying to make these healers go supernova. He's low on energy. And they only have one turret remaining here, Shingy. This looks like TSM trying to close this game out. Good chance they should be able to do it here as Vonsi's on the backside of this Vein Crystal. And Hammy just doesn't quite have the damage here. I don't think... Vonsi gets it. Well, game one. All right, there you go. Going to TSM. Rogue put up a very good fight. They made a couple, small mistakes along the way. But you could see, like, they actually looked pretty clean for a good portion of that game.
They definitely did. I think for the start, they did well to defend against the pressure that TSM were applying. There was definitely a bit in the mid game. You're like, okay, this is actually going really well for Rogue because nothing really is happening from TSM. But I think there was just a few key fights. I think they've got the macro play, but when it comes to those team fights, I think TSM is just coming out on top every single time. And I think that's the biggest issue here.
Yeah, it definitely was. Well, let's go ahead and have this broken down by our friends over at the analyst desk, and maybe they can let us know, what went wrong, what could Rogue have done better.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, so Rogue not quite able to weather the storm of the TSM early game. They did have that one moment. Right at the beginning, I was like, oh, Rogue Sibs, he was able to kill Von C. Maybe they can do this, but that was short-lived.
Yeah, definitely short-lived. Team Solo Mid played their composition the way they wanted to. There was that little lull in the mid-game where, you were wondering, are they going to actually continue putting the pressure on, or were they kind of backing off a little bit? But then they eventually, got their groove back, put the pressure back on, and were able to close out the game.
Yeah, once they lost a turret at 750 in the game, that was huge for an early game composition, and that's where Rogue really struggled there. They had to keep the turret at the 8 to 10 minute mark and not lose that first turret.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Let's have a look at a replay real fast, though. You can see here around 13:40, a fight where TSM just runs through Rogue.
Yeah, this is a fight that basically definitely snowballs and turns the tide completely, because getting an ace on a team that's late game allows TSM to get the next turret here. And just puts them way ahead in the lead. And you can see that TSM farmed up and decided to do this fight once Von C got tier 2 armor and tier 2 shield. Like, I love Von C's itemization because he is a front line. He's going to jump in. He's going to take damage. If you have tier 1 armor and shield together, you're reducing damage by 33%. If you have tier 2 armor and tier 2 shield together, you're reducing damage by 55% from both weapon and crystal damage. So that was brilliant. Once he got that defense power spike, so to speak, they then decided to go aggressive.
Yeah, and that was definitely smart decision-making coming in from Team Solo Mid. On the other side, I think we do need to talk a little bit about the draft again. Rogue, it seemed like they had a plan. They knew what they wanted to do. But not banning Koshka seems like maybe it was a little bit too far.
I mean, they clearly wanted to shoot for the late game, and they tried to execute it on it as best as they could. The problem with building a late game composition is so much of getting to the late game relies on your opponents allowing it to happen as well. There is some of it is the way you play and trying to gravitate a game towards that direction. But if your opponents are just being constantly aggressive and are able to find kills or able to get into your jungle and just ruin that plan, then there's not a whole lot that you can actually do because you're very likely going to be falling behind.
Yeah, and Rogue had the right mindset. They minion candy their sentry, and they try to fight with it whenever it came out. But TSM just executed their comp so well. When Gwen landed her Buckshot Bonanza onto Kestrel, Vonsi went in, because Kestrel was reviewed for 2 seconds. And if only if only every team does that against Kestrel, Kestrel is basically completely countered at that point, and they did that every time to kill Kestrel. So very, very well done.
All right, well, we are into draft number 2 for the series. Rogue have taken Grumpjaw off the fold for their first ban. Why is Grumpjaw getting banned all the time?
Grumpjaw is meta. He is extremely strong as a support, as a crystal, and as a weapon carrier. So that's why I was surprised EU didn't even ban or pick it at all. It seems like they're 2 weeks behind, right?
Were you really surprised?
Now they're playing Flicker, but that's like a 2 week ago meta, right? So now Grumpjaw is the meta. Blance being banned, Adagio makes sense here. TSM is probably gonna take the Lyra, I'm assuming, and then probably ban Flicker. Is probably what they're gonna do here, or they might take Flicker and ban Lyra. We'll see what they want to do, but I have a feeling they'll probably take the Lyra here.
Lyra certainly proving to be a very strong hero still, and it is going to be locked in. Glaive the ban, though, not the Flicker.
Okay.
They're going to let the Flicker through, because I assume when it comes back to them, it's a chance that they might lock in the Fortress, because it's such a strong pick right now, but that would be giving the Flicker over to Rogue. And I'm not sure if they're actually going to look to pick up a Flicker with the Lyra, because it's just, while Flicker is very strong and there are compositions that it works really well with, Lyra doesn't really need the Flicker to be setting up kills, and that's usually why you go for the Flicker pick, is so that you can set up kills with the rest of your team.
Yeah, Flicker would be good here with Lyra lane, honestly, because of his slow. She can leave the sigil up for the damage, but they decided to offer Gwen, who is actually the meta and strongest weapon power carry right now because of that tension bow build and tension bow buff.
All right, well, Rogue, if they want to, can pick that Flicker now.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people are like, okay, Gwen, Buckshot Bonanza reveals a Flicker. Can be a bit of a problem. The problem is you can only Buckshot so much. You've only got so much energy. Flicker gets to go invisible for free if he's using his perk. And his ultimate means that, unless you've got scout traps to know where they're coming from, you got a Buckshot in all 4 directions every time if you want to have a good idea.
Could be a Flicker Rona here, which is what Rogue is really, really good with. That's their composition that they are very confident on. They could also offer a Black Feather instead of the Rona, but I think most likely they'll probably pick with the Flicker with the Rona here because it makes a lot of sense with Adagio, and this is a comp that they win really strong with when they're on A side here.
Could also be Black Feather substitute for the Rona. I think would work as well. Able to get through Bright Bulwarks and can block out Ace's highs if you can time it properly. There's going to be the Flicker. I'm not surprised at all to see that. Again, I still personally feel like the Flicker Adagio is the strongest lane captain combo you can have in the game at the moment.
It's certainly pretty strong. I mean, we saw Flicker earlier today doing some work. We've seen Adagio do work for a long time now, even after the nerfs on the update. 3 seconds of bonus time, Idris.
Ooh.
So not Black Feather, not the Rona, it's an Idris. Talk to me about why maybe they went for the Idris here.
Well, Idris has so much burst damage, and when he jumps in without taking damage, he has a 3.5 second barrier, which scales with his weapon ratio. So he can get like a 300 plus barrier with a weapon ratio barrier, so up to like 500 barrier, and he can delete Gwen if he can combo his Chakram. So you can actually make the Chakram hit 4 times and pass you 2 times if you use your A and then your O, and you time it properly. So Skye is a very interesting choice here because Flicker and Idris can jump on Skye and can kill her because she's really squishy and has low health. So if Vonsy doesn't build defense, he can get deleted by Adagio and Idris.
Yeah, the Skye, not a pick we've seen a lot from Team Solo Mid, especially recently. There have been a few players that have picked up Skye in Split 1 and recently, but it seems to have come back a little bit more after the update. Is there a reason why Skye is suddenly so much more popular?
I'm not sure if there's really much of a reason why, particularly on this update as opposed to last update. I felt Skye was a strong pick on 2.2, and it's now starting to really see some play here on 2.3. A lot of it is probably just the shift in who else is being played, and that's what's really allowing Skye to shine.
Yeah, and Skye, once she gets Frostburn, gets her mid-game to late-game power spike, if you look at her ability for Barrage and with the target lock and Broken Mid, she actually does the most damage per second for a jungle carry once she has that 3-atom build, and that makes her extremely dangerous in the late game.
All right, predictions coming from you guys.
My heart says Rogue, my mind says TSM.
Rogue is such a good draft, so hopefully they can take this game, but I think TSM is going to execute the team fight better.
All right, let's find out if they can make it happen. We've got Humanist and Jingyi with the call.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are loaded onto the fold. Game 2, Rogue versus Team Solo Mid. And the analysts have said Rogue win the draft, but they still not really believing in them. Let's see what they can do here early on. We might be having this clash, and Sib's going to be throwing that Chakram out looking for a target. Evol moves forward. He's doing some slow damage there, but not too much. Sib's on the front line. A lot of damage himself as both teams trading back and forth. Sibs might be left for dead on the backside. Indeed, he is. That's going to be your first blood. And now Team Solo Mid moving forward, boosted up by that sigil. It's not fair. Why they boosted with that sigil? Hammy, you're going to be able to live? Yes, he will. Look at these guys. TSM starting off strong.
I know they did. I'm just, I love how Hammy didn't use his heal on Evil at all the whole time. Very Evil.
What are you gonna do, right? Oh, Evil!
Yeah.
Evil! Don't do it! Evil! No! Oh no, Evil!
We were just talking about him. Oh, see, Hammy didn't save him again.
It's all right. I'm sure nobody clipped that.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, I just don't know if that's a fight you want to be picking in the first place. I get that the flicker and the Dazzle combination very strong in the early game. But when you've got Lyra on the other team, there's a really good reason why she is such a priority ban and a priority pick, especially in the early game. If everyone just clumps up in at the start, you've got this great area of effect heal that works so well. And I just don't think that was a skirmish that you've been looking for. They've lost 2 already.
Yeah, it feels like they were really trying to get the flicker up on the front line. Yeah, maybe get some Gift of Fire burning, but also get that Dragon Blood contract procced off. Yeah, that stuff didn't really come together, so they fell a little flat. You know, Flash must have an idea that Evil is hanging out here. Evil's gonna go ahead and back up, throws his own flare out, being very cautious here.
Very, very cautious indeed. This is the composition from Rogue that's going to play a lot on the slows. So you have the Gift of Fire on Hammy, depending on if he uses it on himself or not, and then you've also got the binding, not the binding light. What's am I on about?
What, the Fairy Dust?
Fairy Dust.
Fairy Dust.
I was like, I feel like, yeah, the
Did
Fairy
you see
Dust.
that?
I didn't see that. What happened?
Evil just sniped off the Elder Treant from Von C, just walked in, just took it
Cheeky.
right at the end. But it let Von C do
Very
all the
cheeky.
work too, just dirty plays.
Very. I think that composition is going to work really well, especially going to Best Chuck, and especially Von C. So Von C, I think this is a really good tactical move against his particular playstyle, which is super aggressive, and on that Sky. So even though there's a lot of mobility there, if you can slow it down, and I think the Fairy Dust is something like a 65% slow for like 2 seconds. So if they can land that on Von C, it just puts Sibs in fantastic position just to, or Sibs and Hammy themselves actually, just to get the damage down on Von C.
Yeah, exactly. Controlling where these guys are approaching the fight from is very important. Sibs, you're gonna have to get back. Shab step is not enough. He goes down. Von C with that 3-strike forward. He's got that forward barrage. Evol trying to do some body blocking. Woo! Hammy does live. We assume it's all calculated when we talk about our friends such as Hammy and Sibs. Just kidding. That was very close to him dying.
Well, it's 3-0 there for TSM actually, not for Rogue. And I feel like Hammy's a bit in a sticky position there. He's trying to clear that wave, but he can't really do too much because he's very, very low. Also very reluctant to get those heals down there is. And only a little bit of damage goes on to that first turret there from TSM. I'm a bit... So this Idris, I know Dowsy loves Idris. Like absolutely loves it. I just don't think early game wise, so you've got kind of a nice combination of early game and a little bit more late game heroes on the side of Rogue, and I feel like they're not really sure how to play that combination out right now. So Sibs is just focusing on farming, and then Hammy and Evil, I think, just in the lane are really beginning to struggle, and I think it would help a lot for Sibs to go up there, but he also needs to be able to get that jungle. It's a difficult position for them to be in, but there you go.
It really is.
Never mind.
Evol stealthed, and he's got the Dragon Blood onto Best Chuck. Nobody able to follow up on top of that. Very tough position to be in. I mean, you make the rotation up with Sibs, you'd really like to be able to capitalize on, especially in a 2 versus 3 situation like that.
It's oh wait, hang on. Yeah, I just feel like Evil is not really getting the best time on that flicker there, is what I was going to say. In that we're seeing a bit of vision being thrown out with Flash. You've also got Best Chuck with his buckshot that can expose him and show where he is, which takes away a lot of the stealth element away from him. And Flash X, it would not surprise me if he picked up the contraption, and like the major counter against Flicker is that contraption or just any vision. And what we should be seeing is Rogue capitalizing on this before he picks up any vision, just so they can get that element of surprise down. We're not really seeing any of that. They're playing quite passively with that Flicker there. I don't really like that.
Yeah, I don't like it either, but one of the things when you're playing up against the stealth target is, maybe we have an engagement here, is just game sense. And knowing how to play that hero to a high level is very important when it comes to predicting where that hero is going to be. We know that Flash plays the flicker almost better than anyone right now, so it makes it that much harder for Evil. Right now, he is going to be stealthed up to the top side. Best Chuck taking some pretty good damage here. Can they follow up? And Von C trading out with Sibs down in the jungle as well. Best Chuck trading with Hammy. They're going to be able to get a kill onto the board here. Sibs chasing Vonsi back into the depths of his jungle as Evil maybe thinking about dropping down. He's not quite sure what he wants to do. Sibs able to take up the mid here, and he moves up into the lane as well. I'm not sure if they can really apply too much pressure here. What do you think?
I don't think they can. They just clear that wave. Gwen's already halfway there to the lane. They can probably get a bit of damage down on turret, but they're not going to be able to take it anytime soon. They're also not going to be able to get the gold mine there either. Probably a good idea. Actually, maybe I'll have to eat my words, because that turret's going down quite fast.
Yeah, but Von C has made his rotation up here. It's going to get boosted up by the Sigil, moving forward, looking for a target. Is it just me, or are you excited to see Von C on some CP Sky?
I am excited, but I think CP Sky is one of those heroes right now. I think Tasty Bacon was saying on the desk, like, I just don't really know why she's in the meta right now. I think she's good. She's not my preferred pick. I like him more on the Koshka. I think CP Sky suits his playstyle very well. Actually, Sibs is a bit of a rocky position here.
It's alright, I'll pretend like you didn't say that and we can still be friends right here. Look at that forward barrage connecting Von C, trying to back up. Now that was the Fountain forced out of Team Solo Mid, so a pretty large advantage to Rogue as they're holding their own. Plus, without a dodge, they still have that heal. And we can see if they can get on target. Maybe they want to do some work. It's Team Solo Mid back into their jungle. And now the question is, this turret's very low. How much pressure does Rogue look to apply here?
I think they should just back away a little bit. If they can try and get that turret down, just relying on Idris and relying on the heals coming up from Hammy, then that's good. But I don't think they should go full out of offensive, because when they're full out of offensive, I just don't think they're as confident as TSM would be when they're full out offense. But actually, with Flashlight
this is the
still
moment.
there,
Yeah.
this is it.
They have the moment. This is a very nice read from Rogue. They make it happen. They jump in. They see the teleports. They jump in. That was, I mean, you were kind of like touching on why they needed to be a little bit cautious there, but in that moment, they make the read and take that turret. It's very smart plays out of Rogue.
I'm surprised TSM, both of them just went away. I'm surprised Sky didn't go up to the lane there, because they knew how low that turret was. They saw how much damage that Rogue were doing to that turret earlier, and I'm just surprised that they just didn't leave two people up in the lane, because whilst Flash on that Lyra, very good roamer, you're not going to be able to clear a wave against all three members of Rogue.
Oof. Well, right now, Rogue is pretty happy about that turn of events. Does bring them a little bit closer in net worth with Team Solo Mid. TSM definitely still in an advantage here. But we do, once again, this is the same as last game. We're seeing a level 6, very early infusion out of Best Chuck. Do you like it?
I like it, but only if they were picking fights. But TSM, they've been very cautious this game. I don't think we've been seeing as much aggression coming out from this game as we were in the last game, and I think part of that does come into the composition, but the build says otherwise to me. If I'm looking at Best Chuck NA, I'm seeing that tension, but not really seeing too much use coming out from it, apart from just farming. Von C, he had some flashy moments at the start, but he too has calmed down a lot. And you're going for these infusions quite early on, but it only really works if you try and capitalize on it.
We'll see what they're going to try and do with it. Now, Von C does have quite a bit of damage, and I can't remember if it was Suijay who was touching on the fact that it's still very strong carry out of the jungle here. No, he's going to be stunned up. Von C trying to find damage onto the target. Forward barrage is there with Best Chuck's low as well. Well, Sibs, he's on target. Can he get him with the shotgun? Tries to get it. Not enough. Oh, at the end, they will take Flash out. Now, Hammy, bit left for dead there. Evil can't really do anything. And, well, 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team Solo Mid. It's Evil's safest way out of that one there.
I thought he was going to be a bit bold.
Yeah. He thought he was going to get on to Best Chuck.
He might still go into Best Chuck. Oh, he's going.
Oh, he's going. Evil.
Oh, he's going.
Evil, make the plays, my man. Fairy Dust is there. The Blinding Light as well. Evil.
Oh, my gosh.
He's the 2v1. Oh, get him, Evil. The forward barrage is there. The Frostburn's going to slow him up just enough. Frostburn OP. They get the turret, all right? I mean, that was pretty godly. That was his only choice, though, right?
Yeah, I really want him to get the kill on Devon C as well. That would have been incredible. But it looks like they're going to get the gold mine off the back of this. Evil might die.
Woo!
No, he's not.
Evil. It's just a hairline of just a sliver of health right there. Flash throws out that sigil. Pretty cheeky plays out of Flash. He's going to pop off that scout trap as well, so a very good job. And Team Solo Mid, they're not able to defend that gold miner, but, doing pretty good work.
Well, nobody really took it, so it okay. But if you look at the gold difference at 10 minutes, what is it, 800 gold? I think this point last game was like 5k gold. I think looking just at the compositions and looking at how the game is playing out, This is where it's going to start getting good for TSM. So even though we've got that tension mode being built on Best Chuck NA and it's a little bit early game, and then fusions have run out, and I think I'm mainly going to say this because of the flicker, is that the more you push down the turrets, the harder it is for Flicker to really get stealth the Will-O-Wisp down in the bush, because there are just no bushes to hide in.
True. It's true. And
Indeed.
you
Yeah.
know, when it goes the other way, like they took a turret as well, that does open up the map for them as well. I think Flash has just done a very good job of controlling Vision. Like before, like right after that goldmine fight, his first move was just dropping into the brush, just clearing out scout traps, and as long as he can continue to do that, it's going to really hinder what Evil can do.
It is really hindering. We can see he just walked into that bush. They knew exactly where he was the whole time. Flicker, I think he's one of those early game heroes that can, if you can get that, just that early lead, then that's fantastic. But I think they never really got that super strong lead that they were looking for. You know, they were just kind of clutching here. But especially now that contraption there on Flash X, and also with that first turret down, it makes things a lot more difficult. Because if we look at the map, there's certainly a lot more scout traps being put down by Flash X now.
Yeah, a lot of scouts coming down. Did we touch on this Atlas Pauldron coming out of Flash?
No, I thought you were talk. We haven't actually.
Do you
we
like
can.
that pickup here? I mean, the thing is like it determines your play style very much when it's on a Lyra, because she is, you know, pretty squishy, but she's building up a lot of health here, so she has to get into a position to get that Atlas off.
It makes sense for Idris, because Idris, especially weapon Idris, his skills, a lot of them are mobility based. So if you can get that teleport onto him and just snare him, that's actually really good, because you can land the pauldrons, you snare him in place, and that takes away a lot of the damage coming out from Sibs. So Sibs 0 for 3-1. I think that says a lot. FlashX is doing a good job. No, I'm not saying anything bad about Sibs, but I'm just saying that FlashX is doing a very good job
Better
of trying
not
to land
be.
those. Sorry, Humanis. I'll just stop talking.
Don't never stop, never stop. Well,
Can't stop, won't stop.
get it. Team Solo mid moving up from the tri-brush here, forward barrage into the bush, a buckshot as well. Flash on the front side of this fight, trying to get that Atlas off, but Flash taking a lot of damage. Death from above, slowing targets down. It's Sibs jumped in and Sibs chopped down. Now Hammy trying to get on a target, but that is not enough for them. My goodness, Rogue felt like they could take a fight, but things just absolutely going the other way.
I think the part of the reason is they were just going onto Flash X every single. They were just throwing everything they did at Flash X, and the whole time you've got Vonsi and Best Chuck NA, who have a level 11 of Crystal Infusion and a level 9 Open Infusion. You don't want to be going for Flash X. He is just doing his job, being a distraction, just taking the damage from Rogue. You want to be going to Vonsi or your Best Chuck NA. I would actually say Vonsi is probably their main target that they should be going for in the fights. And I just think that Evil wasn't able to get into position just to land that slow onto them, because if they did, I think that was a fight that Rogue could have won.
I agree with you. I do think Von C would be the best
thank
target
you.
for them. Especially, it makes sense with the whole toolset, that the kit that comes with Idris, right? Like, he's able to be very
Yeah.
mobile, stick to a target. He has great damage. If they can get onto Von C, that's going to be really good. Things just getting tougher, though, because with this Eve of Harvest coming out, now Von C is going to be a little bit, more survivable through these fights. And he has the damage output. If they can get on him, though, they can take him down.
Yeah, definitely true. But right now, that's not happening. They're just going to Flash X every single time. Vonsi and Best Chuck NA are just pretty much free to do what they want. And as Vonsi, he's also got that Eve of Harvest as well. So Sib's taking so much damage!
Sims can't do anything. Suri strike forward. Vonsi's got the target lock. He's got that forward barrage damage. Sib's trying to jump in. Evil, he's trying to frontline for his team. It's not enough. The healing's coming out, but Rogue is melting here. And Sib's trying to get out of this one. Evol's going to be down. It looks like Sibs will get chased down as well. Oh my goodness. Ace
That's
for
an
Team
ace.
Solo mid, 10-3. And right on cue, we're going to have Kraken coming out.
Yep, and that is going to be the Kraken there. And the first target taken down, second target being taken down by Vonsi. So that team fight did not go well for Rogue. And I think the thing is, if you look at that Flicker's not very good at frontlining. And I think that was very apparent in that one. And also, if you look at Von C, he was using his Sewer Strike just to get on the complete other side of Hammy and Sibs, and Evil was struggling to get into position to just body block that one. And that is why Von C should be the main target. If they can just put him down and just burst him down as well. But we're not seeing much burst coming out from Rogue at all. If you look at their items, they're not going for that burst damage. They're going for those prolonged fights, and I'm going to disagree on that point because I think they should be going for burst, just for burst, and just try and take down TSM as fast as possible.
So
But
without
that's
getting
not
into
happening.
it too much, I mean, just real quickly, you said you'd prefer burst. What would the item build be instead? Hold on, might have a fight here. Wansi taking pretty good
Oh, we have
damage.
a fight.
That's the target that they wanted right here. Evil, he's on the front side. He does get the found now. Sib's trying to retreat here as Vonsi jumps back in with that Suri strike.
they don't.
Vonsi's low. Evil maybe can get him. No, that's going to be another Suri over the top side. Double kill, another ace, and TSM just in complete control.
And that just collapsed there for Rogue. Again, they went on Flash X first, but I wouldn't say that's entirely their fault because they were fighting in a channel. They don't really have the mobility that the Sky has, so they can't really just jump to the other side of them. So the only person that they can really land any damage on is Flash X. And it looks like this could be it. 16-minute game.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be it right here. Barring Sibs
Oh,
hacking the
Sibs.
game and figuring out some way to just disconnect everybody. But yeah, this is going to be Team Solo Mid going ahead, taking the series 2-0. I think most people would have expected that TSM take this series. It was definitely a dominant fashion, though.
It's very dominant. I think up to 10 minutes. Up to 10 minutes was actually pretty close. So I think I remember saying 800 gold between the two teams. But it was when TSM got to the mid game, late game. The team fights just were flawless coming out from TSM. I'm putting a lot of that down to Von C. I'm sorry, Von C, about what I said about your Crystal Sky earlier. I take
should
it
be.
back. I'm very sorry about that. Very sincerely sorry about that. This is mobility. There was a lot in Rogue's arsenal that they could use to slow them down. I just didn't see that happening. We saw Evil attempting to go in with the Fairy Dust, and there wasn't much follow-up there from Rogue. And I think that's what the main issue was.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we could sit here and break it down. I do think Von C did an incredible job. It's great to see him on the CP Sky. But that's going to be the series here, at least for this matchup. So with that, let's go ahead and throw it back over to our analyst desk.
All right, TSM take a 2-0 series over Rogue. In that game, we saw Sky from Von C. I think that's something I definitely want to talk about. Sky, not a pick we saw a ton of leading up to this. We mentioned that earlier on. But what surprises me more, I guess, just how well Von C played it. I don't know why, because he's a great player, but
It's just not a pick that we normally know him for.
Exactly.
It's not one of those aggressive, in-your-face junglers that we usually see him playing.
Yeah, he's definitely normally more of the Kashka kind of player, but we've got a replay ready for you guys. You can see early on, around 13 minutes here, a fight where Flash actually face checks this bush.
This is a key fight. Vonsi checks with the 4 barrage and then starts getting stacks. And in here you can see Flash actually use the fountain himself, but look at the focus from Chuck and Von C right onto Wizardship, who has basically no defense with a tier 1 shield, able to delete the Idris and then get the Adagio. I mean, that was a great play, but that just shows you that they're kind of engaging the Flicker comp first. You don't want the Flicker comp to engage you, so they did a really good job of playing more aggressive.
And the other thing is, what along the lines of always engage the Flicker comp, is the casters saying there's a lot of slows coming off from Rogue, but they weren't able to really use them. And it's because like the slows from Flicker and the slow from Adagio, if he's able to put it down, it's typically being used if they're chasing you. Like, that's where it's most effective. If they're trying to run from you, those slows become significantly less effective.
All right, let's have a look at another replay. You can see the last fight of the game here. Kraken's already spawned. TSM are just trying to make some space for him.
The damage from Von C is just immense. And again, engaging onto Flicker, not allowing them to use those slows effectively because they're trying to kite away from you instead. And it doesn't work. That's how you play against a Flicker. Stay grouped up, so that Flicker can't just pick you off and be the ones making the aggressive moves.
Yeah, and they did a good job because when Flicker engages, you got to fight back twice as hard, and they didn't just run. Von C just 4 barrage and be like, ugh, and he just got all that broken mid stacks, the Eve heal. He did such a good job, like, outplaying in that fight there.
All right, let's have a look at the brackets so you can see how things are developing here. Team Solo Mid, the first team from North America to move forward to the semifinals. They're going to be playing the winner of Tribe and 101. Next up, though, our match is going to be Immortals versus Gangstars. Very exciting stuff. I have to admit, Gangstars, with the amount of strong performances they had in Split 1, on paper got to be the favorites. I'm sorry, Sweet. But I'm sure Immortals been practicing up. They're likely going to be bringing their A game. It's a question of, can they make it work for them against Gangstars? We're going to do a giveaway real quick. If you want to win some epic keys, go ahead and type into the chat the name of the team who won that last game in lowercase, all one word. When we're back, we've got game number 2 for North America. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. My name is Action Jackson here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We've got another great match coming up for you. It is round 1, Immortals versus Gangstars. Now, Gangstars are incredibly close to securing themselves a spot at the championships. Immortals, they are
Incredibly
ways
far
off.
from guaranteed.
But, you know, they've still got the ability to. Let's have a look at their roster. You can see here Vanes, Dienzio, Aloha. Wait a minute. I just said his name, Sui Generis, and God of Sins. Sweet J, of course, coach and sub for Immortals, joining us on the analyst desk. You should be the one to talk about your team.
Yeah, as long as Aloha and Zio are on the same page and they're focusing and playing to their win conditions, I think Immortals can win. Gangstar is going to be a tough opponent, but as long as they're on the same page, I think it's going to make a big difference.
Immortals, are you listening? That's your pep talk from your coach. All right, Gangstars are going to be the opponents. We've got Rekt, Iraqi Zoro, Xenotech, and Zelciar.
And again, this is one of the big surprises, I think, of the season is this Gangstars lineup. We knew there's talent there, but to see them come together as quickly as they did and be as strong as they have shown in the first 4 weeks, if they can keep that up, I mean, you mentioned it, 1 point away from guaranteeing themselves a spot at the Live Championships because Rogue took the 2-0 defeat. So they've got to be really hungry, definitely want to guarantee themselves that spot at the Live Championships.
They do indeed, and although I will absolutely agree, big surprise coming into the season. We've been through 4 weeks, we've been through the first split. I don't think anyone's surprised anymore.
Not anymore.
The question is, can they maintain this? They now have set a bar for themselves, so hopefully, for Gangstars at least, they won't be dropping below that one. Looking at the draft for game number 1, I'm curious, what are the big things we've got to keep our eyes peeled for? I remember the days of, for example, Dienzio being very, very good at Sky. This is a pick on Immortals, I recall when they were hammers, being important. So we've seen it work. Is it going to maybe be something we see today?
I think the key is drafting who's going to get the best meta draft, like Gwen, Koshka, Lance will be a priority, along with like Grumpjaw. Grumpjaw is actually really good if a team is not banning or taking away. Lyra as well in certain compositions. So we'll see how this will play out in terms of the draft here.
All right, well, we have kicked it off. Gangstars versus Immortals, game number 1. Gangstars are on A side. They've only got a few more seconds here on the ban. It's going to be a Lance taken off the board. Makes a lot of sense that they'd get rid of Lance. Lance very strong right now, very good into things like Koshka. So if Immortals do not ban Koshka, Gangstars maybe will be able to pick that first.
Well, I don't know if it's first pick worthy. It's, taking the Lance off the board definitely does help bring it to higher powers, but still with the Adagio open, I think the Adagio is a very important pickup.
Yeah, so
Interesting with Lyra.
yeah, Lyra being banned, that means Adagio is open, so Gangstars potentially could take the Adagio here. Let's see what they decide to do.
Leaving Adagio open is a bold move, Sweet J. I don't know. Immortals, what are they thinking here? They do have a first pick coming up. They can answer something strong, potentially. Yeah. I'm always starting to lean towards like a Gwen first pick as possible. We've just seen it crush today.
It has done really well. It could definitely work. Fortress is also available. I'm not sure if that's a pick that Immortals are terribly big on right now, though.
They have historically been very big on that.
They have. They were one of the first teams, like, back when Crystal Fortress first started to become a thing, it was this roster of players that was originally playing it. So definitely a pick that they have historically, but they're going to go for the Grumpjaw.
Interesting. Sweet J, talk to me about Grumpjaw on this update.
Grumpjaw is really strong. You can flex him as a jungle carry, crystal weapon, or even as a support. So he actually leaves a lot of flexible positions open. His ultimate is a 3-second stun. So if you land that, you disable the other enemy team carry or support for 3 seconds. So if played well, he can make a big difference here.
I like the Flicker ban. Taking away Flicker when your opponent has Adagio, it's just
But
almost feels like a necessity.
you could pick Flicker with Grumpjaw, and then it's really hard to miss your ultimates when you're playing one.
That's true.
But regardless, Immortals take it off the board. Gangstars now has their second ban opportunity, starting to eat into their bonus time just a little bit, banning away the Ringo, which definitely not a ban we've seen a lot of today. Certainly a pick that was strong on the past update after the weapon changes. Still as strong, guys? Is Ringo still someone to watch out for?
I think Ringo's still very strong with the weapon itemization changes, but obviously hasn't been seeing as much priority. Gwen is the one that has been the priority, so Immortal's just going to be happy to pick that one up.
Yeah, Gwen, very, very potent today. Basically, both regions have been playing her to a lot of success. Not surprised that Immortals would go for it. Gangstars, they've got 2 picks to answer now, though. What are we expecting?
They may go with a support Adagio and Koshka potentially here, and then maybe with Vox, because that's a really strong early game composition. But however, Gwen Grumpjaw is pretty strong as well. And there's a lot of options Immortals has too, but I think that Gangstars may opt either for Kestro or, oh, they're going to go actually lane the Adagio with a Finn, because Finn actually counters Grumpjaw, because if Finn is in the way, Grumpjaw can't eat the other carries, because Finn can't get eaten. He can't get stunned, right? So that's actually a really smart pick by Gangstars here.
All right, and in terms of what they're going to supplement that with, probably their jungle pick. What do you think would be likely here, guys?
Blackfeather or a Kroll, I think, could be very strong here.
Kestro, probably, potentially, I would say, because it's pretty strong with Adagio, with the Finn front line.
Could be. I don't think it's going to be a Kestrel from Gangstars. Even though that is a pick that I love seeing Xenotech on, I think it's one of his strongest picks. I don't know if it's fit for this particular situation. Could also be an Alpha. We've seen Xenotech have a lot of success on that hero as well.
5 seconds. It's going to be a Blackfeather.
Oh, a BF. Okay.
All right, Bacon, you're right on that one. Solid call out. Immortals now have a chance for their final pick, though. They've already got, a strong front line, either in the captain or the jungle position. They've got a very heavy source of damage in that Gwen. Maybe some more utility coming out from their jungler/captain here?
Could be. I'm interested to see what Suijay thinks that this team should pick up here.
I think Koshko might be the best option here with a BF, Adagio. You can kind of snowball with the early game aggression coming out of... Like, Gwen and Koshko are just so strong together early game, so that's something they can opt for. I mean, other options they have is, they can CP the Grumpjaw and pick a support. And, that could be an option too.
That's
so
what
Fortress may work.
It's going to be the Koshka. All right, so the more aggressive-oriented option coming out from Immortals. I do like this. This is definitely a composition that is very much like Feast or Famine in terms of success, but it has a very clear win condition. And one thing we've talked about before, Suijay, I hope you don't mind, is sort of a bit of a struggling when it comes to shot calling in-game on the side of Immortals. So having a clear objective in their play, which is dominate early, could actually be something that really helps them.
Target selection is going to be super important for Immortals, and choosing, because they have so much upfront burst, choosing which target you want to try and burst down immediately is crucial, because if you don't get that initial burst, there are so many ways that Gangstars can just turn the fight right back around onto you.
Yeah, and with this, if Blackfeather dives in, Grumpjaw can eat him, and then they can then focus Adagio. There's a lot of options here they can do to protect the Gwen and let her be able to poke, etc. And they also have 2 stuns. Remember, actually 3 stuns. Grumpjaw has a stun, which is his ultimate, Gwen stun, and a Koshka stun. So if they play and execute that combo properly, I think they can take this game away.
Yeah, one thing I think is really interesting, though, from Gangstars picking up that Finn, obviously a great pick into the Grumpjaw, but we haven't seen a lot of it overall, so is it going to pan out? Guys, predictions heading into game number 1.
I like the Gangstars draft a little bit better.
Let's go Immortals, guys. Win that early game. Take it home.
All right, we're on to the Halcyon Fold. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pass it on over to Humanist and Jingyi.
Well, thank you very much, you fine gentlemen up there on the analyst desk, and Jackson just hosting it up here like a boss. But we are into our second series for North America, and I'm pretty hyped on this one right here. I've been waiting for Immortals to really just come alive. Historically, this roster right here is one of the most talented that we've actually ever seen. They haven't found success yet this season, really, but, at any point, I feel like they could flip a switch.
Yeah, definitely. But I think we also have to remember that looking at this roster, this is always a team that's not performed so well in these offline events, but they always just bring it into the championships, at the live events. They always do really, really well, much better than you would think if you just looked at their offline events. So I have a feeling it's kind of like this, but to get into the championships, you have to be good at these offline events. And like you said, we've just not really been seeing that in the past few weeks.
Well, right now it's going to be Immortals. Go and get that Eldritch Treant down there, doing a very good job securing that up. Gangstars really not looking to force anything early on here. I did really like with the Blackfeather that came out in this composition. I think it's going to have a lot of strengths, but Reki getting jumped on a Reki. Can he get himself out of here? No, he can't. First blood for Immortals.
First blood, there they go. Well, we've got that Koshka there. You want to be seeing that aggressive lane pressure coming out, right? Can't really do too much. He's very slow, have the polite company. And it's difficult to land that quibble. I think we saw that in the game between TSM and Rogue. I think the analyst desk touched upon this, was that they really have to have good target focus. If you think about it, Xenotech with his Rose offensive, and then you've got the Finn as well, who's immune to a lot of damage. They really just have to go onto Iraqi Zoro every single time.
Well, if Iraqi does not see it coming, kind of like that situation, he's going to get blown up. But we'll see if Gangstars can maybe get some vision down, play a little more carefully. And I believe they can do so. Right now, though, it's going to be Iraqi just going ahead farming up this lane. Aloha with its Twirly Death, he's trying to get those attacks juiced up before he moves, trying to find a target so he can go ahead and get another Twirly Death and have full efficiency in this fight here. Xenotech is on to Zeo, but they flip the script here as they jump right back on. Rekt taking the most damage. It's probably not the target they wanted, and a full disengage from both sides.
It's nice use of the minion candies there coming up from Rekt. It just forced the Mortals to back away, because I think if they kept pushing on that fight, they would have probably picked up at least 1 or 2 kills there. But using the minion candy, they had to back away. Aloha lost a lot of health in that little skirmish there. So we're not really seeing too many deaths being picked up. Both teams know exactly when to disengage and when to engage in these fights. I think what is worrying me is just going back to that Iraqi Zoro point. They really do have to try and get everything that they can onto Iraqi Zoro. The stuff, the mechanic frenzy, the ace is high. There's so much that we're throwing at Iraqi Zoro. However, the way I'm seeing this playing out is that Iraqi Zoro is going to be taking that back line position for this particular style of carry adagio. And we should be seeing Xenotech and Rekt just being right up in their faces. So what we need is those early Atlas pauldrons coming out.
And the thing is, like, also in that last engagement, Rekt was sitting on like 30% health, 40% health, and I think that was also like a distraction, right? Like they saw this low health target and they just switched over, and they're really going to need to focus up here. I'll be applying damage onto one target. Go ahead and take them out here. Both teams currently sitting up in the lane.
That's what they need to do, because I think Gangsters know that they're just going for Iraqi Zoro every single time, and they just need a full set. All 3 team members there just prevent that from happening. I think if you look at the pressure as well, that could potentially come from the Koshka, they could get a lot of damage down onto the turret very early on, which is why they're being forced to put so much into defense there. But this is that risk of Xenotech losing a lot of gold and XP, and just falling a little bit behind. If you look at Aloha, who's at level 5.
A little bit behind, and we'll see if they can go ahead and shore that up here. Rekt with the Polite Company gets a heal out of Iraqi Zoro. They're just trying to hold their own here. Xenotech tried to steal away his own mid from Immortals on that invade. Did fail. That's still there, so it's going to be Immortals going to get that. They're going to drop down to the shop here. Fountain picked up for Veins, so they will have that advantage if there's any skirmish here in the next minute or so.
Yeah, Rekt has enough gold. I think that's what he's going to be going back to get. And this is actually a really good time for Immortals to be going onto Iraqi Zoro. That's going to miss.
Did he?
I don't know if Iraqi...
he shot Rekt. I'm pretty sure that shot went all the way back to the healing platform there.
It did.
OP, Zeo, man.
Very OP.
You're never safe.
No, never safe, exactly. That was a good thing that was such a big wave there for Immortals, because I think the minion candy there, they were certainly expecting to get some damage there onto that turret. Oh, 282 there onto Xenotech.
Now, this is the second minion candy we've seen of the game. The first one came out of Gangstars with their first lane push, and they want to go so they could back to go ahead and shop. Immortals going ahead and getting their own minion candy out, just buying a little time for them to take away the mid, maybe the fronts, and rotate back up here. And Iraqi does clear out that wave pretty quickly, so Zeo might miss one, I think, CS here. Not too much.
Listen, I just don't really see much happening until we do get to the late game where everybody does put those ultimates. And I think Aloha, now that he's reached level 6 and has that yummy Cannon Frenzy, it's a really good time for him to go going in, just trying to get onto Iraqi Zoro, or at least force that reflex block that he has.
He's on the top side. I don't think they saw him here. Oh, Xenotech is up there getting damage onto Zeo. They're waiting. Yummy Cannon Frenzy in. They're onto Iraqi Zoro. Iraqi Zoro's getting shot down. The fountain comes out. He stays alive. Aloha's trying to hit it, but they flip it, and it's Zeo who's actually dead. Aloha! He'd run it away, but Rekt wants some. Oh, can't get the quibble. Oh, man. Buff quibble so Rekt can find a kill there. Aloha's going to be able to jump in. Pouncy fun. Now, look at that. He's abusing that move speed from the Koshka. Xenotech, he finds target, finds the kill, though. And that's going to be Xenotech picking up 2 kills here early on.
It was a good distraction. Koshka's able to run them in circles.
Oh, I love it. I love the sneaky little plays.
It's all about being sneaky in this game. Well, still very close between the two teams. It actually feels like Gangsters are doing a little bit better. But still very close. Get the gold, absolutely identical. Not really much damage on either of the turrets. I'll say there's a weensy bit off Gangsters, but that is not significant at all. We're just really waiting for the ultimates to be used, or just pick that time for to go for the team fights. It was actually a really good Yummy Catnip Frenzy onto Rakazar. He just did not see it coming. The reflex block just came out too late. And I think once Vaynes does get his stuffed, then they can just really chain that. We just need to rely on Rek to body block everything that they can.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty gnarly. If he can land that onto one of these key targets, it's going to be very good for them. I'm just curious, though, I mean, for Gangstars, are they just going to sit kind of on the back foot, just constantly let Immortals come to them? At what point do they kind of move forward and look to make something happen?
I think there's a little bit of balance. You're waiting for the Koshka to fall off in terms of her power, and you're also waiting for Xenotech just to reach his power specs, just to get that. Maybe the breaking point. It looks like he could be going for a breaking point, or even that bone saw. But once he gets his 2 or 3 offensive items, then I think that's when Gangstars could maybe take more of an offensive position and start just moving forward a little bit, applying a little bit more pressure. Right now, we're not seeing too much coming out from them. They're just trying to play defensively as much as possible. So I think this is pretty much how the majority of the game is going to play out. It's all about those careful team fights rather than just lots of pressure, picking up the objectives as much as possible.
Well, Xenotech does have a weapon infusion right now. If they get into a fight here, he's going to be buffed up pretty nicely. This is actually infusion in Aloha's inventory as well. I was also looking at Xenotech stacking up the shield there. So he's really just kind of itemizing against this Koshka. As long as he doesn't get burst down, he should do pretty well.
I think so. Koshka's going to be in the front line. It's going to be very easy for Koshka just to be back onto Xenotech and then jump to Rakazar that way. So him having the shield makes a lot of sense. It would be quite good for him to see maybe him upgrading it to kinetic shield or even the Aegis. Oh, they're going in.
Uh-oh, they want to fight down here, but Crystal Sentry is defeated. This is going to be the stuff back up, but Rakazar taking pretty good damage, trying to reposition himself. Aloha waiting for his cooldowns, jumps back in. Zeo is the first to fall. Now Immortal's on the run. That's going to be a forced score, just pulling Vaynes back a little bit there. But Vaynes will be going down, right? Yeah. Slowly but surely, and a double kill now, 4-0 for Xenotech as he popped that weapon infusion during that fight, and just absolutely immense damage.
I really like that coming from Gangstars. So we saw Immortals, they were the ones that were very offensive, just going to the jungle of Gangstars. And then what we saw was Gangstars saying, okay, they're right next to the Crystal Sentry. This is a great... Oh, Aloha!
Aloha, my man. Just got smoked.
Never mind. Never mind. Oh, dear.
Well, 5-1.
Okay.
5-1 for Gangstars. This Team House paying dividends for them.
I think you could say that for TSM. I think both of those teams, these teams with the team houses, have just really upped their game. I think TSM, I mean, they've always been pretty much top, but Gangstars, there's been definite improvement since they moved into the team house, and it's absolutely incredible. I hope to see that a lot of the other teams will be following suit after this. But
I think we need real analysis on this data, though. I think these guys need to drop the team house for like a month or something. We'll see if it is actually the team house working for them or not. But
we can just say it's the team house effect.
Yeah.
That's
for now.
Making them for now. Well, Xenotech, I like the Shiver Seal that he's picked up. A really good slow there, especially going into DNCO. I would so.
Oh, they put the gold miner back and they get it. Xeno's able to grab that. They did Crucible. You're not Crucible there. It's gonna be stuffed up Vaynes. He's trying to get backwards there, and it was Xenotech who he grabbed, but Zeo chopped down before they can get anything done. Well, Xenotech, he wants Vaynes. He's gonna Rose offensive forward on point and get wrecked, son. No, I'm just kidding. I absolutely love you, Vaynes, but we leaned into that one, didn't we, Shingy?
We did. I have a slight issue with the Grump Jaw. Just hear me out, Humanist. It's a slight issue here. So every time he's using his stuff, he's picking up Xenotech, which leaves the Rakazar nice and open. Unfortunately, they're not able to burst them down in time, which is what they should be doing if they're sorry, if they're eating Xenotech. Sorry.
Yes.
I can't.
You're being very careful with your words, and I think everybody appreciates
I'm trying
that.
to. You told me off for this because I didn't realize what I said. So
we had the mind games, phrasing.
Where is
it's
it's all about the.
Yes, I agree. So the point is, though, you're trying to say, how do you say this properly. When you ultimate onto Xenotech as Grumjaw, probably not
ultimate
always
on
the best target. Is that what we're going for here?
Well, it's if they're going to ultimate onto Xenotech, you want to be able to burst down Iraqi Zoro. You need to be able to burst him down. Whereas what we're seeing is they're not really getting that much damage onto Iraqi Zoro because he's in the back line, he's all safe, and then Xenotech comes out and he's like right in the middle of all three members of Immortals, and that's not a good position for Immortals to be in. If you're going to be like that, then just ultimate Iraqi Zoro instead.
Valid point, Chingy. I love the analysis there, and I will agree with you on this one. Let's see if Immortals can, make this happen. If Vanes does go for Xenotech again, maybe there's something we're not seeing here. As far as the strategy that they're trying to put together, Immortals on the top left side of this mustache brush. They're in a powerful position as far as defending the movement from Gangstar's back up. You can see Immortals actually very scared. Now they're on the retreat.
Oh, they're going.
Skedaddle back. Zeo's taking a lot of damage. The Atlas Pauldron even landed. Xenotech over the top side just slapped Zeo into the dirt. Aloha can only use his move speed to run away. And Vanes hangs out in the lane. It's pretty disastrous at the moment for Immortals.
It's pretty disastrous. I think part of the issue is, if we're looking at it, is that there's a lot of potential for chains there. We've got the Aces High, you got Mechanic Frenzy, the Stuffed. Right now, I'm kind of seeing them being used very disjointedly. It's not working. They're not taking advantage of everything that they have. And the Gangsters, just look how fast that turret is going down. And actually how fast Immortals is going down as well.
Oh, can they get Xenotech? He's very low. They did get him. They got him, Shingy. And that Quibble's going to land here, stunned up. Zeo trying to find the damage on Iraqi. He stands his ground. It's not enough. Vanes can't move. Triple kill for Iraqi Zoro. My man.
Well, that's nice. 13 minutes is living into 6k ahead in gold. And composition just really means a lot. I feel like there is a lot of potential there with Immortals composition there, but we're just not seeing it used to its full effect. I'm not sure if that's just because we're not seeing Grumpjaw very much in competitive play. I think the analysts did say, well, he's a lot stronger now with the buffs from the recent update, but I feel like a lot of the teams really haven't got a handle on how he can be used to synergize with the other heroes, which is... Maybe they should just put the Grumpjaw on hold for a little bit.
I mean, to be fair, though, and this is without firing shots at Immortals, these are just facts. You look at the overall point standings, Immortals is sitting pretty low, below the leaders in the overall point standings. And
well, they're number 5 right now.
Yeah, but that does, what is that? They're 12 points below the next person. It's like a cliff that they fall off in the points. And this goes back to, it's not like they've been playing Grumpjaw every game or something and they can't make it work. Many compositions they've been failing on, and so I was just trying to say, I don't think it speaks so much to the weakness necessarily of Grumpjaw.
I just feel like, yeah, you're absolutely right. We can't pin everything down on the Grumpjaw, but at least I feel like they could at least pick something that had something they were a bit more comfortable with. But that's just my opinion. It's not really working. We've seen the war trades coming in.
They are on target right here. Zeo just chopped down again. It's gonna be Vanes trying to ult the target and just get out of here. Xenotech finds the kill onto Aloha, and it's gonna be Vanes falling very shortly here. Yeah, can't get out of that one. Double kill, 14-2, 15 minutes in, and it looks like Gangstars want to just move in and end this one out.
Yeah, very quick, easy game. What I find really interesting in that one was the positioning coming out from Gangstars. Really, really beautiful positioning coming out from them. And we saw Immortals, they looked like they're going to engage on it. All three of them jumped onto Gangstars, but Gangstars, they just clumped together. Immortals could not target, and the main thing about Immortals is that they need to be able to pick their targets. And if all three of them are standing on top of each other, they don't know who to target, and that just completely takes away that major advantage from them.
Well, very clean, while Immortals were on the back foot, they did lose this game. A lot of fights didn't go their way. Let's give some credit over to Gangstars. They looked very clean. I think Recta did a great job on this Finn, controlling the area of effect through these fights. Iraqi Zoro, he got chopped down early, but he came back very strong. And Xenotech, once again, his Black Feather performance this season has just been pretty insane.
I think it's because this game, I felt like they ignored the Black Feather. They also ignored the Dajo. They kind of went, yeah, we're supposed to be focusing on one person, but we're gonna just get a little bit of damage on each person. I'm doing a little dance as I'm saying this. So Xenotech, he was just free to do whatever he wanted to.
Oh, all right. Well, that's game one right here. The question is it Grumpjaw? Is it Immortals? Is it something else? Jackson, break it down for us.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Really tough game for Immortals there. I do agree with Humanists, though. Very clean performance from Gangstars. They were clearly hungry. With this win, they have qualified themselves for the Unified Championship. So a big win for them. They're up there with TSM now as guaranteed spots.
Breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Can't take your foot off the pedal just yet, though. You still want to gun for one of those first or second spots. And just keep performing and keep winning.
Speaking of their performance, let's actually have a look at a replay real quick where the Finn grabs the gold miner.
This is just mean. Throwing out the hook, grabbing, like, everyone gets the crucible off, but the gold miner can't get crucibled. And then this follow-up fight. The big thing here was, you can see they eat Blackfeather. That was really smart. But then the rest of Immortals, they seemed to, like, try and wait. They wanted to try and take down this Blackfeather as soon as he got spit out. And as a result, it let Iraqi Zoro just do a ton of damage. And we were talking about it beforehand. You need to have that target focus on the side of Immortals. Whoever you eat should not be the target because you can't touch them for a few seconds. If they had gone all in onto the Adagio there, maybe they get a kill, maybe they turn that fight back around.
And there was a few times where that happened. It could have worked well for them earlier on in the game when they managed to eat up Xenotech. That was kind of part of the plan, right? Suijay, like, using that Grump Jaw to eat the Blackfeather whenever he went in, but there needed to be follow-up.
Yeah, the key was Zio didn't have reflex block, and he kept getting Atlas, so his DPS just dropped dramatically. They needed to focus Dagio and not back off. When Kasha got the stun in lane when she was level 6, that was a great stun by Aloha, but Zio didn't follow up completely. He started cutting the Blackfeather instead of killing Adagio right away. And also, when Grumpjaw ate Blackfeather a few times, they didn't go onto the Adagio. They actually were hitting Finn for whatever reason, and they needed to delete Adagio while Grumpjaw has Blackfeather in his tummy for 3 seconds. So I feel like they kind of misplayed. There wasn't a lot of comboing of the stuns. They have 3 stuns, so they could have, like, basically comboed and talk about, if they block Atlas, okay, let's do this, let's combo this, etc. And really utilize their 3 stuns to their advantage here. And also, they can't fight around the Finn. Finn is really strong. If you fight near him, he'll just keep stunning you with the Quibble. So you need to fight adjacent and come at a different angle when going against a Finn. And they constantly got engaged on too with Blackfeather with the Shiver. So honestly, it was a really tough. Once Blackfeather got his stride and they didn't shut him down early game because Kashka beats Blackfeather pre-level 8, she can shut him down completely if they deny him jungle. And they didn't deny jungle at all that game.
And you mentioned Blackfeather with the Shiver Steal. I think that was such a smart pickup for Xenotech. He recognized that there's the Tension Bow on Gwen and Aftershock on Kashka. That is so much burst damage, and he needed to get a little bit of health just to be able to survive that initial burst. So he gets the Shiver Seal. It's a super cheap item, gives a lot of health, and from then on, he was able to survive that burst, and just that was really when Gangstar started to run away with that.
All right, so heading into game number 2, obviously that draft didn't go very well for Immortals. They had a clear plan. It was a problem with the execution, perhaps. Do they try and go for the same plan and execute differently? Or do they try and go for a totally different plan? Let's find out. Immortals are on A side now with Gangstars on B.
All right, so Immortals on the clock for the first ban. They're going to take away the Lyra once more, just really not wanting to play against that pick in particular. And maybe also shows signs that they don't want to play the pick themselves either. Gangstar is going to take the Adagio off the board, so both of the healers gone right away.
All right, Immortals now have first pick available to them. Obviously, lots of very strong picks in the current meta, but Lance going to be the one they decide to lock in. I like this. It does mean that if Gangsters want to play Kashka, it's a little bit more difficult to sell that one. Finn going to be the lock-in first for Gangsters. First pick Finn is pretty new.
We've seen it every once in a while in the first split, but Gangstar is definitely putting a big priority on this hero, that big tanky frontliner. I think it's a lot because there's so much directional damage that has been sort of surfacing in the meta. Scarf has been making appearances, Sky has been pretty strong, things of that nature, and Kestrel as well. And so you just get a Finn, just put whatever the relevant defensive stat is on him, just stack it, and have him stay in front of your team the majority of the team fights, and it makes trying to get those directional damage through that much more difficult.
Yeah, his base health being so high means you can really just multiply that any way you want. Time for ban number 2 from Gangstars here. It's going to be a Ringo. Suijay, what are we thinking that Immortals are going to answer with here?
Yeah, I think with Finn and Blackfeather's synergy is so strong, I think Blackfeather will make the most sense because of the double bear Blackfeather gets. He's able to go in, Finn's able to follow up on the Rose Trail, and then stun the enemy target with them being shivered. So I think Blackfeather ban would make the most sense because I think Gangstars is opting to go for the BF here with the Finn combo.
Yeah, and certainly something we've seen Xenotech playing a lot. It is going to be a Blackfeather ban. Now Gangstars have to lock in their next pick. They've got a lot of their bonus time already used up, so they might not want to spend too long on this if they want to have the most amount possible for their silver bullet position pick as that last pick later on. Plenty of things go well with Finn, though. I mean, Finn is kind of a very bread and butter hero, very good at protecting a lot of things, but also good at tag teaming, you know, and actually going for some disables on your opponents.
Yeah, it doesn't lock you into a specific strategy like something like a Fortress does, where if you have Fortress, you want to go aggressive, you want to have a very all-in in your face composition. Finn, you can kind of do whatever you feel like. It's going to be Kestrel, though, for Gangstars.
This is a pick I know you like, Bacon. Xenotech, very strong Kestrel player. Could also be taken to the lane. I mean, we've seen
flexed.
that plenty in Europe, especially last split. Now Immortals have 2 picks to answer, though. You already have to be aware of Crystal Kestrel plus Finn combo. What are some things that interrupt that?
Yeah, I think Gwen would make the most sense with Lance here, as we saw TSM draft against Rogue, and it worked really well. Gwen into Kestrel. As long as you combo the Buckshot Bonanza and the 2-second review, and you dive on that Kestrel, they were able to execute that composition very well. So the Gwen is going to be picked here, and we'll see what the last pick. Assassin would make sense here. Maybe a CP Taka or a Koshka would be okay here. So let's see what Immortals decide.
I sort of want to see them with something that has a little bit more AoE, because target selection and target prioritization has been a very clear problem for Immortals over the past few weeks. So you focus on a little bit more AoE damage, and that becomes less of an issue because you don't necessarily have to be focusing one individual target.
I mean, I'd almost be cool to see another Grumpjaw, maybe just Crystal Grumpjaw out of the jungle. That certainly would be a very pain train kind of comp. You know, they'd just be running in, trying to make it happen, but it didn't work so well last game. Maybe they feel a little bit uncomfortable going for that 2 times in a row. 3 seconds left on the bonus time. It's going to be a glaive locked in. Again, target focus, pick potential.
Yep.
Lots of opportunities for that here.
Lots of opportunities, but it's still going to be difficult. You have a few tools to deal with Glaive once he jumps in. You can keep him inside of a fight a bit longer than he intends to stay there with the Finn. If he doesn't get the Kestrel and active camo comes out right where he's trying to afterburn too, it can cause problems. So it's going to be a difficult pick, but obviously Aloha is a playmaker of a jungler, so you put him on a playmaking hero. But with this alpha, that means it is going to be Kestrel up in the lane, as Xenotech will almost certainly be taking the alpha.
Yeah, and we've seen his alpha do some serious work so far. Definitely a pick that he likes to go for. These are comfortable lineups for both teams, but how do the win conditions pan out here? What is Immortals looking to do?
Yeah, what more do you do? They need to get a pick on Kestrel, or if Alpha dies, and they need to kite Alpha and then Afterburner off the Gwen and let Gwen stack. I don't think Tension Bow Gwen makes the most sense here because Alpha is going to be a pretty tanky frontline. She has over 2,000 health when she's level 12, so she's pretty healthy and tanky. So definitely the build should be a little different because with like an Alpha or Cruel, you want to build Sorrow Blade Breaking Point so you can start stacking on them and then carry from there.
All right, and on the other side, now that we know this is likely going to be that lane Kestrel, maybe the CP Kestrel Finn combo doesn't happen here, or maybe they run CP out of lane. I mean, it's possible. So, how are they looking to utilize the alpha in the trio?
It's mostly just going to be utilized to get onto the Gwen and try and just keep her from being able to be super involved in the fight. If Gwen's having to kite around the alpha, then Gwen's not going to be doing damage to the rest of the team. You can also just get a ton of burst onto the alpha and try and blow her up.
All right, we're on to the fold, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be passing it on over to Humanist and Jingyi once again with the call.
Yeah, boy, Jackson, we are into the game. Players making their way out into their positions on the fold. And game one, I mean, it was a tough showing for Immortals. Gangstars lit them up. Let's see if they can make the magic happen here as Immortals rotating as 3, forcing Rekt out of this tri-brush. And this might be Gangstars just sacrificing their mid here at least.
I like what the Immortals are doing. All 3 members going in to catch Xenotech out, and he gets rooted.
Aloha says, nah, that's not going to happen. He steals that away. So Xenotech, very early, forced out of his jungle, a complete denial and a success for Immortals.
Well, kind of. Finn's doing his bit in their jungle. It's not going very well because he's Finn.
He's
And-
Finn. He's doing better than Evil did earlier.
Oh, burn!
Evil, I love Evil, but bro, he died. He died to the train, but that's okay.
I see what you're doing. You're just being like, oh, you're rubbish. I love you guys. I love you guys, really. Yeah. Just follow up with an "I love you" statement. That just.
You'll learn to burn people. You don't
Learn
have
to burn. I like
learn
that.
to burn. Well, speaking of burning, we're gonna have some after burning action probably coming out of Aloha here, as they are currently sitting out in the lane, waiting for Araki to make his way back up here. As you said, the initial rotation in the jungle, while successful, really wasn't too much, right? Because it got traded out with Araki and Rekt going back. So the net worth is quite even.
Yeah, just got completely countered. And actually, we saw DNZ going down to the jungle just to take away some of Gank's. Sorry. Yeah, just take some of the farm away, but actually, Araki Zoro, he is now 16 CS to DNZO's 8, so that's quite a fair difference at 2 minutes. And actually, looking at how this is playing out, pure Xenotech, they're trying to shut him down.
Oh no! Oh, it's
Xeno.
a disaster for Xenotech. First blood for Immortals. He just got played like a fiddle.
Yeah, nothing. That's what you need to do. You need to shut that alpha down early, and it just makes it so much easier for you. This time we're not going to be seeing any counter jungling coming out from Gankstars. They're going to be able to take, Xenotech 0-1 and 0, and they might be able to get away the front camps. Not really any of the other more significant camps there at the back, but. Looking at Gangstar's composition, I do like the peel that you're seeing coming out from them with the Lance and the Glaive as well. Partly, I think most will be focused on trying to just get Xenotech away from DNZO.
Impale comes out.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was just kind of distracted.
No, it's all right. I was just saying
That's
it was
like, oh.
canceled off the Impale there, but go on.
I think it just made me forget exactly what I was going to say. I don't know why, I was just kind of staring at the minion candy like, ooh.
It's mesmerizing.
I don't know why.
That's half
I
the
don't know
power,
why.
Shinny. Half the
Sometimes
power.
you
At
just
least
don't-
when you're playing against Shinny. Right here, hopefully they're not going to be mesmerized staring at that minion candy. But yeah, I mean, not too much has happened thus far. Immortals, they get their first blood. They kind of balanced out back into the lane. You see Zio's going to be a little bit behind in CS here, but not too much. And Gangstar's pretty happy with what's happening so far.
They should be. Even though, so Xenotech, he's only really had one invade. He's actually keeping relatively even with Aloha. One thing that's kind of disappointing coming out from Immortals is that they're not taking advantage of the Afterburn and the Impale and the Githian Wall in the lane more, especially with a Kestrel there. It's so easy for you just to reposition her, and we're not really seeing much of that. They're placing a lot of focus in the jungle, which I don't think suits this composition coming out from them.
Yeah, I see. I mean, I guess I see strengths in both decisions. Definitely, it would be great for them to go ahead and lock that Kestrel down, find some kills there, but Xenotech on that alpha early, it's really not too strong when you compare it up against what this Glaive Lance can really do. They've shut him down a little bit, but not too much. Vanes did pick up his fountain here. Rekt has his as well. Xenotech's going to jump forward, core charge onto Zio. Zio's going to go ahead and boot backwards here. Turn is on to Araki Zoro. They got the boot, but no damage. Now Vane's getting lit up. A couple glimmer shots as his fountain comes out to keep them alive. Gangstar still holding their own fountain. They find a kill. 1-1 on the board here. 4.5 minutes in now. There's going to be Aloha and Zio looking to defend turret as Gangstars look to apply some pressure.
There's not really much that they can do. In that little fight, what we saw was they just kind of went onto Xenotech and Rekt. They ignored Araki Zoro, who is the main damage dealer at this point, who's doing a lot of the glimmer shots. He's farming very well. He's 13 CS ahead of DNZO, and he is the main target, but they're not going on to him. Part of the reason is, I think once you peel Xenotech away from DNZO, DNZO's range compared to Araki Zoro's range is just not the same. Like, Araki Zoro, oh, never mind, Aloha is on the run.
Oh, never mind. Vane's taking a bit of damage here. Vane's, oh, you're in a bad place. Vane's is down. And Gangstar's on the run. Rekt booting forward, looking for a target there. Still holding his fountain. Crystal Sentry lighting Xenotech up. Crystal Sentry is out for blood here. Come on, give my man Xenotech a break here. And he'll go ahead and start that teleport back. Gangstar's collapse. Get the Sentry kill there. 2 lives remaining, and successful rotation for Gangstars.
Very successful rotation. And DNZO, oh my gosh. Whew. Is he gonna make it? I think he is. So
It's all calculated. Zio knows what he's
DNZO.
doing.
yeah, at least he got their back camps, which is really important. Gangsters, they may have taken the Sentry, they may have shut down, well, not shut down, they may have picked up a kill there onto Veins. But right now, Gangsters, they're looking very good. Iraqi Zoro, kind of in the last game where he was playing Adagio, nobody's really focusing on him, and he should be their main focus. I don't know if it's just because Rex and Xenotech's just taking very aggressive positioning, making it more difficult for Immortals to try and get onto Iraqi Zoro. Either way, they need to just get their focus together.
Yeah, I think Iraqi's positioning has been very good. You can see that he feels the glaive on the top side up in that brush right there. So he just moves into the lane a little bit lower in position, makes it much harder to get that afterburn. Like, it's one thing to go, you know, for your standard afterburn. It's another to get like a max range and try to knock them back into the position that you want. So I just think Iraqi's done such a good job with his positioning.
Yeah, it's good because if you watch previous seasons, Iraqi Zoro's positioning was probably something that we all commented on a lot. It was that he was a little bit too far ahead. It made it easy for the other team to focus on him. And this season, we've really not seen that at all. His position has been much better, and I think that's really just kind of up the caliber of Gangstars.
I think it definitely has. You know, I think, I don't know how I want to say this, but all of these players for Gangstars, I think they're incredible players. But with that said, I think Iraqi and Xenotech in the past sometimes would make those small mistakes. And we're having a little bit of an engage. They're going to be off that. But this season, it feels like both of these guys have cleaned up in those areas. One shot's going to come out off the mark. And with that, and just Rekt holding it down as always, just the success has been immense for these guys. Now Xenotech going to be rooted up. Aloha knocks him back. Termination Protocol comes out. Iraqi trying to find damage from the backside here. And Aloha's dropping low. Xenotech will go down in the end. And that's the flight company from Rekt trying to buy a little time. Where's the glimmer shots? Are they going to switch over to Iraqi? Yes, they are. Switching targets. Zio's there. 1, 2. Oh, it's not enough for Iraqi. Actually able to get Aloha. A bloodbath up here in the lane. Not really a bloodbath, 1 for 1, but it felt like it.
It felt like it for Immortals. An interesting thing, actually, noticing about Iraqi Zoro is the way he's playing this weapon, Kestrel. So he's really relying heavily on his glimmer shots, his damage, not on his basic attacks. Part of the reason is a lot of Kestrels, they'll go for that breaking point. And I feel that in that last fight particularly, he didn't have to rely on the glimmer shots so much. Because we did lose Xenotech in that fight, and I feel like that could have been avoided because he has a lot of damage, and just using the basic attacks could have done a lot more, but he was kind of moving about, trying to reposition, trying to wait for those glimmer shots to come back out. And I just felt like those were wasted seconds coming from him.
Yeah. I do agree. It felt like Gangstars kind of forced that fight, and I could be wrong, but it felt like it's because they knew they had a fountain advantage, and they looked to apply pressure, but didn't quite work out for them. No harm, no foul. So at this point, fountains are back up. Items starting to come together for both of these sides. As far as the item builds and everything, this is all look pretty standard to you.
Pretty much. Yep. I think looking at DNZ, so he's gone for the Sorrow Blade, actually. I think he's the first Gwen from NA today have gone for the Sorrow Blade first instead of the Tension Bow. That makes sense because with this composition, with the Glaive and the Lance anyway, you're not really looking for that early game pressure. You're looking to go more into the late game, so that Sorrow Blade makes complete sense. Because with Gwen's boomstick as well, it's kind of like a built-in tension bow that you've got there. And if you're going for the late game, you don't need that tension bow for that early game burst.
Ooh, Flare comes out, Rekt. He's looking to go ahead and pull that gold miner back.
They did
That
it
one is
again!
happening back-to-back in these games, okay. It was going to be Aloha that secured that up. Now Xenotech, 4 charge forward. Glimmer shots are coming out from Iraqi on the backside of the fight as Zio's trying to get his way out of this one. Prime Directive on the mark there. Xenotech able to get that kill. Now Veins is going to boots his way out of there. Aloha gets slapped in the booty from that one shot on his way out. And a successful fight for Gangstars right here. Let's see what they can get out of it.
Very successful fight, and DNZ was just positioned that whole fight. Aloha and Veins weren't really in position to try and peel for him. I think they were, but they kind of just went, well, we're going to lose DNZ anyway. We need to save our own backs. So nothing really came of that. That turret's going to go down.
Iraqi standing his ground. He will go down in the end, and Aloha is able to get that. Oh, they knock Xenotech back. Perfect knockback. Now Zio here to actually join the fight, and this should be Alpha going down as well. So 2 kills. Yeah, 2 kills for the turret there. And does Rekt go down as well? Oh no! Oh, Rekt, no, double kill. That's the ace
Oh, they get
right
ace, though.
as she was respawning. Oh no!
To get the ace, it was. Maybe, you know, we could say Gangstars overstayed their welcome. I think in my eyes, I don't think they actually did anything wrong. It was actually just really good good engagements coming out from Immortal. They picked
Yeah.
their targets well. They singled them out, and that was what was really nicely done to get the ace. They are now 1.7k gold ahead, which is good because I wasn't really expecting that. Sorry, Immortals. From this
Yep.
game anyway, just because from the start. No, I just felt from the start like their team fights so far haven't been particularly impressive in my eyes compared to Gangstars. Sorry again, and I'm trying to learn. I'm learning to burn. Okay.
Learn to burn. No, I get it.
Just let
I
me be.
understand
Just
what
let me
you're
be.
saying here. Also, you got to give credit to Zio for his amazing ability to respawn and come out at the proper time for the fight there. So that was all good.
That was a bit of luck. Yeah, that was a bit of luck in there.
It's
as
Aloha and
well.
Veins, dude. Aloha and Veins, phenomenal play through that fight there. I think that's really where we should go with that one. But the question is, in the next few minutes here, as Immortals really showing some dominance in the last engagement, are they going to continue this pressure? Do they back off? Do they look for objectives? What's the deal?
For Immortals, I think they should be applying a little bit more pressure. They know that they're in a good position. They've taken a turret. They've just come back from an ace. They've had some nice item spikes as well. They should be taking advantage of this. And you can actually see this from Veins. He's putting a lot of scout traps down in the center. And what we want to be seeing them is just kind of just start denying them gold, taking away all their camps, get the sentry, get the gold mine, which is what they're about to do.
Mm-hmm.
Just increase that gold difference as much as possible, because if they can deny gold away from Xenotech, just force it onto Arakizora, it's just going to be so much easier for them.
Two things, Shingy. This is the second infusion for Zio this game. I think he's done a pretty good job making it work. You know, sometimes you do get set back with your item progression as you grab infusions early on, but this is his second. His item progression is still pretty on point. And the other thing I really like is that Vane's picking up this contraption. It's one of the greatest things. As long as you can see this Kestrel, you can control the Kestrel.
Exactly, and also it's all about the forced accords as well. If you can see where the hook's coming from, it's a lot easier to block. I know a lot of the players rely on the sound of the sound effects to block it, but you know exactly where they are at all times. It just makes it so much easier for positioning coming out from DNZO, particularly because he's got quite a small range for a ranged hero.
Mm-hmm.
He really needs to be careful. And there has been a few fights where he's just kind of miscalculated where he's supposed to be standing, and Gangsters kind of just ran away with it. But right now, with Immortals in the lead, they've got a nice, comfortable 3.3k gold lead. DNZO has to be more careful than ever.
Well, Zio's starting to show signs of the past performances that he's put out at live events here. In this game, I think he's been playing pretty well. Actually, I would say better than most of what I've seen out of him this season. Who knows what the cause is for that? These guys may be putting in a little more time here as a team. Maybe Zio's just on today. But Immortals, this game's going very well for them. They do have a nice positioning. Can they find the element of surprise here? And they are going to be spotted out. The Gangstars maybe looking to find a hook backwards. You really don't want to probably hook the glaive back, the lance, but I mean both of these heroes have the ability to just instantly exit that engage.
They do, but we do have that Crucible sitting there in Veins just in case that hook does come out, because I think
Deal.
what's really good about Finn, if you do...
Zio from the
Far
top
forward.
side, one attack, a buckshot. Xenotech's getting lit up. Xenotech, Rek trying to body block for his ally, but Xenotech, he does respawn. He does respawn the Prime Directive, but he goes down. Zio gets the kill. Now Rek trying to get out of here, but you are just a stack on Zio's breaking point. Look at that, 20 stacks, max stacks, and this is going to be Iraqi trying to buy some time. Yeah, you got to active camo off, but what do you get out of it as Zio gets the triple kill from the top side, dabs, I'm sure, wherever he's playing, and they're going to be able to get a sentry off that and a turret.
They're going to get the sentry. And I think in that fight, I'm just going to go back to my point before about Rakizar relying a little bit too much on his Glimmer Shots as his main damage output on that Kestrel, because the fight started at the same time. Both DNZO and Arakizar were just basic attacking at the same time. Yet DNZO, he had 18 stacks and Arakizar only had 10. And I think part of the reason was he just took a step back and Xenotech was in the front line, but nothing was really coming out from Arakizar because he was just waiting on the cooldown for the Glimmer Shots to arrive. And with a breaking point there, I don't think you need to do that. I think you can rely a lot more on your basic attacks. He's playing like a Crystal Kestrel, and I'm not sure it's working on this.
Well, you know, maybe some mistakes were made. I will give you that. But you know what? Zio made that whole fight happen. Like, it was so quick that he saw that opening, rotated around the top side. His team was catching up to him. By the time, like, he got an attack, buckshot, and a second attack before his team was even in position. And I think that's really good to see. If you're an Immortals fan, to see Zio taking that kind of initiative to start these fights off, because You know, he's a playmaker. The reason he is a playmaker, he sees opportunities, pulls the trigger. Let's see what happens right now as Kraken was captured up. Wrecked lands the Quibble there onto Veins. Rack is going to start throwing out some glimmers from the backside. Veins is taking a lot of damage. He's going to be stunned up. Prime Directives comes through. He's forced out that self-found very early. They're going to lose Veins. And they're going to go ahead and knock back that Alpha there. Forced Accord off the mark as Araki chases here. Zeo should be quite all right. Now the question is, do Immortals look to go ahead and re-engage, re-goose onto this? And it looks like Aloha is chasing, maybe looking for Araki Zoro. Who's the target? He's kind of at max afterburn range. He'd have to get a perfect position there as Zeos drops. And he's going to go ahead and take that mid away, get some healing, get some regen. Aloha just being a distraction right now. It's Xenotech working on this Kraken. Choke point turret taking pretty good damage at this point. Look at the Zeo. He's dodging the Prime Directive. One Glimmer Shot, core charge. Zeo stutter stepping his way backwards. Aloha's there in the front line. Can he get it? Prime Directive backs in. Lost Zeo. Aloha. Can he get out? One shot, one kill. Araki Zoro making it happen.
I think simply put, DNZO just stayed a little bit too long there.
Didn't read that one.
Did not read that one. I mean, all three members had come out at that point. Xenotech had respawned. It was a 2v3 situation. DNZO was what, about half health with about half energy as well. There wasn't really too much that they could have done out of that. He just put himself out of position. At least they were able to pick up the kill there onto Xenotech. But right now, I think Arakazaro, they're just not able to get onto him right now. But two turrets left for Gangstars at the moment.
Yeah, 2 turrets left. Gangstars, I don't feel like they've played a bad game necessarily, but it just feels like kind of average, low average, you know, depending like the team you're playing against. You could probably win a game with this performance that they're putting on here, but it's just been like Immortals just kind of turned up a notch here this game, and I think that they've just done a great job, and we got to give credit over to Aloha, because one of the things our analysts were talking about, I think Bacon mentioned that he'd like to see a little more area of effect coming out for this team because they weren't necessarily targeting very well, but Aloha, he's really been doing a great job on this wave.
He really has. He's got the Aftershock, he's got the Stormcrown, there's a lot of bursts there, which is really strong against Xenotech and it's really strong against Wrecked. And Aloha and Veins together, they're doing a very good job of peeling for DNZO. They're doing it very well. The cooldowns are short enough that they can just constantly keep DNZO just safe. But I think the biggest issue is they still can't get onto Araki Zoro. Like they have that forced accord, we can just get right onto Araki's right in front of him. So if they can just pull Xenotech and Wrecked away from Araki Zoro, just deal with them as they've been doing the past few fights, then that's the kind of fight that they should be looking for.
And I think when Immortals are doing their best, it's kind of like, well, we'll hold that thought right there. Let's see what happens. Active Camo's down. It's actually, what is that? A Nolwave Gauntlet that's out onto Veins right here. I didn't even see that item pickup. Araki trying to get the damage, but Aloha's able to reposition him. Zeo through the front side of this fight. Very good job, Zeo, finding the damage on his target. The Fountain's going to come out, keeping them alive. Termination Protocol not going to be doing enough. Xenotech's down. Wrecked. Got the Forced Accord, pulls them in just so they can kill him faster. And Xingyi, this looks like Immortal's going to be taking a game off of Gangstars here. And, you know, Immortals fans got to be stoked on this. Immortals, not too many wins this season, but maybe in Split 2, a different story for these guys.
Well, this game looks like a different story from them. They played... a lot of it does come down to the peel coming out from Veins and Aloha. I think every single time we saw Xenotech using the Termination Protocol, we saw a really nice Githian wall just pushing him away so that he wasn't really able to get that much damage. And actually, once he was pushed away, he was very efficient, very vulnerable, and they just took advantage of that.
They did just a phenomenal job. It's definitely a team effort, but in my mind, watching this game, I really got to say, I think Zeo just put on a show, and he played this Gwen incredibly well. But to figure out, you know, what were the keys to victory, let's go ahead and throw it back to our analyst desk. Jackson, Sweej, Tasty Bacon, tell us, I mean, what happened here?
Well, I think Gangstars were asking the same question. Immortals really turned up the heat in game number 2. To me, it looked like practically a different team. They were much more on the same page with their engagements.
Yeah, I think Zeo was unleashed, honestly. He didn't play afraid. He just focused whoever dove on him. And the team had good focus. They knew to focus Alpha and blow her up, stack on her. And they had a lot of good engages. They were the team engaging versus getting engaged on, which made a big difference.
It did indeed. Let's have a look at a replay from around 10 minutes. You can see an ace here coming in from Immortals.
Yeah, I mean, this was just much cleaner and decisive gameplay. A beautiful afterburn started this fight underneath the turret. They tried to get the turret destruction, but just a really good collapse, and again, decisive.
Yeah, Aloha on that glaive, man, he made some plays here, and then Gangstars overstayed just a little too long, and they're able to get the ace last minute here. They needed to kill Rack. I was like, kill Rack, kill Rack, kill Rack the entire time in this game, because look at Rocky's respawn timer. 3, 2, 1, and they kill him just in time to get that ace. I mean, that was insane. So, and that turned the game around because they got the turret, the gold lead started to get bigger and bigger, and then they just played cautious and not throw, basically.
Luckily for them, the programmers who work on Vainglory are programmers, and it counts down to 0. Right? Because if it counted down to 1, that actually wouldn't have been the case. But regardless, a very strong performance coming out of Immortals in that game. They need to replicate it in Game 3 if they want to take home the series, though. Move to Day 2. That would be a big impact on Gangstar's points, so I'm sure they'd love to do that. Try and climb the standings just that little bit more.
It's even more important for them to just get points themselves. They are currently in the Live Championship, the Unified Championship, so if they just continue gaining points, then that will eventually get them there. It's when they start losing, that's when the teams below them have a chance to catch up.
To clarify, you mean Immortals is currently in the championship because they're within the top 6.
Yes.
But that could change, obviously.
Yeah, they currently have, if the season ended right now,
yeah,
Immortals are in the Unified Championship. So they just, if they keep winning, they're in control of their own destiny. If they keep winning, they're going to be there.
All right, so looking at the draft for the next game, what are the key ingredients here for Immortals? I feel like Dienzio did perform really well in that Gwen in that game. But in the first game, it was a very different story, so I'm not sure I'd say that's the key. Then if we look at the other picks, you know, what are the things which are consistently the important ones?
I think one of the most important things for Immortals is having Aloha being able to make plays. He has been, by far, in my opinion, the strongest player when he's playing a playmaker hero and able to set up these kills for Dienzio, and just, it makes the life a lot easier for the other two players.
Yeah, Zio, Aloha, Veins, I love you guys. Have fun. I think for draft-wise, they need to ban Adagio on B-side and not give Gangstars Adagio since Gangstars performed so well with Adagio. So I think that's going to be a good initial draft, and we'll see what goes from there.
Do you think they'd consider banning Blackfeather's second rotation? But I guess the reason I ask is because if they ban Adagio first rotation, Blackfeather becomes a little bit less strong second rotation, right?
Yeah, well, Blackfeather has some counters. It depends who is with them, because Adagio Blackfeather is such a great combination, along with Finn. So as long as he doesn't have an OP combo like Adagio with him or Finn with him, I think Blackfeather is manageable.
Got it. All right, and on the other side for Gangstars, Xenotech on that Alpha did make some plays, but it certainly wasn't the same performance we saw out of his Kestrel or the same performance we've seen out of his Blackfeather or what have you. So do you think maybe they should steer clear of the Alpha?
I don't think they need to avoid the Alpha. This game was much more Immortals making the plays as opposed to Gangstars not making plays or Gangstars making mistakes, things like that. It was just so much more of Immortals actually stepping up to the plate and doing what they needed to do.
All right, so those are a few thoughts. We are going to be getting to the draft fairly soon, guys. I'm excited to see what they decide to pick up. Obviously, after that game, both teams are wanting some time to think about the options available to them, and there are plenty on this new update, lots of new things entering the meta. Very little has seemed to have left the meta, though. Like, there are still picks that were good last update that were nerfed that are still good now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, especially the first week, normally we see it kind of mirror what we saw in the previous week of the last week of the previous patch. So I'm not terribly surprised by the fact that it's been fairly similar.
Yeah, Gwen has definitely come in with the weapon power changes. You can see the builds have been so diverse, right? In this situation, Dienzio went Soroblade, Breaking Point Bonesaw, which is great because when Alpha dives in, he starts shredding her armor right away. It has a 8% pierce in it already, so they can focus Alpha and actually blow her up, and he'll get a lot of stacks from that and then basically clean up whatever's left, right? So they did a really good job with the build because Tension Bow wouldn't be good into Alpha. She's pretty healthy, so I'm glad that Immortals was able to adapt to the competition they're facing.
Yeah, obviously, making those adaptations, especially on a week one, is very, very important because you never know entirely what the picks are going to be. You never know if another team's just had a very different experience of onboarding to the new update than you have in the scrims that you've played. So it's definitely an interesting situation at the beginning of any update. Let's actually have a look at a replay real quick. You can see here the last ace of the game for Immortals. They had a great CC combination.
Yeah, big Impale, locking down 2 of them with the root, and then a stun into the wall onto the Kestrel. Meanwhile, the damage is going on to Alpha throughout the majority of this. So, again, Aloha making the plays, keeping Kestrel out of the fight, and then they're able to actually pick up the kill on the Kestrel because the Alpha was a little bit tankier, and just, again, just so well played from Immortals. You mentioned it while we were watching this. This looks like a different team, the way that they were playing. Once they get a lead, it's so clear how much more confident they are.
Yeah, and confidence is one of those key traits in Vainglory. If you know that you can take a fight, you've got to take a fight during that opportunity, or it'll pass. You know, they are fleeting.
Yeah,
so
I did take a small note. At 3:45, they gave Zeno his backs again, and I left a note saying, "Don't do that. Deny jungle. Deny jungle." So I sent a little love notes to them. But as long as they play and they play to their win conditions, Immortals will do fine.
yeah, I think that's the key for me. Really, it is playing to the win conditions. Shot calling wise, Suijay, you actually have the most info on this out of anyone here. What is the situation like inside of Immortals? Who kind of leads the team in game?
Yeah, so Vanes is the leader. He's the captain. He calls like the macro, like the rotations and etc. Power spikes. Aloha is really good at letting them know how strong he feels and if he's ready to engage or not. And then Zio calls the focus. He makes the plays. He sets up. As you can see, he went into the bush and surprised the team in their jungle, and they got that ace that secured the game. So Zio is the one that's the creative and sneaky little kid that he is.
He's always probably finding ways to get out of his homework. I'm sure he can find a way to get out of those bad team fights, too. At least if he's anything like I was when I was in school. Stay in school. Do your homework. Let's get into the draft number 3 here. Gangstars versus Immortals. Who's going to take this one home? Move forward to day 2. That's going to be a Lance ban to kick things off.
All right, so let's see. That is going to be the Adagio ban. Like Suijay, I don't even want to say predicted. That just doesn't seem fair to call that a prediction. But it is going to be Lyra first picked now for Gangstars. And, I mean, yeah, the banning away the Adagio, they did really well with it, but you're giving Lyra to Rect.
I know Rect is really good with Lyra, but she has some counters. Like Flicker is good against Lyra. Fortress especially good against Lyra because of his immortal wounds. So that's something that will work out well here. I think Gangstars may ban Ringo again. That's what they've been doing on their second phase ban. So they've been pretty predictable with their bans here. So let's see what Gangstars are going to do. They may ban Glaive or Ringo. I think they might ban Glaive because they don't want to give Immortals a Glaive Fortress combination here.
Well, Gangstars will be using some of their bonus time already for this second ban. Not sure what they're going to go for here. There's so many things that are open. And Immortals does have a pick coming up. It's going to be a Glaive ban. Aloha was very impactful on that pick in game number 2.
Yeah, so now, obviously, the Fortress can be flexed into the jungle if need be, but it's not really that big playmaking type of hero coming out of the jungle, so I hope that Immortals will actually give something else to him. Vox is going to come through. Vox is a very strong pick, and we'll see if Zio has the same caliber on this Vox as he used to. This used to be his signature hero for quite some time, was this Vox pick.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Dienzio making the plays on it yet again. He's got Fortress to back him up, which means he can be very aggressive. I guess that is actually a question here. Like, Vox, has he suffered much from the changes to the items? Obviously, the Breaking Point Double Tyrants build is weaker now.
Yeah, Tyrant's Monaco has been nerfed, so it is still strong, but it's not as strong based on internal analysis and playtesting. It's still a very good build. Drew does it in EA, and I think that it works if you're ahead, not behind. So Gangstars opts to pick the Kesher instead of the Baron here, so which is interesting because I thought they would pick Baron potentially. So I think they might CP the Kestrel because of the range instead of weapon carry the Kestrel, but we'll see what they decide to do here. There's a lot of options that they can do. They have... Oh, Gwen. They're going to take the Gwen away. Okay.
And this is an interesting pickup here. We haven't seen Gangstars utilizing it that much yet. Something that Iraqi Zoro hasn't shown his cards on, I think, in the past. Or no, he's played Gwen once, yeah. But Immortals now, they have a last pick. They have a lot of bonus time to work with, so they can try and find that silver bullet that we always talk about. Into the Lyra, Kestrel, Gwen, what would you guys say is a strong option?
I think Blackfeather could work very well, even though it's up against a Kestrel. And we've seen Kestrel kind of be touted as a counter to Blackfeather in the past. There's a couple other choices. I would like to see one of these more melee type junglers, or could even be a Sky if you go Crystal Sky with the weapon Vox. The Koshka is an option, but I don't think Koshka would be a great pickup into this composition. It works well with the Fortress, but not so well into a Kestrel or Gwen. It could be
Okay.
Grumpjaw.
I like this. I'm excited to see more Grumpjaw. I like that Immortals are the one bringing it, and I like that they're not saying, all right, it didn't work out in game 1, we're done. You know, they're saying, all right, it didn't work out in game 1, here's why, here's the circumstance, right? Let's try and make it happen.
So my question is if this is going to be a Crystal Grumpjaw or not. Maybe some of you, if you didn't watch the challenge battles, you may be thinking, Crystal Grumpjaw, what is that? It is damage upon damage upon damage. That is all it does. It is an absurd amount of burst.
Yeah, I mean, they can do CP Grumpjaw, they can do CP Fortress, right? Because you can proc the ultimate and just only fight when you have the ultimate up. So there's a lot of options that Immortals can do. I think both options are equally just as good. I like the CP Fortress, though, because of the ult is going to be up every time. And then that's going to basically reveal Kestrel, and they can basically dive and lock Kestrel down. So...
How do you feel about the Grumpjaw ultimate into a Lyra, though? Because this is something we've seen now twice, if I recall correctly. The first time was disastrous. I mean, truly disastrous. The second time was only marginally better. So, you know.
The key is mind games. Lyra's B counters the ultimate, so if they can B bulwark just in time, it'll cancel the ultimate. However, Grumpjaw should get in someone's face and then just make them panic. And then when Lyra wastes her B and it's down, then you eat somebody. So it's really mind games on how they're going to outplay each other in terms of who's going to come out on top here.
Didn't think we were having panic mechanics in until Baptiste. All right, guys, predictions for game number 3.
This is a tough one. I feel like the Gangstars comp is a little bit stronger.
Immortals, take it home, guys.
All right, let's find out who's going to take home game number 3 and move forward to the semifinals, passing it on over to Humanist and Jingyi.
Thank you very much once again. Panic Mechanics, Mind Games, Immortals, Gangstars, Game 3. Let's go. Xingyi, you ready?
Well, going for that Grumpjaw again. Like, I didn't feel like it didn't work very well in the first game. They had a great second game, obviously. It was really strong performance coming out from Immortals. But I'm personally not convinced by the Grumpjaw, especially going into this game. And especially when you've got such a poke-heavy composition that Gangsters have with that Crystal, Kestrel, the weapon, Gwen. DNZO!
Yo, Zio just walked into a truck and got run over. Xenotech credited with the kill there. Araki easily could have taken it as well, just at the place. Let's give some credit over to Rek, though. He stopped the teleports back there early on as Zio was trying to trade the backs out from Gangstar, so a very good job.
Yeah, it was just a 1v2 situation. He was able to deny the farm. They were able to pick up the first blood from it as well. And actually, we're seeing some counter jungling coming out from Gangstars in return. Rex probably going to get away at this point. But as I was saying before, this is a very poke-heavy composition coming out from Gangstars. Immortals, they need to be aggressive. Otherwise, they're just taking a lot of damage and not really getting much in return. But if they are able to get onto Xenotech as that Crystal Kestrel, then that's a really great start for the fight. If you can just take him out, focus on Araki Zaro instead.
I mean, if you get on target, both the Gwen and the Kestrel, while they have high damage output, they are incredibly squishy. So if Immortals can get on top of target, they'll be able to just pretty much delete them out, assuming their item progression is on point. One question, though, Xingyi, Suijay was talking about, this could be a Crystal Grumpjaw, it could be Fortress going into the jungle position. The way it's worked out here, do you agree with it? Is this your preference?
I actually like the Roam, Grumpjaw, and Jungle / Crystal Fortress. I think that works out better. You get a little bit more damage from the Mortal Wound coming out from Aloha as well. And especially because you will be going for items like Storm Crown, you do get that extra cooldown on Attack of the Pack, which is a great kind of just start for fighting, because if you release the Wolves, then Xenotech really can't use his active cam to disappear. It makes it very difficult for them. So I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing Gangstars applying a lot of early pressure, is that they know this is where there's not really much counters coming out from an Immortal. And you can see, just from that, I guess, 10 seconds, they've managed to push down the target to about a third of its health. And DNZO can't do anything.
The pushing, we've seen this before from Rex. Rex has got a Stormguard banner as his first item there. And absolutely, they just mow through that turret. Sawmaster, I don't know if he's watching, but this is what Saw used to do, but this is just wrecked on a Lyra.
I like it. They're playing to their strengths. They're playing to the strengths of the composition, and they're adapting well to it. If you look at the Grumpjaw and the Fortress, they're heroes that slow clear speed. There is a lot of utility there, but it takes a little bit of time for them to ramp up. And Gangsters are just taking advantage of that, getting the first turret. They've got a nice 2k gold lead now. At what, 3 minutes?
Okay, Loa jumps right back in, thinks better of it, and is going to go ahead and retreat as Gangstars just started firing off on them. Massive damage coming out here, and it looks like Aloha may have been able to sneak into the jungle of Gangstar, so we'll see how much he can go ahead and trade out there. But it's going to be pretty much a full rotation taken by Gangstars here.
Yeah, that's what exactly. It's good that Aloha's managed to make it. I don't know why those made those noises there. Yeah, it's really. Oh no, he's been spotted out by the Crystal Sentry. So I think he should probably go home now because Gangstars know exactly where he is. He's probably not going to get the tree out. He's probably not going to make it out alive.
This is bad for Aloha. Aloha also can mean goodbye as well in this situation.
And yep, he said goodbye. He said hello and then goodbye very, very quickly, very quick succession.
Hello, goodbye.
I was like, hello, goodbye, see ya. I'm off the fold now.
Oh.
But Gangstars, super early game composition here. They're taking advantage of it. A lot of poke there coming out from Gangstars, and Vox can't really do too much. He takes a little bit longer for him to scale up.
I mean,
So
what's
there's not
interesting
really
though,
too
like
much.
you're talking about like Gangstars and their early game composition. I think there's a lot of power there, but the itemization really speaks to it with what Rekt has done. Stormcrown now complete. He's using these minion candies to help kind of further the aggression coming out, but on the flip side of that, Araki going with the Sorrow Blade. So it's not like he goes Tension Bow just to kind of like funnel into everything being in the early game. Like this guy's building, he's gonna have massive damage for the mid game. Look at Immortals just getting lit up right here. They can't even barely go within range of defending this turret without being in danger of dying, and Veins does not want to just pop off this fountain right now. That is the second turret down 5.5 minutes in. Immortals must have really pissed off Gangstars in game 2.
Well, 5 minutes, 2 turrets, and if you look at the deaths, it's only 0. It's just absolutely incredible. They've picked up a 4k gold lead. That's like, what, 1k a minute? And it's only the first 6 minutes of the game. Their Immortals are really going to have to pull something out of the hat here just to turn this around. It's going to have to be an absolute miracle. Because Rekt, he hasn't even gone for a fountain. He's got Imperial Sigil to heal himself up. Just rely on the Stormcrown. It's all about claiming those objectives. They're probably going to go for the gold milestone just to increase that gold difference a little bit extra. And they've forced Immortals right back to that choke point turret. And it really is beginning to show that they are struggling now.
Yeah. Yeah. I will concur, they are struggling. Once again, Aloha doing pretty much the only thing he can do, but this time, even though the backs are available, he has time, he has no knowledge of where Gangstars are on the map, so I can't fault him for not sticking around to take the backs there, especially because he was caught the last time he did it, but unfortunately this time, yeah, he could have gotten a little more.
I feel like this maybe we can start seeing Immortals try and just turn it around slightly, because A, Aloha, he's got his attack of the pack, and second of all, DNZO, he's got that silence. And because there's actually no blocks on any of the members of Gangstars, he gets a silence on the Crystal Kestrel, it's so easy for them to jump on Xenotech and just take him out. So if they can land that silence, and if they can get attack of the pack out so that he can't active camo away, it's actually a really good, I guess, defense mechanism that they can employ, or it's good engagement that they can use as well. But I just don't know if they have the confidence to try and pull it off because they know there's such a massive difference, gold difference between the teams.
You know, the analysts were talking about mind games a bit here. I think, honestly, for Immortals to have a chance in this game, they're going to have to out-mind game Gangstars, like, no joke. Like, legit, I think the only way they can actually take a fight right now is if it feels like they're throwing. Like, they have to put themselves in a situation where maybe, like, Veins is very low health, feels like they're in a position that they don't want to be in, and that's when they instantly switch onto a target, like Xenotech, or maybe, yeah. Well, there's your wait for it coming out right now. That's Lyra silenced up. Can they get on top of Rekt? Oh, that's your active camo. Veins is on target. Zio is as well. Xenotech dropping low. They're able to get one. Looking for more. Zio dropping low. Araki doing a good job. He's able to trade back and forth, but it is Lyra from the backside trying to make that Stormcrown go to work. She's able to take out Veins. Now it's Aloha one-on-one with Rekt here, doing a little ring around the wall. And Rex gonna boost up with that sigil. Bright Bulwark down, doing a good job here. Oh, and he looks into his he gets that right. The one shot comes through. It is not even needed. Wrecked with the plays, man. I saw someone in chat burning him earlier, and I hope they're taking it back right now.
I think they have to after that play. Well, it was looking so good for Immortals. It was looking so good for Immortals. They did. We saw the sands coming out. It wasn't blocked because there's still no blocks. Actually, Arachis has that Aegis now. And then we saw the attack of the pack being released. They just jumped onto Xenotech exactly as I thought we would. But I think we all forgot about the Storm Crown and the fact that it actually does damage on Rekt with Rekt there, because he was able to take out 2 of them at the very end.
Well, he took out their turrets, so maybe they shouldn't have forgot.
I don't think it.
First he took the turrets, and then he took the kills.
I don't think anyone's gonna be forgetting about that now.
Oh,
hang
Rekt,
on,
dude, that
here we
was
go
a
again.
highlight play right here, and Aloha just got lit up right here. That splash damage coming through. Vanes is going to be moving forward. Vanes, questionable decision, immediately regrets it as he goes down. Now Zeo trying to fight with the Crystal Sentry. That is the minion candy, trying to do some work there. Immortals were able to put out on the Crystal Sentry. One shot's going to come through. Zeo just on a sliver of health, able to get out of that one. Rekt trolls himself with his own arcane passage, but in the end, Gangstars taking the kills, taking the Sentry down. Just a phenomenal job. Almost just textbook out of them this game.
Absolutely, but I do feel they have to be careful now. I don't want them to get a little bit cocky, because I think Immortals have recognized, yes, we need to play around the wait for it. And I think the further it gets on, they're definitely going to need to prioritize that Crucible. And Rekt picked up that Dragon Heart, so maybe going towards that way. But if Immortals can get another opening like they did 2 fights ago, then that is their chance to try and just balance things out a little bit, because we are seeing the tempo of the game slowing down a little bit, because Gangstars, they're not picking up the aces as comfortably. They're not picking up the objectives as quickly as they were in the first 3 minutes of the game. So I think this is a point where we actually have to see Gangstars being a little bit more cautious in how they're approaching these team fights.
Now, I mean, you talked about them being cautious. Like, how does that actually play out, though? Is it like a positioning thing? Is it just patience as far as fully committing to a fight? What does that mean?
Well, part of it's coming down to recognizing when it's a good time to fight, and I would actually say just let Rekt. Oh no, he's actually gone for the war treads.
Oh.
Okay, okay.
This
I'm not sure I like
one shot's connecting so hard. You don't like the war treads?
I like the war treads. I just feel like they need that crucible.
I get it.
Okay,
like,
so I
yeah.
get it. Yeah, like the war treads. If Aloha releases the attack of the pack, you can use the war treads to disengage, take out the wills before going back in. But you're still not taking into account the wait for it. And then also, I guess there's the stuff coming out from Grumpjaw as well. There is actually quite a lot there that Immortals could use, but the thing that we've noticed in the previous games was that they just kind of lack the know-how to chain them together properly.
Well, they are really going to have to chain some things together here to pull themselves back into this one. Currently only 3 turrets remaining for them. I think they've done a good job to go ahead and stall out, like you were saying, the aggression out of Gangstars, but it's also like Gangstars playing a little bit more patient. 11.5 minutes in, up 7-2. Gangstars, if they can take this, they're going to be closing out the series. I mean, I guess that's true. Either way I say it, it's just Gangstars in the lead right now. It feels like, the odds are in their favor. We're going to have infusions across the board for Immortals right now, so maybe if they're able to get on target, they can make something happen.
I think it's needed. So Xenotech is sitting on a lot of gold, doesn't have enough for that infusion. So I feel like with them having those infusions, it just balances out a little bit in terms of their power spikes, and maybe in a bit of a better position to fight Gangstars. So what they need to do is that they cannot afford to get poked at by Gangstars, because that is where the damage is coming from. We're seeing how much damage each Glimmer Shot is doing every time Xenotech lands one, as well as the one-shot one kills. So if they can get the jump onto them, either with the stuff or with the wait for it, like now.
Ooh. 2 silenced up, they're not
happening.
able to get on target. Quick enough, Vanes is going to move forward. He's able to stuff up with target there. Immortals trying to get backwards. Oh, Vanes, no, misreading the situation. His team's going in. Where's Vanes? What's the plan here? Oh no, they're going to lose Aloha. Zeal goes down as well. They're able to get Araki, but it felt like a complete just miscommunication there. Vanes going one way, his team going the other. What's going on?
I don't know, but I just don't really know. I feel what they could have done is just take Xenotech, just let Arakizara run away and just focus on Xenotech there. Because the whole time they're trying to catch up with Arakizara, who's just using his skedaddle to get away every single time. And Xenotech the whole time is just firing those glimmer shots away, just doing so much damage. And Immortals were like, oh gosh, maybe we should actually not focus on Arakizora and turn on to Xenotech instead, because Arakizora, with that breaking point, he's looking for those sustained team fights. Xenotech's the one all about the burst here, and that's the one they should be focusing on first in the team fights.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all about, they're both squishy. We talked about it in the beginning of this matchup here. Both of these carry the jungle here, and Araki and Xenotech, they can easily be killed if you get on target. But the one thing, you know, Araki has that skedaddle, can easily go ahead and reposition. If you get on top of Xenotech, it's much easier to follow up on that kill typically. Let's see, as Araki wrecked moving forward here, the wait for it. It's going to come out, 3-man silence, but they can't jump as the Bright Bulwark's down. Ace is high, flips onto Zio. They're trying to jump back on the target. Xenotech, a lot of damage coming out here. Can they find a kill? No! This is just a disaster. Immortals on the run. Aloha. Well, it's Fortress not too good of a defensive hero, as he is going to be chopped down 12-3, 14 minutes in, and just phenomenal play out of Gangstars.
I think that's the opening that Gangstars are waiting for, because I think after about minute 6, it really does begin to slow down. It was just a lot of Gangstars just farming away in the jungle, in the lane. But now they're actually able to force him back to the choke point turret. It's looking a lot better now.
I'd love to see them actually, well, there's actually Scout Trap down, so they can't really do a surprise too well. I'd love to see them just sit in one of these brush forward, and just as Immortals are coming out, just catch them off surprise and can just really add on to the snowball. But, you know, what they're doing is absolutely fine.
It would be great, because Xenotech with that active camo, he can really lay those traps down. And well, he's not actually been doing too much. There's been a few stuns on the active camo. Oh, that's gonna miss actually. Did it hit Veins? I feel like it hit Veins, but it didn't.
Yeah, felt like it, but guess not.
It didn't. Well, anyway, fusions almost everyone, apart from Wrecked. But look at the poke damage coming out from them. One of the things with Crystal Castro is if you get into the late game, she doesn't do as well in the team fights because it relies so much on the glimmer shots.
Oasis side is going to be blocked off. Araki trying to find the damage out. Zio's low. He's going to boots up to the north side of this fight. Veins left for dead. Aloha really not able to accomplish too much as his ult did come out there. Now, Zio able to get out as the one shot was off the mark there. Cancels up that teleport. Oh, is he going to go? Well, Zio's going hard. Oh, man. Zio was unleashed last game. Zio put back into the bottle here in game 3 is Gangstars just coming out on top. And I mean, that was not anything but Zio's decision making right there. Like, he 100% could have gotten out of there. He decided to stay around.
Yeah. I don't think I necessarily agree with the decision of staying around, but I guess if you're kind of in the approach of, well, let's see what I can do, might as well try and do it anyway. But he's 2-5-1. I think if you know you're this far behind, probably staying behind wasn't the best idea, because you're 4 turrets behind at 16 minutes. I think it's fair to say it's been a bit of a stomp for Gangstar so far. They're absolutely running rampant this whole game against Immortals.
Pew, pew, pew.
Exactly, pew pew pew, but it's okay because it's been such a quick game that DNZO's back already.
No, that's the truth though. I mean, Gangstars, I said it earlier, it feels like they're putting on a clinic. They came out really well. They had a clear strategy and they're executing on it incredibly well this game. While Immortals just struggle to find their footing. You see just mass scout traps throughout their base here. One shot's going to be dodged out by Veins. And DNZO Aloha trying to get some damage out onto this Kraken, but only 2 turrets remaining. Glimmer shots coming out here. Oh, they're going to be stuffed up. They've taken Wrecked. Wrecked's going to be back on the backside of this fight, but they've switched over to Araki. He's able to kite backwards. Bright Bulwark's down. They've turned it. Zio's down. It's going to be an Arcane Passage ride from Veins. Araki takes the Arcane Passage, takes the kill. And Gangstar is going to be closing this one out. Just about 17.5 minutes here in Game 3. Really, really nice to see this performance out of them. It was great to see Immortals with the performance in Game 2. I think we saw signs of them coming back and playing really well that we haven't seen so far this season, but ultimately Gangstars coming out on top.
They absolutely did. I think it was just there from the very start. Right, going for that Storm Crown was a fantastic decision, and they were able to play around that very well, just applying all that early game pressure. 2 turrets down at 6 minutes. And there's a few moments in the mid game, I guess between 6 minutes and 15 minutes, I felt like they were kind of not really sure how to keep pushing with it. And there was definitely moments where I felt that Immortals, they could have turned it around if they just pulled themselves together, but that just never really happened. And I think when you've got such early game pressure, it's kind of difficult to come back from that sometimes.
Yeah, it was a lead built up by Gangstars. Hard to come back from that. I mean, a couple things that stick out to me here is just, and I'd love to hear our analysts touch on maybe these couple points. You know, do you agree with Dienzio's item build this game? And also, Rect has shown us a lot of success with the Stormcrown Lyra build. I mean, what could have Immortals done differently to have more success? But with that, guys, let's go ahead and throw it back over to our analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so what could Immortals have done differently is a good question. I do think you've also got to say, all right, Gangstars did a lot. That was great.
Definitely did.
But, you know, I have to admit, there were moments, Sweet J, where you were kind of sitting there like, they got to be ulting sooner. They've got to be taking farm. Like, Immortals had some rough spots.
Yeah, there was a lack of strategy, honestly. There was no shot calling or game plan that Immortals was doing. So Zio would frontline, he would ult as Vox. No Fortress ult until later into the fight. You want to initiate with the Fortress ult, especially when Gangsters did not have a War Trade. And Zio should not be frontlining. He took a lot of damage from the arrows and from Gwen's buckshot, etc. Grumchaw has that living armor. He can soak up that damage. He can slow them. And with the Fortress ult and the Vox coming right behind the Grumchaw, they can kill somebody, right? And then they can eat Lyra so she can't fountain or something. I thought that they didn't combo a lot of their abilities, and they just played really passive with no direction. There's like a lack of direction, and they're reactive and not proactive.
The other issue for me was that once Immortals fell behind, it felt like they started pulling out desperation measures to try and come back very early on, and that ended up costing them big time. Aloha bought at a minimum, there may have even been more that I didn't spot, but 4 infusions throughout that game. That's 2,000 gold. And then you look at what he had in items. 17.5-minute game, he had a single tier 3 item, and that was a Storm Crown. He had no offense. It was just, he was so far behind because of constantly buying those infusions that they started buying them when he was like level 6. And way too much gold got invested in those infusions without getting anything back. After you buy the first one and get no return on your investment for it, you have to just start focusing on your items. You need to get your itemization up because the infusion is a nice flat amount of stats, but it clearly wasn't enough.
Yeah, and speaking of items, Vayne's got Contraption as a second item, and I thought that, but when behind guys, you don't want to get Contraption. He should have got War Treads to counter Lyra's War Treads and then jump onto the enemy team, so you can get Zio on the enemy team if they run away from the Fortress ult. Again, there wasn't a plan in the entire game, and you can see Immortals they just got shooken up, honestly.
All right, well, a rough game for them. Let's have a look at the brackets and see how this affects things. The winner of this game, Gangstars, will be playing either Cloud9 or Hammers. Team Solo Mid will be playing the winner of our next game, Tribe in 101. Now, this next one,
big one.
This is a huge game. These teams both came up through the Challenger Series, through the Challenge Battles. Tribe just acquired Liberation X. This is Chief Pat's team, if you haven't caught up yet. Who knows, like, this impacts so much, because the thing is, only the top 6 teams go to the Unified Live Championships. Both of these teams are sitting down there at 0 points. They urgently need every single point that they can get. Guys, we're going to do a giveaway real quick. If you want to win some epic keys, go ahead and type the name of the winning team from our last series in all lowercase, all one word, into the Twitch chat. When we're back, we've got Tribe versus 101. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is time for our third matchup of the North American Vainglory 8 today. It is Tribe versus 101. My name is Action Jackson. I'm here with Tasty Bacon and Sweet J. We're going to be breaking this game down for you. Now, these two teams, in case you're watching and you're like, what's going on?
Where
I don't
did they come
recognize
from?
these names. These teams came from the challenge battles. They managed to rise up. Tribe was formerly Liberation X. It is the same team as Liberation X had during the Challenger Series and Challenge Battles, in case you missed that. 101 formerly had a bit more to their name, but they are just 101 now. And we're going to have a look at their rosters. Tribe up first. You can see this team, E36, Pawn, the original status, and Marteau.
This is a team I'm super excited about. I know Pawn, he's a main shot caller. He understands the game very well. He knows how to play very aggressive. So him and Status have perfect synergy. And E36 is just right behind them. So excited to see this team play here.
Absolutely, and they're going to be playing another strong challenge promotion of 101. We've got Lost Boy Toff, Selena, Hyde, and Polly 5208.
And if you're wondering, I don't recognize these player names, this is actually the same roster, just some name changes. Selena formerly also had some more on the name. Hyde used to be Monkey. So they just a couple of name changes coming through for 101 to go along with the branding overall. But it is still the same exact rosters that were playing in the Challengers Split 1.
All right, so actually, Bacon, I want to start off by asking you a bit about these teams. You obviously cast a lot of the Challenger Series games. What can we expect? Are they as strong as the other teams in the Vainglory 8 right now?
I definitely think so. I think both of these teams I was expecting to make it into the Vainglory 8. These two teams met once in the Challengers during Split 1, and it was the Grand Finals.
Wow.
So ended up being 101 that took the victory over then Liberation X in the finals to get that first place spot. So history leaning a little bit towards 101's side.
And, Sweet J, player-wise, you mentioned E36, etc. I want to talk a little bit about 101, just because Lost Boy Toff, this is a player that used to be on Cloud 9 at one point. Very, very strong player. I remember back in the day casting him. My first ever championship, some of my favorite highlight reels of all time were casting Lost Boy Toff. Is he at the same level he used to be? Has this new team found synergy with him?
Yes, he's a very consistent support. I mean, there's a 3 Toph rules. Don't fight him on a turret. Watch out for your gold mine, and watch out for that Kraken steal from Toph, right? He's very good and complements Selena and Hideos. I think the underrated player right now is Hideos. His CP character is probably the best in NA right now. It's amazing how good it is. So we'll see if Libex is going to decide to ban it away or take it away from him.
Tribe, rather.
Or Tribe, yes, Tribe.
All right, well, speaking of banned, you can see Tribe taking Lyra off the table here. 101 get rid of Grumpjaw, something we saw be fairly strong but not quite work out in our last series.
And, I mean, we've seen it played a couple times. We still have not seen it get the that elusive Vainglory 8 victory today. So it's still a little bit on the snide there, but is a very strong pick that teams are very wary of. Lance and now the Glaive going to get picked up for 101.
Yeah, Glaive is a great flex pick. You can support him, or you can put him on. You can give it to Status Baked. It's surprising that no one took Adagio. I'm super surprised that Adagio is just open right now, so they'll either ban it or take it here in the second ban phase for sure.
Well, they're using a bit of bonus time. Koshka going to be the priority for
Smart
101.
ban. Status is a phenomenal Koshka player, so played it a ton during Challengers. Absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, Cloud9 did this 2 weeks ago, guys. Whenever Lance is picked an A side, you want to ban Koshka, because you give a team Lance Koshka, oof, that's a really strong early game, and they can just snowball like you saw TSM did when they got it. So you want to ban Koshka when the team has Lance.
Plus, you don't really want to pick it, right? Like, it's not going to work.
Exactly,
well
into a Lance. Exactly. So that ban is very, very smart. I think here the ban might be a weapon carry. They don't want Selena on Ringo, Gwen, but he's good with all the weapon carries, honestly. So it might be better to ban a key support like Adagio. Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say Adagio or Arden. Both are phenomenal captains for Lost Boy Toff, but I believe it's... I mean, there's still many options. He's done it with Fortress. He's actually played the Captain Glaive multiple times. It's actually the team fight that secured the victory in the Challenger Series Finals for 101 was Lost Boy Toff on the Captain Glaive stealing the Kraken. It was like just absolute poetry. Couldn't have written it any better. So you have to keep your eyes out. You don't know where this Glaive is going to go.
All right, well, Tribe need to work out some kind of a plan on how to deal with it as they have to lock in the next 2 picks. They're using some of their bonus time here, 28 seconds remaining. What would you go for as Tribe here, guys? I
would take Ringo or Gwen here. Gwen is good because she can skedaddle from an afterburn. So Gwen, and she has a stun along with a Rue and a Lance Impale, and Githyan Wyman. So that's a good combo to work with. They can take like a CP Taka here potentially into the Glaive. Taka can't outplay a Glaive. It's really a skill matchup, so they might opt for Taka or take the CP Kesher away from Hideos. So, or even Samuel, but I think they'll probably take CP Kesher or CP Taka here.
Could be one of those two. It could also be Petal. Could be an option.
Oh, Petal into Glaive. Yeah, Petal it would be good too. But if they pick Petal, Hideos is going to play that CP Kestrel. There we go. There's a Kestrel coming out.
Yep.
So here, I think that they probably will take Taka because they want to shut down and counter the Kestrel really hard. Taka is really slippery. He can get on the CP Kestrel if it's played right. So I think that 101 will probably opt for the CP Taka here.
They have a lot of time to think it over if they want to with 50+ seconds of bonus time still in the bank. Glaive and Vox, both very typical picks. Nothing so far has really surprised us, I guess. But plenty of room to lock in something interesting here.
They can also take Catherine or Arden and do CP Glaive. That could potentially work as well. And maybe even Finn, because E36, there we go, Arden is picked.
Yep.
E36 is more comfortable on Arden, honestly, than support Glaive. So I think Arden makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the Arden is definitely something that Toph plays a lot of.
Oh, sorry, Toph.
But, I mean, that's the hero. I was talking about those highlight reel
Yep.
plays back when I was casting. That was the hero that he was on for that Kraken and the turret play. Excited, or Goldmine, rather. Goldmine and turret play. So I'm excited
Way
to see
back.
if he can make it happen. Way back, indeed.
But yeah,
It's weird that our newest teams in the Vainglory 8 remind me most of times way back.
Yeah, our newest,
Right?
the 2 newest teams of Vainglory 8 were literally 2 of the teams and making plays at the first ever North American Live Championship in the finals of the first ever North American Live Championship. And now here they are, split 2, week 1 of Vainglory 8, spring 2017, going head to head.
I like how you try to do what I do and get like every single increment in there. It just took a while. You got to practice on the speed a little bit. All right, so
It's
guys,
rough. It's rough.
predictions for this game.
Yeah, I think Tribe has a very solid composition, and you know they can play and poke and push the early game really hard and get an early turret, and then snowball from there with Gwen.
I think Tribe, they fell to 101 in the Challengers. I think they're going to be hungry with the new branding, new org behind them. I think Tribe's going to be able to take this one.
All right, let's find out if they can as we head on to the Halcyon Fold for game number 1 of our 3rd series. Let's hand it on over to Humanist and Jingyi.
All right, thank you, Jackson, Suijay, and Bacon breaking it down, and Tribe running headlong into 101. Afterburn to start things off. We barely got to get into this game. Status is down. First blood to 101. Now maybe looking for a little bit more here. Lost Boy took a lot of damage early on, but no problem here. E36, pretty good chance he's going to go down. Oh, there's your Githyan wall.
Nope.
Should delay just enough that he gets out. Yes, he can. Selena does eat a turret shot there, but right out the gates, these teams swinging.
Just went straight for stasis, and then, yeah, well, the one, Crystal Castro, you
Oh,
gotta give
Pawn?
her the chance to poke. Pawn!
Oh, Pawn!
Pawn!
Oh, Pawn!
Oh, hide!
and hide
wait,
over the
everyone
top side. Is he
dying!
gonna? Oh, E36. My goodness, that was close right there. Status.
Oh,
Woo, the glimmer shots.
So close.
Honestly, man, we didn't even have time to really break this down at all as we got into this game right here. But I don't even care what happens. I am just so excited to see literally every player out here on this map. I'm a big fan of all of them, and just to see both of these teams going head to head right here, right now, is awesome.
I'm just really excited to see Lost Boy again. It's been just so long, and he used to be one of my favorite roamers just because he had just consistently had these fantastic plays. Just every single roam hero, he's just picked them up, and oh, bye stasis.
Well, speak about Lost Boy picking things up right here. He picks up a kill on the Status. Lost Boy making the plays happen. This is gonna put a 101, 1,000 up 1,000 in net worth here. 2 minutes in, 3 kills to 0 against Tribe. Just phenomenal first couple minutes here in this series.
They're just really focusing on stasis here, and I can definitely see why. Crystal Castro, if you dive on her, she can't use her active camo and get away. If you can just be super aggressive from the get-go, it's hard for Status to get those Glimmer shots down, to get that poke down as well. And I think because of that, we want to be seeing more emphasis being placed in the lane. We're definitely seeing a little bit of that because all 3 members of Tribe are in the lane. But we're not really seeing too much poke coming out from them. Actually, never mind Status using his Glimmer shots, but they're not really hitting anyone right now.
Yeah, good positioning from Status there, but he's not able to really follow up with the Glimmers. They were just off the mark. But credit to Selena for stepping forward as you see that Glimmer come out. 1-2 land right there. It's going to be Selena go ahead and teleport back to base. Lost Boy as well. And this is going to be Tribe rotating down, looking to go ahead and scare up this Elder Treant here. And Hyde's doing his best to start it up. Stormguard banner. He's actually got a pretty good shot of taking this, although 2 versus 1.
Oh,
Status is able to grab that. So, oh no, it's E36 actually grabbed it there.
Oh, well. Potato, potato. They all get it. It's all good. Tribe gets it.
That's
Anyway.
right. They are a tribe. It's all good.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm not sure. So the root. Oh, actually, never mind. He gets rooted up.
Look at this. This is an action-packed game right here. Selena, do you know
Oh,
the
what?
turret? Do you even care?
E36?
They've split the damage right here. E36 almost goes down as well. I don't know if this is some nerves. Maybe Tribe making some small mistakes, but I can tell you 101 are doing incredibly well.
That was a really beautiful afterburn from Hyde. Oh,
Another
and that
one right there. Status, a lot of damage. Vanguard and they turn it around. It's
One.
1-for-1 traded. Selena's still staying underneath this turret right here. Gets the kill.
And 2.
Will go down to the turret. 6-2. 4 minutes in. I said bloodbath earlier in one of our matches. There was only 2 kills, but that was a bloodbath.
Massacre. This is a massacre right now. Yeah, it's just action everywhere. And this is what you want to be seeing. If you have that glaive in the early game who's got that Stormcry, you want to be seeing this super aggressive approach coming out for them. I feel like some glaives, you just really don't see that. Actually, Lost Boy's winning this little 1v1
Of
here.
course
I
he's
like that.
winning. Lost Boy just
It's Lost
flexing
Boy.
right here. I mean, Bond really doesn't have much damage. Lost Boy, he's got a fountain. He's just going to stand his ground. A self Vanguard right there. A couple blood for bloods. Like, yeah, he's doing work.
He's definitely doing work. It's a shame because Arden's he's one of those roams that we just don't see as much. You know, occasionally he's not one of the more popular ones. Like definitely Lyra, a lot of lances. But Arden, if the gauntlet, especially with Lost Boy on it, I'm expecting some really beautiful gauntlets coming out from him later on, just stunning everyone. It's kind of what you expect from him. I'm so happy he's back in Vainglory 8.
Oh, biased caster, it's okay. I won't call you out
Not
for
biased
it.
at all.
I think, when Jackson was talking about the highlights, going back like over a year ago to the first championship that he was casting, I'm pretty sure the highlights he was talking about, Lost Boy. Well, Jackson would say calculated on that one, but Lost Boy was on the Arden, I believe, when he got those crazy highlight plays, like diving under, he's under his own turrets, people chasing him, he drops a perfect gauntlet, turns it for double kills by himself. So yeah, this is a guy that knows how to throw a very good gauntlet. This game, I think he'll be able to do pretty well with it.
I mean, I think what we used to describe him as was he is a highlight reel in himself. You know, if you just followed all his games, you could definitely produce a really strong highlight reel just from his plays because he is that impressive. And we haven't seen him in a while. I guess right now we've not really seen too many flashy gauntlets because he's still level 5. But let's just hope that they get into the swing of things right now because 101, they're doing really well right now. Tribe, I feel like they're not really taking advantage of the composition because last game where we saw the Crystal Kestrel from Gangstars applied a heck of a lot of early game pressure. We're not really seeing that coming out from Stasis so far because he's gone for that fountain. It's not the fountain, the Frostburn instead of the Shatterglass.
I mean, is it so much Tribe not applying pressure, or is it 101 not allowing them to? Like, we saw Hyde just got over there. He took that Crystal Sentry by himself. He was able to take the backs as well. And as we're sitting here talking about Lost Boy, and I think we should give him all the credit in the world. Like, I totally agree with you. Highlight reel in and of himself. He's been on this team, on this 101 squad. He's been paired with a couple players in his carry and jungler who I think are pretty much equally talented. This is really a team that could really achieve a lot this season.
Definitely agree with you there. And, oh, hang on a second. They're going to get the root on Selena.
Get the end wall back, but Hyde's coming around the backside. Selena's going to think about going in. That's the wait for it comes through. They do silence up Status there. Status turns. Frostburn connects onto Lost Boy. Buckshot does come out as well. One shot. Oh, it sneaks through. Threads the needle. Gets the kill. My man Status finding it. Now 3-6 and kill 7. About 7.5 minutes in going into this one here. And net worth gap is starting to close a little bit here. Tribe hanging in tough.
Yeah, they're doing really well. I think what I've got to say, a lot of it's coming down to Hyde. He's doing a really good job of getting onto status every single time and then just backing away. Just getting that stun into status is just so important.
Oh, bold move,
Whoa.
Hyde, bold move, and immediately regrets his decision there. Very good cleanup from Pawn.
Very good cleanup indeed. They're only picking up the kills now. I think they're getting to the swing of things for sure. And well, what is that? 300 gold difference now? Because it was, I'm pretty sure it was about a K at about 3 minutes
Oh,
into
it was
the
like
game.
1.5k at some point. Yeah. Well, two-man impale
Yeah.
right there. E36 just letting him know, yo, he knows how to do it. No scrub on the flip side here. You got Lost Boy, but this is E36, Sacktown Boy.
That's not gonna. Oh, that hit the tower though. That's not gonna do too much. I feel okay. So we're seeing Tribe. They're bringing to pull this back, getting a few more kills. Right now, in terms of objectives, we're not seeing too much coming from either of the teams actually. It's all about the next team fight. If whoever gets the next saves, the lot just sits in there. There's a lot of stake. The next turret, gold mine, and just seems like we're just waiting for that moment.
I mean, mentally, it does have a significant impact when you come out and you just smash the other team in the teeth and you have a significant advantage, and then suddenly they just start turning fights on you, and you're like, I don't actually know why it's going wrong here. Lost Boy's going to be stunned up. They reposition status. Very nice afterburn from Hyde, but the Wafer does come through. Lost Boy with the gauntlet. He stuns up Pawn on the backside. Pawn going toe-to-toe with Hyde. Status trying to get the damage out, but he's down. They traded 1 for 1. They'll also lose Pawn as well. And now Selena and Lost Boy can do whatever they want. It's Selena drops down to the shop, grabs that tornado trigger here, and E36 gonna look to defend his jungle. Little Vanguard here. And E36, are you in a bad place, son? Oh, that is not what you wanted right there. E36, one more attack. He goes down. Blood for blood over the wall, but Selena cleans it up anyway. Lost Boy tries to clean. Status says, thou shalt not take my backs.
And the backs did not get. Whew. Well, okay. I'm beginning. Okay, so in the past 9 minutes, I feel like I'm noticing a trend, and this is regarding status, and it's also regarding Hyde. And I'm not sure if it's bad positioning on Status's part or just really good aggression coming up from Hyde, or if it's just a combination of the both. But I feel like Status, he's just a little bit too far forward a lot of the time, and he's allowing Hyde to get just right onto his face. And actually, even when Hyde's not there, Lost Boy Tough is just using his blood for blood to close the gap there and get around upon the original. So he's not able to use his active camo and escape to safety. And I feel like you could put a little bit of this down onto E36 as well, who does have that Githian wall. You can see when Glaive is coming at you, so you can just jump away. We're not really seeing too much of that. Never mind, Selena.
Oh, Hyde jumps in looking for that afterburn as he felt the aggression coming out onto his teammates underneath this turret. Ace's High is going to land on Selena, but they actually don't follow. That was an opportunity missed here. There's now Tribe. Strong positioning. It's going to be Impale landing. Hyde does land the afterburn. Wait for it. It's going to be off the mark. One shot lands onto Lost Boy. Tribe in a pretty good position as they still are holding their Fountain Jingyi. Pretty significant advantage, but another afterburn. Hyde's in a bad place, but he gets that Vanguard. Can they find the kill? It's actually Pawn turns and he gets
greedy.
One. E36 able to get the other. Selena's very low, but it looks like they don't want to actually dive there. That Fountain coming in clutch. Good thing Tribe were able to hold that. They get the turret as well. Just a phenomenal turnaround here. And it's not every team that can get put down early and just come back this strong.
I feel like that was a bit of a misplay. So, okay, I can see why Hyde went in with the afterburn, but I think it was just a little bit much at that stage. If you'd been watching the whole fight, you'd have known that Tribe was still holding onto the Fountain. You'd have known they were still holding onto the Crucible. And going into that point, putting yourself in a very vulnerable position in the middle of all 3 members, that was a risky play. They took out Hyde, and then they just completely switched onto Selena and Lost Boy Top. And as a result, they lose their first turrets. But they get the gold mine.
They do get the gold mine out of it, so it's at least they're trading a little bit here. About 300 gold as far as the net worth difference. Very even game here. If you check out these items on everybody here, we're seeing once again Tornado Trigger on Selena. It's the Sorrow Blade. Do you like this build? I think this is the build we saw Zio go for in their last game where they got put down by Gangstars. That's okay. Let's think about that for a second.
I'm thinking about it. Just trying to form an opinion about it.
Yeah.
I think because you've already got that Crystal Kestrel and you've got quite a lot of damage coming out from that. I think I would have liked to see the Solar Blade actually more myself, rather than going for a Solar Blade tension bow, because in terms of early game pressure, it wasn't really there coming from Tribe. I feel like 101 were much better in picking up the kills for the first part of the game, so I think going for the Solar Blade first would have just been better rather than going for a Solar Blade tension bow hybrid. But that, I think, at the end of the day, it's just my opinion.
Well, your opinion is valid. You are my co-caster, so we believe, Shini. We believe in your analysis.
Thank you.
Here.
Yeah. Well,
it's pretty good as far as back and forth here the last few minutes from both of these teams. I do think the item progression's on point, whether we agree with it or not. The items are coming out on both sides. For me, I don't know, what's your thought on this? I think really keeping the eye on Lost Boy as he gets in through this fight with his Atlas Pauldron. Is he able to apply it or not? Could have a pretty big impact in this next fight.
he definitely has the potential to apply it, but so far in the fights, I'm actually just seeing him going on to stasis instead every single time, and just prevent him from using his active camo. There's in other team fights, there's pretty much always someone from 101 just on status, which is really important. But I think as we go into the late game, because Pawn the Original does have that breaking point, you really don't want him stacking up that much. The Atlas Pauldron can play a very important part. So I think we could expect to see a change in tactic coming out from how 101 play out their team fights.
I am excited for this next engagement coming up. Someone's about to get murdered here. This is, the items really coming out. I'm really excited for Pawn's item build as far as the way it's come together now with this breaking point complete and his infusion, really massive damage capability if he's able to get on target. And it doesn't even matter if it's Hyde or Lost Boy on the front line of that fight. He can just kind of poke, deal damage, build up some breaking point stacks, and then look to switch targets if he wants to. Right now it's Tribe pushing the lane out a little bit here. Hyde jumps in, that's your afterburn. Look at the Frostburn doing very good work there. Gauntlet's down, it's gonna stun up Pawn right here. Hyde goes forward. No, the active camo, very good job right here. They're trying to kite backwards. The fountains come out of Tribe, so they're on the chase. Ace's High is going to be off the mark. Actually, that was found from both teams here. Now Hyde gets the Vanguard. Afterburn's Pawn closer to his own turret. They're looking to trade. Stutter step back to get the damage, but status is down. E36 will be falling as well. Double kill. And these guys are going to chase him all the way into their base. Hyde got his right. Just out. Pawn, turn it around, get the kills here. Kraken has awakened 15 minutes in, but my goodness, somebody woke up 101. They just turned it up.
Hyde and Lost Boy, both of them were staying so low. I actually think they should just go for that turret instead. They just kind of went for, we're going to get the ace, or not. And, well, they're going to get the turret now, anyway. But actually, no, they're not even going to get the turret, are they?
That's just an investment in their future.
An investment in the future.
One
no,
shot.
they get the turret. There you go.
Oh, that was close. Yeah, they got it because it's all calculated
Eventually.
in the end. How did they know? How did they know that?
How did they know? Well, they just knew. Intuition, I guess.
These guys are good. That's what I'd say. I think these guys are pretty good.
Oh, look at all the armor.
Massive armor. It's true.
Do have a little bit of that armor, the armor pierce coming out from that tension bow, but it doesn't really measure up compared to that bone saw. So it's going to do a little bit way coming out from Pawn the Original, that having that tension bow there. But I think because they're just doing so much counter Pawn the Original, that it just leaves them open to go into status. Because there's actually, if you look at it, there's not much shield. There's no shield on either Selena or Hyde. So if they can just withstand some of the attacks coming from Pawn the Original, just land consecutive pauldrons, then it makes them very easy for them to focus on stasis if they have to in the team fights.
Yeah, definitely something they should look to do here. And we see 101 rotating. The flares are out, looking to clear some scout traps. The moment Selena feels like he's in trouble, Lost Boy just gives him that Vanguard. So quick, just immediately pulling the trigger there, and that's one of the reasons we love Lost Boy in these games. Tribe. They're the ones looking for aggression. It's just back and forth. It's a game position. Oh, they get the stun. Can they turn out the damage on the Hyde? He's still alive. It's going to be Selena trying to find the damage. One shot's going to come through. Atlas Pauldron only landed actually onto Lost Boy here. Defensive gauntlet backwards. That wasn't the game-ending gauntlet that we've known Lost Boy for, but it does disengage the fight, a fight that wasn't really looking too good for them.
I actually feel that Hyde engaged a little bit early, because what the sense that I was guessing was that 101 were baiting we're baiting Tribe into their into the path of the Crystal Sentry, and that'd be a really good opportunity for Lost Boy Toth to throw down a gauntlet. I think Hyde just went in a little bit too early the Afterburn, and we're going to see the Afterburn fall off a little bit because every time he's going into all three of them, he's getting stunned up, taking a lot of damage, and it's forcing Lost Boy to, I guess, use the Vanguard on him when maybe he would prefer to use it on Selena instead.
Oh, I think you make a good point. He has been boosting Selena into position very well, slingshotting him forward, in and out of fights, actually, as it looks good or bad. Currently, right here, it's pretty good. A small net worth, but a pretty good little net worth lead for 101. We're 18 minutes in, 11 kills for 101 to the 8 of Tribe. Any mistake right now could mean Kraken for either team. It could be Kraken and a couple turrets. Honestly, going either way. Whoever gets a really good engage here.
Well, they can't really engage until all members are there. But I think now that Lost Boy Toth has his gauntlet, I think we can expect one. Because there was one fight earlier that I thought was just a beautiful engagement coming up from 101 where we saw the gauntlet thrown down. I think stun upon the original, and then the wait for it as well caught all three members because it wasn't blocked. There we go.
Ooh, look at that! They got the gauntlet down, and there's going to be a silence as well to follow. But Selena takes so much damage. Pawn tries to kite back. It's Hyde on the backside. Hyde has been isolated. If they can kill
Hyde.
him, that would be very good. He was isolated, but he's just going to go in deeper. He's going for status. Lost Boy's there as well. 101 have no fear. My goodness. This is amazing. E36 going to be stunned up as well. The cooldown on Afterburn is just insane. Get Afterburned again, kid. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, E36. There's going to be Afterburn up in another second. He's going to Afterburn somebody else. Who's your target? Who do you want? Oh, get Afterburn.
Oh, Pawn.
This is just Afterburn. Rename yourself. You are not Hyde. You are now just a walking Afterburn.
That's a bit of a mouthful. just
So-
walking Afterburn. You know, let's just stick to Hyde, okay? Hyde and then Afterburn.
It is pretty
but
sweet and short. It's true.
I really like the way that Hyde is playing. His Afterburns have been absolutely on point every single time. He's catching either status or upon the original, usually status, and there's not really much blocking coming out from that. Status, he does have that reflex block. It's not really being blocked. He's not really blocked it, and I think part of the reason you did say he does have quite short cooldowns on the Afterburn is a lot of he does have the Housing Chargers, Storm Crown, Aftershock, and all of them do help in terms of regenerating the energy back.
They just got comboed up though, right?
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a lot of combos. So Hyde and Lost Boy Toth just there in the front line. Oh, that's stunned.
Yeah, it feels good when it lands, but like, what is it actually achieving? We need to see that stun come through when they're going to dive under one of these turrets, something that they can go ahead and turn around on. Right now, Tribe is trying to get some damage out onto this Kraken. This Kraken marching forward. Choke point turret is next on the menu here as 101 looking for a target. Selena taking pretty good damage. That is the Alice Baldrin on to Selena. Selena's going to go ahead and kite back as the fountain was forced out. Gauntlet comes down. Hyde is the next target. Still alive, getting back. But look at Lost Boy holding that gauntlet position. Just a very, very good job out of Lost Boy there to keep his carry and jungler alive. I don't think 101 want to go back in. I could be wrong with the way that these guys are positioning here. It looks like 101, they're going to go ahead and try to clear out the jungle and then just teleport out of this one.
Yeah, they need to be Hyde needs to be so low. But it looks like they're gonna make it out, and the Kraken does get 2 hearts from it, so actually still very close. Even if you're looking at the turrets, 2.5k between both teams right now. And I'm just gonna say, 101, they're executing the fight so well. I think there was a moment there where Hyde actually got quite low because he was getting a lot of poke damage coming out from status. But I think overall, the cooldowns on the Afterburn it's just such a big factor.
It is.
And upon the, it's just I feel like we could be seeing more the skedaddle being used a little bit more effectively by Pawn, because I feel like he's still getting caught out by the stuns. And you do have this built-in reflex.
You do. I mean, technically, like E36 as well as Pawn should be able to, negate at least the first engage. But for me, watching 101 has done such a good job. Like, it's Gauntlet, Afterburn, wait for it, or like Gauntlet, wait for it, Afterburn, Afterburn, wait for it, Gauntlet. And they're throwing these in such quick succession. It's really hard to be able to like perfectly block off the exact ability that you want to block off. And the panic mechanic, as Jackson called earlier, it comes out. Sometimes you're just like, oh, I gotta reflex something and get out of here. And Tribe, they can definitely take this fight if they can get on target. Shinny, like, what is the play for them, though? Because, I mean, as you said, like, they are struggling here in the last few minutes.
Well, I think part of the reason is just look at positioning, because they are getting caught out by the glaive, because he is going into the afterburn, and especially as a crystal caster, you've got incredible range coming out from those glimmer shots. If you just stay further back enough and just try and get the active camel stun onto the glaive, they've done that a few times and it's actually helped them in the fights. But if they can continually pull that one off, really watch the positioning and just wait for Hyde to become a little bit over aggressive again. There's been definitely moments where you kind of went, ooh, you know, maybe not the best idea to do that at the time, but you managed to pull it off. It was just more, I felt like more like luck at those points.
I think that's a good point. So, I mean, you basically, you want to take advantage of Hyde getting super aggressive, pretty much. Well, Hyde, he's able to get the afterburn there, but Gwen quickly skedaddles backwards, lost weight, drops that gauntlet. It's going to be able to be a status, reflexing, moves his way out of that. Selena is chasing with Hyde, but they've turned around as Pawn was a bit isolated from his team here. Hello, look at status. It's Hyde going toe-to-toe. Crystal Sentry and status trying to take Hyde down. Come on, somebody save status. That's not okay. Pawn goes down as well. 2 kills for 101. With that, it should be Kraken. And if they play this well, it should be the game.
I think they've got it. They're gonna get the Kraken. There's not gonna be any contest from E36. I'm not expecting an incredible steal at this point, because that would just give them the ace. And well, yeah, that's the Kraken. And part of the issue in that last fight, we saw the gauntlet being thrown down, and Stasis, he was just not getting any opportunity to deal any damage now, because again, I think Hyde was just the one chasing after him all the time. He was low on energy. He couldn't really use his active camo to escape. And Glaive, such a hard counter to this Crystal caster. He's made it so difficult. It's just been really nicely executed by 101 since the very start.
It really was. I mean, I think they showed some weakness during the moments where and it's even hard to call a weakness. I think it's just Tribe really turned up for like the early mid game where they were really finding fights against 101, but 101 easily, cleaned up those small mistakes. Hyde over the wall, knocks status back. Status is getting chunked down. Uses boot strikes to get back further. Is active camo down? Can they find the damage that they need? Wait for it. It's gonna come through, but they've lost status. They've lost Selena. Kraken still just doing work onto the Vein Crystal turrets here. Pawns on Lost Boy should be able to find the kill here. Hyde, what's the plan, buddy? Well, you need an afterburn again, but that's not going to be coming through. Double kill there for Pawn, and they should stay alive here. But backs are against the wall at this point.
Yeah, maybe not quite game. I don't think they're even going to get that turret, actually. Well, they might. I think they... I can't tell at this point.
Yeah, they got it.
Yeah, they're going to get the turret, but they're not going to get the crystal. So I think once they get the Kraken, the gold should be about equal. Maybe even they would actually be ahead. No, just 1.4k behind in gold. So pretty close. Pretty close. And you've got to be careful of the back door. There is a potential there for Hytis to go in, especially with that Storm Crown and the Aftershock. There's potential for him to burst it down really quickly. So they do have to be careful about that. We'll be expecting E36 to be picking up some scout traps. Yep, there they are. Just prevent that from happening.
I like what Status is doing right now. He's moved across the map. He's taking the mids away from 101. I'd like to also see him go and clear out some scout traps there. There you go. Perfect pathing. You see his pathing right here. If you're watching through the Kraken pit area, he was able to clear out 2 scout traps there. So it's super important for his team. I would assume important for him, but for his team as well.
Yep, they're getting all the scout traps on their side as well. There's only one. They just have to be a little bit careful because we are seeing 101 being a little bit more aggressive. All 3 of them are pushing up on the original. I'm not sure if they're going to get onto him. A little bit careful. No, don't go down there.
Don't go down there. Lost Boy's just sizing the situation up. He's going to drop the gauntlet over the wall. It's going to be Pawn. Pawn should be able to get out of here. Hyde going in, looking for the afterburn back, but this is Status taking so much damage. Status is down as the second afterburn comes through here. And this is just Pawn. And E36 against the massive damage output out of 101. Selena's going to be on the backside of this, taking out the Vein Crystal. And congratulations, 101. New names. The old style coming through, just making the plays here, taking Tribe down. Pretty phenomenal performance out of them. I'm, impressed more with 101 this game than Tribe. But I think Tribe did some very good things.
They did do some very good things. We just had 2 consecutive games. We saw a Crystal Kestrel, and there was such a stark difference between the two. I just really think Hyde just did so much in terms of the afterburn, just preventing Status from outputting any damage. And I think that was just very key from the very beginning.
Yeah, key indeed. Well, let's see what the analysts think was key as we can go ahead and throw it back over to the desk.
All right, so game number 1 with our new additions to the Vainglory 8 out of the way. We've learned a lot about them, I think, from that game. I think the biggest thing we've learned is just aggression, constant aggression, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking. We had some people who obviously aren't familiar with these teams asking me, so what's the story behind these teams? What's this game going to be like? And it was pretty much, well, they kind of bash their heads against each other until one of them passes out. And that was pretty much what we just saw. There was non-stop fighting in this game.
All right, let's have a look at a replay real quick. This one's from around 1830. This is a long game.
Yeah, this is a good fight here. Toph gets a great gauntlet stun onto Pawn, and then E36 tries the fountain Pawn, but Glaive actually afterburns
right there
him away from the fountain. So that was a pretty critical missed timing of the fountain there for E36, and then Pawn has to back off, and Status gets locked down. And once that happens, Status can't really do anything under the Vanguard slow, and he just gets deleted. And I think automation-wise, E36, instead of building more armor, he should have built War Treads. And when Ardent Gauntlets, Crucible War Treads your team out and just kite. So you can't get caught in a Gauntlet and get stunned. And I think that he needed to counter what Toph was doing.
It's notable as well that Pawn did not get killed. He got knocked out of the fountain, wasn't able to heal back up. He had to recall.
Which is just as good as getting a kill in terms of the actual team fight. But it was, I mean, yes, there were some mistakes from Tribe, as you were mentioning there, Suijay, but at the same time, the playmaking from 101, Hyde and Lost Boy Toph just absolutely setting up so many opportunities for Selena on this Gwen to just go crazy. Or on this Vox, sorry.
If that game is anything to go by, Hyde might be contesting my Tyrus rookie of the season thing. Because honestly, like, Lost Boy on that team, okay, Lost Boy, I think everyone knows how much of a fan I am of Lost Boy.
Can we call Lost Boy I mean, it's not really a rookie for
No,
him.
I'm not. No. I'm going somewhere else with this point.
I was just wanting to make sure.
All right. So where I'm going with this is that he's a huge playmaker.
Yep.
Right? Like, he always has been a huge playmaker. If you put another playmaker on his team, man, that's exciting stuff. At least for me, that's very exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting. If I'm Selena, I'm so thrilled to have Hyde and Lost Boy Toph on my team. Like, you could make so many mistakes if you weren't a great player like Selena is. You can make so many mistakes and just have them be covered up. But because Selena is a top player still, it just makes this team so scary.
Yeah, but I mean, just an example, Toph just plays really smart. He waited for Lance to waste his B, right? E36 was run up in B out of nowhere. If E36 saved his B when Toph gauntleted in, he can actually reposition Arden away and put the gauntlet back so that it doesn't land on the team and get a gauntlet stun. There's a lot of things. It's really a skill matchup between Arden and Lance here, so...
All right, well, no Lance in this game. 101 are banning that away. Now Tribe has the opportunity to pick their first ban for the matchup.
I think Tribe will probably ban a Lyra or Adagio here. So Lyra comes out, and 101 might take Grumpjaw or Adagio, depending on what they feel like running here. So they're really good at Adagio and Grumpjaw, so let's see what they decide to pick out of those two options.
Has Grumpjaw been a big pick in the Challenger Series challenge battles?
Not really.
Okay.
It showed up in the challenge battles a little bit as the Crystal Grumpjaw, and that was where I learned about the Crystal Grumpjaw. I was taught a very important lesson that day because it was disgusting how strong it was. So that's why I've been so looking forward. Every time we've had a Grumpjaw pick, I've been wanting it to be that Crystal Grumpjaw. But
well, we're going to see a Glaive first pick in this game. Now, that's an interesting first pick. We've seen a lot of Glaive typically in the second pick slot. That's when we most commonly see it, either second pick for B side or in the second rotation as a whole for 101 on A side.
Well, it was actually 101 first picked it on B side last game as well. And
That-
it's an important pick for them because they've shown they can put it on either Hyde or Lost Boy Toph and have great success with it. But Fortress coming out, this could be big.
Yeah, I mean, 101 really bucking the trend with that one. Tribe, they're going to be banning away a Kestrel for their second ban to go with that Fortress they've already picked. 101, what would you answer here, Suijay? What are maybe Tribe trying to get in that second pick?
Yeah, they probably want to get Vox or Gwen, so they will probably ban away one of those options, or even Koshka, because they don't want to give the team Fortress Koshka. So that could be a potential ban on the side of 101, because Koshka would be very strong with Fortress into whatever composition, and Koshka is banned here. So Tribe will most likely take the Gwen or Ringo
Should also take
or
Adagio.
Vox. They can't take. Oh, yeah, Adagio's open. I totally
I was gonna
forgot.
say,
So they
I
can
was-
take Adagio, and they should take Adagio here, honestly, because Adagio Fortress is actually very strong composition.
Yeah, I was expecting, as you were saying about the bans, like I figured it would be Koshka or Adagio, because you really don't want to have either of those paired with the Fortress, but now the opportunity is there for Tribe.
Not to mention, had they banned like the Gwen, Ringo, Vox kind of things, that would have meant that they had less options
Yep.
for the carry to deal with the Adagio if it gets picked. Or if, Gwen gets picked, they'd have less options to deal with that. So, yeah, I think the ban they went for makes sense. Gwen prioritized over Adagio.
Yeah,
That's
so
new.
I think the reason why they're willing to do that is because they have the Fortress, so they feel like they can deal with the Adagio if it comes through.
and Adagio Glaive is extremely strong together, especially if you pair them with Flicker, because Flicker is open right now, so they can do Adagio Glaive and Flicker, for example. And that would be a
Sounds
pretty scary
terrifying.
comp to play against, even though you have Gwen and Fortress. So it'll be interesting to see what 101 decide here. So they decided to go with the Vox. So I guess they don't want to lane Adagio here either side.
Interesting. I mean, why do we think that is? Is it that they haven't had any practice on it in months because it's been banned first in every one of their games?
I don't know. I mean, they've both been able to play it previously. Like in Challengers, they both have been able to grab that pick before. I don't know. It's kind of confusing to me.
Yeah, they probably will pick Arden here. So either
We
support
could still get an
Adagio or
Adagio for
even
Tribe.
Arden. They can do support Adagio or Arden. So they'll probably go with Arden here again. Because top is so good with Arden.
If Tribe does not pick Adagio, this will be the first time in all of Vainglory 8 that Adagio was not picked or banned.
I would be pretty blown away by that, especially because we did see the Lyra ban.
I assume so. I haven't seen the drafts from the off-stream game in Europe.
Oh, from today specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
That's the
whilst
only
we're
one
waiting.
that would be a question mark.
It seems unlikely, but
Yeah.
you never know. All right, well, Trime, they got 25 seconds of bonus time. It's Pedal, Adagio, Dunzo, baby.
The 100% streak is broken.
And I
Alright,
like the
so-
pedal pick here because it counters Glaive. However, they can go CP Vox into a Fortress and a pedal, which will be very tough for Tribe to handle. Because if they play CP Vox correctly with an Arden to protect him and the Gauntlet keeping everyone inside and letting Vox just resonate and AoE damage everybody, 101 can come on top.
It's the bouncy castle, right, which we've talked about before, but it's combined with the fact that you're against so many ads, right? I don't know, ads maybe not actually a common term in Vainglory. I mean the additional mobs that spawn from Fortress Wolves or Petals Munions, right? There are so
Extra
many
targets.
Yeah, extra targets for those bounces to bounce off of, and they are, especially in the case of Fortress Wolves, guaranteed to be near you. So if you're trying to go onto a member of 101, you're guaranteeing that there's an additional bounce target there.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if it's not a Crystal Vox. And if it's not a Crystal Vox, I think it's a big mistake.
Really? Big mistake. Like, just totally doesn't make sense not to.
Like, you're throwing away the game if you don't do it.
Wow, okay. Sweet J?
Yeah, I have to agree here. I mean, CP Glaive is strong, but Pedal is just really good into Glaive. And they can lock down the Vox and delete him if they don't have like a CP Vox that can just resonate and basically force a team to split out. If they can just die Vox on a weapon Vox, they can kill him instantly with Gwen, Fortress, and Pedal's burst.
All right, prediction for game number 2.
If it's Crystal Vox, then it's going to 101.
I agree.
All right, let's get on to the Housing Unfold, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, we've got Humanist and Jingyi with the call.
Bold predictions from our analysts here, calling out for the CP Vox. If they don't do it, it could be a game throwing. Xingyi, do you agree?
I definitely agree there. With the attack of the pack, with the Munions, not to have that Crystal Vox and take advantage of the potential free resonance there would be a big mistake in my opinion, and I definitely think that they should be moving that way.
Well, currently, Tribe are moving into an aggressive position, trying to hold that Tri-Brush down. But 101 able to hold their ground. Did have a scout trap down. They knew exactly what was happening there. Now Hyde trying to get that, but it's actually going to be going over to status. Or no, it was Pawn able to grab that one up. So successful for Tribe so far. Now there's your truth to tooth as they move forward. Hyde on the backside, taking pretty good damage. Pedal, the money is just doing work here. This is kind of a disaster here for 101. Looks like they're going to lose at least one target. Who's it going to be? Lost Boy goes down. Status. Okay, he's able to get out of there. This should be Pawn, and I don't know. They're gonna move as 3, so maybe not a bad call. They're gonna just make sure they secure up the backs here.
That's when they need to just deny away from Hyde. We saw how annoying Hyde was in the last game. It's with his afterburns. If you can just deny the money away from him, we don't really know what path he's going. I'm personally hoping for that weapon glaive just so it kind of fits in better with that crystal vox that we will hopefully be seeing. I really hope we'll be seeing that crystal vox. Because otherwise you've got what? You've got the 3 main heroes coming out from Tribe, and then you've got the Munions and the Attack of the Pack of the Wilder Wolves. It just does so much damage. It completely just changes the playstyle of Tribe and the way they approach those team fights. But Selena...
Oh, Hyde, he's found Pawn though. Pawn's gonna skedaddle back into a better position here. E36 goes down as they're able to switch target and put the damage out here. Well, Pawn's going to be able to hang around. So it looks like, yeah, he's going to hang around. As many last hits as possible here. He's going to miss that one. We'll call out every single one he misses. He's got the buckshot comes through. So Pawn doing a good job. And 101 able to get themselves on the board. 1-1, 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, Selena's doing a really great job of farming, and that's because we did see all 3 members of Tribe just go down to the backs together just to guarantee some farm. So Pawn original was at 9 compared to Selena's 20. It's now at 14 because there is that big wave pushed right up against his turret. But as it goes, this is gonna be a really interesting game to see coming out from 101, because if he is gonna be going Crystal Vox, which it doesn't look like he is.
Ooh, the throws!
Oh no!
Engage the throw train. Woo woo!
Like, okay, we really don't see that many Crystal Voxes, but I think with an opportunity like this one, it's an opportunity that you're just throwing away. I can only imagine what the analyst desk are like right now when they're seeing this build.
It's opportunity, but maybe it's something that 101 aren't necessarily too familiar with. And if they aren't ready to pivot to that build, while it might be better on paper, I still think it would be the safe call for them to just play what they're most comfortable with now. Lost Boy absorbing as much damage as possible. Hyde shows up, almost able to get status. Selena and Lost Boy very low. Just try putting the pressure out. Hyde, he gets jumped on. The truth of the two, the Pawn had got one more shot. That would have been a kill there. Very dangerous situations. E36 gonna look to chase him down. E36, go get it.
Oh, he gets out. It's
E36,
okay.
he gets right back in. No mercy from E36. Lost Boy. He's not happy about it. He's going to be able to get it. Lost Boy's there. Status jumps forward. Trampoline. He gets a kill. Talk about a bloodbath right here. So many kills in Status. He's there. Look at the Munions. Look at the Munions taking the aggro off the turret. Oh, so good.
7 kills. This is kind of exactly what it was like in the last game. It was like 8 kills at 4 minutes. We were just astounded because there was so much aggression coming out from both sides.
That's what's up, though. That's why we like these teams.
We want this, but it still went to 27-minute game, even with all the aggression and coming out from both teams.
I'm down. Sign me up.
Yeah, okay.
Sign me up.
That's fair enough.
You ever tried to play-by-play a team that doesn't actually fight? E36, woo! A lot of damage there. Vox Basics going to come through to find the kill. It's going to be Status rotating up here. A little bit too late, though. Should be able to just hold the lane down. I don't know if they continue to go for aggression. Just maybe Status looking to just kind of force them out of the lane, buy a little space for Pawn.
Yes, I think they just know that because Hyde's nowhere near it, they can afford to be that little bit more aggressive. And right now they're taking a very, very aggressive stance in that bush right there. And Lost Boy Tough knows it. He knows that he's just staying well away from them because there's a lot of range there from Stasis. He's got a lot of poke, especially with those Munions. And well, they're just gonna back away from this at this point, where we do see E36 level 4, not quite Attack of the Pack yet, but he's doing a fair bit of damage there with his Truth off his Lava Claw.
Whoop, Lost Boy taking a lot of damage, self-fountain, and he goes down anyway. Tribe, high fives all around, I'm sure, for them on that one. And E36, he's got money for his own fountain, so whenever he wants to decide to drop down, he'll be able to pick up that fountain and have it ready to go. Tribe, a very nice read. And Shingy, I don't know if you had the chance to watch the Challenge Battles, Challenger Series much. Status has been loving this petal. He's been really doing work on it.
Well, Petal's really popular right now. She's got a lot of range. She's got a little bit of heal. Never mind, Pawn got stunned.
Yeah, Pawn skedaddles back though, trading damage onto Hyde. And it looks like Tribe's gonna be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, they are going to get away from this one. Pawn's going to get heal. He's going to avoid getting rooted. They might go for the gold mine. I don't think they should. Doesn't look like they are. They're just going to back away, go up to their turrets again, just get Pawn Original back to full health. But 54 to Selena's CS of 50. Hyde's falling a little bit behind. He's 17 to Stasis' 27. I think part of the reason is we are seeing a lot of focus on the lane here. All 6 members just in the lane a lot. So it's not giving the junglers as much opportunity to get their CS up.
Frostburn out for Status. I like the pickup here. Pawn sitting on an infusion. Everything seems to be coming together for Tribe quite well. At this point, it feels like if they get into an engagement that's halfway decent for them, they should be coming out on top. So with this kind of knowledge out on the map, how do 101 approach this? Because it feels like their turret is pretty close to being taken down here with one misstep.
I think right now what we are waiting for is Lost Boy Tough just to reach his level 6, get that gauntlet, because in the last game anyway, there was just a combination of the gauntlet and the wait for it, or the gauntlet and the afterburn. They just used that as their main offensive. Oh, that was a great vanguard from Lost Boy Tough.
Yeah, and an Ace's Y coming out of Pawn there. That was kind of forced.
It was a little bit forced. It did miss though. But as I was saying, it's late here. I've
Hey,
had like a liter of coffee.
jump in here. Liter of coffee. You got it. You're the best.
I've got it. Oh, thank you, Lewis. It's good to have you back.
Mhm.
So good to have you back. But Lost Boy Tough, Gauntlet, he does have that now available. So I'm looking for those chains that they did so well in the last game. Hyde's been a little bit more cautious with the afterburns. There's definitely been there's not been as many as there was in the last game, because it felt like in the first game of the series they were just like every 5 seconds. But I think maybe because if you look at the range of Stasis, it's not as far, so he's not able to get on top of it easily. There's not really like a super obvious target like there was in the last game with that Crystal Kestrel.
Yeah, and I think also with the Kestrel, it's like when you're on target, it's pretty easy to stay on that target on the CP Kestrel. Well, with Status on this petal, like, yeah, maybe you can afterburn it, but he's gonna just trampoline back into a better position. And if you've isolated yourself, they're just gonna target you down. And maybe that's the reason, maybe not here. But Tribe kind of flexing up in the lane, showing their power as 101, looking to just kind of defend their turret here. Really don't want this to go down. And they have all the tools that you mentioned. If Tribe overstep just a little bit, right, I would expect this wait for it, the gauntlet, to definitely come out. Look to trap somebody in here. Status does have his own reflex. Pawn has his skedaddle if needed. Selena taking pretty good damage here. Oh, with the Vanguard, it still goes down. Status making the plays. This is a petal. You know, also, if you watch the challenge battles, Echo Fox was getting rolled by this petal. Their answer was to come out and pick the Scarf for Fuji, which actually worked incredibly well. And unfortunately, there doesn't really seem to be an answer coming out of 101 like there was an answer coming out of Echo Fox. Ultimately, obviously, Tribe did come out the better team in the end there. But everything's just working for them right now.
I mean, if they do win this game, if Tribe win this game, I think banning that pestle is definite consideration for 101. Oh, hang on, never mind, they're going in. Oh no, they're not actually going in. They just kind of backed away from that. It looked like they were going to release everything onto 101. But as I was saying before, the thing with the pestle is she's got that frostburn, she's got great escape from the trampoline. I think they did tone it down a little bit and decrease the cooldown available on the trampoline, just because you can use it quite frivolously as a pestle. It's just so easy. You've got great mobility coming out from it, and I think that's what makes her such a difficult target. So that's why they need to rely on the gauntlet to try and stun her, or rely on the wait for it to stop her from using that trampoline to escape away. But it definitely requires a lot of work.
I'm very curious to see what the decision is for Tribe once a good gauntlet goes down, assuming they're not silenced up, because it feels like they could easily just mark a target and just focus them down. And especially if Tribe's clumped up, we have to remember there's healing coming out of spontaneous combustion, right? So like this is a both offensive and defensive ability, and them being clumped up is actually, definitely to their favor. And not to go back to that CP Vox point, but it seems like that would have been particularly good against the whole idea here. And not to mention the fact that Jackson doesn't get to see his bouncy castle.
Oh, I'm sad we're not getting to see the bouncy castle. Because if you think about it, Crystal, had he gone Crystal Vox, would have been seeing a completely different story. Because, well, actually, on paper would have been seeing a completely different story. Because Stasis, his minions would have been killing them at the same time. And I feel like it feels like 101 has handed them a gift with this weapon, going for the weapon path. Instead, they're just under a lot of pressure. There's not really too much they can go. No, they're going in.
Yeah, it's going to be trampoline forward right here. Gauntlet goes down, stuns up Status. They're going to turn around as the wait for it does come through onto 2, but Selena is the target. He's marked. He's down. 407 damage coming out. Woo! Okay, Pawn, I see you making the plays here, finding the damage. Phenomenal job here out of Tribe to read that situation and to re-engage. Just really, really great job. So they get the turret out of this as well. Looks like they're going to take the back jungle rotation, potentially this Crystal Sentry as well, and Tribe just on top of this game.
I just feel like there's just a bit of a difference now. So there's got a 5k gold lead, and they're not afraid to apply the pressure because they know there's not really any threat of 101 jumping onto them. So yes, you do have the blood for blood. Yes, you do have the afterburn as you did in the last game. But there's so much mobility on the side of Tribe that they are able to avoid it. We're seeing Stasis. I would say he's probably like a major damage, probably the main damage dealer coming out from Tribe. Nobody is able to get on top of him. He's got the Frostburn, he's got the slow, he's got the heal. Like you said, the defensive and offensive capabilities are all there.
It's hard to say. I think Status's damage is consistent. It's annoying, and Pawn's coming in with really nice burst damage in between to start the fight and to end the fight. I mean, you saw the Pawn he stepped back, but the moment the fight was going their way, he steps back forward. I think it's like 409 damage comes out from his basic to find the kill onto Selena there in the last fight. Just a really good job overall. Currently, they're going to be on this gold miner here. We do see infusions out of Hyde and Selena, so 101 expecting to be fighting here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, so we've got the minion candies. I think we're expecting a push, but I don't know if this is a good idea because Tribe are all infused up as well, level 12 infusions. And there goes the attack of the pack.
Yeah, Buckshot into attack of the pack. The chase is on. Hyde taking a lot of damage. Defensive gauntlet drops. Gonna be stunning up Status. E36 on the backside. Pawn as well. Can they regroup back? Uh-oh. They have lost Pawn, the original. Now E36 Status on the run. Trampoline backwards. Fortress is not too good at running away. And Status, is he gonna get chased down here? Is the real question. There's an afterburn coming up here. Yep, got him, boss. Woo, that's the ace. 101, find the opportunity. And that feels like mistakes made out of Tribe, honestly.
I don't know if it was mistakes. So we saw the very defensive gauntlet coming out from Lost Boy Toff, and he's been using his gauntlets very defensively this game, completely different from last game where they're all very super offensive. I think what was really great about that was we saw the gauntlet, and then we saw the afterburn coming out from Hyde, stunning Pawn the original onto the, I guess, the lateral end of the gauntlet.
True.
Completely out of position from his teammates. There wasn't really much he could do about that. He couldn't use a skedaddle. Never
What
mind.
does he do
Hyde
about this one? What is he going to do about this one, Shingy? 2 versus 3, they're on the chase. I don't know if they realize Status is not here.
Selena,
Status
run
has
away.
showed up. Maybe they can bait him back. Look at the damage out of Pawn here. Lost Boy, he stepped back trying to help Trampoline forward. Status trying to find the damage. They've turned it. They took E36. Pawn's low. Pawn turns, drops the pot shot in his face. Now this is going to be the pedal up against 2 here. Selena's very low. Wait for it. Comes through. Selena, what's the play, my man? Scout traps down. Status knows where he is. Has the trampoline. Selena's looking to juke him out or just turn and get the damage.
So close.
Yeah, so close indeed. That's about all he could have done, really. In the end, 2 for 2. 10 kills for Tribe to the 9 for 101 coming out here. Such a good game. Back and forth, action-packed.
A really great turnaround there, actually, from 101, because actually at the start of the fight, Hyde was actually about a third health at that point when we saw Tribe engaging on them. They managed to pick up the 2 kills off the back of that, and I've got to say, Lost Boy Top held on to that fountain to the very, very last minute there. But ultimately, it just wasn't enough. And I do think Selena, I think it would do him well if he upgraded to the Metal Jacket, because upon the original, he got hit by the buckshot and it just did so much damage onto him. He just had to back away at that point. So actually, it looks like they're looking for blood again. Look at the infusions coming out from Lost Boy Top. Both of the teams are meeting in the middle.
Well, Selena looks like he's irritated with the damage that's been coming out. He sees an opportunity. He just gets a couple attacks off onto E36 very quickly. Jumping back, Lost Boy holding down the right trade brush here, doing a very good job. Just constantly moving his positioning here, just in case they were to flare and be like right there. If they want to try and jump on him, you know, he's constantly dipping back and forth. And look how fast this Kraken's being taken down on. E36 is going to be here. E36 is here. What is the play? Attack of the back is going to be coming out. Gauntlet is down. Ace is high from the backside. Vox able to get the Kraken. If Tribe go down here, it could be really, really bad. It's going to be War Treads backwards for Tribe. Let's see if they get out of this one. What do 101 do? Do they chase? Do they look to just push down the lane?
Push.
It looks like it's going to be a push.
I think it should all be about the push right now. Lost Boy Top, he's slowly regenerating his health back thanks to his heroic perk. They were able to force E36 down to third health, and that's the thing about the Fortress is he's great for the offensive attack, but in terms of frontlining, it's really not there. He's probably one of the squishier roams out there, and that game definitely shows. So I think, are they gonna get this turret? I would quite like to see Tribe be a bit offensive with this one.
Well, they're poking. They're definitely trying to poke here. Pawn trying to get some breaking point stacks. Those high jumps in. Aces High will land onto Lost Boy. Lost Boy taking a lot of damage. He's going to get his own War Treads activated. A nice trampoline of status gets Afterburn back. And E36 with Pawn. They're able to focus the damage down onto Hyde. Remember, Kraken still doing damage against the main crystal turrets. They found Selena. Selena chopped down. Double kill. Do they want to go for more? They know where Lost Boy is. This is going to be the boots moving forward. Actually, this War Treads coming out here. Lost Boy should be going down as well. This is going to be the ace for Tribe as they find the engagement they wanted, but only they're only going to have one turret remaining at the end of this.
They chased so far, and it was a really nice distraction technique from Lost Boy Toff and Selena just to pull them as far away as they did, because that was precious seconds wasted, because that turret's been quite low. It's not going to get another attack down. But either way, it's less than half health. And, well, I think for the majority of this game, Tribe had the advantage. They had a comfortable gold lead. We're seeing a very different story right now. Now that 101 have begun to kind of turn the team fights a little bit. But to say Hyde, he's playing very much as a second roamer, the way he's playing using his afterburns. And Selena, okay, so the thing about Selena's right now, I just feel like the damage output just isn't there at the start. They need to wait for Tribe to go a little bit hyper aggressive and then turn that around with a defensive gauntlet.
I find it interesting looking at Status's build. I mean, he's heavily itemized in the defense. You agree with this?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do agree with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like it.
I think he's been doing work right now. We saw him actually be engaged on. He lives through it. He's able to trampoline backwards. It's been working very well.
Yeah, I think they know that he's a big point of focus for them. He definitely was in the last game, and if he can survive through this, get to safety, use the spontaneous combustion, maybe to heal himself up a little bit if there's no fountain available, if he's not able to teleport back to base or even get a treant, then he can re-enter the fight. It's a very good situation for him to be in, and it makes it very difficult because there's actually, we don't have any shield pierce, we don't have any armor pierce, so it's not going to be the easiest job bursting him down.
Not going to be the easiest job, but a job that can be done nonetheless. Right now, 101 starting up Kraken again. Tribe a little bit out of position once again. Well, we'll see out of position as Selena's on the front line. Status chasing forward. Did pop that spontaneous combustion here. Hyde jumps back in. Status with a trampoline into better position. Pawn comes through with the damage. Finds the kill. Selena is a little bit forced back here. Lost Boy, he's low. Double kill. Kraken still part of this fight.
The damage!
Woo! Kraken is irritated. Pawn is happy. So is the rest of Tribe. Well, they are a Tribe. I guess they're all having the same emotions right now as they move forward. And what's the call here? What are they going to get done?
Just push down the turret. I think you get like one turret down, then go back and focus on the Kraken. But it looks like they're just going to go straight for the last two turrets as well. They look very confident about it. I'm not entirely convinced that this can be done because I feel
They got the ace buff minions in their team.
But 101,
Look at they're doing the team.
Oh, they're doing
the
it.
respawn's
They're
coming through.
doing it.
That's splitting the damage onto the turrets. Oh, so
they
smart,
buffed
so
it.
good. So good, so smart. Can Tribe finish it out? 101 have all respawned. Trying to find the damage. They got it.
Whew, what a game that was. That last fight was a bit odd because I felt like 101 by the end of the game, they were winning the team fights, but that last one just didn't go very well, and I think that's because they did not respect the attack of the pack. They left the wolves out there for too long.
No respect.
Mortal wound. No respect, exactly. The mortal wound was there on Hyde. He just took a lot of damage the moment he went in, and Selena was just out of position, wasn't able to get any basic attacks down on any of the members of Tribe. So that one team fight just changed everything, all the hard work that 101 had done.
Well, Tribe had done a lot of work as well to put themselves in a position where one team fight could potentially swing the game completely in their favor, but what a series we have on our hands, guys. To break it down, we got Sweej, Tasty Bacon, and an Action Jackson at the desk.
Thanks a bunch, guys. Tribe managing to take home game number 2 and force us to that third and final game. Obviously, both of these teams had 0 points coming into the split. Now they've each got 1, but who's going to get 2 and potentially more? That's the real question.
I don't know. I mean, that game was a lot closer than I thought it would be. A lot closer than it should have been. And I mean, there were so many moments where like Tribe should have just won. They should have just rolled over 101 for the draft the way that they played their draft. Not the draft they had. The draft they had was good, but the way they played it, Tribe should have just steamrolled that game, made a lot of mistakes in the mid game that allowed 101 to get back into it. But in the end, all is right in the world. Because if you go Weapon Vox against the Petal Fortress, you should not win that game.
Let's have a look at a replay here. You can see maybe a bit of why that is. 11:36.
Yeah, you can see the aggression here with Fortress getting the bleed on it, and as soon as they proc it, it's just too much damage for the team to handle. But here in this fight here, as soon as the Wolves come out, look at the damage that's procced onto Selena, and then Top is just gone as well, and then they take this turret. So you can see, like, if it was CP Vox, it would have been a much different situation because ulting and Petal, you would just be bouncing everywhere. And if Vox has Alternating Current, Broken Myth, Eve, he would just keep lifestealing and survive a lot of those fights.
I remember the beginning of one fight, I was listening to you guys over there, and you were like, if this was a Crystal Vox, they'd be dead already.
It was a long chase through the lane. It was a long chase through the lane, and it was just like, by the time they actually got the engage off, if it was a Crystal Vox, that fight doesn't even happen. So,
all right, so with all that being said, the game nearly did go the other way, and there was obviously strong play from Tribe most of the game. There was a good chance to capitalize from 101. Moving into the next game, composition-wise, I think we've proved, based on that game, that you don't necessarily need to go for the perfect draft. It's about the way you play, but how are they going to set themselves up well?
The one thing I will say for 101, given that, was that they clearly know how to play the Weapon Vox. Like, it clearly was very comfortable on that hero that they were able to make it so close. And so that being said, it's like you just said, you don't need the perfect draft. You just have to execute in-game.
Absolutely. So, that being said, as I was saying before, trying to set
I'm trying to
yourself
dodge
up,
the question.
I don't want you to dodge the question. You already tried that earlier on. It didn't work out so well, Gwen. But, okay, so no.
Hey, I answered that one.
Do we need to get the replay up again? No, but in all seriousness, like, how do you set yourself up for success heading into game number 3? What are the picks? Arden, win 1, lost 1 on Toph. You know, I would have expected maybe for that just to be the pick for him, but maybe not.
Well, if they pick Arden into, because Tribe did a good job picking Fortress into Arden. Fortress counters Arden's health because his bleed stacks, when they get 6 stacks, does missing % health damage, 20% when it's max, so that's a lot of damage. With the Wolves, it is a lot of damage output, and Arden won't be able to sustain as long, you know? So they have to really think about the Arden pick if Fortress is up. So I think the game that lies down to a game of supports. So what support is Tribe is going to get, and what support is 101 going to get, and who is going to be the better support player. Because in the last game, Tribe threw, E36 didn't get a fountain off, and Pawn completely off, and Pawn completely over.
Maybe he shouldn't have backed off there. Like, he had moved to a position where he could get a few more attacks on one of the carries. He actually backed off and hit the Wolf instead. Was that the right play?
Yeah, when Fortress ult and you can't get out of it, you need to go harder. You need to out damage and kill somebody so that the wolves don't proc the bleed and they don't proc the bleed onto you. So they needed to do something instead of trying to kite the wolves.
All right, well, it's time for draft number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to move forward to the semifinals from these 2 new Vainglory 8 teams? Will it be Tribe or 101? Tribe are on A side for this 3rd and final game of the series, banning away the glaive.
Interesting that they ban away the glaive. I mean, 101 has first picked this, so obviously a lot of priority there. But still kind of curious that it does come out. It's a pick that I think Tribe could play extremely well if they wanted to, as in addition. So it's we'll see. Where does 101 go now? Are they going to leave up both healers?
I think they're
or
gonna
just one of them?
probably ban Lyra, I'm assuming, or Adagio, but Lance. Okay, so they banned Lance, and I think Tribe is gonna take Lyra most likely instead of Adagio, because look at both these teams don't really prioritize Adagio. So I think Tribe will probably go with the Lyra here. And I think E36 is a little more comfortable on Lyra too.
I mean, these 2 teams, you're saying they don't prioritize Adagio. They're literally the only 2 teams in the Vainglory to ever have not prioritized Adagio.
101 can pick Fortress here because Fortress is open, so Tribe needs to have a composition that can respond to Fortress. So if 101 takes Fortress and bans Petal, then it's going to be an interesting draft strategy here. But they decided to take Kestrel, so they're going to put Hyde on the CP Kestrel, which he is known for, and he's very good at CP Kestrel.
Yeah. The 101 lineup does seem to play around Hyde a lot. They've first picked
Absolutely.
jungler now 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
And like Suijay mentioned, Hyde is very well known for this Crystal Kestrel. Had multiple games that we casted while they were in Challengers where it had to have been, I don't know the exact numbers, but had to have been around a 98% hit rate with 1-shot 1 kills. It was just throwing them out on cooldown, but always hitting a target. It was absolutely insane. So definitely keep your eyes and be open and ready for 1-shots to be flying across the map if this does go to Hyde.
Yeah, with the draft here, Gwenban is pretty good. I think Tribe can be a little innovative and lane the Lyra versus Kestrel because Lyra lane is good into Kestrel with the right support. If you have like a Flicker, for example, that can lock her down. There's a lot of options that Tribe can do, but I feel like they're probably going to ban Ringo or Vox here and not give Selena, you know, a hero that he's very well known on. So maybe Vox might come out as a ban here potentially, but they have a lot of options here to do. Or they might ban a support. They actually might ban Arden and not give them Arden, I think, because Arden has been a big priority pick for 101 and put them on the Finn or something. Okay, they decided to ban Akashka.
Yeah, and I was going to say, if you ban away the Arden, 101 is more than comfortable to just go to that Finn, so it wouldn't have really been that big of a ban.
What's the deal with the Koshka ban here? Because we're assuming that Hyde, given his massive preference for this Kestrel, would be going in the jungle. Are they expecting a lane Koshka?
I think it was just to make sure that they don't just throw the Kestrel up into the lane and take the Koshka. I mean, because that is something they could very easily have just done.
It's a strong bursty combination here, so they're going to offer the Finn. But I feel like the Koshka ban, Lyra is actually good against Koshka because she's a healer, and you have a strong jungler like Blackfeather or something with a healer, they can beat Koshka. So it's a very interesting ban from them. I think Tribe needs to pick range here. They should not pick melee into 101. So Celeste, Scarf are all very good picks here. Baron as well is good if Pawn can play Baron. They need to outrange and play range because Celeste will shut this competition down hard if she gets to late game because Celeste will beat that CP Kestrel.
Tribe knows just how strong the Scarf is too.
Yeah, they do. That's true.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind. Yeah, I know you said you don't think that they should, but I think Tribe would be fine picking up a melee hero here because I've always liked melee heroes into Finn. It just sort of kind of negates a portion of what Finn is trying to do. Like, oh, Forest Accord, cool, you just put us in melee range. Like, we're totally fine with that. But Petal's going to be the pick. This is one that I'm a little bit iffy on because both Kestrel and Finn can take out those minions really quickly.
Yeah, and Petal and Lyra are very strong together, so they can shut down CP Kestrel's early game if they decide to go CP Kestrel here, but they need to do that because if one Kestrel gets to her mid to late game power spike, she can shut down those minions very quickly, and Vox is outrange, so if they dive and mess up, Finn and Kestrel is going to lock them down and really, outrange them.
101 almost needs to go a melee laner, preferably something like a Blackfeather that can go into a Poison Shiv, because there's so much healing on the side of Tribe. If they don't have those mortal wounds, it's going to be a nightmare to try and win team fights.
They're going to be going for the Ringo now. Ringo, is it possible that he goes Shiv early on?
He can go Poison Shiv, but it's not likely.
Okay, so these compositions are interesting. I especially want to break down 101's team composition a little bit. Kestrel, Ringo, and Finn. This has a lot of range damage. It has someone good at protecting those range damage threats. But what's the win condition here? Like, how do they actually push in and, for example, set plays up? Is it all about forced accord?
Yeah, it's about fighting in lane, because Ringo and CP Kestrel outranges their composition, so they need to fight in lane, get early turrets, and push their advantage really well, and then let Finn get to his level 6 power spike and then make some key plays off that. Regarding Tribe, they have a tougher composition to execute. They need to win the early game and fight in jungle. Pedo in jungle with Lauer is extremely strong, so they need to out-rotate Finn, because he's slow. He can't rotate to back up CP Kestrel and win the early game.
For me, it's so much is riding on Hyde this game that CP Kestrel, if they can set up plays, do a lot of poke and harassment with it, it can just chunk through people. The combo of Hellfire Brew with a one-shot, one-kill is just a disgusting amount of damage. On the other side, it's all about the healing. They're going to have so much healing. It's going to be tough.
All right, real quick predictions.
I almost want to flip a coin.
I think 101. I just love Hyde's CP Kestrel. It's amazing.
I think the healing is going to be too much Tribe.
Okay, let's get on to the House Unfold, ladies and gentlemen, with Humanist and Jingyi.
Thank you very much, guys. We are into this one. Game 3 here. If I don't see an amazing CP Kestrel, I will never trust you guys again. You've really hyped this this Kestrel up here. Of course, it is pretty massive damage output potential for 101 versus the sustain, plus, you know, pretty decent damage coming out of Tribe. So, Jingyi, did you have a preference on either of these comps?
Ooh, I was actually going towards Tribes because I just thought there was a lot of poke there, and I felt that the Finn, although a great, you know, Lost Boy Top, fantastic Finn, I just felt like it didn't fit well against the composition that Tribe had picked up, just because they're very fast, and Finn isn't.
E36 was able to take. He took the back tree in here, and Hyde is just locked down.
Oh, no.
E36 could just play with him and keep him pinned there, but Hyde forced to kill himself. First blood going for Tribe as E36 makes the plays.
Well, there wasn't really much. Well, there was nowhere for Hyde to go because he put both points into the glimmer shot. Did not have the active camo available, and well, he died. First blood there going towards Hyde. Are you suitably wowed by the crystal CP Kestrel that we were told about?
Unbelievably wowed. No, yeah, we'll give it some time to come online.
Okay,
I do believe that he's pretty strong Kestrel as well. We'll just have to see how this game plays out for him, because I think status is pretty amazing on this pedal. If he can lock on the target, it's going to be hard for Hyde to, you know, jump around through these fights to have the superior positioning that he does need. With that said, Tribe able to take away the backs here. It looks like they were able to get that. They're going to all mass teleport home, pick up some items.
Yeah, they're able to do that, and it does give Hyde some chance just to get some of his farm back, because they are shutting him down quite hard, and that's what you should be doing as a Crystal Kestrel. If you can get on top of them, there's not really much that they can do, because he's the level 2, does not have the active camo available, so he can't really hide anywhere. That wasn't even intentional. But I think the way of CP Kestrels, every time we've seen a lot of CP Kestrels, I think they work best in the lane in the early game, because I think the Gangstars game just really demonstrated this really well, is that you can apply so much pressure to objectives early on, especially in the lane. But it looks like Hyde is going to be placing a little bit more focus into the jungle and just getting his CS up.
Yeah, I think when he gets invaded like that, he definitely needs to kind of stall out the aggressive status, trampoline forward. They're getting pretty good damage on Lost Boy. Lost Boy's down! Okay! That just happened. I thought Lost Boy was going to be able to back up under his own turret. Get out of that. 2-0 Tribe.
I think that's the problem with Finns, though, because they are so slow, and especially when you're going into triple range, it's just so easy for them just to get their basic attacks down on you or get their skills on top of you. And I think back when Crystal Mages were very strong, it was just so easy for them to build up their broken mist stacks on a Finn, because he's the easiest one there.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, I see what you're saying. Eventually, what you say, hopefully, eventually, he will be able to stand his ground and be a little more durable. Hyde caught out here. There's the flare. Sigil's down. This should be Pawn cleaning up on Hyde, who is not able to really take away much of the jungle here from Tribe at all. A very clean rotation from Tribe once again, as they're able to kind of predict the movements coming out of the CP Kestrel. And thus far, analysts, I gotta say, I'm not too wowed. Just shots fired. I love you guys. I'm totally kidding. Obviously, there's plenty of time in this game for Hyde to come online.
Yes. Definitely is just having some technical issues on my side. Hopefully we'll get that sorted out soon.
Uh-oh, so I got this?
You got this. You can keep getting it.
Technical issues, meaning Xingyi forgot to plug in her device. No, I'm just kidding. We'll see. We'll see. You'll be back quickly here enough. But for now, it's Tribe as a unit dipping down into the item shop here. 4.5 minutes in. That's your fountain picked up for Lyra. A couple flares, as well as a scout trap. Picks up another flare on the way out. And it's very important. You know, I think Xingyi controlling the vision for Tribe is going to be super important up against the CB Kestrel. And one of the reasons that Hyde even had a moment on his last rotation across the map was the fact that there was not a scout trap in that left Tribe rush. So he was able to squeeze his way through, of course, sniffed out by Tribe. But very important and very good job for E36 to pick up this vision here.
Yeah, they need the vision against the CP Castro, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did pick up the contraption against Hyde. But one thing is, so Crystal Castro, I think she does really well on that petal because the splash damage is really easy to clear the munions, but then also her munions prevent Hyde from using the active camo in the first place. It makes it very difficult. So it's a double-edged sword here, and double-edged sword. But I definitely feel that Tribe is the team that's coming out on top every single time. They're just lacking the aggression. There's a lack of aggression coming out from 101, especially that CP Castro. Yes, she's been having a hard time in the jungle. But I think that just means move up to the lane, just apply some pressure, because that's what other teams have done, and it's worked so well for them in the past. If they're struggling in the jungle because they're not getting the farm, get that 300 gold from the turret, and it just goes a long way, and then you can focus on your farm afterwards.
Well, you talked about double-edged sword, and it being a good game for contraption here, but it feels like E36 definitely needs to get into a Crucible first, and that does put him, as one shot connects onto status there, healed up by the Sigil. It puts E36 in a tough position, right? Like, he'd like to get that contraption out, but he's going to need a Crucible, so whatever happens, there's going to be a danger factor until probably both those items come up online, and even then, I don't know if, like, that's going to be... if there will be something else prioritized over one of those.
I agree with you. Crucible is a very important item, especially going into that forced chord. If you do manage to pull in status or Pawn the Original. I think Pawn the Original would probably be the ideal target because he does have the Sonic Zoom, and it's still probably a little bit easier to pull him in using the Polite Company rather than have Status, who can actually trampoline a fair distance, I'll say, more than the Sonic Zoom offers anyway. But upon the Original, they're not going to get too much. Like, Hyde's, he's trying to get those Glimmer Shots down, but I think just because if you look at his items, he doesn't have a tier 3 damage item yet. And Status, he's already got the Frostburn and Heavy Prism. So in terms of damage output, there's not that much coming out from Hyde because they have been constantly invading into his jungle. So a bit of a tough position from them being. There's a wait for it.
Yeah, wait for it coming out here. Selena. I'm back. I don't know if we just had a bit of an issue there with my internet. Sorry about that, guys. Do apologize. But the game goes on. The game waits for no caster.
And no one died. In the
Where's my pause button?
We should get a pause. I don't think that's all. I think that would be a little bit unfair if we got a pause button. But 3-0, and this is the third game of the series right now. Hyde has picked up the Shatter Glass, but that would be a lot of damage output coming out of them. If he can actually land those Glimmer Shots, I just feel like he's not really getting the opportunity because we are seeing Tribe playing a little bit more aggressively, and what we're seeing is 101 are just being forced to retreat quite a bit.
They are, but you know, all things considered, his item progression's not like terribly far behind. He is getting some last hits through the jungle. You know, he's not like dominating in his levels, but he's not super far behind. I think he's in a position where he can still find success with very good positioning if he can get on status, on pawn here. Hey, look at these Glimmer Shots coming through. Well, actually, okay, just kidding. I was trying to do a benefit of the doubt, not working. Devil's
Oh,
Advocate
Selena!
blowing up in my face. Double kill for Status. They're under the turret. Turret, do you know that there's a turret there? Turret, do you even care? Turret fighting for Tribe at this point. Ace for Tribe, just absolutely dominating performance. Destroying 101, picking them apart 6-0, 9 minutes in.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, Hyde, his itemization is normal, it's all very good and well, but he has absolutely no defense. At least Status has a kinetic shield, so when he uses spontaneous combustion, Hyde just went down like a truck.
There
I
was
guess.
also double infusion, Shingy. Pawn and Status were infused there. I don't know if that caught 101 off guard, as well as the aggression, but it was beautiful.
It was very beautiful, and it was a very singular focus. They went, okay, Hyde's out of position, we'll go for him, and then we'll go for Selena, and then we'll go for the slow Finn last, because the Finn, he's not able to use too much, he's using his fountain. What's the point of him using his force to cord, because he can't really pull them into the... It was a nice fight. It was a great fight, actually, coming up from Tribe. They took advantage of it, and they got the turret.
I like that you corrected yourself. It was not just a nice fight, it was a great fight.
It was for effect, but
It landed.
it landed, yeah.
It did land.
Exactly.
Well, 101 are on the back foot. They are down in net worth pretty significantly for 10 minutes into this game. They have potential to destroy one of these targets, Pawn or Status. If they're able to actually land a Force to Cord, like into an active camo, Selena's in position to just get a Swirling Silver into some damage. They can really blow up one of these targets, but the win condition for them, it's very hard right now.
It is very hard. We're not seeing Tribe give 101 any opportunity to get any damage down, because they are able to burst him down so quickly. And part of that, yes, does come down to the massive 4k goal difference at 11 minutes. And you've got to think about it. You've got the heal on E36. I think, was it Tasty Bacon that was talking about the heal on the side of Tribe was just too great.
I don't
too
listen
strong.
when Tasty Bacon talks, so that's kind of up in
Look,
the air.
somebody
for you.
has to listen to Tasty Bacon.
Just kidding, Bacon.
Yeah,
love
we
you,
love you.
buddy. I believe he was the one that was calling it out. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and I think we're definitely seeing that happen, because every time they do get a little bit of damage down, all Tribe to do is just back away, they get healed right back up, and then they go back in. And there's really not much 101 can do, because all we're seeing them is they're just sliding down this very slippery slope with very little chance. Well, it feels like there's very little chance of them coming back from this. I think we just need to rely on Tribe to make a major misstep.
They still got Lost Boy Toph here, all right, team?
I know, but I feel like Finn doesn't work as well into this composition.
You know, my question is, Shingy, I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, all right, you drop game 2, a series on the line. That's when you put in Foley, right? Am I wrong? Am I joking here a little bit?
Both. I think both.
I'm teasing. Obviously, Lost Boy is phenomenal. I'm just saying, I want to see Paulie get his time in the sun here. Paulie put in so much work for this team through the Challenger Series.
He did a lot, and both roamers have their merits. But I'm just gonna go back down. I feel like Finn was not the right choice in this particular draft. I feel like it's not worked particularly well. We're just seeing Tribe just dodge around them every single time, and I feel like Finn's not able to do too much. We see an occasion Polite Company, but there's just so much burst, there's so much heal coming out from Tribe, and the glimmer shots, they're not really hitting. There should be so much poke coming out from Hyde, but
Hey,
not there.
Hyde is a phenomenal Kestrel, okay? You give him a little bit of time
I know.
here.
We've
Gonna
given
win?
him 13 minutes.
Hey, this is not your average Vainglory length. I'm Shingy. I know you're very critical of this team. You just give them time, and they will blossom into their full builds. I'm just honestly, I love both of these teams. Tribe, the players for 101. But just to prove you wrong, I want to see Lost Boy just land that like at least 2-man Force to Cord into a combo, and then just see it get reversed here.
Do we really want a 2-man combo though? Just put simple. I think the one man Force to Cord is what they're looking for.
I don't know. I'd like to
It's
see
an
one
argument
Force
with you
to
on
Cord, to be
everything.
honest, though. Just one Force to Cord coming through here.
Just something. Just waiting for some. They're waiting for the moment, and I just feel like if they keep waiting until Pistol sees it, oh, never mind, they wait for it. They missed everything there.
Yeah, I should have waited for that one. That's going to be on cooldown about 50 seconds. Tribe retreat back towards the item shop in the middle area of this map. Looks like they're gonna go ahead and what did they pick up there? Some flares, flare gun, flares and a flare gun.
Wise choice. I mean, if they'd used it there, they would have hide with a wait for it. But he was able to run away from them using his active camo. But Tribe very much on the offensive here. They're looking quite comfortable. They're just sitting back, and I think they're just allowing 101 just to get the occasional backs. Actually, Hyde's not going to get anything this time. 6-0 at 14 minutes. Not quite a bloodbath like there was the past 2 games, is it?
It's a bloodbath of missed opportunity.
Oh, that is true. I feel like there's a lot of missed opportunities.
Silver lining here, right? There's a silver lining to all. Plus, less action, more memes. We can look at it that way. We've been having fun in that regard. Gold Miner going to be going the way of Tribe. Status able to take up the mid as well. Fresh infusions here for E36 and Status. Pawn needs a little bit more gold. He'll grab himself an infusion here at any moment. I'm sure he'd be pretty happy to grab an infusion before they do start fighting. It's always kind of a bummer, like when you pick up your infusion and your buddy is forced to go ahead and like wait. That means like you're not taking advantage of the full timer on your own infusion.
Mm-hmm. I get you. I completely get you. Yeah, I get you. Now all 3 of them are infused. I mean, all 3 members off. Oh, that actually did quite a lot of damage. Oh, never mind. He's all healed up.
Oh, but quite a bit of healing. Look at that.
Yeah. Well, 6 members. Everyone on the map has an infusion. However, if you look at Lost Boy top, only level 9. But E36 is level 10. I think there's just a slight level difference. If you look at it, if you look at the CS, if you look at the items, it doesn't actually look that bad on the side of 101.
Mm-hmm.
The CS is remarkably similar and actually hides overtaking Stasis in terms of CS.
Lost Boy. This is Lost Boy opportunity. Remember the 3 rules against Top. Sweetie was talking about you got to watch yourself in this Kraken opportunity. Tribe. Uh-oh, they're going to be pulled in here. One shot comes through. It's going to be stolen off. Hyde making the play. See, they told you. They told you this is the best Kestrel you've ever seen. Comes through with the steal. Easy Katka. Lost Boy goes down, but 101 making the plays. Selena comes forward, Achilles shot onto Pawn. What's the play? He gets the sigil. Selena goes down. Oh, Selena! Regrettable decision there. Oh, Hyde around the top side. Hyde looking to find a target here. I'd love to see some crazy plays come out.
He's just getting his heart down.
Shot. Active camo. He's back. He's out.
He's getting his heart down. Actually, I think the Kraken is looking quite healthy. They're not really clearing as fast as you would hope. I think they can probably take it down before it gets another turret at least. But I really do like what Hyde is doing right now. Well, he's not doing it. He's going home. I think he's going to keep pushing the turret a little bit more, but not anymore.
Okay, so 1 turret for the Kraken there. Net worth advantage over to Tribe. But have 101 bought themselves enough time to do something here?
No.
No.
I think
okay,
that was
why do you say that? Why do you say that, though?
Because I feel like in the team fights, they lack the opening that they get. Hyde. So if you look at Hyde and you look at Selena, they're not really outputting any of the damage. They don't really have the defense to withstand anything that Tribe is throwing at them, and they only got the Kraken just by luck.
Ooh, really?
Yes.
Because I would call one shot a skill shot.
Yeah, but we don't know if he was going for the Kraken or if he was going for someone. So I would say it was luck.
I love making you defend your positions there, and you've done a phenomenal job. So
luck.
Thank you for bearing with me as I tease you a little bit. But yeah, no, I think it all makes sense. I think you're making really valid points.
Well, if you look at it, if you look at the items, so in terms of offensive items, I think they're about pretty even. But it's really at the defense. Pond Original, he's got the Aegis, he's got the Metal Jacket, and you've also got Metal Jacket on the Status there as well, and an Atlas Pauldrons on E36. That's a lot of damage that Selena's not doing on anyone.
Oof, 1 shot connects onto Status. I think like the last 4 have hit on Status. Well, besides the Kraken actually. So my bad there. Oh, he pulled the Munions in. Lost Boy cleaned all of those Munions up. So that was very nice job there. Pawn throws the weight for it. Z36 jumps in with the Arcane Passage. Maybe small miscommunication, but seemed like everybody decided to go, but just not at the same time.
Yeah, they all kind of went. Everything just went the wrong way. We saw the Arcane Passage, the wait for it. They all just went completely different directions. That was a fight where everybody just wasted their ultimates and then just had to back away from there. But I think that's the start of that fight where Selena used the Hellfire Brew onto Status. Good example of the healing coming out from Lyra. Yes, it did a lot of damage onto Stasis because Stasis doesn't really, he's got the Metal Jacket, just picked up the Kinetic Shield, I think, recently. But it doesn't matter because you've got a Lara there to heal you back, and you've got the movement speed as well. Make up for it.
Ooh, Pawn taking a lot of damage there. Lost Boy waiting for the Force Decor to come up, about 10 more seconds. We do have the Crucible from E36. We got Reflex on status. Aegis there on Pawn. E36 jumps in with a bright bulwark. Selena slowed up. The wait for it's going to be off the mark.
Oh, the
active
stun!
camo actually there. And the Atlas Balls are landing on E36 and Pawn. They're able to go ahead and retreat back, disengage off of that one. But Fountain there. Oh, a two-man pull. Lost Boy's there. He got a quibble. They're trying to turn it on the Selena. Selena backs himself up. One shot lands on E36. He has a lot of health, so not going to take him down here. But that was about the best fight we've seen so far. Out of 101, Tribe smells an opportunity, move forward. They're going to stop the teleports back, and this is going to mean they have enough time, I think enough time to take this turret down. Quibbles off the mark. E36 is on the backside. Frostburn doing a good job. Arcane Passage forward. Selena, do you want to take a wild ride through? No. You're going to drop forward. Lost Boy takes the wild ride, though. E36 takes that Achilles shot. One shot, one kill, right down the middle there. Great job out of Hyde. I would expect no less. So would our analysts. And Hyde doing a good job to pull himself back into this game. 101.
You say pulling themselves back into the game because they picked up one kill there, but they're still 7k behind in gold. And I don't even know if they can finish this turret. Oh,
Pawn's trying to throw right now. I'm just kidding. He's not trying to throw, but he's moving in. He's trying to get something done. All he's doing is slowing them up, and he's not going to be the one healing when Kraken gets taken. I mean, what's the play here? Status, you're moving forward. Status is going to have to make a gnarly play right now. Oh, it's 101. They got it. It's a two-man pull out of Lost Boy. Lost Boy turning it around. They block off the quibble, but this is going to be Pawn going down most likely. Where are you, Status? Status on the backside with Hyde chasing him down. Pawn can't get out. Pawn's down. Status, you are in a tough position. He's just dodging Glimmer Shot. He goes down. So do the Minions right there. 101. Just putting on a show. This is Vainglory 101 right here. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes in. Lost Boy Top showing you what's up.
I feel bad now. I feel very bad. I feel like I just dissed on 101 quite a lot, but they managed to turn it around.
You did.
I did. I'm taking it back now. But, like you said, I'm not even sure if you're joking when you're like, oh, Pawn the original coming in with a thrill, because it felt like one.
Oh, it was. No, I mean, I was half joking. I don't like to just tell people they're throwing, but it felt a little throwy, let's be honest about it. But right here, they do get 2 kills. They're going to be able to get 3. Tribe. Oh, it's just too little, too late. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 101 coming through, absolutely flipping this game on its head. Tribe was like, yo, we got this in the bag. E36, what kind of pizza do you want tonight? Status, I'm gonna order it. We got it. And then suddenly 101's just like, yo, dude, what are you thinking? This is our Kraken. This is our fight. This is our series. Unbelievable.
I think every single time it was the Krakens. 101 were not winning the team fights, but they were getting the Krakens, and Tribe were just I think they weren't the best at clearing that Kraken as fast as they should have. And definitely at the end there with Pawn the original and Stasis, they lost both of their carries to, I guess, quite silly mistakes that just shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I mean, we could just go back and forth on this one all day long, just like the game was, but we've got some gentlemen better qualified to break this game down for us. So with that, let's go ahead and throw it back over to our analyst desk.
Wow, what a series from these guys. An inaugural series to the Vainglory 8 that I think was very impressive, showed a lot from the teams, especially the lack of Adagio. Suijay, though, talk to me a bit about why this went the way it did.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe really made their mistakes. They threw. I mean, you can see it happen in Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3. They just made a few mistakes, and then 101 was able to capitalize on all those mistakes, especially when Pawn was trying to contest Kraken with Status, and then they both got killed. That secured the game right there, and they shouldn't have contested Kraken. Probably would have played defensive and then engaged at the right opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Jinyi called it at the end there. The team fights were not being won by One Piece 101 or by 101. The team fights were going the way of Tribe. It was these plays around Kraken and the mistakes that Tribe made that then allowed 101 to pick up those wins and ultimately get the game.
All right, let's actually have a look at a replay. You can see by Kraken. We've talked about Kraken a lot in this series and in this game. Hyde, by the way, what a player of that Crystal Kestrel.
Yeah, of course, we talk about how good he was with the Crystal Kestrel, how accurate with the one-shots. That's like the one-shot that he missed all game. But it's, but again...
One-shot 101.
They should have, like Suijay said, they shouldn't have been going for that Kraken to begin with. It really threw the game. There's not too many other ways to talk about that.
And Tribe did so well. They did exactly what they needed to do. Shut down jungle. I mean, they countered the counter rotation from Hyde, right? They killed him in jungle multiple times. They got ahead in gold, like 2K, 3K, etc. It was really their game to win and their game to lose.
All right, let's have a look at the bracket and see where we're at. You can see now we only need one more team to work out what's happening tomorrow in the semifinals. What we do know for sure is that Team Solomid is playing 101, and Gangstars is going to fight the winner of our next series, Cloud9 and Hammers. Now, this isn't it for Tribe. They can obviously come back next week, get some more points. Guys, don't forget, Unified Championships is the top 6 teams. They can make it into the top 6. 101 is going to start their path towards that top 6 now. They only got 2 points today. They need to get plenty more tomorrow. Coming up after this break, though, we've got Cloud9 and Hammers. And these are 2 teams up there towards the top of the standings. They're already in a good spot. By the way, guys, let's do one more giveaway. If you want to win some epic keys, go into the Twitch chat and type the name of the winning team in lowercase, all one word. We're going to go to a quick break now. We'll be right back.
A horizon lights up in the palm of my hands. I reach out to grab the edge. Was it a reaction to the rainfall that make the lights reflect overhead? Whisper something sweet over the city to counter the bitter air. I will be listening for you. The chains were too hard to bear. I believe there's a place where I belong, and you do too. It's not far away. If only it were true. I believe that the waves won't take me down when I'm not alone. I cannot come back this time. I'm not coming now that I've been long gone? Have you missed me at all? The road home shatters and I feel the pressure of direction taking over me. If I'm moving through space in an endless night, if you set me free, I believe there's a place.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vainglory 8. My name's Action Jackson here with Tasty Bacon and SweeJ. And we've got another great matchup coming for you guys. It's the last one of the day, Cloud9 versus Hammers. I was laughing when he came back because Bacon's trying to get his cable around his back. It's hilarious. Man, where's that instant replay when you need it, actually? I know
off
we've
camera.
got it.
Thank you very much.
We've got it somewhere. All right, talking about these teams returning to the point, let's have a look at Cloud9's roster first.
Stay focused.
Very strong lineup. They've got Gabe Bizzle, Old School, I Love Joseph, and the substitute player, Azure and I.
Yeah, they've been really proving themselves here the last couple of weeks. Got off to maybe a shaky start, had a couple really tough matchups, but have been out to prove that they do deserve to be one of, if not the top team. Going to be tough to chase down Team Soul Mid at this point, but it is still doable.
And their opponents are going to be Hammers. We've got Chicken starting all over T-Tigers and Max Green.
Yeah, I love this team, especially Tigers. He is like the mastermind, so good in jungle with starting synergy. I mean, they can do a lot of work, and if they get a great meta draft against Cloud9, I feel like they can come out on top.
Now, both of these teams very much in contention for the championships. Let's actually talk about that real quick. In London, between May 19th and 21st, we are going to have the first unified live championships for the Vainglory 8. It's the home of Fnatic. They're going to be hosting the event. And if you guys want to get a discount on your tickets, if you're able to go, head on over to the Eventbrite and use the discount code VG8 this weekend only for your chance to get a little bit knocked off the price.
Not
You
a
should
sh-
definitely
you don't get a
show
chance. You get money knocked off the price.
You have
not
your
a competition.
chance over the weekend. You have a chance over the weekend to get a discount is the point that I was trying to make. Stop trying to get me back for that replay earlier. All right, but refocusing on this matchup, Cloud9 and Hammers, like I was saying, these are both teams very much in contention for going to the championship. They are very, very strong right now. We've seen both of them make it to the finals, both of them win a week of the Vainglory 8. On this new update, I'm curious, though, has things changed? Have things changed a little bit for these teams? Starting all over, Ringo is not nearly as dominant right now, for example.
We don't know that if it's not as dominant for him. It hasn't been as prevalent on other teams, but this is their most picked hero. They're the only team that has Ringo as their most picked hero, and for good reason.
All right, well, the draft has begun, ladies and gentlemen. This is our last series of the day. Cloud9 versus Hammers. Lance, the first ban. Lyra is the answer with a quick Gwen pickup for Cloud9.
Wow, they're prioritizing the Gwen meta pick here. Hammer's picking a glaive is pretty smart because of his ability to reposition enemy heroes. Koshka ban makes sense as Gwen Koshka is such a strong and bursty composition together.
Cloud9, you mentioned, plays to the meta. They do this very, very well, especially in the carry position. Last split, when Vox was the meta pick, Vox was their most picked hero, and now that Gwen is the meta pick, looks like they're going to be putting a lot of priority on Gwen.
Also Adagio, though, right? And that's actually not been picked up for Cloud9. I know that this can't be sitting well with you, Bacon. It's going to be banned. They're banning it. They're banning their own hero.
They've already got the Gwen, so it makes sense if they're not going to put it on old school.
They put it on Captain a lot,
But
which also upset you last
that,
split.
well, that's why I'd rather see it banned than to see them have it and not put it on old school.
Hammers, they're going to be locking in Kestrel as their second pick. Going with that glaive makes me think, is it lane Kestrel or Captain Glaive? There's a variety of ways they could go with this.
Yeah, Cloud9 will probably go Petal here because they do have glaive on their side. So Petal works well with Gwen because they're able to double slow with Frostburn and the Buckshot Bonanza. So Petal could be a pick here. Samuel could also be a good pick, but actually they go opt for the Sky. So that's actually interesting pick into glaive. So it's really a skill matchup at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be really close between these two. And like you said, skill matchup, whoever comes out on top can really go a long way towards getting a victory for their team.
All right, last pick coming up for Cloud9. They have 35 seconds of bonus time left. Need to pick up a captain. A lot of different options left on the table. They're going to go for the Flicker, though.
Oof. Flicker. Interesting one. Hasn't been played too much here in North America. Finally got its debut in Europe earlier today, but it's a very strong pick. See if they can make it work. Samuel, I like the Samuel pickup here, even though I don't normally like Samuel, just because of how much of an AoE he can do.
Yeah, he certainly is very strong in that capacity. Let's talk win conditions now, though. How are these teams going to come out with the W?
Yeah, Cloud9 needs to get the Flicker slow, and then Hammers will probably Afterburn Flicker away. But they have the Buckshot to slow, they have a Gwen stun, they have a Sky ult to cut off their run path. So if Cloud9, which they have the best synergy in the game, late game, they can execute some pretty nasty engages here to lock down Kestrel.
I'm a little bit worried for Hammers because of the fact that Glaive is going to be as their captain. And so with T-Tigers on the Samuel, and not really proven pick for him, whereas the Glaive is much more of a proven pick for him. So I'm concerned if they're going to be able to make it work because, like we just said, there's a lot of tools from Cloud9 to shut down what they're going to try and do, but it's a lot of, you know, trying AoE damage, try and shut down. Zone control is going to be big. Knock someone in, stun them up, try and blow them up while keeping everyone else at bay.
All right, predictions as we head onto the fold.
Cloud9.
I think Cloud9 because Gabe has a fantastic flicker, and you guys will probably see that here.
All right, excited to see it or not see it as it is stealthed a lot of the time. Let's head on to the Halcyon Fold. It's our final series of the day for North America. Let's hand it on over to Humanist and Jingyi.
All right, one more time. We are out onto the fold. See it or not see it, Jackson, as spectators, we're always seeing the flicker, okay?
Yeah, we can see it. I can see Flicker right now.
I mean, it's hard though. You know, it's hard though. You know, he gets in that little cloud. It's hard to keep track of him. But we'll give Jackson a break here. We're into the game. Chicken with the afterburn right off the bat as Gabe Vizzle's there with his fairy dust, trying to do pretty good damage, and also control on the Chicken. Wow. We got into this game with a pretty unique draft, I think, compared to a lot of what we've seen today. What's your opinion as far as both of these squads? Do you have a draft that you prefer?
For the early game, I
mean, for the game as a whole.
For the whole thing. For the whole thing. Okay. No. Oh, never mind. Hang on. I'll get back to you later.
Gabe Vizzle will be getting back later as well. 5 seconds for that respawn. First blood for Hammers. Very nice ball.
Okay, so I think overall, I prefer Hammers.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I feel that Cloud9 have a very strong early game, especially with that flicker. But however, in the later game, you've got a lot of Poke coming out from starting all over, and T-Tigers as well. I know we've not been seeing as many Samuels, but when we have, I feel like they've been quite effective. It's very difficult to get to close the gap, and if they are able to apply enough pressure onto Cloud9 early enough, it just takes a lot of the surprise away from the flicker.
Yeah, it can. I think also, yeah, Malice and Verdict can do very well. If they predict correctly where Gabe Vizzle's hiding, where he's stealthed out, if they do not have vision of him, you're still going to connect with your Malice and Verdict, so that can be a good tool. That was just first blood, though. We're 2 minutes in here. It's going to be Old School and Gabe Vizzle teleporting back to base. Go ahead and grab up some items here as Joseph looks to clear out his jungle. Same thing with T-Tigers. Oh, T-Tigers getting trolled out by the front camp there. when you pull that fade away, Malice and Verdict, and you don't quite kill it at the end, that's just the worst.
It's cheeky move there from the front camps, but looks like we're gonna be seeing. The thing is about, I was gonna go back to Cloud9's composition, is that we've been seeing a lot of compositions today where they don't really have that tanky roamer, and Flicker's one of those. You know, if you can do a lot of damage with the fairy dust, but you can't really take the hits. You can't really take the Malice and Verdicts. You can't really take the glimmer shots before you have to back away, and that's when you leave your carries exposed. It might be slightly easier for Joseph because he's got the Suri Strike, he's got that extra mobility. But I think for Old School, it makes it a bit more difficult.
But do you think that means the plan then is to not so much worry about the defense, but offense getting onto one target? T-Tigers? Oh, buddy! He just got caught out there.
He did get caught out. It was it was a nice rotation coming from Cloud9, catch them all out. Chicken is going to be okay, but actually we're going to see starting all over going into their jungle and doing some counter juggling. But I don't think he's going to get away with this.
Is it as much counter jungling as him just getting out in the safest route? Maybe a little bit of both.
I think he was wanting to do some counter jungling, but a little bit disappointed because there's nothing there. Oh, there you go. There's some there you go. Counter jungling happening right now.
He should be able to get out of here before. Well, I say this, but he's going to be going for the Trina. Joseph's here. Forward barrage. Joseph gets it. Uh-oh. Starting here in a bad place. Suri Strike over the top. A little forward barrage. Gabe Vizzle shows up. We'll just give him a little pat on the back there. Very nice rotation on the C9.
Yeah, but if he had got the Trina, he would have been able to escape. But he didn't have enough energy there for the active camo. Well, these things happen. But he's still doing very well with the CS, 34, Old School 38, and the junglers are identical right now. I think for the way it's playing out, we want to be seeing a lot of aggression coming out from Gabe Vizzle on that flicker. I think that's really how flicker should be played, just super aggressive in the early game. You can do a lot of damage, you can really catch people out in the lane with your stealth and with your slow. I think right now, I feel like they're more utilizing him for vision though.
Well, vision's going to be coming out of Chicken. Nice little flare right there. Gets a scout trap down. It means at least one rotation into that right tri-bush is going to be negated by having that scout trap down. Starting's not going to get caught out by surprise. T-Tigers throws out the Malice and Verdict. Catches a little bit of forward barrage from I Love Joseph. And both teams going to go ahead and just drop from lane. Oh, Actually, Chicken wanted to get to shop, but Gabe was able to make it into the right shop brush there before he was. Joseph moves forward with Gabe Vizzle. They're going to pop off the scout trap and look to take away the mid as Malice and Verdict moving forward, but T-Tiger's not inside of it. And although starting has dropped here, it's going to be C9 getting out clean.
He needs to get that fountain. Just waiting for. Yeah, there you go. There's the fountain that we're waiting. So I think both teams are relatively equal now in terms of items. It's been quite passive so far. Just seeing a little few pokes coming out from both of the teams, but I'm not really seeing any kills being picked up at this point. Nobody's really going for the gold mine. We're not seeing much damage going in on the turret either. And I actually expected more damage to be coming out from hammers at this point with that Samuel. Never mind, there's a stun.
Okay, Chicken with the afterburn. Chicken's in a bad place, though. Death from above does connect onto T-Tigers there. I cannot believe Chicken was able to get out of that one. Starting all over, will use his boots, run back forward, drop a couple glimmer shots there. Look at that forward barrage coming through. You gotta respect that. He's not even target locked, but you know, it just has incredibly long range. I think Joseph's doing a good job there. Active camo pops off. Woo, actually very good damage coming through. A C9 drop down. Hammers. Do they want to go ahead and chase this? Chicken has an afterburn ready, but does not want to put himself in a bad position.
I think Old School's just a little bit too healthy. That's why they had to back away at that point. Probably the best idea. It was a really good skirmish coming out from both teams, but again, nothing really coming out off the back of that. Cloud9 just have a slight 700 gold lead. I think, yeah, they do have a 700 gold lead there. Old School, a little bit of damage there. So I think what we're seeing is engagements coming out from hammers is what we'd expect. We're seeing the afterburn coming out from glaive. However, what we're seeing is that Flicker's using the fairy dust of him slowing Chicken down whilst he's in the middle of all three, and that's giving them a really good opportunity to put a lot of damage on Chicken. And in that last fight, never mind.
Oh man, the ace is high. It was just a little bit off the mark. It did not even matter though. Starting just got chopped down. The thing is, Kestrel, high damage output, but very squishy.
Extremely squishy, and I think that we're seeing a lot of Kestrels, and that's the thing. If you can't react fast enough to get the camo down, you are pretty much dead, and they do get the gold mine off that as well. So I think the Sky pickup is working really well. She's using her forward barrage really well, and is just zoning out, starting all over in T-Tigers. And I feel like Chicken's not really getting the opportunity to try and just stun her away. And I think partly it's just in terms of defense, not quite there yet.
I think it's really interesting. Like Flicker, a lot of times you want to apply early pressure, and if you haven't necessarily like won the game by mid game, it does a lot of times feel kind of flat. Although, I mean, obviously there's certain utilities that Flicker brings to the table.
Yes.
But with the draft they have, I mean, do you have the same feeling? Like with the Sky, with this win, like they're going to be able to scale very well.
They are going to be able to scale very well. But if there is even a slightly prolonged fight, I feel that Hammers will come out on top of there, because if you're looking at who can frontline a little bit better for the poke, it's going to be the glaive over the Flicker. So yes, in the early game, Flicker's going to be doing very well, but as we go into the mid to late game, the glaive's going to be frontlining much better. And I do feel that Kestrel and Samuel, they also scale very well as well. And actually, it looks like we're going in for the flank, but nothing's going to come off it. It felt like a wasted Mooncloak there.
Wasted Mooncloak, but it comes down to having a scout trap there, you know? Chicken puts that scout trap down, completely negates that ultimate in one little scout trap. So very good job, and if he can continue to do so, it's going to be hard to find these engages. And Gabe Vizzle moves up, Blinding Light down, and a lot of damage coming out onto the turret. Gabe trying to buy time as Old School starting to chunk it down. Gets Afterburn back, takes a lot of damage. Tiger's in the Drifting Dart. He's trying to find the damage on target. Oblivion comes out, puts Old School to sleep. They're trading back and forth. They're going to be able to get one. That's Joseph going down. We talk about Kestrel being squishy. Sky as well. You know, that's one of the big dangers of picking up the Sky. While she's very mobile, high damage output, it's very easy to take down. And Hammers, they're going to be able to take this turret off the back of it as well. What a turnaround here.
Yeah, I think they're going to get the gold mine as well. And I think part of the reason is, okay, so you're talking about Sky, squishy. Glaive's going to do really well, in fact, because if you can stun her into a wall, it's so easy for them to focus on her, especially with the poke coming out from Kestrel and from Samuel as well. They don't really have to get anywhere near her. Old School's quite squishy as well. Did you see when he's managed to stun him? I think his health went into third there until he was able to skedaddle away.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, the Gwen definitely is. It's just like, if you get stunned up, you know, I mean, having skedaddle definitely helps out. I guess, you know, Joseph can Surrey strike around these fights, but once you're caught, they are both pretty easy to kill.
Chicken's gonna get rooted.
Rooted up is at the end of the wall.
They're
Is
going.
it time for an afterburn? Chicken moves forward. Death from above zones him out. Self fountain though. And the rest of Hammers looking to find a target. Gabe Vizzle dips to the east a little bit, dodging out that one shot, one kill. And T-Tiger's almost connecting with the Malice of Verdict for the kill there. Ooh, and Haze's Eye coming out, starting predicting that, backing up. Very good job. You see both of these teams trading back and forth very well. The net worth's incredibly even. 4 kills for Cloud9 to the 2 of Hammers 10 minutes into this one. This is one of the better series, I think, or at least games,
I feel like it's
as
quite
far as
even-
Vainglory 8.
I feel like it's quite an evenly matched one. I think in the last fight in particular, I feel like Chicken, it was a bit of a 2v3 situation, and maybe one that was just looking for a fight, and it just didn't really work out, because I think this happened in previous fights, is that we'll see the afterburn going in, and then Gabe Vizzle just puts the fairy dust onto Chicken. I feel like there's quite a good amount of base damage there on that fairy dust, so it takes a lot of damage off and it slows him down, so he's not able to disengage the way he wants to. And he also went in with a 3rd health. He was chunked down quite a bit before T-Tigers was able to join in the fight.
Well, let's see if they can clean up these fights, these engagements here as time moves on. We do see an infusion picked up here for Old School. So Sorrow Blade breaking point, an infusion ready to go. This means Old School ready to actually take a fight if needed. The question though, I mean, what do you think this is geared towards? Is this geared towards him needing to put a stop to the aggression of Hammers? Or is this going to be C9 looking to make like an offensive play?
I think they're looking to make an offensive play. We just saw Flicker picking up a level 7 infusion as well. So 2 of the 3 members, and there's the only infusion on the side of Hammers is on starting all over, and it's going to run out fairly soon. I think they're looking to make an offensive play so that they can do some counter pushing, get the first tower, and maybe even get the gold mine, because they really need that. It's pretty even now, and Cloud9 were the ones that at the start were the ones with the gold lead.
Well, we look at that and the gold and item difference between T-Tigers and I Love Joseph. Pretty spot on here. We do have an infusion for T-Tigers at this point, so these guys are ready to fight as well. Drifting Dark's going to be moving forward. Malice and Verdict connecting. Ace's High actually stuns up the Glaive. It's going to be Chicken moving forward, looking for that afterburn. He does get the foul. Now starting, he's in a bad place, eating that forward barrage. Old School, has he been baited in? One shot, almost 1 kill there. And that's the stealth from Gabe Vizzle trying to get himself out of that one. T-Tigers does not like eating that forward barrage to the face. His Hammers move forward as a unit. You're going to see Joseph kind of hanging out there. I was like, wait a second. Am I lagging or is it Joseph not moving? But
He's moving.
Yeah, he was fine. He's just hanging out, waiting for them to move through that tri-brush. But this is going to be a gold miner going the way of Hammers. So, yeah, it's just really good job.
First gold miner of the game? Yeah, first gold miner of the game. 300 gold. And that's giving them, they're not even anymore, so it's a small 800 gold lead at 12 minutes. Probably one of the closer games. I think I agree with you. It's definitely one of the closer games that we've seen so far today in North America, anyway.
Well, this is 4th series of the day here, and I think it's, like I said, you know, this is just game 1, but I think this could be one of our best series of the day. Just, it's cool to go ahead and bookend the whole Vainglory 8 day with this series here. I do think it could go either way. And, you know, honestly, no matter what team wins this, moves into day 2 for this week, I think they're going to have an impact. Like, in the semifinals, making it to the finals potentially. It's such an evenly matched series here. And C9, they're going to go ahead and just back up. They look to clear out some scout traps. They just do some farming rotations. Hammers, playing very cautiously as well.
I agree with you. Despite your previous point about whoever wins this is a very close match, I'm still going to put my money on Hammers. I feel like their composition is going to be a little bit better into the late game, especially now that we have seen them taking the first turrets away from Cloud9. I'm really impressed with I Love Joseph's Skyplay so far. I think he's using his zoning abilities really well, and it's preventing, a lot of the time, it's preventing Hammers from picking up a kill that would really go a long way and get going for that ace.
It would.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we see like a divergent path coming out, you know, where starting goes for his 3rd offensive item. We see Old School picking up a little bit more defense. Do you agree with either of these decisions?
I agree with the defense, because the range on Gwen is actually quite short. And what we're seeing is T-Tigers is sending out the Drifting Dark. And for Old School to get any damage down, he has to be in that Drifting Dark. So if it'll withstand some of the damage, having the Aegis will help a lot. Especially because Gabe Vizzle, as that Flicker, not really much kind of tankiness, isn't able to frontline as much, so you need to have just a bit of prioritize defense a little bit more.
Right. I think that makes sense. We'll see if that's how it's going to play out here. Starting able to get his active camo down and out of that one. Joseph connected a little bit with that forward barrage. Another infusion coming out of Tigers, starting all over, has his own infusion. Infusions on the other side for C9 as well. Both of these teams looking for an opportunity, Shingy. I feel like this could just pop off at any moment here. Blinding Light is down. Chicken looking for an opportunity. Kraken just now coming out. So one of these teams, that's the ult coming out of the flicker here. War Treads forward. Oh, Malice connects on to Gabe Bizzle. They should know exactly what's happening here. Drifting Dark, moving forward. Hammers looking for an opportunity, looking for a target. And they miss that opportunity. So this means they're going to have to wait for Drifting Dark. And when that comes up, Samuel wouldn't have a lot of energy. So I think because of those conditions, T-Tiger is just going to port home.
Yeah, he's going to port home. Good choice. Get that energy back. But I think this does leave it open for Cloud9 to try and take that Kraken. I don't think they know that Samuel's gone back. So they're just going to focus on getting their own infusions. Flicker's just picked up his own infusion. The only one without an infusion right now is Chicken, who hasn't actually gone for a contraption, just picking up the flares as they go along, going for the pauldrons instead. And I really like the use of the pauldrons because old skill, quite close range in the Drifting Dark. It's easy to land the pauldrons on him.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not like old school's gonna be trying to like block that off instead of maybe the Oblivion or something like that, right? So yeah, he has multiple things that he needs to worry about, and a good chance that the Atlas Pauldron should come through. C9 are in a good position here to get damage out onto this turret, but Hammers have moved up. Old School Afterburn back. Gabe Bizzle looking to turn it on to Chicken. Chicken on the front line. Starting moves forward. Chicken goes down. He wasn't even able to fountain. And now it's going to be Tigers and starting all over here, left to their own devices. And I'm very curious to see how this plays out for the next 20 seconds or so. Gabe Bizzle moving forward. The forward barrage is there. Starting turrets is starting just... Oh, you just wrecked Gabe Bizzle. Unbelievable. 2 versus 3. What a mistake was made. T-Tigers on the front line, though. It looks like pretty good damage, but starting's there. He got a glimmer. He's starting out 1L. He's starting all over. Making the absolute plays. My man.
Oh, it was either going to be starting all over making all the plays or it was going to be Old School. I feel like both of them had the potential to be picking up 2 kills there, but it went to starting all over. He's going to get that second. Well, yeah, he's going to get that second turret. I mean,
yo, dude, this is why we watch competitive Vainglory. These are the moments. Like, whatever. You can play clean games. You can take it. You'd be like, oh, look at fundamentally these teams are so mechanically sound with their perfect drafts and everything. There's something also, a beauty of the teams just duking it out, right? And in that moment, both of these teams chose to just go, just full out to try and make the play here.
Gabe Bizzle. I don't know if he's...
Gabe.
Oh my gosh,
trying to make the plays. Okay. That was
close one.
Yeah, but once again, Gabe's in there. He's trying to make the play, right? So that was a clean call out of him. Totally understand the decision to do so. But this is going to be Kraken for Hammers marching forward. Shinyi, your predictions starting to come to light here.
That's what I mean. So we're going to be seeing, I think this is going to be a very difficult push. Well, very easy push for Hammers, but very difficult push for Cloud9 to counteract because there's so much poke coming out from Kestrel and the Samuel, and if anyone even tries to dive onto them, you've got Chicken there with the Afterburn to punt them away. So they're having to choose between, should we try and zone Hammers away, or should we try and get the Kraken? And they're having to decide. That one went down really quite quickly. Afterburn going in.
Death from above lands onto Tigers. Trying to get back. He's very low. The fountain comes out. He turns it. 1 glimmer, 2. One shot's going to connect here. Stun up Joseph. And Hammers, they're in a tough place, but so is C9. Kraken's still doing work on this choke point turret. I imagine the choke point turret is going to be going down here. Tigers, another Drifty Dark. They move forward, and yeah, so choke point turret down. With that, it feels that Hammers are going to just be satisfied with that. Maybe take Crystal Sentry, a jungle rotation, and get out of this one.
Yep, they get the positive gold lead, and they are now actually drawing ahead now, so 3.4k gold ahead for Hammers there. And we're seeing so much vision being placed by Chicken, so he doesn't actually have that contraption yet. He's just buying flares and he's buying scout traps as he goes along. And I think that's so important because we do see Gabe Bizzle trying to make those plays, but he's not able to pull them off because they know exactly where he is at all time.
Ooh, it's true. They got eyes on him. They know exactly where he is, and Hammers making the plays here. Every time I start, and it's not like I'm doubting Chicken in any way, shape, or form as a player. I just like sometimes in these moments I'm like, I don't know if he's gonna get this Afterburn off, and he does it every time. So far, I'm very impressed with Chicken this game. Not to mention what everything his teammates are doing, but very good job. With that said, with all of like being impressed with what Hammers are doing here, let's keep in mind Cloud9 are very much in this game. The net worth is not very far apart at all.
There's no question that they're still in the game. I just feel like what we're seeing in the team fights is that I was beginning to go a lot more towards the Hammers, and I think that does come down to positioning. Cloud9, their composition, I think isn't as strong in the late game. This is what Hammers have been playing towards, maybe a relatively passive early game. But now that we're seeing them move into the late game, they're definitely playing a lot more offensively. We're seeing them establishing a lot of vision, and that just mitigates a lot of the potential that Flicker has. They'll probably go for the. I'm anticipating that they'll be going for the Kraken in the next minute when it does appear, and we're just seeing Cloud9 force back behind a choke point. There's nothing really for the Flicker to do. There's no bushes for him to use his Willow Whisper in, and it just makes it very difficult for Cloud9 to even try and be offensive.
Yeah, Chicken's doing a really good job right now. It's chicken pox across the middle area of this map. We call it chicken pox from time to time. It's very fitting here in this game. Kraken has now spawned. Shingy, these are going to be the tough decisions. Obviously, Hammers are going to take this Kraken if they have the opportunity. The question is, how does C9 respond here? They cleared out one scout trap, two flares coming out from both sides. Venn diagrams of your flares coming out here. They know scout traps down in that brush. They know they won't have the element of surprise. Hammers doing a very good job. Maybe waiting for an infusion here for T-Tiger. It's just a little bit more gold, some trickle gold. He should be able to pick that up. And I think with that, Hammers should be pretty much ready to fight.
They are, but I just get the feeling that Cloud9 really don't want to fight. They kind of came down and went, let's just go back up. So I feel that Hammers are in a good position to try and take that whole Kraken down before Cloud9 even get close. I like the positioning of Chicken right now, preventing them from getting close. And that Kraken should be theirs.
Yeah, they got it. War treads forward. C9 looking for an opportunity, but they stand out about 10,000 scout traps. One shot connects onto Gabe Bizzle, but he's very tanky. Mouse and Verdict, though. Joseph, he's getting melted. He's able to get out of that one. Death and Glove comes down. Oblivion is going to be blocked off. They were able to get the Atlas Baldrin out onto Old School. Old School, though, standing his ground. They take down Joseph, starting, able to get Old School. Gabe Bizzle goes down. That's the ace here at the end. Kraken marching down the lane. Do they even need it.com? Hammers. Unbelievable performance here.
Unbelievable performance. Absolutely agree with you. They're such a close game. That fight at the end was so nicely executed. So the positioning we saw at the start from Chicken, just keeping a good eye on where Cloud9 were. And then he just afterburn gave Vizzle away, allowing starting over and T-Tiger to finish off the Kraken. And I think in the team fight, what we're seeing is it's so easy for them to go into Old School and I Love Joseph every single time. I think I Love Joseph, not that much defense. He does have the cold place, yes. But it's just they were just able to burst straight through him. Yeah, he did use his Sewer Strike to try and get away, but it just wasn't enough at the very end.
It was not enough. I don't know if my heart can take this. These teams, back and forth. Wonderful fighting, very entertaining, very excited. I mean, I think my main question as we throw this back over to the analyst desk is, the net worth would seem very close, but was the game as close as the net worth was? I don't know. But Jackson, Sweej, Tasty Bacon, break it down for us.
Was the net worth as close as the game was? He asked, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think that it relied on who was able to make a play, and both teams were just waiting for the rare opportunity to see who's gonna make a mistake. If Chicken, does a weird afterburn, or if Gabe tries to ult, but Tiger just shut him down with a Frostburn. So Samuel is actually he played Samuel so well that he was able to prevent Gabe from getting on any of his carries and stopped an ultimate, actually, that Gabe wanted to engage on. So that was really, it came down to who made the mistake. And Old School didn't have enough damage, too. Starting had so much damage that I felt like in a 1v1 straight-up fight, Old School didn't have enough burst to kill Starting right away.
All right, let's have a look at a replay. This is the last fight of the game. Keep an eye at the beginning. Starting starts to heal back up, and he manages to get all of his health back.
Yeah, he's very low. The buckshot comes out. It doesn't hit him or T-Tigers, and as a result, they get the healing buff from the Kraken. And if that buckshot hits, they don't get the healing. This fight probably goes the other way because of that initial damage. But great positioning all the way throughout this fight as well from Hammers. And this game was so back and forth. It was going to come down to one team fight that decided the game, and that was it.
All right, so heading into game two, I have to admit, Cloud9, I don't feel like they should feel very bad about that loss. It was a really hard game, and there were moments where, okay, if that buckshot lands, maybe we win the fight.
You say that they shouldn't feel bad about that loss, but the fact that it was that close is what makes you feel bad about that loss. Like that, it's so
Yeah.
tough. You're absolutely right. They shouldn't feel bad about it, but it's really tough to get into that mental aspect of not feeling bad about a loss like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great point. But these are players who have a wealth of experience competitively. Hopefully their mental game is up to scratch, basically. But moving to game number 2, the point that I'm making is that they should try and just reset their perspective on things, their attitude perhaps, and go in with a clean slate because they have the opportunity to outplay Hamilton.
The other thing that makes it tougher is the fact that these two teams over the past few weeks have kind of been going back and forth a little bit. Not so much during the last, during the off week there between splits, but in split 1, both of these teams had players kind of going back and forth on Twitter a bit. And so it just makes both of them that much hungrier and makes these games mean that much more to the players as an individual.
Not to mention a win here for Cloud9 would be 2 weeks in a row. Hammers, they won the week prior to that, so they're looking to get back on top. It's been very back and forth in terms of who wins week to week in North America. Team Solomon's been the most consistent team across the board in all of their games.
Yep.
But in terms of winners and winnings, they have just as much back and forth as these other teams.
Yeah, and both these teams are so close. It comes down to how their carries and the supports land their ultimates. I mean, starting at a beautiful catcher ult, killing ults, getting the A's. Tigers had a lot of good sleeps. I mean, his Samuel ults were just on point that game. So it really depends on that, given how close both these teams are. So Hammer decides to ban the Lowry here. I think Cloud9 will probably opt to ban Lance. Let's see if they pick Adagio here. Oh no, they decided to pick the Glaive over the Adagio. So I guess no one wants Adagio.
It's interesting to me that Adagio this is now the second series in a row that we've seen the teams just not prioritize this pick, especially Hammers. They were undefeated with Adagio in split 1. They were able to get their hands on it 6 times and won all 6 of those games. Cloud9 though, they're going to get to pick it up.
This could be Gabe Bizzle. He did play it a few times. It also could be old school. But really, this is a pick that Cloud9 should be super comfortable on. They're going to get it with a Gwen, so probably Gabe Bizzle, right?
Yeah, probably support Adagio here with a really strong jungler. They have a lot of options, like Rona is good against Glaive. Black Feather, for example. There's a lot of weapon power carries. Even Grumpjaw weapon power carry is not too bad too. But it depends on the composition the Hammer's going to pick. So of course they're going to pick the Sammy here. Probably run out with a Ringo or a Vox. But I think Ringo is probably better because he outranges Gwen. So I think starting might opt for the Ringo here.
It would make sense. Again, it would go back to that comfort pick and their most played hero of the split. But it will be Vox coming through.
It certainly says something about the state of Ringo and perhaps the meta around Ringo that starting all over isn't picking it when he's available. Because he literally said, if it's available, why wouldn't I pick it on the last update?
Yeah, so clearly he feels that's not as strong on patch 2.3. We'll see if that holds up.
I think here Cloud9 should pick Taka because you can Atlas the Vox and then jump on the Samuel and then outplay the Glaive. So Taka might be a good pick here. They can also do BF, but I don't think Joseph plays BF, so they might go with Taka or... There we go, Taka. Perfect.
Yeah, Taka definitely works.
All right, so talk to me a little about how these compositions pan out. The Glaive Samuel Vox one is one I'm particularly interested in.
Well, I was going to touch on the Taka here. Just
right.
Because,
well, I mean, you can do that if you want.
We saw the last week of Split 1 was when we saw Taka coming out as this super counter to Samuel and was just destroying him game after game after game. So I think that's a really smart pickup here for Cloud9.
And I think in NA and EU, Taka has always beaten Samuel in a pick, and you've seen that over and over again, especially as CP Taka. He heals significantly from his B, and he's able to get on the carry so easy and Atlas them. So I think Cloud9 has the upper hand in this draft.
Do you think they're going to be able to execute, though? I mean, I look at the composition coming out of Hammers, and I say it's going to be really tough to make that happen, but they made it happen in game number 1.
They did, but I think this one is even more difficult to make happen. I think Cloud9 should be able to take this game.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, we're on to the Halcyon Fold. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be our last game of the day, unless Cloud9 can come back. Passing it on over to Humanist and Jingyi.
Thank you very much. One more time, Jackson. Yes, we are into game 2 here. If Hammers can close out, it's going to be all she wrote for this series. But I think Cloud9 have a very strong draft here. Something they can definitely execute on. Jingyi, what are your thoughts?
I agree. You caught me yawn.
Oh my goodness! I'm
Oh,
trying to
yeah,
be
I'm sad.
professional over here.
I know.
I take the hand off. I throw it to you, and you give me the.
That's just humanist. I'm just kidding. I actually really like the draft coming out from Cloud9. I think I Love Joseph on Taka and Gaviz on Adagio. These are heroes that they've been playing for a very long time. These are heroes that they're very good at playing for a very long time. And this could be even closer than the last game, dare I say.
Yeah, I think if it's close, C9 are probably gonna take it. Honestly.
Oh, they're going.
There you go. The afterburn back, and that's gonna be old school. Getting chunked down. Actually, he gets a heal. Joseph's here. Stardy's gonna be taking a little bit of damage. The old school's down. And Joseph should be repositioning, get himself out of here on that one. First blood for Hammers. Felt like a dangerous situation maybe for Hammers for a second, but they're okay.
Yeah, they get the kill onto Old School, which is, you know, it's a really nice positioning coming out from Chicken. Was it? Yeah, you did say in the last game that you've been really impressed by Chicken and his afterburns because you're like, oh, I'm not sure if he's gonna get it, and then he gets it.
Yeah.
Every single time. Every time.
Almost every time, yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna talk about Taka. I feel like Taka's gonna make things very difficult. I think we've seen a few Takas today, mostly in Europe, and I don't think we've seen one in North America so far. But the ones in Europe, they were able to just go in and out, very assassin style, and especially going to T-Tigers and starting all over. It's gonna be doing a lot of damage because Chicken might not be able to respond fast enough to use those afterburns. But we'll just have to see how it plays out. But I think for this one, I prefer Cloud9.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I see you making those predictions here. We'll see.
I want the analyst
Definitely
job.
someone. If Hammers wins, someone will clip that and tweet it out to you, Shingy. I'm sure.
It'll be you. You'll be the one
Bo
doing
show.
it.
I'm already
I knew it.
clipping it right now. Yeah, I think this is a great pickup here for Joseph in particular. A comfort pick. Compositionally, it makes sense. And it also counters out a lot of what Hammers want to do. So for like so many reasons, I think the Taka pick just makes sense.
It does. And again, we're gonna have to see a lot of priority coming for Vision. Chicken did that very well, extremely well last game. So he didn't actually go for the contraption, but he certainly had a lot of scout traps down towards the end of the game there, which took a lot away from the flicker.
It did.
I think we're gonna be expecting a similar story here with this Taka. He's just got the Stormguard banner right now. Does a little bit of damage, but I think they want gonna be trying to shut him down early before he gets a little bit too much. Never mind. They've got Gabe Bizzle. They
Drifting
don't
Dark
have
Hammers,
Bizzle.
you probably don't want to chase down that side of the fight there. Joseph, he's going to go ahead and jump himself away there. Dangerous position that they found themselves in. T-Tigers wasn't really able to connect fully with Malice and Verdict. This is going to be Joseph jumping back in. Getting damage down. Chicken, what's the play here? Waiting for this
He's
afterburn.
there.
He knocks
Oh,
him back.
nice.
Are they trying to combo this up? Joseph's dropping very low. Can they fight? What are starting? Got it. And they don't want to dive into the turret, but Gabe Vizzle has exposed himself. Buckshot comes through. Gabe Vizzle, one more attack. Oh, that's actually, what is that, a Malice or Verdict that connected there? I'm not quite sure. They found the kill.
Either way, I was doing the judgment. So Old School, he's just having to farm because there wasn't really much that they could have done against I Love Joseph. And Gabe Vizzle.
Dude, what is going on? Hammers turned up this game. 4-1, 4 minutes in. I don't know if this is C9 making mistakes. Hammers are capitalizing on it, though, for sure.
I'm just gonna eat my words after all I said about, oh, I prefer Cloud9's composition, or I think it's gonna be a much closer game than last time.
That's definitely what you sounded like, by the way.
I know, with that voice. That was exactly what I sounded like. It's just deja vu for everyone. But, you know, I wouldn't say it's mistakes coming out from Cloud9. I would just say it's Hammers really upping the game for this time. Just really upping the game. Been really impressed by the way they're actually picking up targets. Chicken, I think his glaive is even better this game so far. I probably just jinxed him. He's probably not gonna land a single afterburn after this. But his afterburn's just absolutely pivotal in just landing those kills.
Let's see how strong your Jinx game is. If Chicken stays on target, has his fountain. Gabe Vizzle will have his fountain very soon here as well. One of the main questions for me in this draft, and I'd love to, maybe we get a chance to talk with starting about this later, but why the Vox pick? Why the Vox pick over the Ringo, which he's so well known for? My thought is maybe he wants to have a little bit of that mobility, knowing that he's going up against Taka, who's very mobile, the Gwen as well.
Yep.
And it did provide him that ability to chase, where I don't think Ringo would have.
Yeah, I mean, Ringo does have the twirling silver, but I think also the Vox has the resonance, so if somebody is hiding in the bush, it does give you that extra safety net as well.
Dude,
Wow.
The play. But that was before, like, I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. It's not just Taka, but that was before Taka pick, but it actually does work very well in the way that you just said it.
Exactly. I knew. I don't know.
They knew it. Starting
They
knew it.
knew
He's
it.
like,
We all knew
yo,
it.
this is gonna be a Taka pick, so we're gonna go Vox.
Exactly. Okay, it's 3 in the morning here. Give me a break. So 4-1. I feel like Hammers are just taking a little bit of step back in terms of aggression. Chicken is just babysitting, starting all over every single time. And we do see Old School having to pick up a reflex block just because he has been stunned that many times. However, Gabe Vizzle doesn't really have one, but he doesn't really need one because he's just kind of sitting safely in the back line. It's I Love Joseph that's going in every single time, and even then, he is able to kaitan over the damage.
So he X-Retsu's in to grab up that mid there. Gabe Vizzle put to sleep. Old School gonna try to find damage. Taka around the bottom side of this fight. Old School's doing very well. It's T Tigers who's taking a lot of damage. Now Starting trying to stand as a ground hero. Starting split away from the fight. Tigers drops. Hammers are crumbling. Starting
what are you
jumps
doing?
back in, trying to make the plays happen.
One,
Chicken gets one. Chicken get another one. Chicken hit one more. Forgot Chicken. He's down. Double kill. That's the ace coming through. C9 engage. Full steam ahead as the throws coming out of Hammer.
Did you squat in that?
No, I think that's the sound of. I think that happens when Chicken
Did
goes
I hear
hard in
a
the paint.
caw come from you?
When Chicken just goes super hard in the paint. I think that's just what happens. There's a game sound.
And then Picard just comes out.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. You guys like,
Yeah.
wow. Chicken did Picard his way. You know, it was just such a close chase there. It's so tantalizing to watch. Like, are you gonna get the kill on Gabe Vizzle or not? But he did not get the kill. And actually, if you look at it, it's equalized dramatically. It was 4-1 before, now it's 5-4. And the goal difference as well, just 300 between the 200 between the two teams.
Oof.
That fight was what Cloud9 needed.
Very reminiscent of last game, right?
Yes,
Like
that was right.
when Starting was the last man standing and they just went toe to toe, just throwing blows. And he's the last one that comes out on top. I mean, he goes down first this time, but very similar fighting and play style, nonetheless.
I mean, it's the same two teams playing, so I'm just messing.
It
Just
is?
messing. Yeah, it's Hammers versus Cloud9. In case you didn't know.
It's I Love Joseph
Oh.
X-Retsuing in onto the Samuel. Mortal wound applied, but Hammer's able to disengage out of there. 5-4, 8 minutes in, net worth dead even. C9 Hammers going back and forth.
It is going back and forth. Just I Love Joseph just jumping straight in. He's got the aftershock. He's got the storm crown. He's doing a lot of damage. If he either jumps onto T Tigers or starting all over, I do like that he's picking on T Tigers every single time. And I think there's a few things that T Tigers could do if I Love Joseph jumps on him again. Is either throw down an Oblivion right under him, forcing attacker to back away, or even the Drifting Dark and just step into it. There are a few things.
There are things he could do.
Definitely.
I can see that, like, as I watch T Tigers move around the map, it feels like, I don't know if it's like patience or he's just ready
Like
to
a
fight or something,
tiger.
because he's walking through the jungle and just throwing malice and verdicts as he's walking around. Like he
Like a
wasn't
tiger.
even gonna be hitting anything at all. He had a scout trap in the brush. It's not like he was trying to catch Taka or something like that.
You just need to have confidence. You need to have that bravado, that swag when you're walking through. It's just scare people off. It's all about the looks.
He's just flexing. That's just his built-in charm. Just malice
Yeah.
and verdicts. Just
You're like, these are
constant.
my guns. My guns are malice and verdict. But then that doesn't make sense. My metaphors are wrong.
But it's
Mortal
okay.
wound.
Chicken getting lit up right here. Let's see if there's gonna be an X-Retsu in. Nope, they don't really want to dive in there too deep, and you can't blame them for that.
Nope.
C9 doing a pretty good job. They should be able to secure this gold miner, and that will, jump them a little ahead as far as net worth, but not too much.
Gold lead going towards Cloud9 now. They're the ones they've swung 500 ahead. And looking at the turrets, Hammers, turrets is looking a little bit better. And I feel like what we're going to see is that Cloud9, they're beginning to do a little bit better in team fights. And a lot of that, I feel, comes down to I Love Joseph, because he is just diving in and out. The Mortal Wound is doing a lot to T Tigers. And I think they're a long way. An Aegis would go a long way right now, or even some shield.
Starting, taking a lot of damage. Joseph almost finding the kill. It's going to be forcing the fountain out. Starting is going to be going back to base. So maybe an opportunity for C9 to try and do something here. Joseph jumps in. Again, box shots there. Do they want to dive? What's the call? Old School's taken turret aggro. It's me, Joseph just jumping forward.
T-Tigers.
X-Red too. Yeah.
Oh my god.
T-Tigers, pretty calculated stuff there.
Very calculated stuff. And I think a lot of that just came down to I Love Joseph and Gabe Vizzle. So I Love Joseph jumping in every single time. Gabe Vizzle was able to land a heal in, and it just keeps that Taka alive for a little bit longer. You know, T-Tigers are starting all over. I don't think there's an effective counter right now. We did see Chicken going with the afterburn to try and stun I Love Joseph away, but he just jumped over it, and it was like, and then you had to wait 15 seconds again for the cooldown, or wherever, however long the cooldown is.
Oh, I think Joseph's doing a phenomenal job. They're already struggling with this Taka, which is insane because, I mean, if he goes like Broken Myth next, whatever his item is, it's just going to get that much harder for them. Now, Cloud9 were all infused up, but they were able to take advantage of that. So they built a net worth lead. I think you can say it's definitely worth it for them. They've made those infusions work. They pretty much paid for themselves.
Absolutely, they absolutely have. And also another issue is that there's no flares on the side of Hammers right now. And we're talking about talking at the very start of the game. Vision's gonna be a massive priority. If they don't have it, they don't know where Taka's coming from. They don't know where he's going next. And if they can't pin him down, then they're really not gonna be going anywhere. So here he goes in again, very stealthily.
One more time, Joseph just jumps into the thick of things. Chicken not able to find the afterburn he wants. Tigers moving forward with that drifting dark. He dips out of it, so the Malice of Verk doesn't really connect like he would have liked, unfortunately. One of the things, Shingy, as we see Eve of Harvest's second item, I do feel like, and I'd like to hear your opinion, as far as T-Tigers on the Samuel, it feels like Samuel, if you don't get that Broken Myth up as like your second item, like the damage impact just doesn't feel like it's there.
I agree with you. Because the way Samuel plays, you're expecting this strong poke coming out from him. And it's quite easy for Samuel to be building up those Broken Myth stacks. However, I don't really see it being that easy for him in this game because he's not really getting the chance to send out a Malice and Verdict at this stage of the game because Taka's going in every single time. He's just running away because he has to. Otherwise, that is going to be an easy kill there for I Love Joseph.
Well, Joseph, he's been just doing such a good job. I mean, we'd expect him to be doing such a good job. It just being one of the top players out in the Vainglory scene. Not only that, but to be honest, Taka, just this comfort pick in a situation, in a composition that really does make sense. C9 moving down to the jungle shop, alternating current picked up for Gabe Vizzle. Now we've seen this before, and it worked for them pretty well in the past. Do you like it here?
It works for Gabe Vizzle. I wouldn't say it works for other realms to play the Adagio. He does it very well. Just love, because you've got I Love Joseph, he's not really playing a defensive role on the Adagio. He's not really like the true roamer. He's playing, I guess, a hybrid carry, hybrid roam build there. And it's just, for Cloud9, this is all about all-out offense from them. They're just engaging on those fights. They're doing it very well right now, and it's about finishing the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, I do. I agree with you on that. I think it makes a lot of sense the way you explain that, the way you broke it down. But the question is, are they going to be able to do this? Because with this item choice, it feels like, you know, Joseph's been jumping in like every time, right? He's been doing really good work.
Yeah,
There's your immense payout. But if they get caught, then suddenly they're in a really bad position.
Absolutely. If they do get caught, they're in a really bad position. But right now, they're not. Hammers, I feel like they're not really getting any chance to catch anyone out because they're picking the fight so carefully. They're not fighting near the Crystal Sentry. They're fighting in the jungle. And actually, I feel that Hammers would do really well if they're fighting in the lane. It's easier to get the Drifting Dark. It's easier to get this wait for it in a line and just catch all of them. But if they're fighting in the jungle, you've got such a wide area to play with, especially with such a mobile hero as the Taka who can disappear anywhere he wants. Especially because there's not that much vision on the side of Hammers. They need to bring the fight to them.
You know, one thing I mentioned earlier, I was saying, you know, if Joseph goes into like a Broken Myth or something next, the damage could be that much more intense. What's interesting is, you know, and it's very good, very smart call. Joseph goes for the Atlas Pauldron. You see more offense built out of Gabe Vizzle. So it's kind of like, you know, mixing up the threat level a little bit here, providing a little more durability for Joseph, but also he has the ability to get on to starting all over and apply that Atlas very easily. I think it's a really smart choice here.
I definitely think it's a smart choice as well because he's the only person on the side of Cloud9 who is able to jump onto starting all over, get the pauldrons. Because I feel like they're treating T-Tigers as we're going to focus on him, mitigate the damage coming from starting all over, and that's how we're going to be playing these fights. I love Joseph's going to be jumping straight onto starting all over, applying the pauldrons, and then moving to T-Tigers, forcing them to back away.
Danger zone. You see, feels like C9 was trying to like kind of bait him into a choke point there. I mean, it does work out to a certain extent for both teams, but when you're pulling one team into the choke point, works a little bit better. Hammers moving forward here, gonna dip down to the shop. Fresh infusion and a flare picked up for Chicken here. It looks like starting and T-Tigers not really needing to drop to the shop. Doing a good job to clear out the scout traps here around the Kraken pit. 16 minutes in. This as far as kills, this game has been a little bit more quiet than our previous match.
It was quite intense at the start. A lot of kills going there towards Hammers, but you're right, it's dropped off a little bit, and that's what I think. That's just because Hammers, they're just having to disengage. Neither team is really committing for that full out fight. It's just testing the waters. Maybe for the next fight we can go in a little bit. Chicken, I feel is not where he should be.
It was a very smart movement though. He dips down to the bottom. C9 was split apart, so it would have been a really full commit to get onto Chicken. He was holding an afterburn. He could have defensively afterburned away. Right now, Old School with a fresh infusion. Ace is high. Lands on starting all over. Oblivion comes out. Old School has that blocked off. You see X-Ratu on to T-Tigers here. T-Tigers is down, starting all over, trying to kite backwards, trying to find the damage he needs. Joseph's on target. Crystal Sentry not going to be doing enough. They have lost two. Chicken was able to afterburn out of here. Old School. He's got a skedaddle. He's going to skedaddle forward. One more attack. Is it enough? Oh, no! Not quite. My man. Old School almost getting that one, but a 2-for-1 trade in favor of C9. 6-6, 17 minutes in. We have got a game here.
I am so glad I unjinxed it. It's just much closer than the last game, even though the last game was already quite close. I feel like a really good opening for Hammers here would actually be that Oblivion coming out from T-Tigers, because there's no Crucible on the side of Gavizzle yet. He's only 100 gold away from picking up that Crucible. And if you do manage to stun either Old School, preferably Old School, or Gavizzle, then that's a really good opening for them to fight. But right now they're just so distracted by I Love Joseph jumping onto them, because they're like, he's jumping on them, taking away half their health, and they're like, oh no, we need to back away.
Yeah, pretty much how it went down there. Honestly, I'm not quite sure how the perfect fight for Hammers is going to develop here. Is it more like they need to make it happen? Is it them just having the positioning? Is it going to come down to the element of surprise?
I think it's gonna be a bit of everything. That sounds like a bit of a cop out of an answer, but they need to pick their location. They need to have someone with good vision, which they don't right now.
Yeah, they got engaged on. Look at that Atlas landing onto everybody here. Joseph, he's trying to get him to the back line. T-Tigers going back with that drifting dark. Nobody going down. Good for Hammers, but they're all low. And this should be Kraken picked up by C9 here.
Yeah, that's going to get the Kraken. And what we're seeing is Hammers are forced to go home. They have to clear the wave, and they can't afford to go for the Kraken because they know they'll lose that fight. So this actually could be a quite good position for them to be in, because Cloud9 will have to dive under the tower to try and get some damage down. And that actually could be a really good time or opportunity for Hammers to take advantage of any over-aggressions that Cloud9 makes.
Okay, well, these are tense moments, very tense moments. We're going to see C9 pick up, no, they don't even need to pick up. They're all infused, they have all their items, everything's ready to go. This is pretty much just waiting for the engager, making the plays happen here. You can see Old School, a lot of damage coming out onto Chicken immediately. 5 breaking point stacks here. Joseph's going to take that treant, so he's got a little regen going into this fight. Waiting for that opportunity. Stealth around the bottom side. Who is your target?
Oh, that's
Ace is high. They almost comboed up T-Tigers there, but he's able to get out of that one. Very good. Chicken, you cannot go down here. Chicken goes down. Oh, no. He had a Crucible. He had a fountain, but he was holding it. He was waiting, and just disastrous turn of events for Hammers. But C9 got to be happy about that. Joseph moving in. Atlas Pauldron on a starting all over again. Wait for it's going to come through. It's going to be silence out there onto Old School. T-Tigers doing pretty good work. That's the fountain out, though. And Tigers, you're in a bad place right now. Tigers, he's going to be chopped down.
Oh, he gets one.
Put Old School to sleep, but that doesn't matter. Starting all over, you go that close, he's definitely going to die. Will just die from the bleed. That's the ace coming through, and this is going to be Chicken against Gabe and Joseph here. Plus, Crystal Sentry's trying to get some. Crystal Sentry wants some of this business. He's like, dude, I've just been get killed in this jungle by myself. Let me fight. Chicken's waiting for that afterburn here. I don't know if you want to chase too far here, bud.
He doesn't chase that far, and looks like the Crystal Sentry's just going to be able to do its thing, get down to the jungle, and Chicken's only one still alive.
Chicken just making the plays, you know?
Yeah, he's
Chicken's
making
just-
the plays.
Just glaving it up. Doing a good job.
Not
Joseph, yeah, he wanted to take the backs there, but oh, Chicken afterburned right into that root there. That's okay, it's killed off. So no harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul. I like the chicken joke. Good one. Very good one. That wasn't intentional, was it?
Dog. Did it
Yeah, yeah, it
land?
was
It was
totally-
intentional.
It was totally intentional. Actually, if you look at Gabe Vizsla right now, I do like that he's picking up a heavy prism as well, just going for that more, just that extra damage. And the thing is, it makes sense because no one is focusing on Gabe Vizsla. It's all about trying to get Isle of Joseph away or trying to get onto old school. Because if you look at it straight, you'll be like, okay, I need to get rid of Isle of Joseph because he's the assassin, he's applying the pauldrons. And Gabe Vizsla is like a secondary consideration, but one that we cannot forget about.
Well, it's like,
Yeah.
how can you forget about it? You're not even paying attention to it in the first place. Like, Joseph has constantly been the threat from the very beginning, and he's still a significant threat. You know, his broken myth is out, freshly infused. You have to deal with this Taka, and how do you deal with that? Right now, C9 rotating around the bottom side here, Shingy. They have pretty good positioning, and Atlas Pauldron's going to come out here on a starting, trying to kite back.
Oh, good
It's gonna
silence.
be blocked off on that silence. They're on to Gabe Vizsla. They found the kill. Can they get two? Old School's getting very low, so is starting. They trade it 2 for 1 here. Now, this is gonna be Isle of Joseph trying to get out of this one. If anyone can do it, Joseph can do it here. He's just jumping around. This is just cue the Benny Hill theme song right here. Chicken stuns him up. Joseph gets caught. Dude, honestly,
Oh, no,
though,
no, 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 no,
honestly,
no, no,
though,
no, 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 they get the ace.
Hammer's fighting the ace. They're coming right back in this one. Oh my. This is still down in net worth, but this is going to be their Kraken. This is going to be at least 1, probably 2 turrets. More if C9 find a way to throw it. But a very good defense right there.
That was amazing defense. So the fight at the start went as every other fight's gone. Isle of Joseph going in, but they chased him away. And what was really good about it, instead of continuing to chase him, they turned around, the wait for him landed on Osko and Gabe Vizsla, who are actually out of position at this point, and they just completely turned on them. Isle of Joseph was running away at this point because that's the whole thing about Taka. You disengage, you engage as an assassin. And they picked up the kill there onto Osko and Gabe Vizsla. It was absolutely beautiful team fight from Hammers. I think the first one that's gone their way since the early game.
Yeah, it really was. I think since like the first 5 minutes, it was the first fight that went their way. Let's see if they can stack onto this, because, you know, the snowball doesn't always start early in the game. Sometimes, you know, it takes a bad fight and then a nice pick after, and you can just start snowballing. Even in the late game, it can happen. So right now, Hammers, they're looking for that clean engage. Sometimes it's like Kryptonite to Superman when you get a crack in here.
Oh,
It
slow.
looks like it has T-Tigers! Oh no, T-Tigers melted Cloud9.
Oh, no,
Finding
no.
the fight, finding the kill. Way too bold. Did I call it Kryptonite to Superman right there? Kraken, Kryptonite to Hammers. And this is going to be Old School. Gabe Vizsla just running down the lane. They're going to be ending this game out here. Right? Yeah.
Yep, that's it. This is game. There was one good team fight coming out from Hammers there, and I think that's the only one we'll be seeing now in the late game. In
That was
last team.
just major mistakes, right?
It was major mistakes. So, I think one of the mistakes, actually, I'm sorry, Chicken, but there was one point where he afterburned Old School into T-Tigers, who had Isle of Joseph on him at the same time, and it was just so easy for Old School to turn around and just shoot him in the face, and T-Tigers was gone.
Yeah.
Poor positioning there.
Pretty much. Wow. Okay, C9 turned up here in game 2. We have got a series on our hands. Hammers came out strong, maybe making a couple mistakes. C9 capitalized on those mistakes, taking control of the game, very methodically, patiently making it happen. Gabe Vizsla, you know, once again doing his Adagio thing, everything coming through here. But let's go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk, and they can go ahead and break it down for us.
We'll certainly try. Very back and forth, not game. That was very one-sided. Cloud9, honestly, they had a huge amount of a lead for a very long time. there was a moment where it went back for
Yep.
Hammers. But, I mean, what went wrong in that last fight?
The last fight was simply Hammers didn't get to set up the fight that they wanted. They kind of went in and got blown up. It was the fight that they had won was when they were able to kite backwards. The Drifting Dark was going backwards. T-Tigers was able to stay in it the whole time. They got a ton of damage out. But then they pushed in too far, went too far forward with the Kraken, got jumped on.
Yeah, and Joseph engaged onto Tigers, and then for some reason, Chicken afterburns Old School into Tigers, and then it basically afterburns him out of Tigers, Samuel O, and then Old School's like, oh, T-Tigers, boom, just shoots him and then kills him. So I think it was a few misplays or miscommunication or something there, and then that kind of sealed the deal for Hammers.
On C9's part, let's look at how they started to set up this game with a fight early on at 6 minutes. C9 began to put the pressure on.
Yeah, this was a really big fight in terms of positioning. Again, T-Tigers, they start off this fight looking really good, but then the Drifting Dark runs into the wall and he has nowhere to go to stay in it, and all of a sudden Cloud9 are able to turn it around. Everything with Samuel always seems to be based on, can he stay in the Drifting Dark?
Yeah, it's a very important part of that hero's kit. You can see Chicken did get a little bit of a consolation prize, but he couldn't find the double kill. Gabe Visual just barely getting away. C9, I think that was an example of them being very patient, biding their time, picking the fight at the right opportunity. It's important, obviously, when you're playing against a Samuel to do that, but they also made extremely strong strategic calls throughout the game. The best example I can think of, and we're going to have a replay for this in a second, is actually the fight where afterwards they just go immediately for crack.
Yeah, and one thing about Gabe's build, I don't know why he built. I get the understanding, but let's watch this replay here real quick. This is perfect. They engage really hard. They see that the fountains have been used, etc., and then they immediately make a Kraken call. This is so decisive by Cloud9. Such a great call here, and they take the Kraken without any contestment from Hammers.
And a big thing to note there, Chicken had flares, but he didn't think C9 would be bold enough to go for the Kraken there.
I don't think they realized just how much Cloud9 had started to heal from the fountain use at the end of the fight, because when they disengaged, Cloud9 was fairly low. They were all about half health, but by the time they started the Kraken, they were back up to about 70-80% health, and that was more than enough for them to go ahead and start Kraken.
Yeah, there was one fight where Gabe frontline and just got deleted, and they lost that fight, and that was like a turnaround fight. I felt like Gabe should have went back to his Slumbering Husk build instead of building more Crystal. So it's pretty interesting regarding Gabe's build there, instead of building the Slumbering Husk like he did before 2 weeks ago.
All right, we're into the draft for game number 3, Cloud9 versus Hammers. Who's going forward to the semifinals this week? Cloud9, they're going to be banning away the Glaive first.
Yeah, because Hammers has been playing that support Glaive, and they've been first picking that Glaive often, so that's a very smart ban by Cloud9 here.
Absolutely.
I think they're going to probably ban the Lyra here, or Adagio away, but I think Lyra will probably be the ban. Oh, Koshka is the ban, okay.
All right, so Koshka taken off the board. Interesting, because
Wow.
we haven't really seen too much focus on it. And again, Hammers, I feel like, is the team to pick it. But Cloud9, they're going to go for Lyra, leaving the Adagio available.
By the way, guys, worth noting that Cloud9 has guaranteed themselves a spot at the Unified Live Championships based off of their last win. So at this point, they're just playing to get the bye in the first round and the prize money from finishing high in the slots here for Split 2.
Yeah, it was a slight mistake earlier when we mentioned that Gangstars had gotten the spot. The information had not been fully updated that we were going off of. So it was Cloud9 that was 1 point away after the Rogue matchup. So they've got that now. Gangstar's still in a very good spot, but we'll see tomorrow if they can do that. Right now, Taka going to be banned away because they took the Kestrel once more for starting all over.
Yeah, because Hammers wants to run Kestrel Samuel again here, and that's why they banned the Taka.
Also, starting all over, you know, we talked about his Ringo obviously at length. His Kestrel, because when they won with it in game 1, actually pushed him to now 5-1 with the Kestrel pick. So they have been able to win consistently with this hero as well.
All right, Cloud9, they have a chance for ban number 2 here. What do they want to take off the board, Sweet J?
Maybe potentially Samuel here, so they have to deal with the awesome ults from T-Tigers, but they're going to decide to take away Lance. Okay. So they're going to basically take away Chicken's other best support, which is a Lance.
Right.
So I think Hammers will probably pick the Samuel and then pick Finn or something as to round up their composition here, because they know that Taka and Koshka are banned, and that those are 2 huge counters to Samuel. So I feel like, and Glaive, CP Glaive too,
yeah.
is a huge counter, so they're probably going to take the Samuel here and not let Cloud9 take it.
Yeah, there's not much left that is a strong counter to the Samuel. So I would definitely expect to see it come through here.
Well, they're certainly spending a decent amount of time
Oh,
going for it.
Fortress instead. Okay. Vox is up, so maybe Cloud9 can pick Vox here. Maybe potentially run CP Vox, or he can flex the Vox to go weapon depending on the composition they Hammers pick if they do double range with the Fortress. So they might take Gwen, because Gwen is good against Kestrel, and they need to just lock down and kill Kestrel before Fortress can do anything. So they have a few options here.
I would love so much if Cloud9 picked up Adagio. Double heal, old school on Adagio. You put
That's
I Love
true.
Joseph on like a Krull. This is an unstoppable composition if you do that. Or anything of the sort. But Petal is going to come through.
All right, what are they going to pick up as their laner? I would assume Lyra going to be going into the captain role. Laner, the option here for Cloud9.
Probably Gwen. Gwen is super strong. She's meta right now, and she's good into Kestrel if played properly. So I think they'll probably opt for the Gwen here.
Interesting point about the Petal pick. Cloud9 is undefeated with the Petal.
Wow, that's a pretty strong stat line, and given the fact that they really want to win this game, pulling out one of your undefeated picks makes sense. Gwen, the lock-in, as SweeJ predicted. Hammers now have a chance to answer. They have 30 seconds of bonus time, 8 on the clock.
Yeah, they're going to CP the Kestrel to counter the Petal and the Lyra, because CP Kestrel's good into them. So they probably will go for a Ringo or Vox here for sure. Or even Jewel, because Jewel counters Petal, but that's a little risky. So let's see what Starting wants to play here.
How is Jewel doing on this update, by the way, after those Tyrant's monocle nerfs?
Not picked or banned at all.
Yeah, there's a reason we haven't seen it.
Oh, they're going to opt for the Samuel.
Okay.
Interesting.
How do you guys feel like this composition for Hammers shakes out?
I actually really like it, especially Samuel into Petal is really strong. You just delete those Munions and turn Petal into a potato. And the only difficulty you have then is just worrying about the amount of slows that are going to be coming out and making sure you can stay within your Drifting Dark as a result of that.
Yeah, Fortress has no peel for Kestrel and Samuel, so Cloud9 can engage pretty hard. They need to watch out for the Kestrel traps because, and the Samuel sleep. So this is a really interesting matchup here. It's going to come down to which team is going to execute their comp better and outplay one another.
And in terms of the execution for Cloud9, is it all about going in because there's no peel, or should they think about Kai?
Yeah, if they land a Gwen buckshot, it slows for 2 seconds, reviews for 2 seconds. Petal should go in and ult immediately before the pets die, and then that will slow Kestrel again, and then Gwen can then just basically jump on her and then delete her. So that's probably the combination that they need to do.
I really love the Hammers draft based on the fact that Cloud9 wants to be engaging so hard. If they can survive that initial burst and start backing up, you get an active camo down with a Drifting Dark moving backwards, you're going to delete Cloud9 in an instant. So I really love the Hammers draft here, and I think that's actually going to get them a win.
All right, predictions for our final game of the day.
Just did it, Hammers.
Yeah, Lyra Petal is super strong, and Joseph and Petal is pretty good. If they win early game, they will take it to game, but if they get to late game and Tigers gets his 3 items on Samuel, then Hammers will take it.
All right, for the last time today, let's pass it on over to Humanist and Jingyi for the call.
Let's go! Final game of the day, C9 versus Hammers. This game's for this series. Dragonblood contract applied on a Gabe Fizzle right away as Chicken eats a bunch of damage. This is going to be C9 on the chase. We've seen this so many times. Shingy, when this Petal comes out, and you get a team that has any sort of aggression in their tendencies, aggressive tendencies, they definitely try to apply that damage. They're going to be able to take the mids, and they're forcing Hammers out of their jungle immediately.
Quite rightly so. There's Petal. She's able to body block just Glimmer Shots. She's able to body block the Malice and Verdict. Very strong early game, and even if she does get a little bit of damage, you do have a Lyra there just to heal you right back up, which is exactly what's happened because Cloud9 look very healthy. In my eyes, we're not going to be seeing any counter jungling from Hammers here because, well, actually we might be seeing some counter jungling. I just don't know if T-Tigers will get too much from it.
Yeah, I feel like he could get the mid. Bold
That's
move
it.
if he tries to go for anything else there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back away. Yep, he's
Just
going
back
away.
away. He's going to go for the fronts as well, I think, which is a pretty safe move. You'd assume that when they run back out across the map, they're going to go ahead and stop for their own backs, but Gabe Bizzle, not really necessary that he stops for those as well, but T-Tiger's really good positioning as he pulls those fronts down, and Gabe Bizzle, is just kind of cautious in his own positioning, but it allows T-Tigers enough time to get out.
Yeah, again, so it wasn't entirely futile that Cloud9 were able to pull off the invade, because we did see T-Tigers picking some back up. But if you do look at it, T-Tigers CS of 2 compared to I Love Joseph, who has 6. Which is a small difference, but if they can keep that up, Cloud9 can keep the pressure up, and with this composition, they certainly can. I think early game, they definitely have it.
Yeah, especially like if you're able to get on target, you get those munions out. If T-Tigers does not have a Drifting Dark, if he doesn't have good positioning or the energy to follow up, it's just a devastating situation. I also do like, just having the munions, like, if he does get those on starting all over, it's hard to get that active gamma down. Joseph's in a bad place here. He'll drop a potion, but he goes down. Tigers credited with that kill. First blood going the way of Hammers. And now they're going to look to take away the mids, as Old School did drop down to try and secure that. It means Starting is going to be able to farm for free up in the lane there. Oh, C9 happy to get that one. Gabe Vizsla cleans that one up. And that would have been very, very good for Hammers if they got that mid, but it's definitely great for C9 to go ahead and secure that.
It was very, very good. I wasn't sure that they were going to get it, but it took a lot away there from Hammers, just by getting there. By them getting the GS.
Yes?
Yes. Sometimes the words are very hard to say.
Forgot?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't quite spot there.
Exactly.
The sentiment was there.
Well, C9, they dropped down. They're going to be taking the Elder Shan out. Very good job for them. With that, looks like we'll see some porting home. Some items picked up. 3.5 minutes in. Just 1 kill on the board. Really not a swing happening either way. Both teams just kind of farming up. You see Starting all over, just trying to stall the lane out. Doing a very good job, just showing his patience there. Forcing that lane to come over to his side. He'll farm it up when he wants to.
I'm expecting Cloud9 to apply a little bit more pressure. I think with this comp, it'll be a waste not to. And I feel like Hammers would be struggling to try and defend against that, just because a lot of the offensive is mitigated by the munions and also by the heal. And it's not really until Chicken gets to level 6 as well and gets the attack of the pack, I think that's when we'll start seeing Hammers with a fighting opportunity.
Do you think they'll be looking to like make the plays happen offensively, or do they wait to be engaged on and then like attack of the pack and go, or are they trying to fight? Like Bacon was saying, they have a lot of strength kiting backwards, but do Cloud9 put themselves in that position?
It's an interesting. I was going to say dichotomy, but that makes me sound super fancy, and that's not exactly what I mean. So yeah, it's a very interesting.
About to get a dictionary out here.
Yes, quite so humanist. Well, okay, so the very interesting dichotomy here is that Starting all over and T-Tigers, it's all about kiting and it's all about poking for them, whereas for Chicken, it's all about being super offensive, and I feel like those two just don't quite match up. Because if Chicken wants to go in and applies the Mortal Wound, it does rely on Starting all over and T-Tigers following up there behind him, and Starting all over taking a bit of damage. Yeah, taking a bit of damage.
Yeah.
More damage.
That's gonna be okay. Joseph really doesn't want to follow up too hard on that. Drifting Dark Malice and Verdict's coming through. They try to stand their ground, but T-Tigers has a lot of regen, a lot of damage potential here early on with the Samuel, so they respect that backup. Very good job out of C9. Very clean play out of both teams so far.
Very clean play. They're both defending quite well. They're backing away at the right times. I really like the rotations. Actually, I think Cloud9 have a really fantastic job with the rotations so far. They're ensuring that they're taking as many camps as they can away from Hammers. And well, I wouldn't say it's showing because they're actually behind in goals, but...
But you'd like to say it.
I'd like to say it.
C9 have done a pretty good job on their rotations, as we were calling out, but also, just this last one, it was a minion candy on the wave, drop down to the shop. It's very efficient, and it constantly puts them in a good position.
Like a clinic, you would say. I think you described it for one of the previous series of today. I can't remember. Was it Immortals versus Gangstars?
I think it was like 101 Tribe, I think.
Okay.
Because I called it a clinic, and then it was like something 101.
Oh yeah, so it was.
Vainglory 101.
Maybe there was like two clinical games today. Who knows? But Hester just got Shasta Glass.
Yo, Gabe's getting lit up, but they've turned it right here. Chicken taking a lot of damage now. C9 are on the offense. Starting, he's trying to get out of this one. Tries to get a couple attacks. Basically goes down. Old School finds the damage. T-Tigers should be able to get out of this one, I think. Oh! Except I forgot this is Joseph, our Lord and Savior, who's able to just do whatever he wants. Finds the kill. Finds the ace. Suddenly, Cloud9 getting on the board and getting all 3 kills at once.
Yep, and they're gonna get the turret from this as well. Full wave of buffed minions and easy 900 gold. They're going towards the side of Cloud9. So they've picked up the gold lead, 1.9k ahead, and they're gonna get the gold mine as well. So that's even more gold going towards them. I feel like in that last fight there, it wasn't the right time for Hammers to fight. I feel like they hadn't reached their spikes. Chicken was not level 6. We saw how fast he went down.
Yeah.
So
He got smoked.
yeah, he got absolutely smoked. And
Roasted
starting over.
Fortress. Oh my goodness.
It's all about the burn. And it just wasn't there coming out from Hammers.
And this is about the cutest infusion I've ever seen coming out of starting all over here. level 5 infusion. Starting feels like he needs something. Do you agree with this?
I feel like he does, but not at this stage. It doesn't matter if he has an infusion now if his teammates aren't able to
Smoke
support
Joseph! Eat him! Oh man. Sorry, it just felt like they had an
That's
opportunity
okay,
there.
okay.
To Joseph was isolated clearing out scout traps, but
him. Trapped and clean.
yeah, Cloud9 totally just collapsed onto that arcane pass. The Jace is high, everything coming out there, trying to find somebody, but swing and a miss, no problem.
Swing and a miss. Well, that's the thing about the trampoline. You can just escape so easily. I think we've said it in the other games where we've seen a Pestle. It's just incredible. The cooldowns are quite short, even though in the last update they were increased slightly. But she's still able to get away every single time, and I feel like Hammers are just struggling to get on top of it.
Ooh, that's
Never
the
mind.
drifting dark you're looking for. Yeah, in that drifting dark, the Mouse and Verdict coming through, T-Tiger's actually landing some pretty good damage. His Frost burns out, so it's doing a little bit of work. It will get stronger as time goes on. He builds up a little more crystal power for himself. Starting, the next item, I'm not sure where he's gonna go, but he's gonna need to get this next item up pretty quickly. Do you have a preference, like a build path you'd like to see?
I think for the caster, I prefer to see the breaking point over anything like the tornado trigger. I feel like it just hits a little bit harder, and especially with this composition. So we do have a Lyra. We're gonna be looking for those sustained fights, and I feel like having that breaking point will just help a little bit more. But never mind, Gavis is going in.
Yeah, Gabe going hard in the paint right there. Arcane passage forward, and they just follow up and deleting, starting all over. The Kestrel is incredibly squishy, and when you're able to get on target like that, it's going to work most times. Really nice play, nice engagement there. And Hammer's just falling apart. Joseph! Oh, that was pretty funny. He's just diving at this point. He really doesn't care about these turrets. And this is going to be the second turret going down, tier 2 turret as well. Hammers are just on the back foot. I'm not really sure how they take a fight and get themselves back into this one.
The thing is, all 3 members of Hammers are very squishy. It's a mix between the offensive capabilities coming out from Chicken, but he's not able to get the follow-up from starting all over in T-Tigers that he would want to. I think there's been a few promising moments where T-Tigers has landed a great drifting dark, but even then they just get healed up by the Lyra. You need the morsel wound to prevent the healing from coming through. Are we going to be seeing a steal? No, we're not going to be seeing a steal. And even more gold goes towards Cloud9.
We're starting to pile it up here as 4k net worth approximately starts to come out. 10 minutes in, 4 kills for Cloud9, 1 of Hammers, and just everything really going in favor of Cloud9 now. We have to remember, Hammers with this fortress composition, if they stand their ground and one of their targets isn't blown up, they can just turn. If they can focus down a target, they can take that target out pretty quickly. But it's going to need like massive coordination out of them.
I feel like we're not seeing that massive coordination because Gabe Thistle, he's playing that Lyra very offensively, using his arcane passage, throwing down. There you go, exactly.
Textbook right there. Chicken trying to frontline for the team, trying to get back here. And that Oblivion pretty much saving starting, as he most likely would have gone down. So that's Attack of the Pack out. It's going to be on cooldown over a minute. Cloud9 can choose pretty much whatever objective they want across the map. It's going to be a Crystal Sentry.
It's a good choice if you can just destroy the Crystal Sentry. There's not really much they can do because Hammers, they've used their fountain. It's not going to be up for another 35 seconds. Cloud9 were able to hold on to theirs because there wasn't really any need for one, and they've got Imperial Siege as well, and they've got the Spontaneous Combustion. So far, the Morsel Wound coming out from Fortress, not really making any impact so far.
Unfortunately for Hammers, no, it's not really having a large impact. Steadily just kind of falling behind in net worth as Cloud9 just continues to pile on to this net worth lead. I think, Cloud9 have been playing a clean game, They've just very methodically kind of taken this lead. It's not like it hasn't really felt like they forced it at all.
No, they just had a very strong early game composition. They knew how to play it. I think they did lose the first death, but they've pulled it back really nicely. Their rotations have been fantastic. We commented on this, and it still stands true. Their rotations are great. Gabriel's has some fantastic engages there with his arcane passages, and then throwing down, not the gauntlet. Oh dear, throwing down
Bright Bulwark?
the bright bulwark. I was like, mind
I
blank.
call it the gauntlet.
Mind blank. It feels like a gauntlet. It feels like and I feel like Cloud9, they're not making any missteps right now.
They really aren't. Gabe does now have the Atlas Pauldron. He didn't quite have that before, I'm sure. I don't think in the last engagement. Maybe the last one, not the one before. But this is another thing, like when his style of engaging, which is Arcane Passage in, Bright Bulwark, and Team Follows, it works very well with an Atlas Pauldron. So he can just go right on to starting, get that Atlas Pauldron off. We'll see if starting can block that off, or what actually happens in this next engagement. Once again, Cloud9 in a great position, funneling hammers back into the choke point over here under the safety of their turret. T-Tigers, let's see, what are you going to pick up? He has his Broken Myth now. That's a very big pickup.
He has his Broken Myth, but he has nothing else apart from Frostburn. There's no defense on his side, which is great. So he's going to do a lot of damage if they get the opportunity to poke. But what we're seeing coming out from Cloud9 is that they're denying any offensive engage coming out from Hammers. They're just going straight in before any member of Hammers is able to build up the Breaking Point stacks or even the Broken Myth stacks and just bursting them down very quickly.
Well, it's gonna be. I think like if Hammers take a fight here, if it goes in their favor, it will be Cloud9 making some mistakes. But if Cloud9 don't make any mistakes, I just don't really see how Hammers get themselves back into this one. But this is the beauty of a live competition, you know. Just that anything could happen here moving forward. Old School gets his fresh infuse out. Joseph grabs his Aegis. And these guys just picking up all the items they need. Really everything pretty much online here. Joseph holding his own infusion as well.
Well, I think it's easy for us to say, well, all Hammers have to do is just get the chance to poke a little bit more. But as we said before, Cloud9 is denying this opportunity away from them. They're beginning to be starved of gold.
Minion
taking
Candy
over
on the
the
Crystal
jungle.
Sentry. Drifting Dark, the Malice Inverted coming forward. Attack of the Pack is out. A trampoline backwards. One shot connects onto Old School. But they're just too far away to actually follow up on that engagement. So they didn't even... No, they did defend the Crystal Sentry.
They defended the Crystal Sentry, but the Wolves are just actually being very cleverly used up by Cloud9. So they're just running away as fast as they can, just clearing the Wolves as they go. And by the time that Hammers catch up, there's no Wolves there. And the fight just completely turn on Hammers. I feel like we're seeing every single fight go one of two ways. It's either they engage with the Wolves and it goes terribly, or Cloud9 engage with the Arcane Passage and it goes great.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yep.
much the ways this has been happening right here. Now Chicken was the aces high. I don't even know if there's a target. T-Tigers gets lit up. One shot out of Old School there. It takes like 40% of his health or something. And T-Tigers just a squishy right now.
It's very squishy. I feel like this is going to be a very easy crack, and it's been a very completely different story from the last two games of this series so far. I think it was it the Tribal 101 where they lost because although they were winning the team fights, they lost the Krakens. Maybe Hammers will get this moment where they steal the Kraken, and this is what's going to turn it for them. I doubt it. That was sincerely lovely to be
Oh,
true.
these are tense moments. These are the tensest of moments right here. That Kraken is going to go back to be completely non-captured. Cloud9 are going to have to start that back up if they want to take that route here. And Hammer's just waiting in the wings. We do have T-Tiger's infusion in his inventory. Starting all over has one as well. Chicken is going to be moving forward. They need to scout this out. They know the Kraken's being taken. A couple glimmer shots going to come through for starting. What's the play? Oh, they haven't cleared out that scout trap. The flare comes through. Gabe Bissell and engages. One more time. The Bright Bulwark's down. They're kiting backwards. Actually, they're doing pretty good as they kite backwards. They're now Chicken looking to regoose here. Gabe taking a lot of damage. Gabe's down. Hammers. Are they doing it? Old School taking a lot of damage as well. Tigers is there. Starting all over is there. Chicken is there. Oh, Xingyi, you making the perfect predictions. You said they could do it. One shot going to be dodged out by Joseph there. You know, maybe I would have said one shot, one miss if it wasn't for Fuji in his video.
Well, 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 well. They were ready for Gay Vizzo this time. When Gay Vizzo portaled in, passaged in, Oblivion just caught them out.
Oh,
I
boy,
know.
did it though.
He caught them out. Old School lost so much health, he had to run away. It was just panic. I think that was the first time in this game where we saw Cloud9 fall apart like that. And, well, Hammers of the Kraken, this is their chance to just take back that 5k gold lead and just equalize things a little bit more. Whew.
You could see, like, when he did Arcane Passage forward, like, it was like a very subtle, like, backup and then go. And I think they just played it very well, so let's see what can happen here. Cloud9 definitely still very dominant in this game. First turret's going to be destroyed as Hammers marching forward. Tigers is going to be falling out of that Drifting Dark, waiting for that to come back up here. Hammers look to go ahead and poke. Another engage Gabe. Stunned up. Can they trade us back? Tigers is down. They've done the job they needed there. Now Joseph's going to be chasing on to starting all over. Starting. He wants to stand his ground, trying to do it. It's not going to be enough. No! Joseph is able to get the kill. And on the backside, it's going to be the ace. As Old School able to find the kill as well. This is Cloud9 taking a wonderful fight. And it's 2 turrets down.
2 turrets, not bad.
2 turrets down for a team that is behind. That's pretty good.
2 turrets, not bad. There still is that 4k gold lead now between the two teams, and it looks like Cloud9 is just going to rush straight for that choke point turret, take it down, and then potentially clear the jungle away from them as well. So sitting quite comfortably. I think if we look across everyone, offensively, I would say they're pretty much all there. I have no idea where I Love Joseph's building for. Hopefully a Broken Myth. He doesn't really care. He's going for the double shatter glass. But it's okay because no one on the side of Hammers is building any shield.
Dude! Tigers!
Let's go!
Yo! Throw Tigers! Oh my god, not throw Tigers, throw School as Tigers finding the damage there, starting all over, finding the kill. Attack of the Pack is out. They are going to know exactly where Joseph is. They're going to see that he's very low on health. He's going to be booting him backwards. Gabe Vessels drops the sigil to boost himself forward. Now, couple things happened there. That choke point turret did not take very much damage. On the flip side, you look at the choke point turret from a Cloud9, it took very significant damage from that Kraken before it went down. So that is a massive loss for Cloud9 as far as objectives and just everything across the map. So very good job out of Hammers. What is going on? Obviously, you can never count these top teams out, even though they are behind in objectives and net worth. But what Hammers have done with the last 2 fights is really, really nice.
I feel like they're really beginning to play with the attack of the pack now, because in the last 2 fights that they have actually won, it's because Cloud9 weren't able to clear the wolves in time, the mortal windows being applied. And also, if you do look at it, they are quite squishy. So they both have I Love Joseph and Osko, they both have the Aegis, and they both have Coat of Plates. But T-Tiger's there in that fight where he was able to pick down Old School. He had 9 broken myth stacks just from poking away. There was no obstruction, there was no minions to body block anything. It was a perfect window of opportunity there for T-Tigers.
This game, though, this is no joke. In a very good series, it's a very good game so far. There's an active camo down. I don't know if they're going to look to chase into that. Oblivion's not going to actually connect, and the attack of the pack is used as well. So Hammer's kind of a swing and a miss on that engagement.
Yeah, definitely a swing and a miss there. It was a good start, but they're not going to get the Kraken, and I think we're just back to square one. Actually, it does feel that Cloud9 are in a bit of a better position. They have a little bit more energy than Hammers, I would say. It does look like T-Tiger's has his infusion up. This could be the fight. I think this fight could be make it or break it for both of these teams.
Woo, it definitely could. Tense moments right here. It's gonna be C9 starting up the Kraken. Okay, Hammers, what's the play? What? You're not gonna let this go. This is very reminiscent of the last fight that Hammers took, right in this position here, where Gabe engaged with that arcane passage and got stunned up with the active camo. You see a little bit of poking coming out of Hammers. Vision is going to be key. You cannot get caught. You can't face check any of these. Brush right here. Hammers just moving back. C9 controlling their tri-brush as well. He just flares after flare coming out here. Look at this. This is Chicken just grabs like 6-7 flares. No big deal.
Yeah, 6 or 7 flares. That's exactly what they need. They need that vision. They need to know where Gabe Vizzo's coming from with his arcane passages. And look at the poke. This is kind of what we've been waiting for. Hammer. This is the first time we're seeing Cloud9.
Split. I wonder if he's like actually trying to bait there. He does find
was.
one stun. Joseph looking to find that damage. Ooh, that's gonna be the stun off on a chicken. Chicken, he gets the ult out. They're trying to turn it. Hammers, they're on to Gabe Bizzle. Gabe Bizzle's on the backside. The mortal wound has been applied here. Lyra dropping very low. Chicken's on the front side of it. Oh, they're gonna move it. Old school is going down as well. Double kill, Hammers. Oh, Hammers are absolutely doing it right now. They're down in net worth, finding kill after kill. Joseph, is he going to be go down? One shot, one what? But it's okay. Starting because you still get the ace. 7-7. Hammers turning it around, and every Hammers fan in the house just on their feet. Come on.
You were absolutely spot on when you said this would be one of the best series of the night, and I think definitely so. Every single game, the first two were definitely very close. When this one, the third one,
Are they going to end it? They're looking to end it. They're
Oh,
looking to end it, team. Oh, Cloud9. Oh, Cloud9, are you going down right here, right now? Hammers pulled the trigger from behind, coming back in a game that seemed all but lost to take the win, to take the series, and what a way to end our day. Unbelievable.
it was looking so good for Cloud9 for about 15 minutes of the game. I'll actually say 17 minutes of the game.
Ooh.
It was. That is exactly how I feel.
Yep. It's just, I mean, we could sit here, we could talk about every in and out, every small little mistake, every small win for both of these teams. Unbelievable. I need to rest a little bit though. My voice is fried. Sheeny, I'm sure you need to rest as well. It has been a great day of casting with you. With that though, let's go ahead and throw it back over to our analyst desk. Guys, what a way to end the day.
What a way indeed. Thank you so much for your eloquent wrap-up there. Very exciting game, though, in all seriousness.
Oh, poor Humanist.
Hammers taking home the W, moving forward to the semifinals. Cloud9, after finishing first place in the last week, technically, of the season, not the split, of course. You were about to say of the split. You were going for it.
I was.
Own it.
I was
Own it.
ready to call you out. Ready to call you out.
But regardless, you know, after finishing first place, they've now gone through a week with only 1 point. It was 1 point that qualified them for the Unified Live Championship, but it was 1 point. So, you know, a rough position for them. I'm sure they'd like more. Let's break down the game a little bit before we really wrap up today, though. Hammers, how did they manage to come back? I mean, I think we have a replay of the first fight.
We talk about it all the time, that so many of these games can come down to one mistake. Watch Gabe Bizzle and his item activations. There goes the Atlas Pauldron. It pops right before he actually gets in with the Arcane Passage. Ends up being crucial to that team fight and Hammers being able to turn it around.
Yeah, it was absolutely massive there. Sweet J, it seemed like Hammers, to begin with, we were kind of questioning some of the decisions they made in the draft, for example, that Fortress so early on, but it really worked out for them.
Yeah, and I think Cloud9 really had the early game. Double Shatterglass on Petal. I mean, they were just doing so well early game, and these late game team fights is what really broke. I was surprised Gabe didn't do what he did when he, like 3 weeks ago, is roll horns in front of the team and then basically portal to cut them off, because it's really risky portaling right on top of a Kestrel. She's gonna immediately active camo, Tigers, then immediately Samuel ulted on top of that, and it was just too risky and it didn't work out. And then missing Atlas Pauldron was huge too, of course. So.
All right, well, that wraps up our final series for the day. Let's start to break down the day as a whole by looking at the brackets. You can see here, Team Solo Mid faces 101, the newly acquired Tempo Storm, if you haven't seen the announcement on Twitter, in the first matchup of the day for North America tomorrow. They're going to be playing up afterwards against the winner of either Gangstars or Hammers. That's our other semifinals game. Very exciting stuff tomorrow.
Absolutely. Going to be really important for 101 to try, now Tempo Storm, to try and get a victory over Team Solo Mid. Tall task, but they're looking to get themselves into the position to qualify for the Unified Championship. This is how you have to do it.
And speaking of qualifying, let's have a look at the points. You can see here Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid have locked themselves in their spot. Very strong stuff. Hammers could potentially broach that 20-point mark tomorrow, as could Gangstars. They're both looking to lock it in ASAP.
Yeah, and they, as you mentioned, they can do it tomorrow. We could have 4 of the 6 teams guaranteed tomorrow, and that's big.
That is very big. It means there's only 2 spots in the next 2 weeks left to play for, which would be a stressful situation, I'm sure, for those bottom 4 teams. The Unified Live Championship, guys, is going to be huge. If you have not already and you want to go, head on over to the Eventbrite. Use the code VG8 this weekend only to get yourself a discount on those tickets. It's going to be at the O2 in London, hosted by Fnatic between May 19th and 21st. We can't wait to see you guys there. Man, what a day one to the second split here in spring. It was a pleasure giving you some info, and Bacon really wants to say something.
We always talk about how the level of competition is constantly rising in Vainglory from season to season, split to split. How about this to kick off the second split of the season? So many game threes just speaks to that.
I mean, it really does. There, especially in Europe, there's a lot of really close series. It was exciting stuff. We'll be back tomorrow with more, so make sure you tune in. We'll see you then.
All right, well, Sibs getting threatened again here as Flash and Vonsy making the rotation. Oh, he jumps over the wall. Hammy's down. Best Chug getting some pretty good damage out. They can't trade back. Sibs, you are in a bad place. 2 kills for Team Solo Mid here. Vonsy taking pretty good damage. That's the target that they wanted right here. Evil, he's on the front side. He does get the Fallon out. Sibs trying to retreat here as Vonsy jumps back into that series strike. Vonsy's low. Evil maybe can get him. No. That's going to be another story over the top.
Really good slow there, especially going into DMCO. I would.
Oh, he could have find it back and they get it. Zeno's able to grab that. They did Crucible. You're not Crucible there. It's going to be stuffed up Veins. He's trying to get backwards there. And with Xenotech, who he grabbed, but Zeo chopped down before they can get anything done. Well, Xenotech, he wants Veins. He's going to Rose offensive forward on point and get wrecked, son. And then suddenly, they just start turning fights on you, and you're like, I don't actually know why it's going wrong here. Lost Boy's going to be stunned up. They reposition status. Very nice afterburn from Hyde with the Wafer. Oh, Wafer does come through. Lost Boy with the gauntlet. He stuns up Pawn on the backside. Pawn going toe-to-toe with Hyde. Status trying to get the damage out, but he's down. They traded 1 for 1. They'll also lose Pawn as well. She won it right there. E36. One more attack. He goes down. Blood for blood over the wall, but Selena cleans it up anyway. Lost Boy tries to clean Status says, thou shalt not take my backs. To find that damage. Ooh, that's gonna be the stun off on a Chicken. Chicken, he gets the ult out. They're trying to turn it. Hammers, they're on to Cave Bizzle. Cave Bizzle's on the backside. The mortal wound has been applied here. Lyra dropping very low. Chicken's on the front side of it. Oh, they're gonna move it. Old school going down as well. Double kill Hammers. Oh, Hammers are absolutely doing it right now.
It's a fire in love.